This is Audible.
Endless Online, Oblivion's Promise, a LitRPG adventure, Book 2. Written by H.Johnson, read by Wayne Mitchell.
With additional voices by Lisa Aust.
Chapter 1.
Val, are you awake?
Elise's gentle concern flowed through him, a balm to his soul.
Poor bastard! I wouldn't wish a miscast like that on anyone,
Gregor said.
Even someone as annoying as Val.
It wasn't miscast, Halvar said with a knowing air.
What? You mean it was supposed to leave him a scarred wreck with third-degree burns everywhere?
That's the nature of the spell, Halvar explained. I've had a few wizards by my side during the years I served. Spells like that are retributive strikes or desperate last-stand spells. They might sear everyone around you, but odds are you're going to pay a steep price for the casting.
But how did Val even learn such a spell?
Beats me, Halvar said. But if you recall, he cast a similar spell while saving Elise. Val could taste the former High Lord's frown as the sheet upon his skin was gently lifted off, a cool breeze strangely like air conditioning, raising goosebumps upon his naked flesh as her soft chuckle washed over Val.
Well, at least things aren't quite as bad as they could be,
Elise said dryly.
What are you talking about?
Gregor snapped from a short distance away.
We've been taken captive by a colony of dwarves. Laser rifles pointed at our chests, and they have no reason to keep us alive. If word gets out that any dwarves survived the purge, the hunts will begin anew, and they know it.
Damn shame, Halvar sighed. Some of the greatest artificers on record, and the High Council decides to wipe them out, simply because they were unwilling to concede all claims to their Valorium mines. The damn High Lords were more interested in Valorium sufficient to build star drives for 100 potential dreadnoughts than they were in nurturing geniuses that might one day produce marvels, Sten said. The dwarves tried to strike a bargain that would assure their prosperity and autonomy. Unfortunately, they hadn't counted on power-mad clans that could read minds and bring a score of dreadnoughts to bear on a single planet. And their doom was sealed, no matter how exotic their defenses were. They had no concept regarding the scale of destruction that fleet could bring to bear, and the Dominion enacted a single-minded campaign of extermination. The only technology they were interested in being whatever they could harvest from the devastated cities of their fallen foes.
And then we humans colonized in earnest,
Elise said, voice soft with regret.
No longer trying to understand the native inhabitants of this planet, to facilitate trade and understanding. Once the nature of its resources became known, nothing would do but for the Dominion to claim it all. Most especially the Valorium reserves. It's only fitting, I suppose, that it was the descendants of those original settlers that grew in power and capability, harnessing raw magic with little regard for tech, that managed to wrest half this world from Dominion control.
Halvar sighed. Because by that point the Dominion had elementium mines and Sylbian plants aplenty, all of them bringing in rich harvests. They had far more to lose from guerrilla hit-and-run tactics enacted by mages who could bring fiery destruction upon any Dominion territory before fading back into the night. A far different battlefield with much greater stakes than when the Dark Lords first declared genocide upon the natives 1,000 years ago.
At least they got justice in the end,
Elise said with a certain amount of satisfaction.
Whatever secret allowed the dwarves to harvest Valorium ore so easily within the magic fields this world swims in has remained ever beyond the grasp of common man. We can extract only the tiniest fraction of what we could in other worlds with such stores, and the rate of mortality in such mines is nothing short of catastrophic.
Which is just where we'd end up, even if we managed to escape,
Gregor moaned.
The Dominion is all too eager for fresh chattel for the one Valorium mine that actually turns out ore here, on what they once hoped would be the jewel of their manufacturing hub, magical fields or no. And the lives lost per gram of ore, flesh melting from your bones, the slaves working there looking like living death in a few short months, is enough to leave you crying in your sleep.
Val grimaced and shuddered, the awful imagery pulling him free of the soothing blackness he sought to sink into once more. He could feel the scowl come over his features, even as Elise pressed a cool hand against his brow.
Val, are you with us?
Elise, don't do that. You know how fragile he is. Ancestors' mercy, look at him!
Gregor hissed in surprised disbelief, his concern turning to an accusing glare as Val forced exhausted eyes open, peering into Gregor's own.
You! Hours ago you were crying out in pain, covered with burns. There is no way your flesh should be whole. No way!
An accusing finger jabbed at Val.
Smooth, free of all blemish? Ha! I knew you weren't human.
Val blinked in confusion, mind still dizzy, vaguely sickened by the horrid memory of a gigantic chitinous monster wrapping him up in sticky webbing that had almost been his death. What the hell happened? Elise's violet eyes gazed into his own.
You mean you don't remember, Val?
Val frowned, coming fully awake, odd flickers of memory crashing into recollection once more. We were heading down the corridor when I heard cries of panic. I raced ahead to find the source.
Putting your life in grave peril, jumping in head first, literally, when simple reconnaissance could have prevented you from getting ambushed.
Halvar's words, iron hard with disapproval. Val sighed. I'm sorry, Halvar. Sounds of kids in peril, I couldn't hold back. It got the best of me. Halvar sighed.
I get that, Val. And so might any other enemy seeking to lure you in and take you out.
Val nodded, knowing that truth all too well. What about the children? They were okay, Sten allowed. We cut them free. Not easy at all, mind you. They were sobbing and crying before us, but none were seriously injured. Good, Val said, finally taking in the surroundings. 4 beds, Val in one of them, 2 chairs, 1 table, 4 walls, and a solid-looking door. So, why are we in this cell? Sten shrugged. You'd have to ask the dwarves that brought us in at laser point. Unfortunately, we're having a hard time understanding one another. He shook his head. No doubt they're terrified for their safety. Hard eyes looked into Val's own. Their very existence might be grounds for outrage and genocide, but I, for one, have never been a fan of Dominion policies. If they just let us go, I'd be more than happy to take an oath of silence. Val blinked. That's right. You all have oath-binding magics in your world. Sten shrugged. In any case, it does us no good. They can't follow a word we're saying, and we don't follow their charts. Gregor scowled Val's way.
Perhaps the homunculus can read them. I taste the magic principles involved in their tomes, but other than that...
Val blinked, fascinated despite himself to glimpse works his shockingly brilliant friends couldn't piece together, even with their meta-human cortexes. But he did have basic arcane literacy now, didn't he? He smirked back into Gregor's cold grin, taking hold of the small bronze cube he was handed. He felt a soft hum as it vibrated, and suddenly his mind was filled with a brilliant 3D matrix, an extra-dimensional variant of the hideously complex and convoluted charts he could just barely comprehend, and only when he had magical reference points at all ends. Val now found himself lost in a sea of complex, hierarchical theories, concepts, proofs, and variables, a dizzying display of brilliance and genius. Even as he screamed and pulled his mind free, his heart ached that such incredible brilliance had been reduced to the remnants of a dying tribe, forced to scurry for mushrooms even as vile predators like the ones they had faced preyed upon them. That much, at least, he understood. Not from any insights the tome refused to share, but rather from the strange gazes of the stocky figures who had just entered the chamber.
See?
Gregor said with what Val thought unnecessary satisfaction.
I told you it'd be completely over Val's head. Whatever knack he has, it is animal instinct, not transcendental thought, that has gotten us this far.
but no one was paying attention. Gregor blinked, turned around, noted Sten bowing low. Grumbling, he did the same. The powerfully built, gray-skinned man gazed at them all, coldly with ice-blue eyes, dipping his head once as another entered. Val noted how he kept his hands on the sheathed blaster he wore, though he made no move to draw it. Val also realized that he and his companions were completely unarmed. The second dwarf was also much like the first, only slightly shorter than Earth-Terran standards, but considerably broader. They looked more like power lifters than anything else, for in no way that mattered were they at all diminutive. And despite his voluminous silver-white mane, there was nothing frail about the second dwarf's appearance. He looked very much like the first figure who had entered, the exact same ice-blue eyes, gray skin tone, and posture. Val wondered how closely related they were. If they truly were the last remnants of a dying race, they were probably very similar indeed. For some reason, Val found himself thinking of ancient depictions of proud Native Americans, their noble heads held high, brave and bold despite the decimation of their peoples. And even as he thought it, Val couldn't help feeling a sudden bitter remorse for their loss. An entire continent once theirs, a civilization host to endless wonder and scientific marvel, lost to the depredations of conquest, just as it had been for these dwarves. Capable of so much more, they just hadn't been ready for 20 dreadnoughts flooding their skies with death, no doubt more than enough to bring any individual world in this so-called dominion to its knees. Perhaps it had been fear as much as greed that had inspired the Dark Lords to destroy the dwarves, knocking out a technologically gifted species before it could best them later, using whatever pretext was convenient. As a tactician, Val understood the ruthless calculus involved, but he found his hatred for the Dominion blazing hot and fierce, all the more so when he thought of Julia, when he caught sight of Elise's beautiful, haunted violet eyes, and how she flushed and turned away from Val, as if somehow ashamed. And why should she be? It was those monsters who had broken her. She had been nothing but their pawn. And poor Julia's fate was doomed to be even worse, with no clan bloodlines to assure even a modicum of decency in how she was treated, to be used up and drained dry, then thrown and butchered for sport when she was nothing but a rotting husk. That had been the impression Val had glimpsed of Julia's possible fate, and it made him seethe all the more with the need to find her, save her, set her free, and make those bastards pay. The elder dwarf's eyes widened.
"Look how he glares,"
he said softly to his companion.
"He's the one who butchered those arachnids."
The younger one scowled.
"I had hoped, but seeing his gaze now, he is no doubt like all those above."
"No," Val quickly interjected, throat momentarily throbbing with the force of syllables said in ways he was unused to. "I am nothing like those monsters above," he continued softly, after coughing, careful not to injure his throat. "The High Lords who did this to you, who destroyed your empire, who ravaged your people just because you wouldn't give them your treasures, just because they feared what you were capable of becoming? I utterly despise them. For what they did to my friend, for their dark designs to prey upon my world, I would see those monsters burn." He trembled with fury, shocked, not having intended to admit such truths, the fury he felt in his heart and soul, not realizing just how deep his bitterness ran until that moment, and how pathetic it was for him to play hero to someone he in truth hardly knew, just the same age now as a girl who had captured his heart years before, only to fall to bitterest tragedy, as if saving Julia now could redeem him as well, as if he was anything but a bitter cripple with so much blood on his hands back home. Sten was frowning, even as Gregor looked on in alarm.
"He's a tool of the dwarves! I knew it!"
Elise scowled.
Shut up, Gregor. He's no such thing.
"Val, talk to me. What's going on?" Val shook his head at the captain's request, dizzy as two very different parts of his brain tried to process two very different means of expression. I understand them, Captain. Please, bear with me. I can't think in both languages at once. My head hurts." Gregor frowned.
"Impossible! It took the most brilliant minds years to learn basic Dwarvish before the Dominion found cause to wipe those few sympathizers out, along with the dwarves themselves. All that happened centuries ago.
Sten just nodded. I'll leave you to it, Val. See if you can negotiate a safe passage out of here. We'll pay for it, and we'll swear whatever oath they like to keep their secrets. The dwarves were peering at Val with surprise just as profound as his companions.
You speak the true tongue?
The elder whispered. Val grimaced, daring himself to speak, not even knowing what exactly he would say as his tongue shaped truths from his heart, from his core. My brain tastes the truth of any word it hears in this world. In actuality, I'm an idiot savant. He shivered, nodding to himself, accepting that humbling truth. I seem to understand the intent behind words when someone speaks to me, even if I've never heard the language before. Anything magical I pick up by observation and feel. I get the sense that most can't manipulate forces of creation and flame merely from seeing a ghost cast it or slide past the sight and mind of others, simply by embracing memories of serving as the most ruthless of killers. His cheeks flushed. Why must he say such things? He swallowed, forcing himself to speak on. But when it comes to understanding your writings, even the writings of the people I came with, so much simpler than yours, it is utterly beyond me. The interweaving of thoughts and ideas, so many relatives and variables, so many definitions and terms conveyed in a single chart, Val shivered. None save Einstein could hope to keep up, I think, and he was one earthling among billions. Val took a deep breath. I am like a hound with a powerful nose who can help my friends track through the wilderness of violence and war. Here I am valued. In the wider abstract world my companions embrace, I would be as helpless as the hound I fear, and I cannot even imagine how worthless I would be in your own realm. But with magic, at least, I am clever, I think. I don't know, really. Only that I am the only one in my band that can manipulate it. Val clenched his eyes, daring to give voice to his secret horror, one that he kept even from himself. What if Selena's incursion didn't begin and end with stealing away gifted children to ravish and devour body and soul before disposing of their husks? What if that was just the beginning of her designs? If the High Lords that rule this world and other worlds got their foothold within my own, I fear my people would be doomed. I must not let this happen. Val locked gazes with the white-haired elder before him. His heart raced to see the fierce smile light the older dwarf's features. The powerful figure gave a small, measured nod before speaking.
I taste the truth of your words. Your mind is strange, human. I would understand it, and you better. Tell me, why did you interfere with nature's dance?
Val clenched his eyes tight. The screams I heard were like those I heard on the field of war over half a year ago. I could not save the children raped and butchered then. All I could do was find their killers and hunt them down to the last man. Val swallowed. They will never rape again. But I could do nothing for the children who perished. These children I could save, and I would be damned if I had let them die. Both dwarves looked shocked by his answer.
But you gain nothing. They are not of your tribe.
Val shrugged. I didn't do it for me. I did it for them. Both the dwarves exchanged a fathomless stare.
Why?
They asked in unison. Because they needed my help.
Why?
Because my heart compelled me to.
Why?
Val shook, choking words out. The oldest girl, I felt her terror, her desperation, as she struggled in the strands. And I sensed the smaller children beside her also in peril. I couldn't bear to do nothing. I had to help. Both of them gazed at Val long and hard.
You are a strange one, said the elder.
The younger one flashed a cold smile.
His mind is unique. In some ways, it is simple. In some ways, captivating. It is nothing like a High Lord's.
The elder nodded.
For all his gifts are similar, I can taste that as well.
They exchanged a fathomless glance, nodding in unison, turning to Val.
You have glimpsed the vulnerable heart of our people and done us an incomparable service. We will not forget. But should the outside world ever hear of what you have found this day, those children you saved will suffer a fate far worse than spiders. Would you put our tribe in peril, Valor Hunter, even if our enemies offered you wealth and power?
Val's heart hammered. He lurched back. Hell no! Not for all the blood money in the world.
Good. And we would spare your life and call you friend.
They turned to gaze at Sten and his crew. Frightened, angry eyes staring back.
We can't speak with your companions. We can't taste the truth of their words. And after the great betrayal 1,000 turnings ago, we will never trust a diplomat's half-speak again. But you can speak the true language. We can taste the truth of your intentions. So, we have a riddle for you, Valor Hunter. How can we appease you with their lives if you cannot assure us of their oath?
Congratulations! You have achieved rank 2 in Cipher. Mastering the vastly complex and intricate language of the dwarves is no small feat, especially for a brain as limited as your own. Good thing you have scions and mana as a crutch, just like a hound does his nose. Good luck sniffing out a solution for your friend's survival. Valor grimaced, turning to his friends, heart suddenly heavy with their expectant gazes, their lives now utterly in his hands. How he hated being in this position. It was why he liked to work alone, for all that a team was vital to the games he used to play. He smiled ruefully at Elise. Do you remember that skill you used on me, and Sten threw a fit when I was able to mimic it? Elise frowned.
Do you mean oath binding?
Val nodded. Elise, the only way I'm going to get us out of here is if you and the others open yourselves to me. Trust me to do an oath binding without somehow crippling you, and are sincere in your oath. I will taste the truth of it, and the dwarves will taste my sense of it when I speak to them in their own language. Val smiled. When you speak in Dwarvish, a tremendous depth of nuance and feeling can be conveyed, but deliberate lies are easily sensed. She paled and looked away, giving a quick nod.
All right, Val. Let's tell the others.
Predictably, Gregor was less than pleased, bushy eyebrows going wide, frizzy hair quivering with outrage.
What? Let this man-boy simulacrum use his weird powers wonking about in my head? Tearing apart my precious gifts? No, thank you. Besides, he hasn't spent hundreds of hours being trained by a senior warden of the High Court. There is no way he could invoke a sanctioned psionic oath binding. I don't care how much of an idiot savant you are, that's impossible. The only thing I'm sure of is how well Val fits the first half of that term.
Enough, Sten cracked, favoring Val with an intent gaze that could have him seen on the big screen in a heartbeat if he had been born a world away. Gregor is right about one thing, Val. Getting this wrong could cause us lifelong agony unless we have access to a psi surgeon, and I doubt we ever will. Are you sure you know what you're doing? Val closed his eyes, throat dry despite the dwarf's rather generous dispensing of water. One reason, perhaps, why his companions had been far less agitated than they might otherwise have been. Water was life, and they had all the water they could want. Val drank deeply from the flask he had claimed as his own, gazing into the captain's eyes. Honestly, Sten, I'm just playing this all by the seat of my pants. Sten blinked in confusion. Some things, it seemed, didn't translate. I'm not using any chart algorithm. No highest probability of success bell curve do I have access to. My gut just tells me that this is the only way we're all getting out of here alive, and I'm almost positive I can do a good job. Halvar chuckled ruefully.
Fate of the team in the hands of the rookie pilot.
Gregor groaned, cradling his head. Elise squeezed Val's shoulder.
Don't worry. I'll keep an eye on him the first time. If anything seems off, I'll make sure he pulls out immediately.
This didn't make his companions feel that much better, but it warmed Val to think that on some level, yes, fighting for survival by their side had earned him a measure of camaraderie and trust. He quickly got to work, gazing into Halvar's one very human eye, grabbing his massive hand. Halvar grinned.
Try not to fry my brains too badly, kid, okay?
Val nodded. I'll try. He then closed his eyes, feeling a peculiar resonance between himself and Halvar, somehow knowing that it was only his friend's acquiescence, opening himself up to Val willingly, that allowed him to put such a binding on the man. Do you swear to reveal to no one your encounter with the dwarven people, keeping all knowledge of their location, culture, their very existence a secret? Never to record it, never to write it down even in code? Never even to reference it deliberately, save between ourselves, when you are certain we aren't being recorded? Even should the worst happen and Inquisitors seek to pry free any information regarding this clan, do you swear to allow those synapses carrying this information to sever all links, memories forever forgotten? Halvar paled at the last, swallowing even as Elise hissed in faint alarm, before nodding solemnly.
This I swear, Val, so long as the dwarves free us in good faith.
And with those words, Val felt an indescribable icy tingle flow through him and into Halvar, the man's promise given flesh and form. Val gasped as the shimmering strands of energy seemed to loop about the rainbow core of Halvar's very being, seen and understood in that single heartbeat of time. Val felt a curious ringing within his mind, able to taste with both sides of his psyche the commitment of Halvar's oath, the truth of his words. Elise hissed, even as the dwarves, surprisingly, gave satisfied nods of their heads, as if they had somehow understood the significance of what Val had done.
That wasn't just a standard oath. That was a greater binding,
Elise declared. Gregor began to curse, and Sten's eyes narrowed in alarm. Halvar, how are you feeling? Sten asked cautiously, glaring daggers at Val. Halvar smiled.
Relax, guys. I'm fine,
he shrugged.
Honestly, I feel pretty good, like I had just taken an oath of honor upon acceptance to a company I've yearned to join since forever.
He gave a satisfied nod.
I'm happy with this oath. Keeping my word to these people, I think it will better me somehow.
Sten frowned. Are you sure you feel okay? No pain? No flash of anxiety, not like you're suddenly under terrible pressure squeezing you tight? Halvar chuckled, his baritone voice resonating through the chamber.
Hardly, my friend. As part of my mercenary's oath, I've had a psionic oath-binding once before, upon achieving officer rank.
He grimaced in remembered discomfort.
That had not been a pleasant experience, and that had been performed by the best junior warden money could buy. This leaves me feeling strangely whole, complete, balanced.
That's because Val somehow combined both sides of his gift,
Elise said breathlessly. Sten's fingers tightened on the flask he himself was now drinking from. Explain, Sten said. Elise frowned.
I think it was a greater oath binding. Not that I've witnessed such, not that anyone has. But almost everyone feels a bit off after a psionic oath binding. I'm surprised Val didn't when I laid my own upon him. But for Halvar to feel whole and complete? That suggests he has been, well, bonded at both ends.
Halvar grimaced.
Okay, now I'm not feeling nearly so happy about it.
Elise shrugged.
And the shimmering glow that had formed around Halvar as he spoke was kind of a giveaway that Val was using magic, as well as his other gifts.
Gregor groaned.
We are all going to rue this day. Just you wait.
Despite his protestations, one look at the cold-eyed dwarves and Gregor was suddenly standing before Val, desperation in his gaze.
Let's just get this over with. Please don't fry my brains, all right?
And within moments, all four of his companions had repeated the oath, and Val felt the potency of the bind grow a bit stronger with each strange use of the skill, Val himself feeling a bit dizzy when it was all said and done. 80 mana used, 51 remaining, 80 scion used, 51 remaining. Val swallowed upon glimpsing what, for lack of a better word, was his character sheet, his unexpected fatigue suddenly understandable. After a deep breath, He began to feel better, more focused, even as he sensed his stores filling up once more, silver and gold bars for Scion and mana refilling slowly but steadily.
Congratulations! You have learned greater oath binding! After all, why stop at just standard psionic binding? Pour your heart into forging oaths so binding that your friends will be torn to pieces if they ever dare to break them. Greater oath binding rank 1 achieved.
Val grimaced as the prompt flashed across his mind's eye, more certain than ever that his subconscious, whether or not it was somehow tuned into this quantized universe, was a snarky bastard. He turned to his friends. "How are you guys feeling?" Sten frowned, then shrugged. "Not too bad, to be honest. I think Halvar had the right of it. It almost feels good to take an oath that matters, to know that we're protecting an entire civilization." Elise smiled.
I think it's because the oath is balanced. It's not based on the mind alone, but on the ebb and flow of life and reality as a whole.
Val blinked. "Do you mean magic?" Elise nodded.
Though most High Lords disparage it, those of us native to Jordia respect our world's culture, the harmonic balance of life and the gentle energies that nourish it. For all that we prefer that practicing wizards, save for healers with good internalized resonance, embrace their magics elsewhere than within the major cities.
Val blinked. Magic healers. Now that seemed like a useful profession. He definitely wanted to learn more about magic and all its possibilities. Before he had joined the military, he had never thought of pursuing medicine, and since coming back home, he had been in too much pain to focus on anything save distraction. But the thought of easing the suffering of all the walking wounded, all the men and women who came home badly injured in mind and body, seemed like the noblest of goals. Even if he could never go back home, he was suddenly very curious to see what an arcane healer could accomplish in this world. "Val," Sten's words bringing him back into focus, "our hosts are looking our way?" Val nodded, smiling to see that not even Gregor had cause to complain, the little man's expression primarily one of relief that Val hadn't fried him inside out. He turned to the two patiently waiting dwarves. "It is done," he said in their tongue once more, speaking slowly, finding the words. "They will betray no confidences to others. They will make themselves forget, even should our enemies try to pry secrets from their minds." The pair of dwarves blinked at this, before giving slow nods of approval.
"Well done, Valor Hunter,"
the older one smiled, nodding his head to Val's friends.
"Tell your companions that they may make themselves comfortable here. They are now our honored guests. We shall bring them more food shortly."
Val smiled, turning to the others. "You are now all guests. Feel free to wait here in comfort." Val's smile widened at Sten's frown. "You mean they're still keeping us in here?" "At least they're giving you guys more delicious mushrooms. That's something, isn't it?" Gregor groaned. Val's smile turned serious. "I think they want to talk to me. Of course, I'll be back as soon as I can. At least now I think we have a shot at getting out of here. So relax and drink your fill." He winked at a frustrated-looking Gregor. "See? I told you I'd find us water, and there you are, cold flask in hand." Gregor scowled, and Val couldn't help chuckling, though he saw the worry beneath Sten's smile, gazing so intently at him. "Just hurry back. Don't leave us hanging, Val." Val nodded his head. "I will do my best, Captain." He then turned to the patiently waiting dwarves who led him out of the chamber to behold a lost city of beauty and wonder, now only heartbeats away from its final death. Chapter 2. Val gazed upwards in awe. Massive buildings of a metal that shimmered somewhere between bronze and gold soared high above, many with tiny lights flickering in odd hypnotic patterns. The cavern itself soared so high he could just make out crystalline stalactites glittering like far-off stars, amazed that the massive cavern had not collapsed centuries ago. It was then that his eyes caught a flash of indescribable colors glittering overhead, Val intuiting at that moment that the entire city was encapsulated by forces far stronger than metal. And for all that the corridor they took was lit by soft luminescence, he could see many other pathways that were dark as night. The pair of dwarves seemed amused by his awestruck gaze, until the moment he whistled in amazement, Val blinking in surprise as a powerful hand covered his mouth. Cold terror filled him, looking into those fierce blue eyes. Then the glare softened, the elder's gaze becoming one of gentle reproof, his tone and inflection the same as that used when speaking to a wayward child.
Don't do that, Valor. You will alert the Guardians, and you are not yet bonded to the garden.
Val swallowed, flashes of strange-looking bronze automatons flooding his mind. Some seemed small and harmless, maintenance bots, he supposed. Other mental images conveyed with those simple words made him think of giant bronze golems or miniature mechanized artillery vehicles. Val took a deep, shuddering breath as his new acquaintance's pace slowed, the pair stilling more than once as the clank of bronze against stone on the tread of ancient pads made it clear that those very automatons were just a corridor or two away, eternally patrolling a near-dead city. Only then did Val accept how perilous his situation had just become. Val most deliberately did not think about his favorite computer games, how chillingly close some of their depictions were to this reality. How many so-called visions of creative genius were but the twisted dreams of Jordian scions or dwarves, percolating back to Earth somehow.
Stop!
A hand on his chest, brooking no argument, Val heard the soft mechanized sound of automated wheels rolling across the stone streets. He grew still, utterly. The softest of breaths like the caress of shadows in the darkest of caverns, hidden in darkness, one with the gloom, as if he was no longer the terrified mortal with his heart racing, desperately working on stilling it as a massive automaton suddenly turned, bright red lights and strangely sentient clicking mind focused on nothing. Nothing at all. Light flickering some distance away, to be investigated. Brilliant red cyclopsian light scanned the expected dwarves, caretakers of the city, as massive treads pivoted around, rolling off in the distance. Val felt it turn and turn again down distant corridors before slipping past his sense of the city that, save for occasional islands of light, was lost in ancient darkness, much as it had been for centuries. Val felt strange comfort in the inky shadows of the cavern, of his mind, coming to himself only as the dwarves' concerned murmurs resonated with such grim foreboding as to snap Val back into himself, both of his companions now gazing at him with wide, surprised eyes.
Where did you go?
Val blinked, searching for the answer in Dwarvish, if it could be answered at all. We are in shadow, he said at last. The younger dwarf frowned. They were indeed between islands of light emanating from sources unseen, the physics of which still amazed Val, but seemed to be taken for granted by everyone else here. The elder nodded.
Yes, Valor, we are.
Val nodded back, as if there was nothing further to say. They exchanged a glance Val couldn't decipher before giving the dwarf an equivalent of a shrug, making their way forward once more. And this time Val was silent as a ghost, doing nothing to stand out, ever keeping the dwarves between himself and the automated bronze robots that occasionally trundled by. The younger dwarf nodded, as if such was just common sense. Val did his best to quiet his growing anxiety by focusing on the wonders all about him, an ancient, glorious city still running at least partially under its own steam. He could only imagine the awe with which any archaeologist would find this view. And nothing was quite so impressive in this underground maze as the miniature forest they brought him to, in the middle of this city of gold and bronze. Val couldn't help smiling, tears actually coming to his eyes as he smelled fir and pine, passing a magnificent display of trees more like a border than a true forest, to behold the hydroponic marvel beyond. A massive automated farming system, rows of golden trays set up to grow endless supplies of any number of fruits or vegetables inside a massive frame of crystal and bronze. With the help of an exquisite matrix of tubing, Val was certain involved the luminescent light right now highlighting only the tiniest fraction of the marvelous whole, in the lowermost quadrant of the magnificent structure. Only a minuscule portion of the hydroponic marvel seemed to be in use, a 10 by 10 plot of vegetables growing with a vigor Val could sense even from where he stood. It was presently being tended to by a young dwarven woman who gazed up at Val with a look that struck him to the core before her cheeks suddenly flushed and she lowered her gaze. Val swallowed, speechless. Her shoulders were wide, hands square and covered in soil. She wore a simple purple dress that perfectly complemented her light gray complexion. He had no name for the curious flood of emotions welling up within him, but two things were undeniable. One, he had never seen anyone who looked quite like this girl before. And two, she was perhaps the most beautiful creature ever to catch his gaze. He felt a curious ache in his chest that had nothing to do with battles so recently fought when she dared to look up once more, her wide blue eyes now pinning his own, seas of wonder and mystery. Beside her sat a tiny dwarven girl and boy, playful chatter abandoned, gazing at Val with the same awe with which Val gazed at the young woman before him. Somehow, Val knew it was the same girl whose scream he had first heard. Val bowed his head, oddly ashamed of his mad flight of fancy, telling himself that he was just grateful to see them all safe. He moved not a muscle as she shyly approached, feeling her powerful hands caress his cheeks, not minding the feel of loam, the smell of earth at all as she gently tilted his head. He felt himself falling into her brilliant blue eyes.
You saved my life.
Val swallowed, suddenly choked up, void of all words.
Why?
She seemed genuinely curious, gazing at him in fascination. Val swallowed, forcing himself to speak. Because you needed help. She favored him with the strangest smile.
You were concerned about our well-being when you have no blood ties to us, when you had no guarantee of return. You put your life in grave danger to save my own. I saw your injuries.
Her fingers gently caressed his features.
And you suffer no blemish or injury now.
Val swallowed. No, he said. No, I bear no scar. Her smile was brilliant. She nodded in approval.
Were you seeking to prove your worth? Do you desire a mate?
He blinked, falling to his rump in shock. Surprisingly, the pair of small children laughed just as human children would. Even the adult dwarves smiled. Val chuckled at himself, feeling a blush creep across his cheeks. The girl gave him her hand, helping him effortlessly to his feet.
My name is Ava,
she said.
I thank you for my life, and for helping to protect the children under my care.
Val nodded, looking for any topic to diffuse the hot flush of heat still coloring his cheeks, so intently was Ava gazing at him still. They are not your children? He asked at last.
Clever one, Val.
She gently shook her head, features solemn and sad.
The Matrix chose them.
The two older dwarves exchanged weighty glances, Ava sharing their look.
I fear it will soon be the end for us, if they are all we have the strength to bring back now.
Val swallowed, sensing the weight of worry hovering over the small group. Wait, are you saying you five are all that's left of your people? Hard blue eyes held his own.
We will persevere. We will endure to the very end.
Val looked away, overwhelmed by the intensity of the elder's gaze. The sorrows he had endured, desperate hopes slowly crushed over grinding years as his city slowly died. Ava sighed.
Not so very long ago, our harvester could take care of the needs of many. Now, this precious source of life, all sustenance.
She swallowed, shaking her head.
We sacrificed vital drops to bring back our wisest, most potent elders, and all the Matrix could return.
She gazed down at the two wide-eyed children before holding them close with a wordless hug.
Now we endure, with the help of our mushroom chamber, and ever has it bloomed and nurtured us. Never before did we suffer incursions. Never before could any creature enter even that far into our pocket realm.
Val blinked and swallowed, amazed at what had just been stated so offhandedly, already knowing the truth of it, needing to understand further. You can create pocket realms? Ava smiled.
Our city was built by the best of us. It holds incredible potential, and was once capable of such wonders. Before our enemies had caught us all utterly and completely off guard.
She swallowed, looking down at our feet.
They offered no declaration, no terms. It's like they could peer into our very minds, even without our language, and know to strike on our most holy of all days.
Ava shuddered, a single silver tear forming in the corner of her eye.
They're diplomats. They could lie, deceive. Do you understand? They spoke not the true language, like you do. So we could not measure their heart, their intent.
She gave the saddest of sighs, and Val shook his head at the true depth of the High Lord's betrayal, even as another part of him wondered just how old Ava was.
We thought an intermediate language of approximation would suffice with the humans. How utterly wrong we were.
Val's fingers stroked her cheek, soft, unlined, free of blemish. She looked like a girl of 20 who just happened to be an Olympic weightlifter, and anguish in her gaze tore at Val's heart. "I am sorry," he whispered. So sorry." She gazed at him with surprise, solemn features melting into a warm smile.
You are a strange one, Val. Your heart glows like a husband's would. And you have known me for only a single day.
She hugged him then, and Val wasn't the only one to gasp.
You aren't like the ones who betrayed my race, Val. How I burned with hatred and bitter tears before I was put in the long sleep, only to waken a few years back, duties and burdens heavy upon us all, and never did I think I would know a hero's sweetness. Thank you for my life, Val. Bittersweet as it's become.
Val squeezed her tightly back, shaking, humbled, beyond words at that moment. Smiling, Ava slowly withdrew, tilting her head curiously.
Val,
Yes?
are you human?
Val swallowed, gazing down at his feet. I don't know, he whispered. I awoke from a vat of magic goop inside a sarcophagus, perhaps 3 days ago. I remember who I was, but even now I'm forced to wonder, am I just the echo of a young man who was desperate to come to the rescue? Any rescue? Am I still Val Hunter? Was I ever him? Or am I just a magical creation, catalyzed by Val's dying echo? Val shuddered and swallowed. Then his gaze hardened with purpose. I don't know for certain who I was or what I've become. I don't even know if I'm a man or just a construct that would fade to nothing should I ever dare to leave this planet. But I've decided something, Ava. I'm going to be grateful for every breath I can take among the living, and I'm going to embrace each day with purpose. Because whether I'm human, simulacrum, or just a pile of sentient goop, I'm going to be the person that a certain young boy had always dreamed of being. Someone worthy of this second chance at life, however fragile it might be. The elder dwarf, even now gazing fondly at Ava, nodded.
You found us in our twilight, lad. Minutes before eternal night.
He sighed, and Val looked away. The sights Val almost thought he saw in those hard eyes, too much for him to bear.
If you could do us a service to help us extend our twilight for however brief a time, to give the children among us hope for a few more years of peace, we would be grateful.
Val didn't hesitate. Of course. Whatever it is I can do. I can't speak for my friends, but if I can do something to help, I will. The elder dwarf nodded.
Thank you, young Valor Hunter, for your willingness to aid us in our time of peril. You have earned my name. Aurelius Battleborn, forged for wars of virtue and honor, of dignity and noble comportment that never did appear. Our race instead near wiped out by one rabid wolf pack that knew just where to clench our jugular in the dead of night.
The younger dwarf by his side nodded.
My name is Astmar Lastborn, and I will watch over the final hours of my race, guiding us all gently home when it is time.
Val wanted to weep for the weight of the terrible burden he saw in the younger man's eyes. For all that his barreled chest looked capable of crushing Val near effortlessly, he clasped the man's thick wrist in his own, much to the dwarf's surprise. "Let's prove you wrong," Val whispered. "Perhaps it's not for you to watch the final hours of your race, but instead to witness a new dawn." Astmar blinked at those words before clenching brilliant white teeth wide in a smile.
You have a stout heart, Valor, and a fitting name.
Val blinked, humbled to realize that it was true. Somehow his name translated perfectly between all three languages. He bowed his head, knowing all too well how far he had fallen from the lofty demands of his own name.
But first things first, Valor. We would be grateful if you would consent to helping us rid our mushroom grove of any trace of those arachnids.
Valor shivered, remembering the feel of terrible pincers hoisting him up, covering him with hot, sticky strands. He gave a quick nod, refusing to give in to fear. "I would be happy to."
Quest accepted. Will you save my people? 1. The lost colony of dwarves you found are just a heartbeat away from extinction. How gracious of you to offer to clean out the bugs before your newest friends escape into final slumber. Successful quest completions can affect the flow of events for a single individual, a community, or even the dying remnants of an entire civilization. Embracing such quests are likely to have an effect on you as well.
Val swallowed, turning to the dwarves, noting their laser rifles. "Will you be joining us?" The eldest smiled.
Of course, but first, let us gather your friends.
Before doing so, a shyly smiling Ava came up to Val, gently slipping a pin containing multiple twined leaves upon his attire, kitted as he now was in the same skin-tight purple tunic and slacks the male dwarves seemed to favor.
That will keep you safe from the sentinels.
Val's eyes widened. "A few leaves?" She nodded solemnly.
Our ancestors were wise. They could never have predicted the betrayal we have suffered. But on the off chance a garden had insufficient power to mark new guests or tenders, the combination of these leaves will keep the sentinels from shooting you dead, so long as you are in the company of another dwarf.
Val blinked before touching the hand carefully pinning the leaves. "Thank you."
You are welcome,
she said, holding his gaze for an endless moment. Then she smiled and stepped back.
I will tend to the garden and children. Please return safe, Valor Hunter.
Valor felt himself lost in the strangest of dazes as his companions led him back the way they came. Their de facto prison, actually a small outpost at the edge of the city by the main gate, was a good distance away from most of the patrolling sentinels and had been perhaps the only safe place for the dwarves to stow their guests. Sten's brows furrowed as Val explained the situation upon his return. "They expect us to hunt down those cursed spiders for them?" Val shrugged. "They will be joining us. It will certainly go a long way towards fostering goodwill." Sten flashed a humorless smile. "As good a reason as any." "And they are giving us back our weaponry?" Val nodded. "I think they also modify them. It should work no matter the magical fluctuations in any elementium or other deposits we find."
Still doesn't keep your spells from frying us,
Gregor noted, checking his blaster, eyes widening, pleased, it seemed, by whatever he saw.
Remarkable,
he whispered at last. Val shrugged, hoping that the massive investment in points he had made would pay off. Who knows? Maybe Elise's lessons actually stuck after all.
Maybe,
Gregor snorted.
But keep your distance. I'd really rather not be left defenseless again.
Sten nodded.
Shield and saber, Val. We certainly don't want to annoy the dwarves any more than we already have by you frying out their weaponry. Unlike specters, our weaponry should work just fine on horribly mutated bugs. He shrugged. At least their colony saw fit to lend us a couple soldiers to help in the task. Val nodded, deciding not to argue the point, nor mention how few dwarves were really present, how vulnerable they were to a couple quick bursts of gunfire, and the dying remnants of a race would flicker out entirely, all their secrets ripe for plunder. Val really didn't want to put such temptation before a man he wanted to think of as a friend. All right. I think we're ready, Val. Let's head out. Almost before Val knew it, he was at the very spot where the monster spider had jumped him not long ago, grimacing in remembered pain as his most dangerous spell, Explosive Retribution, had fried the monster to a crisp, even as he himself was lanced by fire. Perhaps Sword and Shield wasn't such a bad way to handle the next batch after all. He slipped next to Halvar, however. In case things go foobar and the swords can't hack through their chitin, give me a body-length distance and I'll do what I have to. Halvar's eyes widened before favoring Val with a curt nod.
Getting a feel for control? Good. I don't even care how inhumanely fast you're learning arcane skills most scholars can't even fathom. You get results, Val. That's what counts.
Val grimaced. Here's to hoping I don't end up sent back to primary school when all is said and done here, lest I get laughed at by 10-year-olds for the rest of my life, my knack with fire aside. Halvar gave Val a consoling but reassuring clap on his shoulder.
What will be, lad. Let's just focus on surviving our mission and earning ourselves a ticket to freedom.
Val nodded, though his determination sprung from the desperate hopes of a dying clan, far more than whatever bureaucratic nightmare or foster care limbo might await him above. A couple curt hand signs from Sten. He blinked and frowned, realizing Val was new to their group. Val surprised him, however, flashing a hand sign back. It was just another means of communication, after all, and if he had one cognitive gift here, it was instantly understanding the intent behind the words, and being able to communicate back in kind, as long as there was a mind doing the projecting. Val frowned, in that instant wondering if he could even understand what passed for entertainment here, or would it all sound like gibberish if he watched their equivalent of a movie. He suspected that only people who could see, who were thinking of him, would so easily be able to communicate with him. For that matter, if he were a pilot, would another communicating with his ship make sense to him? Was he actually learning the words the more he spoke with his fellows?
Val, focus, Halvar snapped. Daydream later.
Val grimaced and nodded, getting a reassuring smile from Elise, her own arcane blade humming, edges glowing a blue he at least could see as the pair of them took the lead, tunneling through the circular silk strand-covered hole that thankfully found no purchase on the soles of Val's dwarven-made boots. His friend's boots weren't quite so versatile, Elise stumbling forward with a cry before Val caught her. She gave a grateful nod as he righted her back on her feet. Val was just happy she had the presence of mind not to cut him with her blade.
Val?
Yes?
Can you use Shadow Mind now? Scout out their terrain.
Val grimaced. He should have thought of that himself, instead of drifting off on thoughts of language and his teammates. He took a deep breath, centering himself as the others entered the cavern, the humans among them now treading carefully around the thick bands of spider silk everywhere. Val could feel himself drifting, bleak thoughts of all he had done washing over him before horror turned to the coldest of smiles. It was time for the hunt. No matter that they were hideous spiders who could take down any of them unawares, it was time to show who was the predator and who the prey. And prey that thought it could hide in his shadows without consequence would be the first to fall to his blade. Hey! A huff more than a shout. Val channeled all his energy into one furious slash from high guard, having flowed through the chamber and up to a nearby ledge with strange ease, ambushing a spider that was itself positioned to ambush any intruders who dared enter their lair. Val's serrated saber cut through the air with shearing force sufficient to cleave right through a sheep's carcass, having impressed one group of irregulars with such a feat using one of their clan's scimitars in a test of manhood, what now seemed a lifetime ago. Saber strike for 0 damage, death spider shell intact! Only to bounce harmlessly off a chitinous layer he now sensed was reinforced by a micro-thin matrix of elementium and Altersian crystals. His strike had been worthless. His foes alerted.
Burn!
He shouted, feeling dreams of darkest shadows slip away as furious fire flared through him. Survival instinct trumping orders that would only get him killed, dropping and rolling even as he sensed another spider spring with the last of his fading psi sense, unable to keep Shadow Mind up when his soul flared with magic.
Dodge successful! Boosted fire stream hits for critical damage! Death Spider is critically wounded! Death Spider has perished! 24 mana spent! Damn!
Val thought. Even as shouts and cries filled the chamber, the cavern lit by flashes, shimmering blue blades, and laser fire. He was glad he was getting good enough with boosting that one spell that he didn't trigger a critical failure warning, but burning 24 mana when he only had 133 was not thinking tactically. At least his increased mastery of flame had cut the base spell cost a bit. He took a deep breath, and he leaped upright, control first and foremost in his mind.
Val, look out!
He did not think, letting reflex take over to drop and roll off the ledge as a chittering creature soared overhead, imagining he could all but see venom dripping from the massive mandibles. Val's hand jutted out and washed the creature in fire every bit as hot as the first blast the moment he landed upon his feet, more graceful in the crucible of combat than he ever was when lost in his own thoughts.
Boosted fire stream hits for severe damage! Death Spider's limbs are crippled! Death Spider in shock! Good!
Val thought, heart pounding. Now more concerned with seeing his foe, a squirming mass of embers, than anything else. He spun around, eyes instantly evaluating the battlefield, noting the pair of dwarves expertly laying down suppressive fire, Halvar joining their rhythm instinctively, all of them lancing near any spider that sprang, careful to avoid Elise and himself as they hunted down those hiding behind any cover, Sten and Gregor sniping as opportunity presented. Val found himself nodding in approval. It was nice to fight beside a unit that knew what it was doing again.
Val!
He didn't think, just acted, lancing out with yet another hot stream of fire as a pair of ambushing death spiders darted toward Elise, the rightmost one bursting in a flood of flames and burning liquid.
Critical hit! Egg layer ruptured!
Elise making short work of the others with a couple swings of her shimmering blade, the weapon having no problem slicing through the strangely reinforced chitin.
We did it!
Elise cried out, beautiful eyes alight with triumph, their cohort's laser rifles and carbine cooling down, the last of the spiders dying with a high-pitched squeal to Elise's shimmering blade. Val grinned back, knowing exactly how she felt, happy to see her raising her fist in sweetest triumph, flickers of a past that had haunted her for far too long, losing its hold every time they tasted victory, even if that meant simply cleaving through her enemies with a psionically enhanced magic blade. And then Val crashed into her, Elise's eyes flickering wide in fear, confusion, then horror as her limbs were pulled back and she was abruptly yanked off her feet, dragging Elise and Val both into the air as thick, milky white strands hoisted them high into the deep black crevices above, where the mother spider of the entire hive they had butchered lay in wait. Elise's screams rang through the chamber. "Elise!" Sten's horrified cry as Elise shrieked in agony. The crunching of bone could be heard.
"Get out!"
Val cried, just heartbeats before a horrific roar ripped through the cavern, rock and rubble tearing into the Queen Death Spider as she crashed and exploded upon the cavern floor. Val had jumped down an instant before, multiple bones fracturing as he slammed into the ground while striving to keep Elise from breaking a single one, close to death as he already sensed her to be. Val screamed as agony tore through him, feeling Elise lifted into the trembling arms of Sten, sobbing and holding her close, the woman he loved, even as Val choked in drowning blackness, his body spasming as if death caressed his soul at long last, even as strange, potent energies crackled through him, his last coherent thoughts being of Aurelius and Asmar laying their hands upon his chest, of Ava gazing at him with her strikingly beautiful eyes, whispering soft words into his ear. He could not hear them, but he could taste their meaning nonetheless as her warm breath washed over his skin.
Thank you, Valor Hunter. The spiders are dead. We have seared the cavern so none may ever spawn there again.
Feather-soft lips touched his own.
You have given my tiny little tribe hope. The children I protect will at least get to experience peaceful lives for a few more years with our mushroom grove safe. Thank you, hero. In the next life, I will claim you as my own.
Death Spider Queen has suffered catastrophic damage. Death Spider Queen has perished. Quest, will you save my people? 1, complete. You have changed the fate of the lost colony. Doomed to a quick end as Death Spiders honed in on their fragile little tribe, you cleansed them all in one mad swoop. Who knew you could mix and shoot out Elementium-infused Sylbion to explosive effect in an instant? Just before the Death Spider Queen could tear Elise in two. Rift Mastery Rank 2 gained. Alchemy Specialization, Elemental Compounding gained. It is now easier than ever for you to create extremely volatile infusions involving the raw elements of arcane and psionic essences and keep them from blowing up in your face. Congratulations, you are now level 5. It had been madness. Val knew that. The last of the vials, the smallest one, and he had forced both compounds out in a strange, unified stream, sensing the caustic catalyzations occurring in that very instant. His stabilization skill, the only thing that had kept him from instant death. A half second's grace, barely enough time to fling it at the hideous Spider Queen's backside, her massive body providing shelter from the worst of the shockwave and deadly shrapnel, even as it shredded the massive arachnid inside and out. Val knew his eardrums and right eye had ruptured regardless. But somehow, it didn't matter. Elise was alive. Ava was safe. The dwarves had another breath of hope. Val let himself sink in gentle waves of agony before blinking his eyes back open, frowning. Sure, his right eye should be pulp, but both seemed to be working okay. He put a hand to his ear, amazed to see no blood streaming from it.
Eyes on the board, Val.
Elise, wearing the uniform of a professor once more, her smile was warm and welcoming, for all that she was bandaged and bloody. "I'm sorry," Val whispered. She grinned, showing a broken tooth, but still beautiful.
You saved my life. Again, you silly boy. It will take some time, but I will heal. I'm good at healing from savage abuse.
Her gaze turned haunted before she shook such thoughts away.
I sensed you were still ticking. Not one easily killed, are you, dearest Val? So let's crack open our books and embrace our next lesson in internal resonance mastery. Since it's obvious you just can't resist blasting flame at whatever we find.
Val grinned back at her, a playful smile. "Did you level up, Elise?" He couldn't help but ask. She shrugged.
I'm not even sure what that means, Val. But I do know that your arcane form is extremely receptive after serious injury, or feeding upon the potency of your kills.
Val grimaced, discomfited by her grim depiction of what he'd far rather consider his experience bar, shimmering and overflowing with brilliant blue once more. "Are you really Elise, or just part of my dream?" She shrugged.
Maybe I'm both. Maybe I too am dreaming. If I had a choice, Val, I would far rather be your teacher sharing this dream with you than a girl trapped in unspeakable agony as her body struggles to heal itself.
She looked around and smiled.
Your classroom is nothing like those we use, but it gives me hope to see you laden with the memories of a boy. I'd like to think that somewhere in the universe there was once a real Valor Hunter.
Val shivered and swallowed, not knowing what to say. And with a few brief strokes, Elise was well on her way to displaying a massive diagram in shimmering blue and gold upon the chalkboard, dizzying in its complexity. Val was struck by a curious sense of wonder, suddenly seeing and comprehending linkages and understandings between the flow of concepts evidenced by a few symbols and lines more clearly than he ever had before. +1 to scholarship, 1 of 7 points spent. Rank 4 in personal resonance mastery. This is a non-intuitive greater skill, 5 of 7 points spent. 10% to mana, plus 10% to scion. Compounded, 7 of 7 points spent. Even as he felt the meanings flow through him at last, he had visions of himself in a far, far older classroom. A boy wearing a linen smock, gazing with adoration at an elder teacher levitating stones over his head as a classroom full of fellow students mastered the arts of internalizing their arcane flows, each of them using the arts of earth and manipulation to lift those stones,
and Val shivered as he felt that lesson flow inside him as well, all of them focusing not just on levitating that small stone one could lift with a finger, but moving it around with a will so gentle, so controlled. It made no impression upon the strange electronic devices besides each of them, sensitive to radiations of any sort, most especially the arcane. "Relax," whispered the elder to a struggling, panting Valor's ear. "It matters not if this is a dream. It matters not if you are really here. I see the ghost before me, and I taste the echoes you shall leave in your wake in times to come. Learn these lessons, child, and learn them well. Everything you will hope one day to accomplish depends upon it." Several of the other shaven-headed boys gazed strangely at their master, but none of them stared at Val. It was as if he was not even there. So be it, Val thought. It matters not my hopes and fears, whether I exist here and now, or ever existed at all. What matters is only what I do. That alone will be the ripple that marks my existence, my passage through the universe at all. And I will do great things, terrible things, and I will learn control. The boy nodded with a grim smile, and slowly he began to move the tiny stone with his will alone, and the exotic device beside him trembled not at all.
Valor Hunter, level 5. Primary attributes, Strength 12, Vitality 13, Finesse 13, Quickness 16, Perception 17, Scholarship 13, Willpower 16, Charisma 11, Luck Unknown +1, Insight 17, Survival Points 192, Mana 146, Scion 146. Favorite skills, Shadow Mind rank 4, Sword and Shield rank 2, Greater Alchemy rank 3, Personal Resonance Mastery rank 4. Favorite spells, Fire Stream, cost 5 mana, Explosive Retribution, cost 40 mana.
Chapter 3. Val, you awake, kid? Val groaned, rubbing his head. Still tired, Dad. He grimaced, expecting to feel his legs ablaze with agony even as flashes of the most fascinating dream percolated through his head. Had he gotten a hold of Endless? He took a deep breath, expecting to smell the warm scents of crisp bacon, fluffy buttermilk pancakes, coffee, and maple syrup. But all he smelled was cool stone, sweat, and fear, all entwined with a whiff of pine and strange floral aromas. Val's eyes fluttered open. He lurched back and swallowed, seeing not his father but Sten's brooding gaze. Features as youthful and handsome as any rogue captain in any movie he had ever seen, complete with tousled hair, blaster, and oversized leather jacket reinforced with shimmering plates of reflective armor. His was not the roguish smile of a smuggler, however, but the hard gaze of a man who feared for his fellows' safety and his own. The captain's gaze softened. Sorry, kid. Not your father. Though I'm sure he was a fine man.
If he existed at all,
grumbled Gregor over the tome he was reading, earning a glare from Sten. I care not if you insult me, Val said, voice turning icy and cold. But if you insult my father again, I will challenge you to a duel by whatever laws codify such in your asinine world. My father was as fine and noble a man and soldier as any you will ever meet. Gregor paled, eyes widening. He swallowed, putting down his book, bowing his head.
I withdraw my comment, and I formally apologize if I have given you or your clan any offense,
he said with a hitch in his voice. The room had grown deathly quiet. Everyone was now staring at Val. He felt as if he had suddenly stepped into a minefield. Apology accepted, Val said, suddenly feeling nothing but shame, the smaller man visibly frightened. Val forced a smile. I don't mind if you tease me, Gregor, but please leave my father out of it. He was a good man. Whether or not I'm real, my father most certainly is. And whether or not I died like a fool trying to cross dimensions I can't even understand,
or I'm simply trapped here. My father lost his son either way. Gregor grimaced, bowing his head once more.
You are right, Val, or the memory of Val, whichever you are. Your clan is real, and I overstepped again. My apologies.
It's okay, Val grinned. You can make it up to me by showing me your tome on alchemy sometime. And as fast as Val could blink, and he was very fast, Gregor had the tome open before him, the first dizzying graph causing Val's head to spin, yet much to his amazement, he really felt like he could almost understand it. The parts measuring and quantizing arcane flows and effects, at least. The strange symbols for plants themselves, or the idea of plants, their place on the evolutionary tree, the chart somehow accounting for all sorts of breeds and offshoots, was still inconceivably complex. But somehow, he almost thought, yes, he was almost certain that if he held a real actual plant and someone could tell him exactly where that specimen fell on the relativistic scale, he could piece together at least a few of the alchemical formulas being shown. Halvar whistled.
Well, I'll be a silverback werebore. Val looks like he's actually getting it. Maybe.
Sten shook his head. You just had to near start a clan war, Gregor.
I apologized, the shorter man protested. How was I supposed to know our homunculus felt that strongly about his very real, noble, and just father?
Val smirked at that. Apology accepted, Gregor. We're still friends, or as close to friends as whatever it is we are. And, well, I can almost make out what this graph is getting at. He looked down at his pen, careful not to take it apart, but pointing at the sprig of leaves. If anyone could tell me how each of these cuttings relates to the graph, I think, maybe, I can piece together the formula for the basic rejuvenation it's depicting. Gregor blinked, eyes wide.
You actually understand it's a rejuvenation potion?
Val nodded. It replenishes mana stores and speeds up healing. In game terms, it would be a very weak healing potion, but practically speaking, it would be priceless on my world, assuming we actually had arcane forces and fields back on Earth. He shrugged. I think back home it would basically be as fortifying as a cup of herbal tea. Halvar frowned, bringing his massive frame over to sit casually beside him as Val scratched at itchy skin under tightly wound bandages before pausing to consider if perhaps they were protecting serious injuries. But he felt no trace of soreness, and their careful removal revealed smooth flesh unmarred by cut or burn. He gave a relieved nod, doing his best to ignore the increasingly wide-eyed stares of his friends.
So, you understand the symbols and flows between these matrices here?
Val nodded. Halvar frowned.
But you don't understand the basic symbols depicting the genus and phylum of these plants?
Val shrugged. It's not a stable word meaning. Just say this leaf. He pointed to one of the leaves fastened to his pin. Your symbol seems to account for the whole genus, and we're somehow supposed to know which specific species at what point in its life cycle is best suited for the potion. Puzzled silence.
You're asking very strange questions, Val,
Halvar said at last.
It's like talking to a child.
Gregor rolled his eyes before flashing Val a worried grimace.
Even if from a very prestigious family.
Val sighed. It's fine, Gregor.
Are you sure? Because I don't want any half-mad shadow warriors feeling entitled to challenge me to a deathmatch just because I say the wrong thing entirely by accident.
Val smirked. Passive-aggressive sarcasm. That I understand perfectly. Your symbols for plants are completely beyond me, however. Halvar frowned.
It's like you can't fathom the place of variables. How about match? Your sprig has a value of 2. 2 always equals 2, right?
Val nodded, understanding that much.
Well, think of the variable x. X always equals x.
Val nodded.
Well, these variables are relativistically consistent,
Halvar said.
They are always x and y. Let the formulae and patterns flow through your mind, and the answers you seek from the tome are obvious. It just depends upon your question, the value you would assign to x.
Val grimaced. I understand 2 equals 2, just like I understand what you mean if you show me this particular leaf. He pointed to the pine needles pinned to his shirt. But looking at the symbols here, I'm totally lost. Gregor's eyes widened and gave a pitying shake of his head.
He doesn't get it, Halvar. Not at all. Somehow, Elise has taught him to taste the meaning of the magical symbols and how they interact, and magic alone Val has affinity to, like a wolf scenting his prey. But the rest is beyond him. How is he managing to save our skins so often? If we weren't fighting for our lives in these tunnels and caves, he'd be in remedial education with a designated caretaker to help him navigate employment and basic needs for the rest of his life.
Halvar nodded.
But like a wolf in the forest, this is his home.
He flashed Val a grin meant to be reassuring.
Here in the wilds, his natural instincts shine, and we could ask for no better ally. When you return to the city once more, you do not demand your wolf put on a blue suit and become a factor. Such is absurd. Instead, you keep him in comfort with a big yard to play in till the next time you return to the woods, and he may shine in his environment once more.
Gregor's eyes widened. He slowly blinked.
So, we are going to keep him?
Now it was Sten who smiled, though Val could sense the pain hidden underneath. Val grimaced, recalling how close he and Elise had both come to death. Of course we're keeping him. He's more than a partner of convenience. He's proven himself to be a friend. Halvar nodded.
And he's carrying a fortune in Sylveon and Elementium in some pocket dimension accessible only to him.
Sten chuckled ruefully. He most certainly is. His gaze turned serious. He reached over, squeezing Val's arm in gratitude. And he saved our Elise. More than once. Sten swallowed, looking away. I'm a damn fool. I should never have exposed her to this. To any of this. Halvar sighed.
Save her valor here, she's the only one who had a chance against the paranormals we faced. As useful as they are, blasters don't do much good against specters and undead apparitions. There's no way we could have known what would happen in the foremost chamber. Once we were sealed in, our fate was sealed as well. We're incredibly lucky that Val's existence was catalyzed the moment we found him, or perhaps I should say his suspended animation come to an end, conveniently, right when we needed him the most.
Halvar flashed Sten a teasing smile.
It's your wild luck coming to the fore once more, Captain.
Gregor paled and looked away, and Val noted that none belittled him for the impulsive act that had catalyzed the trap in the first place. They had long ago forgiven him and moved on, valuing him as a friend despite his rough edges, all of them simply working together to escape. That showed their character and class like nothing else, and Val was honored to have adventured with them, even as his heart was filled with bitter sorrow for a lost race capable of such beauty and wonder, now down to its last 5 members, struggling just to survive. He turned to the captain. How was Elise? Soft words echoing through the suddenly silent chamber. Sten smiled, helping Val to his feet. Next chamber, the girl, Ava, is with her even now. Sten led them to the hallway and into the adjoining room, their status now apparently that of guests, Sten's crew no longer barred to the one room. Val blinked and swallowed, heart skipping a beat as the powerfully built young woman glanced their way, her exquisite features lightening in a brilliant smile. Val all but floated into the room, gazing down at Elise, Sten beside him, his worried hand stroking her brow. Her breathing was steady, though she was covered in bandages and horrid bruises both. How is she? Val asked, the care and concern coming through perfectly in Dwarvish. Ava smiled.
Your friend is exhausted and injured, but the internal bleeding has stopped. Her bones are set, and she is now on the mend.
She gave a satisfied nod.
Her body responded to my compulsion and has best organized itself for repair.
Brilliant blue eyes locked with Val's own.
It is humbling. I so wanted to hate. I so wanted to see humans as monsters. But we are actually quite similar.
Powerful fingers caressed Val's cheek.
A silver-blue tear streamed down her own as she smiled.
Just another branch of the same great tree.
Val nodded, never having felt such a connection as he did with the beautiful doomed girl gazing at him at that moment, the last flickers of a dying race. Val did not analyze it, did not care that Sten was watching. He pressed his lips against Ava's own, her breathless cry like any human girl's. His heart pounded in furious rebuttal of fate's cruel hand. He would take the flickering embers of this lost tribe and see them rekindled with a brilliant flame. Her arms wrapped tightly around him, squeezing him close.
Val, you are so still. Your companions, I couldn't speak to them. I assumed they were grieving. I feared you were dead.
Val flashed a teasing smile. I got better. She nodded, cheeks flushing like palest roses upon her gray skin. Her beauty had never been so strange or exotic as it was at that moment, and Val heard such a roaring in his ears as Ava gently stroked Elise's face before smiling at Sten.
She is on the mend. I can tell this one cares for her deeply. I will leave her in his care.
Val quickly conveyed Ava's instructions to a distracted-looking Sten who, nonetheless, nodded at all the right places, refusing even to look away from Elise, sleeping peacefully as she was at that moment. Are you going to be okay, Sten? Sten swallowed and nodded. We will be fine, Val. Please, thank your friend for taking such good care of Elise. Tell her I'm grateful. Val did so, and Ava smiled at the compliment, gently clasping Val's hand and leading him into the hallway, softly closing the door behind her before gazing into Val's eyes.
I cannot put into words the feelings surging through my heart at this moment. Will you let me show you instead?
Trembling, Val nodded. Ava's gaze was soft, strangely vulnerable. She gazed into his eyes with a look that echoed the roaring in his own heart. The caress of her lips against his own was like fire and honey. Val desperate for more, and he minded not at all that her powerful arms held him upright as they lost themselves in the sweetest of connections, their kisses long and deep. After they broke off, she squeezed him tight, her breath as ragged as his. For a timeless moment, they stood like that, Val in a state of awe, sensing her desire just as keenly, as sharply, as he felt his own. She tilted her head, piercing his heart with her solemn gaze, a tentative hand gently squeezing his own, her fingers soft and warm. He swallowed his parched throat, heart hammering as she led him down the hall to an adjoining room, and Val caught sight of what looked to be a scientist's workstation, covered with pieces of mushroom, plants from their automated farming trays, and what was perhaps some sort of distillery. And Val paid the room no more heed as soft hands brushed his cheek, leading him to the only piece of furniture that mattered, her soft, plush bed, covered in exotic fabrics. She turned away, trembling, and with slow, deliberate movements slipped out of her dress, removing a golden hairpin, letting her chestnut curls fall free. She slowly turned around, her figure lush and full, her shy, vulnerable gaze setting his heart on fire. Val was enraptured by the swell of her hips, the bounty of her breasts, her waist padded with a woman's softness and exquisitely proportioned to the curves of her body. Never had he hungered for a woman like he did Ava at that moment, her growing smile making it clear that she could see all too well how deeply he desired her. Gently she clasped his hands, leading him onto the bed and into her arms, delighting him with enticements far beyond what any lab could ever produce as soft, tender kisses became so much more. Val cried out with joy to embrace wonders both sweet, profound, and infinitely precious, sharing his treasures in turn with a girl he already cared for fiercely, the daughter of a dying tribe he now desperately yearned to save.
Valor.
Yes.
Did I make you happy?
He held her tightly to him, enjoying the feel of soft, sensual flesh and the powerful physique just underneath. Very, very much, I will treasure this memory always." She sighed sadly, and Val could just make out the tear trailing in the light she had somehow dimmed the moment they had embraced. He kissed her tear and she smiled.
"I had given up hope, you know."
He peered down at her, caught breathless by her suddenly solemn gaze.
"I had given up all hope of seeing my city alive with wonder and growth. The simple joy of discovery, of mastering our world and one day exploring the stars."
She sighed, gazing at sights only she could see.
"And then we found that someone had already figured out how to traverse the gravitational rifts between stars. People first happy to colonize, to trade, yet those who came soon after."
She shuddered. Val held her tight.
"Were content only to pillage and plunder. That which they could not take, they destroyed. Monsters I hated so fiercely, so bitterly, before I entered the long sleep lasting for so very many years."
Ava rested her cheek against Val's chest.
"I had given up all hope of seeing wonder upon the faces of my people ever again. Then I slowly began to lose hope of my city ever blossoming again. I feared that the madness above had not ended, that the High Lords had not wiped themselves out, not even after 1,000 years.
She stifled a soft sob, so like any human girl's.
Then I began to give up hope of my race ever blossoming at all, of us ever being more than a lost tribe."
She sighed, even as Val held her close, kissing her softly, feeling her warm up against him once more, desperate to distract her from the pain he could see in her soft blue eyes.
"Then, when the spiders ambushed me, I gave up hope of any life at all."
Her beautiful gaze speared his soul as she opened herself to him once more, and she cried out with a poignancy that shook him to the core.
"Then you saved me, Valor Hunter. You gave me life, hope, love."
She kissed him fiercely, passionately, entwining so tightly to him, his heart swearing to never ever let her go. And time passed, sweet bliss turning to gentle susurrations as the beautiful girl holding him slipped into soft slumber. But never had Val felt so happy as he did at that moment, in the dark upon a bed of padding and stone, entwined in the arms of a beautiful dwarf who had claimed him as her own. Chapter 4. Val found himself awakening to an odd itch in the back of his mind, the taste of strange magics permeating the air. An old habit, he allowed himself to waken fully without opening his eyes, smiling in sudden warmth as he caught a certain floral, feminine scent that brought the day before together in striking detail. He opened his eyes, gazing at the powerful shoulders of the most beautiful girl to have ever kissed him. More real than any dream. Her nut-brown hair had been tied back into a tight, serviceable bun, her dexterous hands currently adjusting several silver levers as she whispered words Val could almost taste the magic of. Alien and strange to the traditions that had come so naturally to him since arriving at this planet. They were subtle, too. Nothing flashy or explosive as the spider sack currently trapped in glass and tongs at last gave up its prize, a milky blue liquid with the faintest hints of a silvery sheen. Val caught the corner of Ava's intent frown as further gears were adjusted, and she placed a vial under the contraption in her hand, allowing the milky blue fluid to drip into a beaker she then attached to what looked like nothing so much as a 19th century mad scientist's laboratory of vials, glass tubing, and countless beakers. She nodded to herself, slowly adding various powders to the mixture, and Val's eyes widened in alarm as Ava stood there, gazing so intently at a golden cube in her hands, displaying a holograph of the multi-dimensional chart-like tomes her tribe used to compile information. Val quickly looked away, lest his eyes helplessly sink into the matrix and he suffer a nauseating headache,
so beyond him he feared their knowledge was. It was like she didn't sense the danger. "Ava?" She startled, eyes widening, turning around, favoring him with a gentle, surprised smile. A pretty pale flush came to her cheeks, as if still amazed to find her lover staring back at her. Val shook away the daze he wanted to slip into, getting up with a speed that surprised him, though trying not to startle her. He frowned at the massive assortment of beakers and vials. Ava, is there any way you can slow the reaction down?" Warm greetings died on her lips. She frowned.
The reaction is within acceptable parameters. What is your concern?
All business. The shy, adorning lover of the night before had been replaced by a woman as professional and self-possessed as any Val had known. Val couldn't help admiring her verse even as his worry grew. Then his eyes widened. "You have elementium in there. Lots of elementium, and alterzian as well." He wasn't sure what role the ruby-like, mildly magical mineral was supposed to play, but he was certain that the sylbion he sensed in the spider sack mixing with all of that would be an extremely bad idea. Ava furrowed her brows.
Yes, Val, it is within acceptable parameters. Only with significant sylbian stores would there be any danger. With trace amounts, this technique allows us to draw out the sylbian, trap it in our base diluent, and remove the solution before it can catalyze with the elementium, the alterzian acting as a buffer, just in case it's necessary.
Val gave a sudden shake of his head as he sensed the danger grow. "But what if there are more than trace amounts of sylbion?" Ava blinked, surprised at the thought, her frown making it clear that she was taking him seriously.
Then that means...
Her eyes widened.
Val, get out!
She yanked his shoulder, and there was no way he could resist her panic strength, but he didn't let it break his focus, sensing, tasting the differing elements as they began to boil and froth, desperately clamping his will upon the out-of-control reaction. The roiling boil began to calm. "Stabilization successful. Thanks to your intervention, your newest lover has managed not to blow herself up, or otherwise meet her maker just hours after seducing you. Congratulations! Is this a new best?" Val shook the prompt away, focusing only on stabilizing and then separating the various elements, resisting his first instinct to draw them into himself, settling instead on placing each into a separate vial that he carefully stoppered before handing them to a wide-eyed Ava. "Please be careful. That could have killed you." He held her close, swallowing the sudden lump in his throat, feeling her shudder against him. "You embrace such danger, but just from what I've seen, your race is brilliant and thorough, never prone to rash impulse. Why?" She lowered her head, as if ashamed.
I thought the amounts would be so slight, the risk justified. But what you say is the truth. Not even my father knows, though I can hide nothing if he asks.
She swallowed.
We are dying, Val.
There it was, the cold, hard truth. Val grimaced, unable to bear Ava's agonized gaze.
You are right. It had risk, perhaps unforgivable risk. But we desperately need to procure Selbian. Its lack is our doom, and we are down to our last drops.
She sobbed, Val suddenly holding her tightly to him, dizzy with her words, the depth of her despair, the irony of what she was saying.
We sacrificed a precious amount trying to bring back several of our wisest elders, to embrace their insights for how to bring our civilization back from the brink of oblivion. But it wasn't enough. Only 2 fragile souls could it bring back. Those children even now learning our ways under my father and grandfather, as I care for your injured and try desperately to find a way to harvest even trace amounts of Sylbian from those awful spiders.
Her eyes filled with sudden wonder.
But you... what you did... stabilizing a reaction in ways not even a master could. Drawing it out into these flasks as if you could control the flow of the very elements straight out of the distillator.
She trembled, a professional no longer.
just a girl gazing at her bow with strange intensity.
What are you, Val? How did you do that?
Yet Val could hardly hear her for the roaring in his ears. "Ava," he said breathlessly, "take me to the garden." Gazing at him in confusion and wonder both, they left what had perhaps once been a barracks yet was now serving as their domicile, midway between what was left of their automated multi-tiered hydroponic farm and the mushroom cave that had become the source of so much of their nourishment. But not before Ava made sure the spray of flowers and leaves she had pinned to him the day before was in place and intact. Her hand squeezed his own as they dashed towards the cove of trees, serving as tall green sentinels for the treasures of life and growth lying near dormant in its heart. And no automaton rolled their way, even as Val heard them clink and clamber or softly tread throughout other areas of the once glorious city.
Val?
Ava, gazing at him so curiously as he approached the towering structure of clear crystal panes and golden bronze that was the Arboreum, honing his arcane and psionic perception deep into the vast complexity of the structure, shivering in wonder and horror at fantastic possibilities and cruelest irony as he gazed into its depths and at last thought he understood. This thing uses Sylbion to harness life force itself, doesn't it? Somehow it is made to glow like light, the most nourishing of light, far more than the feeble flicker still feeding the quiet grove around us, and the cluster of plants blossoming still in that tiny corner you were tending to just the other day. Ava smiled and nodded.
That is correct, Valor. Properly maintained, even a small quadrant can last many, many decades. If it is fully operational, and the reverberators are properly attuned, the Sylbion's fluxes will be stabilized, and it will last potentially forever.
She shook her head sadly.
Alas, the damage it had suffered while we were in cryosleep, though minute, was enough to disrupt its homeostasis.
She shook her head sadly.
A singular flaw in their construction, combined with the series of automaton robots we were forced to shut down while there was still sufficient power throughout the network, was all it took to doom our entire city. We did what we could, but the damage was done to all the Arboreums.
She shook her head sadly.
Of course, we repaired them while we could. While we had working power on those levels, it was the reason for the Matrix to awaken the three of us so early. But it did not matter. Almost all the Sylbion had already boiled away, the Sylbion sustaining the Matrix itself also failing to critical levels. And it had not even detected its own peril.
Ava began to tremble, tears leaking freely down her cheeks.
Soon it will be so low that all those currently suspended will perish. All their brilliance, their hopes, their dreams will slowly wink out, chamber by chamber. My race slowly dying until only our tiny group remains. The death of my people, just heartbeats away.
Val held Ava tightly as she broke down and sobbed in his arms, heart hammering so fast he was dizzy. But first, he had to know. First, he had to be sure. Sylbion? Your city, your people will fade into the dark just for lack of Sylbion? Her gaze flared hot, and Val was shocked to feel the frustration, the fury of a dwarf ready for war. Then she closed her eyes, shaking her head, Val's alarm instantly turning to a desperate need to comfort.
You don't mock. You really don't understand. I know that. I know that you care for me. Deeply. As I do you. No matter that we are two different races.
She took a deep breath and did her best to explain.
Though stable on the surface in a low magic environment, Sylbion is much less stable in areas of high magic resonance. The fact is that our world possesses an unusually potent electromana field that both protects us, nurtures us, and allows for the formation of fantastic life, exquisitely complex chemistry, and the sophisticated channeling of raw arcane energy which humans seem unusually adept at wielding.
She smiled.
In pure form, liquid Sylbian, if not kept in some sort of container, would slowly evaporate, even on the surface. One can also stabilize it with small amounts of elementium.
Val frowned. But isn't combining elementium and Sylbion what leads to the exothermic catalyzations? And doesn't elementium render it worthless for anything else? Ava flashed her beautiful smile.
It all depends on the ratio, as I know you sense intuitively. Of course, we don't mix them when they are actively being used, but for storage purposes, trace amounts of elementium are actually ideal. And it is elementium powder that turns violently unstable when a high concentration is added to Sylbian in liquidized form. With no structure in place, no outlet for energies released, it all explodes. In low concentrations, it simply stabilizes the Sylbian. What I did...
She lowered her head in shame. Val held her close, kissing her forehead, savoring her scent, earthy and deliciously feminine all at once.
Letting desperation lead me so close to peril. The Altersian crystals would only have averted catalyzation if the Sylbian had been in trace quantities. But the gland contained several entire drops worth.
Ava, are you saying that you have no Sylbion stores left? She gave a bitter shake of her head.
The faulty automatons destroyed them. Just like I almost destroyed us.
What's done is done, Val soothed. And all is well. My sweetheart is safe, and that makes me very happy. She squeezed him tight, smiling at his words. Val savored that precious moment, knowing that what he would soon reveal would change everything between them. You really are a genius, dear Ava. Poor Gregor. I sense that he is more clever than most humans with alchemical processes, but he has despaired of ever separating Sylbion and elementium at all. Ava nodded.
Most primitive alchemists know not the complex means of separating the elements. One needs talents such as those I developed over the years of my childhood.
She blinked, gazing at Val with a smile.
Talents which are nothing compared to your own, most remarkable man that you are. The only other way to stabilize Sylbian is inside the artifacts it is primarily gathered for. Of course, within living creatures, it is quite stable indeed. That is why Sylbian-rich plants were once grown and harvested by our people like any other crop, precious and difficult as it is to farm.
She shivered, gazing breathlessly up at the technological marvel of the multi-tiered growing assembly they now stood before, her soft hand touching his cheek. She smiled.
You are going to show me something wondrous, aren't you, Val? I can almost taste it in your mind. Like a puzzle, for I cannot fathom what you could possibly do to save us at this point. Only that you think you have the key.
His heart was pierced by her soft blue eyes. He cleared his throat, strangely nervous. Ava?
Yes?
How much Sylbion do you need? She trembled, clenching her powerful hands together. Swallowing as if nervous herself, she turned to the device, fingers caressing knobs upon a panel suddenly lit up with a dizzying array of blue symbols.
To get our quadrant fully operational with sufficient potency that our reverberators will catalyze the Sealy plants to convert harmonic radiations into fresh, steady Sylbian stores?
She turned to Val with a hopeless look in her eye.
We would need the Sylbian equivalent of many thousands of those death spider sacs. Far, far more than we could ever hope to gather in our lifetime.
Val trembled. Was it really that simple? Where would you deposit the Sylbion? Would it be in purified form?
She swallowed, somehow picking up his strange tension.
That would be best, Val. But that's impossible this deep in the Underdark. Rather, our device would slowly diffuse it from the trace elementi Maltesian crystals that we would use to stabilize it.
Val nodded. But could it handle raw, undiluted Sylbion? Would that hurt it? Her smile was brilliant.
No, my lover. It would not hurt it at all.
Wordlessly, she took the vial of filtered Sylbion that Val had gathered, a little more than a drop's worth, carefully depositing it in a clear, shimmering tube that a couple twists of the dial brought forth. Val was impressed to see the tube's composition, assured that even that tiny drop flowed down the channel without any resistance. Nor could he sense any trace of loss or evaporation. Ava sighed, as if pleased with even that tiny boon.
There. You can see the minute shift in stores. Even accounting for inevitable evaporation with the reverberators off sync, this alone will give our tiny plot years of steady, fecund growth.
Val glanced at the tiny needle hovering near the very bottom of what looked like an exquisitely calibrated glass beaker, shaped almost like the top chamber of an hourglass. At the very top, just an inch below what must have been allowances for extra stores, was a shimmering blue dot. I take it that when filled full, your reverberators pop on and, well, it all becomes self-sufficient? Ava sighed, arm tightly squeezing Val to her side, head leaning on his shoulder.
Yes, dearest Val. Then our arboreum could feed a quarter of what was once the mightiest city in all of Georgia, recycling waste with plenty left over for our mushroom farms.
She sighed happily.
With dwarves to properly look after our repaired garden, it would last, well, forever.
Val gazed intently into Ava's eyes, whispering a heartfelt confession. The same words he had breathed upon her when she was softly asleep, and his heart was bare. She trembled and began to tear up as Val then placed his finger upon the crystal tube, accessed his personal pocket dimension, gazing solemnly at the flow of Sylbion trickling without resistance down the tube, and the strange glass beaker began to fill. He kept his concentration, noting his reserves disappear millimeter by millimeter, and the massive bronze gold frame began to beep and hum strangely, soon reverberating with a soft blue glow, and somehow Val felt the massive surge of life force flowing through the structure that was as much magical as utterly natural. He did not allow his concentration to lapse, even when Ava broke down in sobs, whispering in a choked voice what he could only guess was a dwarven prayer. Val swallowed as the stores rose up to the blue shimmering mark and just a bit past it, because a little reserve could never hurt. Even as the massive arboreum rung sonorous notes that somehow touched his soul, soft golden light suddenly basking the structure as a whole. Only then did Val stop, taking a deep, steadying breath, turning back to Ava, tears streaming freely down the most beautiful face Val had ever seen, gazing at him with a look that could only be called wonder. I'm not sure how to retract the tube, Ava, but I think it's full. And he blinked, breathless, as a sobbing Ava knocked him to the ground, holding him so closely, crying and laughing and kissing him fiercely, passionately, her gaze pinning him, electrifying him. And he felt vibrant, proud, and so humbled to touch her heart, to be the hero he had always dreamed of being, yearned to be, drowning in her adoration, swept up at a tide of such sweetness that he knew he was in love, crying in her arms just as she cried in his, never feeling so happy, so connected as he did at that moment, making sweet love to the girl who had captured his heart, basked in the golden light of the arboreum that spelled hope for an entire race.
Hidden quest, will you save my people? 2, complete. You have changed the fate of the lost colony, doomed to a slow death from malnutrition and eventual starvation, for mushroom chambers can only go so far. You have given this tiny echo of a once great and world-spanning civilization the source of food and medicinal herbs desperately needed to bring their species back from the last dying embers of a once proud race. Of course, with only 5 surviving members and the only mature female carrying mixed offspring, their species' survival is still an uncertain thing at best. Val shivered, feeling a taste, an echo of an entire people course through him. The faint memory of lost hopes and dreams and the blossoming of new hope now resonating through him, making him that much more than he had been, just moments before. He gazed in a moment of awe, not seeing Ava at all, lost in a sense of the character sheet of his soul, watching that brilliant silver-blue experience meter fill up well over halfway full to what could only be the next level. Hidden quest line revealed. Will you save my people? 3! You can just tell from Ava's intent gaze that this was but one piece of the terrible, wonderful puzzle you have chosen to unveil. Do you have the courage to do what needs to be done to save an entire race from the brink? Val blinked, in the moment once more, gazing into the beautiful blue eyes of a girl he held in his arms. They smiled as one.
Never, Val. Even as some part of your soul teased and hinted at wondrous possibilities, did I think you were capable of this?
Val grinned, gazing up at the arboreum in wonder. So how many people will this marvel be able to feed?
Many thousands once it is at its peak.
She sighed, eyes still filled with awe.
In about a week, it will be ready with its first dispensation, and the output will only grow with every harvest until it's at its full capacity once more. Eventually, it will be sufficient to feed a quarter of what would have been our city's maximum population, with plenty to spare, as needed.
Val nodded, swallowing. And there are 3 others, elsewhere in the city.
Yes, carefully positioned so should disaster fall near one, the others would be safe. But it had no defense against a simple design flaw allowing for minute Sylbian loss that built up over centuries in so many of the vital support systems of our city.
Adoration turned to a bitter mask of painful regret.
Our city. The jewel of our empire. Brilliant and new and built to the most exquisite specifications under one master plan, unlike any city that had come before.
She sighed and shook her head.
The work of a true genius. But no genius is perfect, even under the most exacting and rigorous of applications. Not until all applications have been put through vigorous review. We had expected to need a few years to calibrate it to perfection.
She shuddered, holding Val close.
Then the High Lords struck, and only panic and desperation remained. With their hunters seeking out the last of us in earnest, we needed to flee their strange, perceptive minds. Flee out of phase, our minds no longer flaring so brightly. As they put it, easy prey.
Her eyes blazed hot and fierce.
Now I suspect that it didn't matter whether we had acquiesced to their Valorium demands or not. They had always intended our deaths. They who so badly feared the threat to their power that we could have become, once we saw all the possibilities of space travel firsthand.
Val nodded. You understand then? Ava smiled.
I am no fool. I can sense their horrid logic, strange as I find the tactical concepts blazing so brightly in your mind. I gain such brilliant, terrible insights whenever we make love.
Val flushed at that, Ava softly kissing his cheek.
Yes, Val. Even we are telepathic to some degree. It is part of how our language works. Ideas flow within our words and intentions, and there is no greater expression than when 2 people share the gifts of love and life itself. I know you are a trained killer, Val. One who understands all too well a High Lord's ruthless mindset. It is what your tribe forged you to be. And through you, after we communed so intensely, I can understand our shared enemy that much better. I understand because a desperate part of you is searching for a way to take them out. Even now.
She sighed, shaking her head.
But our affinities are so different from the High Lords. At least those of 1,000 years ago. Harnessing their gifts into sharp, killing knives of the mind.
She shuddered.
But they could not strike what they could not see. And our jewel of a city was forced to endure the most intensive and grueling of all trials, where any error could reverberate unchecked, creating ever greater havoc for 1,000 years.
Fully clothed once more, she stroked his cheek, her gaze filled with both adoration and desperate hope.
Valor,
Yes?
how much Sylvian do you have left?
He closed his eyes, sensing his internal grid once more. Exactly enough to fill 5 more beakers the dimensions of the one we had just filled. Her eyes flared with desperate hope. She fell to her knees, gripping his hand.
Val, you have enough. You have enough to save us.
Val gazed at her, comprehension dawning over him. You're saying it's enough to repair the Matrix containment unit you were all being kept in? Is it really enough to bring you all back? Her smile was a jewel in the silver gold light.
It is, my love. To bring back some as we repair and rebuild, as we work desperately to secure more food, more security, to repair the tiny imperfections that are so close to triggering catastrophic cascades. We would be able to bring so many brilliant minds back in the here and now to recalibrate, repair, and eventually revive our city entire. Then, at last, we can awaken everyone, and our city will be alive once more. Our race will be alive and vibrant once more.
There was a joyful, desperate shout, her eyes gazing so intently into his own. He lifted her up, solid as she was, squeezing her tightly to him. Then let's head to the Matrix and bring your people back. A powerful voice boomed through the garden.
It is not that simple, Valor Hunter. There is peril even here, in the most perfect of cities for anyone not a dwarf, and perhaps for dwarves as well.
Ava trembled, momentarily gripping Val's hand so hard he winced, before she instinctively rose, turning to the sound of her grandfather's voice, bowing low, to the waist. Val could taste her trepidation, mirroring her bow as best he could.
Rise, Ava, daughter of my Get. I will not strike dead the man who has claimed you any more than I would smack the cheeks of the god who forged us endless eons ago.
He flashed a cold smile.
Even if he is a human, his heart is that of a dwarf. Rise, Valor Hunter, chosen of my granddaughter. For the gold in your heart and the iron in your will, I find you worthy, no matter your lack as a scholar. Today, I fear we need heroes far more than scholars, and in that, at least, you shine like the brightest star in the night sky, so long stolen from our grasp.
Valor swallowed, a flush creeping up his cheeks, feeling like a boy having dinner at his girlfriend's house, under the microscope, no matter the pretense. Only here was a man with the fierce gaze of a hardened warrior, one he recognized all too well. The subtle nod of approval was enough to light a fire in Val's soul, even as Ava leaned her head against his shoulder, clasping his hand as her grandfather spoke on.
The city is for the most part dormant, deep in the long hibernation preceding death, and only now do we feel the first faint stirrings of hope. Yet like life brought to near-frozen limbs, the tingle of pain is often the first response, as opposed to the rapture of flesh finally healing before cold death could eat it entire.
He sighed.
Even now, our arboreum catalyzes long-dormant systems,
Astmar and I doing all we can to introduce harmony, having long ago deduced the catastrophic reverberations that nearly destroyed our city from within. If the Matrix had waited even a few extra seasons to awaken us, it doesn't bear thinking about. Val swallowed, gazing out at the ancient city of gold and bronze towers, and he didn't think he was imagining the side of the city coming more fully alive, additional lights flickering on, a soft hum now reverberating through the ground as well. Val thought he heard an increase in the clanking and tread of automatons as well. Aurelius seemed to sense his concern.
Fear not, Valor, even as you brought our race from the brink of extinction, rejuvenating our arboreum to the point that the golden lights will synergize perpetual replenishment of your gift, your blood has been imprinted. No automaton assigned to this quarter of the city will see you as a threat.
Valor flashed a pleased smile before it froze off his face. But in the other quarters?
Yes,
Aurelius sighed.
Precisely. And for all that the arboreums are intact, much to my regret, the groves that have once thrived on the tiniest measure of the Sylbion-infused light have long since wilted to nothing. There is no way we can mark you as a helper, with no leaves of the groves remaining. Only within the dormant pods tightly sealed does life remain to blossom with the first touch of Sylbion. In each of those 3 arboreums we must reach and catalyze, both to imprint your mark within the quarter and to prepare for the needs of our tribe as they emerge from the long sleep.
Ava frowned.
Were we not going to embrace a slow awakening?
Astmar sighed, turning to Val.
Only by catalyzing the arboreums in each quarter can we assure that Val will survive the automatons. You must remember, the Matrix is heavily guarded, and I fear several of the sentries may flip to battle mode should any but us approach the Matrix in any case. Assuming they haven't already. Depending upon how much Sylbion Valor has access to, there may be insufficient reserves to assure safe sleep any longer.
Ava paled and swallowed.
You mean an emergency resuscitation? But most of our clan remembers only being at war with the humans, on the cusp of extinction. And even if we catalyze all 4 of the arboreums, we will still have no way to feed them for an entire week. And we will be on short supplies for a full season at least.
Tired eyes gazed into her own.
I know, my daughter. So much could go wrong. We would be sailing our ship upon treacherous, unpredictable waters. But if we do not...
Ava trembled, head bowed.
All of those we care for will die in that failing Matrix. It would be the end of our race. And our city could hold many tens of thousands at full capacity. If all 4 arboreums are operational, we would have more than enough food to care for the 10,000 of us still in deep sleep. Eventually. But for a time, at least, our people would be near starving.
Solemn eyes gazed into Val's own.
The choice is yours, Valor Hunter. Already you have done so much, saving the life of my Ava, gifting her with life in turn, saving our tiny clan against the perils of starvation with the revivification of our arboreum. And you are under no obligation to do any of this. You owe us nothing. Yet if you would do this for us...
The elder dwarf solemnly bowed his head.
Our city would be in your debt for all eternity.
Questline, Will You Save My People 3? Aurelius Battleborn has made it clear that saving his clan will be a perilous undertaking. You need to revive 3 more arboreums and make your way to the Matrix itself, all while avoiding overzealous sentinels and possibly homicidal automatons. Do you have what it takes to save an entire race from the brink? No, don't respond to this, Val. You'd look silly. Respond to the dwarf! You did just seduce his granddaughter, after all! Val formally bowed his head. Yes, Aurelius. Let's see about reviving your clan and giving bitter fate the finger while we're at it. Val turned, gazing into Ava's brilliant blue eyes. Even when I had lost myself, following the darkest of paths, in my heart of hearts, I had dreamed of one day being a hero. He swallowed, lowering his head. Sentient machines scouring the corridors for intruders does terrify the crap out of me, Ava. But if it means bringing this dark, haunted city back to brilliant life once more, well, I can think of worse causes to die for. Ava squeezed him close.
Don't you dare die on me, Valor Hunter.
He was humbled to see her tears, and she smiled.
Go with grandfather. His presence makes it clear that he will be the one to take you.
Aurelius nodded.
You and Asthma will remain. If anything should happen, you will know what to do.
Ava nodded solemnly, squeezing Val's hand before heading back to their barracks, Aurelius gazing intently at Val once more.
Are you ready, child?
Val swallowed. I need to talk to my friends first. Most of the Sylbion I carry is now theirs. Aurelius's gaze turned granite hard.
We are talking about the fate of my people, boy.
Val closed his eyes, nodding. I know, and I doubt they'd want anything but your friendship. But I did give an oath, and I know that means something in this world. Aurelius blinked, nodding.
You are right, lad. Very well. Converse with them. Should they prove reluctant, summon me. I suspect that I will be able to entice them with a prize beyond their wildest reckoning.
Val blinked. What would that be? Aurelius flashed a cynical smile.
Valorium. The very substance those damned High Lords once used for their starship drives. At the time of our hibernation, the most precious and potent substance in the known universe.
Val swallowed and nodded. Somehow I'd be very surprised if Sten didn't find that a fine trade indeed. The elder dwarf nodded, his gaze turning thoughtful.
And through all of this, saving my people, the city entirely at your mercy, you ask for nothing.
Val swallowed, gazing at his feet. I know, no matter what part of my subconscious mind thinks that this is no game, I won't ask for a petty reward. I want to save your people because, well, it's the right thing to do. He flashed a rueful smile, daring to say more. Besides, I think I just might be in love with your granddaughter. Aurelius grinned.
And no greater gift can you give her than the resurrection of her home. Come, Val. Now that there is the shred of hope, my heart is heavy with dread. The Matrix is closer to death than this arboreum was such a short time ago.
Chapter 5. Sten's gaze hardened. You wish to claim all the Sylbion, Val? Swallowing, Val nodded. By your own admission moments ago, a kilogram of elementium is worth 20 liters of Sylbion, and you had thought that my knack of extraction had earned me at least a fourth of the elementium haul. Halvar grinned from where he stretched, doing his best to keep limber, despite their confinement.
He does have you there, Stan. He's the proud owner of a little over 65 kilograms of elementium. The liquid Sylbion we found, valuable as it is worth a bit under 2 kilograms of elementium. He chuckled softly. With the haul we've made, I don't see how we could refuse Valor's request.
Sten frowned, rubbing his temples, glancing sideways at a coldly glaring Aurelius. Somehow I don't think we really have a choice in the matter.
No choice at all, still smiling Halvar agreed. But nothing says you can't put a good spin on it. Of course we're going to let Val supply them with all the Sylbion they need. After all, we consider ourselves friends of the dwarven people, and we hope they feel the same.
Sten's tight frown widened to a wolf's grin. With favored trading status, of course. After all, who else are they going to entrust with their secret? Halvar's smile widened.
Exactly what I was thinking, Captain. And a bonus to our stalwart Val, I think. Saving the life of the clan leader's kin was a brilliant move. I'm just glad seducing the girl hasn't blown up in our faces.
Myself as well. Sten's coldly bemused smile inspired an apologetic grimace from Val. He had sort of swept Ava off her feet, right in front of Sten, and if anyone had taken that amiss... Val shuddered, glad things had not played out that way. There was so much he hadn't said, of course,
and nothing about the Arboreum. As much as he cared about his friends, somehow he didn't feel the need to inform them of how precarious the dwarves' situation truly was. Far better to negotiate from a position of strength. He already trusted that Ava's clan would let his friends go free as promised, and if Elementium wasn't enough of a bribe. But there Sten was, nodding his head, his gaze almost one of admiration, which for some reason made Val feel guilty. "Very well, Val. Trade our Sylbion, but I'm not making you give up your own rewards for our venture." The captain clapped Val's shoulder. "Do you understand, Val? You're one of us. You took the risks. You're willing to negotiate with the dwarves on our behalf. You should profit beside us. Tell them the Sylbion is our gift to them. We only hope that perhaps they will think kindly of us in the future, see us as the trustworthy trade partners that we are. Should they need an intermediary to secure them supplies from the world above, to sell technology or artifacts for goods and services in turn, we would be happy to serve." Val swallowed and nodded, thinking Sten's offer a brilliant move. Not only was it a fantastic gesture that assured goodwill, it also paved the way for favored trading status with some of the most brilliant technicians alive today. The profit potential would no doubt be considerable, and the dwarves would have no reason not to be grateful. And in the most pragmatic sense, if the worth of their lives was still being measured, this should certainly tip the scales in their favor in terms of securing their freedom, the most priceless prize of all. The smiling Val turned to Aurelius and nodded. "I've secured the Sylbion. The captain asks only for your friendship in the hopes that one day, should you wish to trade with the humans, you will allow him to profit as the intermediary. Of course, the greatest prize for him would simply be that you don't have a change of heart and kill him." Val bowed his head. Of course, Sten would have wanted Val to word things differently, and though his brain had exploded with nuance since the first time he had felt Ava's lips against his own, the fundamental truth of the dwarven tongue was that one couldn't deliberately lie. Any sort of deception was almost physically painful, and the closer you felt to a fellow dwarf, the more you revealed your heart and soul to them. Aurelius grinned.
"You may tell the captain that I keep my word, and his companions shall be returned to the surface unharmed."
His frown grew thoughtful.
"Even should we be successful, food will be exceedingly tight for at least a short while. I suspect, Val, that so long as you use every gift you have to assure discretion, we might be able to make use of at least one exchange of treasure for sustenance."
His gaze turned speculative.
"So long as our foes are not actively hunting for us with the same zeal as they were 1,000 years ago, we need but secure sufficient resources to keep our city in flux. We should be safe from mundane discovery, even if we do make allowances for our valued trade partner."
Val nodded. "I will let the captain know."
"Do that, then get back to me. I will speak with my son. Should anything happen to either of us, he needs to know what we strive to do, the bargain we have made."
Val turned back to Sten. "Aurelius accepts. No promises, but if the dwarves need trade supplies, they know they can trust us." Val gazed at the captain, swallowing. "I'm about to do something dangerous, but I assured your safe departure, whatever happens to me." Sten frowned. "I'm not happy to hear that, Val. Your safety matters." Val shrugged. "It seems that purified Sylbion evaporates damn quickly, this deep in the Underdark." "True. So I'm about the only person with access to a pocket dimension around here." Sten chuckled. "There is that." Val swallowed and nodded. "In case anything happens to me, it's been an honor, Captain." Sten blinked, handsome features quirking into a roguish smile. "Damn it, Val. Now you're going to make me do something foolish." And within seconds, Val found himself holding Elise's mystical blade, Sten's own armored jacket upon his shoulders, their most reflective shield in his offhand. The captain gave an approving nod. "I can tell you've worn reinforced gear before. I know you're gifted, Val. Can you tune yourself to Elise's blade?" Val took a deep breath, centering himself, gazing carefully at Elise's blade, balanced and shaped so very much like a migration-era sword with a broad, shallow fuller running up the center of the blade, possessing a comparatively short pommel and a rounded tip. It looked like an exotic, jeweled version of the Viking blade seen in one of his favorite television programs. There was no distal taper, the blade needing the same thickness throughout to support the brilliant shimmering enhancements kissing the edges of the sword, so the point of balance was farther from the hilt than would be the case with a quick parry and slash fencing blade. This was a type of sword best used in concert with a shield to parry as the sword cleaved into his foes. He smiled as he got a feel for the balance of the magical sword, his movements slow and sure, weaving a cautious dance of death just outside the barracks, Sten looking on, making sure he could swing it efficiently without wrenching shoulder or wrist, Val's movements precise and coordinated as he mimed skipping out of range before lashing out with angled strikes, taking into account the presence of his shield. He would need some time to master it, but he had handled and sparred with similar blades before. It was exceedingly different compared to a longsword, but had evolved at least 700 years prior. He wouldn't dare spar against a master, not yet, but could he swing it quickly and accurately against roving automatons, blocking low and darting back before they could slice him in two? Yes, that he definitely could. At least he hoped so.
Thanks to your careful hours spent rehearsing lessons learned a lifetime ago as Aurelius waits impatiently on, Elise's unfamiliar blade is now comfortable in your grip. Critical failure penalty negated. You are no expert yet, but you won't fall on your face unless you're really lucky. Chopping blades are now fully attuned to sword and shield rank 2.
Val grinned at what he knew in his gut to be true, prompt aside. And now that he knew the blade wouldn't fly out of his hands, he dared to embrace the strange enchantments within, gasping at how easy it was, his scion and arcane perception working together synergistically to see the flow of energies within the ancient matrix of Elementium with just a trace of Sylbion. The construction was extremely stable as the Elementium was solid and somehow anchored within the blade. Its fascinating design allowing Val to use his gifts to catalyze the enchantment. A gentle push and he felt a minuscule stream of his scion setting the edges alive in a brilliant green glow, knowing it would scar even metal, cutting like an extremely powerful diamond-toothed chainsaw. He swung it slowly, cautiously, seeing if the enchantment being activated had any effect on the smooth flow of his movements, checking for any risk of strain or the blade flying free. He was pleased to find the magics did not change the flow and feel of his feints and strikes in the least. He nodded once, grinning in solid satisfaction, catching Sten's approving gaze. Halvar's right, Val. Whatever your academic shortcomings, you are a natural soldier. Val smirked. Let's just hope I don't need to make use of this toy. His friend nodded farewell, Val smiling and nodding at a now impatient-looking Aurelius, both of them making quick time into the city proper, Val sparing a final glance back, Ava's captivating gaze spearing his own.
Be careful, my heart. I would not lose you so soon after finding you, if the fates are kind.
Val nodded and swallowed, still humbled by the way she gazed at him, waving once in farewell before turning around, preparing himself for what was to come. Despite his trepidation, Val couldn't help gazing up in admiration at the fantastic structures they passed, like sleeping giants just needing the slightest push to be brought back to life. A city to outshine any back home. For all that, it was 1,000 years old. Now they were simply massive edifices glimmering coldly in the occasional flicker of light, dark and cold. All was silent, save for the occasional whine or tread of automatons forever patrolling or performing maintenance off in the distance. Aurelia sighed.
It feels like just yesterday our glorious empire was celebrating its golden age, and now we walk through what is little more than a tomb.
Val nodded, giving the powerful dwarf's shoulder a gentle squeeze. This beautiful city of wonder is not dead. It only sleeps. And we are the princes who will awaken her once more. Aurelius flashed Val a tight grin.
May you warm her heart like you did my granddaughters, so that both may blossom anew.
Val blushed at that, the older dwarf quietly chuckling as he checked the draw of his own blade, surprisingly a mirror image of Val's own. Aurelius smirked, even as he adjusted the grip of his mirror-polished shields.
Lasers do no good against our automatons. We designed them too well. Fortunately, the same can be said for our shields. Our swords, on the other hand, should be able to handle any wayward automaton we find.
He frowned.
So long as it is one of the smaller ones.
He nodded approvingly at the sword Val held.
A fine blade, indeed.
Val grinned. It looks exactly like your own. Aurelius chuckled.
That's because your blade is dwarven made.
Val blinked. Really? And it has endured active use for over 1,000 years? A solemn nod.
I recognize the craftsmanship, though we may not have quite the knack for wielding elemental magics with the flair that some few humans possess. None are better at alchemy or artifice than we are.
Val grinned. Just like in the tales. The older dwarf gave Val a strange look.
What tales are these?
Val shrugged. Made-up stories, mostly. Of elves, dwarves, orcs, and goblins. Perhaps a few wizards and dragons thrown in for good measure. All sorts of tales of mystery and wonder. Epic wars, spells that could forge worlds, majestic castles soaring through the clouds. The books of Earth are filled with such stories. A delight to read, even if they don't have a shred of truth in them. Aurelius nodded.
A child's diversion. Escape from the toil of the real world.
Val grinned. When I first dreamed of entering Endless, this world, that's just what I sought. Aurelius's snow-white brows widened. For all that, he was as powerfully built as any man on Earth.
And why would that be, Val Hunter?
A good question. Sometimes it's fun to be the hero, to embrace games where all missions and endings make sense and have a point to them. Very different from the real world where I'm from, I can tell you that much. So many of our wars seem to be fought for no real purpose at all. The dwarf grimaced and sighed.
I know all too well the horrors of battle. My kingdom devastated, my people taken away from me through deception, oath-breaking, and fear. And finally the sudden unleashing of blackest devastation. The goal of our enemies nothing less than genocide, as they did everything they could to put out the last flickering flames of my race. Forever.
Val bowed his head. I'm sorry, Aurelius.
Don't be, boy.
A powerful hand squeezed his armored shoulder.
Thanks to you, we might actually have a chance of a new dawn. Let's not squander it.
He pointed to the buildings ahead, these void of the flashes of light that had marked the quarter they had just passed through with an almost comforting rhythm. Reassuring to Val, almost as if the city itself accepted him, acknowledged him. For all that, he knew the idea to be pure fancy.
Stop!
Val's focus snapped into the moment, frozen in place. The dwarf frowned at him.
This quarter does not know you.
Val swallowed. It was like a pronouncement of doom.
We no longer cross this way any more than is necessary. You must be careful, Val. Do all you can to catch no stray attention as we make our way towards the arboreum of this quarter.
Val took a deep breath, trying to center himself. Despite his increased level, he found embracing Shadow Mind harder than he had before, his psyche not bleak with death, but rather blazing with the hope of bringing about new life, changing the face of an entire lost civilization. He took a second slow breath, then another, feeling himself at last sink into the shadows and darkness, his drive just as fierce as it had been the first time he sought vengeance for his savaged friends. Only now he fused that hot, fierce intensity into new purpose. His will was once more an extension of the night, only now it presaged a bright new dawn for people trapped in darkness far too long.
Val?
Aurelius frowned, furrowing his brows before his smile went wide, hand reaching out to clasp Val's shoulder. That extension of himself Val allowed to be seen.
Ah, there you are, boy. Good trick, that. Come. It is one thing to fool an old tired dwarf. I pray it works as well against automatons too long gone without proper supervision.
Without another word, they made their way past buildings soaring overhead to either side, the tread and clank of sentient machines all around. Val could almost feel them scurrying through the vast cloak of darkness he wore, most with no more sentience than a highly complex mechanical computer, gears and levers twisting in strange ways with hideous degrees of complexity not seen in earthly computers, however brilliantly miniaturized the latter were. Yet some few automatons glimmered with an odd, calculating intelligence. Even cloaked in darkness, body and mind, Val shivered to sense the strange crystalline madness shivering through the madly clanking forms of several automatons off in the distance. Yet the shadows hid their secrets well, at least for a time. Then Aurelius squeezed Val's shoulder with odd intensity, and he instantly understood. In the odd patch of perfect darkness just ahead, Val could sense the presence of another of the vast, soaring wonders that was an arboreum, an artifact capable of feeding thousands of dwarves presently trapped in cryosleep, even now counting down their final breaths. A marvel of bronze, gold, and exquisitely complex crystal tubing, Val and Aurelius approached the arboreum with solemn reverence, passing the shriveled husks that were all that remained of the rings of trees that had once stood sentinel around the vast structure. The elder dwarf near trembling as he pressed several knobs and vials with ever-growing fervor. No matter what he tried, the results were the same. Nothing. The ancient structure remained dark and still. Val gazed at the elder dwarf, saw the desperation behind his hard, granite stare. Val closed his own eyes, pressing his hands upon the arboreum, sensing the thousands of trays, each with long, dim tubes that would provide Sylbian-derived light and endless nourishment. He pressed on, sensing the complex crystalline matrix underneath, even the final drop of Sylbian somehow keeping the last seeds in deepest hibernation. It lacked the power to catalyze its own awakening. Val swallowed, hit by memory of a strange dream, his gaze turning to meet the dwarf's. I know that the technology of my friends is anathema to my arts. To dare use magic around them
would near instantly render them useless. So fragile are the parts responsible for electromagnetic conversions in human tech. A flawed design that has lasted for well over a millennium, it seems.
A bitter smile cut through the darkness.
You need fear no such limitation with these arboreums, Valor Hunter. Sylbian, Elementium, the magic of nature and life nurtures them as well as our own technology. We are not handicapped by the finicky needs of electromagnetism with our marvels. Magic can be used freely here.
He swallowed.
Can you do something, chosen of my Ava? Our people will be vulnerable to disease and discord should even a quarter of our food supplies dwindle and die forevermore.
But Val had already closed his eyes, remembering the dream of a shaven-headed boy talking to a kindly-eyed master 1,000 or more years ago.
Can you move the stone by your will alone, child? So smoothly that not a trace of mana reverberates with its passing?
Val frowned, his small, fragile body trembling with the effort of his will. The old man's eyes began to widen. The ground itself began to shake, a dozen quietly meditating children gazing at the old man in alarm, not a one seeing Val, still staring at the stone, it alone not trembling and cracking as did the ancient temple. But that was okay. The stone had never been Val's goal.
Please, whatever you are doing, stop!
Anxious for his charges, the old man's gentle gaze became one of alarm, potent will suddenly clenching magic, fierce and terrible indeed. And all was still once more. Val took a deep breath and bowed as the old man relaxed his fierce will. I am sorry, Val whispered in words that made no sense to him. And if the old man thought to comment, it mattered not, for Val was already gone. Val blinked, in himself once more, feeling Aurelius's powerful grip upon his arm, gazing at the crystalline tube tip now jutting from the ancient structure, Val gently placing his fingertip hovering just above the opening, accessing his priceless stores of Sylbian, feeling the silvery blue liquid pouring away into the heart of a cause far more precious than the loss he felt as his wealth melted away. Brilliant lights and a gentle hum began to wash over them as the Sylbian levels slowly rose, and Val and Aurelius both roared a cry of elation and triumph as sacred lights of gold flashed on once more. The Arboreum would be self-sufficient, replenishing its own Sylbion, perhaps for eternity. Val was surprised at the fierce hug he received from the openly beaming dwarf, gazing at the now brilliantly lit Arboreum in wonder. Val blinked, turning around, noting near 100 automatons of all different exotic shapes and sizes at the very edges of the earthly grounds. Some on treads, some on spider-like pointed limbs, others on powerfully built bronze feet. So many pairs of crimson eyes fastened upon Val's suddenly anxious form, yet not a one stepped forward.
That's because you are now imprinted, Val. You are now recognized as one of us within this quarter. The city is not stupid, even if its mind has been quartered and left to rot for 1,000 years. It recognizes a benefactor when one comes to our aid.
Val nodded, turning again to the Arboreum, understanding already the tragedy within. So many of the vital seed crops it had, long since turned to dust. He shook his head. Even if allowed just to use its own remaining seeds to revitalize itself, it will take a very, very long time for it to feed a quarter of the city. Aurelius nodded.
I reckon it will be many seasons from what I was able to sense.
His gaze was fierce.
But I will still count this as a victory, Val. A great one. You have brought our Arboreum online once more. Though we may suffer hardships for many seasons, our chances of survival have more than tripled with your feat.
Val nodded, swallowing, placing his hands on the Arboreum. He knew it was madness, but there was no reason not to try. No reason at all. He was no biologist. He had been forged in very different directions. But it didn't matter. He was of the night and felt its every nook and cranny, even as he had subtly positioned himself between the lights to be in shadow once more. And he knew this Arboreum, having felt its every groan and wheeze as he struggled to bring it back, careful not to read too deeply into what some needy part of him wanted to think was machine-like gratitude as well. But he could feel the gentle, fragile seeds hungering to blossom, to be renewed, to fill those sacred growing trays with fecund life once more. Feeling the flow of his own life force entering the vats, somehow carrying odd, tiny traces of the excess Sylbion he had placed in the vat as well. He felt the gentle, mystical energies flow through the already blossoming seedlings, gently compelling them on to vital, wonderful growth, allowing them to grow and blossom in what seemed an endless moment, but was somehow seasons as well, smiling with a pristine sense of happiness echoed in the faces of the ancient dwarves whose hands were linked with his own, before fading away like the ghosts of the past that they were, their shared ritual having transcended time itself. A sense of indescribable repletion and serenity came over Val, as well as an exhaustion so great he fell to the ground and began to spasm and seize.
Val!
A distant, far-off voice as Val surrendered to the blackness.
Congratulations! You have brought yet another Arboreum online, one that by all rights should have been lost to the dwarves forever. You felt the forces of creation, transformation, earth, and plant life itself flow through your body and soul, so caught up in your grand druidic rite that you suffered a seizure as your mana crashed to zero. Be glad you stopped before losing control of your pocket realm, or the results would have been mighty indeed. Creation, rank 2 achieved. Transformation, rank 1 achieved. Herbum, rank 1 achieved. Earth, rank 2 achieved. Arcane Artificer, rank 1 achieved. Thanks to your arcane perception, you are beginning to sense the proper flows and alignment of arcane artifacts without any sophisticated tech or teacher. Scion Artificer, rank 1 achieved. Thanks to your psionic perception, you are beginning to sense the proper flows of alignment in psionic artifacts without any sophisticated tech or teacher. Dwarven Catalyzation learned. This level 20 spell allows you to manipulate the matrices and dwarven artifacts. You can sense what's misaligned, and with time and patience, you can slip pieces back into place like a finger puzzle using your mind. Useful for twisting into place misaligned cogs, cords, and vials. Also vital for popping out crystalline tubing from long dormant arboriums. Note! Arcane Artifice dependent. Scion Artifice dependent. It's a good thing you have these skills, or all you could manage is damaging priceless machinery. This is a creation, manipulation, transformation plus earth-dependent spell. Cost to cast at your skill level, 20 mana. Plentiful Bounty Learn. This level 40 spell allows you to catalyze the growth of an entire forest or field or arboreum from a few simple seeds. This ancient rite is creation, manipulation, transformation plus earth herbum dependent. Mana cost to cast at your level of skill, 150! Major mana penalty. This spell is grossly beyond your capabilities. You have cast magics beyond your mana. Major fatigue penalties in effect. Critical failure save was made. You have taken only mild injuries as the echo and memories of an entire people helped guide your clumsy arcane footsteps in the reforging of a true dwarven marvel. Reduce critical failure chance for future castings within this positively aligned dwarven domain. Critical chance at your current skill level at current location, 20 to 50%.
Val swallowed, chilled to the bone, and not just from magically induced exhaustion. He smiled gratefully as Aurelius muttered over him, feeding Val dried bits of mushroom and water as if he were nurturing a beloved child back to health. Val flushed, seeing for a moment in the old dwarf's eyes the same love and care his father showed in unguarded moments whenever Val would grimace with pain.
Sleep, boy. I will awaken you when it is time to move on.
Val nodded, trying to move himself, wincing as trembling muscles cramped, forcing himself to relax in what he supposed was his grandfather's lap, sinking into soothing blackness as exhaustion claimed its due.
Chapter 6.
How are you feeling?
Val blinked open his eyes, gazing into stern, grandfatherly features once more, cautiously rising, fearing a return of the terrible cramps that had lanced through him, feeling instead remarkably hale and whole.
Well, he said at last.
Aurelius Battleborn nodded, gazing at the arboreum with undisguised awe.
I have no words, lad, but I'm honored to call you kin.
Val flushed at the intensity of the dwarf's gaze, looking instead at the arboreum, left speechless himself. What before had been near sterile was now lush and green, filled with verdant crops and shimmering fruits and flowers for which he had no name, but sensed would be absolutely delicious. He swallowed, throat dry, gazing on in amazement. It almost made the pain and exhaustion after the casting worth it. Almost. But he had been foolish beyond words. So what if it had taken 6 months, even 6 years to recover? If he had damaged such a priceless artifact, if the price of casting such an uncontrolled powerful spell had affected anyone but him, he would never be able to forgive himself. And if he had died, what then? He grimaced, turning to the elder, now feeling as much shame as pride, bowing his head. I took a risk, grandfather. He swallowed at how easy the word came to him. We were lucky. Luckier than we have any right to expect. I am grateful my mad intuition worked. I won't try it again. The older dwarf grinned.
Well said, Valor Hunter. My Ave is chosen as impulsive, but it pleases me to see that he is no fool. Now that you know the cost, we can appreciate your marvel. And know that it will be many years of training under a proper green mage before you dare attempt such a working again.
Val nodded, and they proceeded onward, though not before Val took a moment to marvel at the ring of trees that had grown out of seemingly nowhere. Apple, pear, yew, and pine, all of them bowing slightly inward, fed by the gentle glow of the arboreum, like the kiss of a magical sun blessing those trees, even a mile underground. Val trembled even as he stroked the bark, gazing into Aurelius's bright blue eyes, having no doubt that those trees were real, vital, and whole, having quietly grown here for seasons. For all that, he knew they had only been the husks of ancient stumps a few short hours ago. Val finally sensed how truly dangerous a game he had played. reveling in terrible magics he could barely fathom, having no doubt that it was only the desperate cries and memories of a dying race that had kept him from slipping into magical oblivion. By heaven's mercy, did I dip my psyche into the flows of time itself? Just how perilous was this ritual I cast on mad whim alone? Aurelius's hard features crinkled in a smile.
We dance with Oblivion, rolling strange dice for the fate of our entire race. Only now do we dare pull back the fundamentals of reality, dancing with mad folly for brilliance, for the sake of those we love.
He dipped his head.
Your fortune is fitting, for you have given so much of yourself for a clan not your own, for no other reward than the love of a woman who lives only by your grace. May our luck hold, may our gods ever favor you, and may you never take it for granted.
Val swallowed and nodded, taking a deep whiff of evergreen and loam, smiling despite himself, knowing that he had done something wondrous and profound. But I will not play the fool, he whispered to himself, prudently sinking into meditation as soon as the grove hid the arboreum's silver-gold light, closing his eyes, slowly sinking into the shadows once more. He would be cautious, he would be ready, and even now he could taste crystalline madness far off in the distance, getting closer with every footstep. He swallowed, turning to the preoccupied elder dwarf, his words but an echo in the dark as Val embraced shadow mind to the fullest. Madness lurks. Be ever cautious, grandfather. The older dwarf blinked and frowned, nodding slightly, carefully checking the draw of his blade as they continued on. Now even Aurelius stuck to the shadows, and Val noted their route became more circuitous, the pair avoiding more open main thoroughfares just in case. Val exhaled a great sigh of relief as they approached the third arboreum, a slow, circuitous approach assuring no automaton skulked in ambush. And it was a glorious relief when a few furtive twisting of the dials and a scowl from Aurelius resulted in a crystalline tube smoothly extracted, the arboreum lighting up with a happy tonal melody, cresting in sonorous golden lights as Val solemnly poured a fortune into its Sylbion tank. And where there had been pitch darkness and centuries-long dormancy but moments before, there was now the promise of renewal, glorious life readying itself to blossom from the arboreum once more. The powerful dwarf clapped Val on the shoulder, smiling with fierce pride, and Val felt his throat tighten up at a silver-blue tear trickling down Aurelius's cheek.
You do me proud, boy. Come, one more to go, and my people, our people, will have all the food we could possibly need, even centuries from now. And once all 4 quarters of the city have mocked you, we will make our final stop, and our race will be saved.
Val blinked away a hot tear, the arm clasp they shared filled with all the fierce loyalty of brotherhood, of closest kin. He let his awareness seep into the gloom all around him as they left the gently humming arboreum behind. Though still devoid of trees, at least the garden had been restored without risk or peril. And he was one with the darkness once more. Together they flowed through winding corridors and deepest shadow, the cold sentience that was Val, now picking up definite traces of madness, seething crystalline hate. He abruptly shoved Aurelius into a too narrow alcove, earning an alarmed glare even as the chittering, screeching thing raced by, silver gold axe head scraping against the sides of the buildings as it went, rolling away at a mad clip, and it was some seconds before the startled dwarf's rapid breathing steadied once more. The elder dwarf's brow furrowed, though he stayed still for some moments, saying not a word as they made sure no automatons waited nearby. Darkness squeezed Aurelius's wrist once. Fully entwined with shadow mind, Val's psi sense picked up no sentience, matter otherwise, save their own. Only the buzz of the simplest of automatons could be heard, striving in its own simple way to buff streaks and scratches no doubt inflicted upon the walls by its mad brethren, the construction only barely kissing any sort of awareness. It did not sense the creatures of flesh and blood slipping past them, concerned only with smoothing and polishing the walls as had been its sole purpose for 1,000 years. The elder dwarf frowned thoughtfully.
As soon as we revive the fourth arboreum just ahead, tell me how much Sylbion remains. If it is enough, we will have one extra stop to make.
They were able to proceed unhindered directly to the final arboreum, Aurelius chuckling softly at the sight.
Come, lad. Our first task is almost complete.
He pivoted around then, crossing the final stretch of darkness before the long-dead grove, both of them taking comfort in the thought of bringing it to life once more.
Look out!
The dwarf hissed and turned, but it was almost too late. Yet even as Val cried out, he was charging forward, punching out with his shield as a streak of shrieking bronze slammed against him, nearly knocking Val over. So fast did the slender robot careen into him. Val hissed and lurched back, just dodging the sharp spike it attempted to ram into Aurelius' spine before Val had disrupted its charge. It was content to vent its fury on Val instead. A sudden flurry of whipping tendrils pummeling his armor and shield as the automaton shrieked its inhuman outrage, before crashing to the ground, completely cleaved through by a furious swing from the older dwarf's blade, his companion having lashed out with all force and fury while Val had distracted the furious construct. A few more savage swings and the sparking automaton was still as death. Aurelius chuckled softly before his eyes hardened, glancing all about the pitch darkness.
Come on, boy. We have no time to waste.
Val swallowed and nodded his agreement, the rush and roar of battle still pounding through his heart, and he blinked when Aurelius admitted that their foe had been one of the smaller automatons, barely 4 feet high. He shuddered to think about what lay in store for them before pushing all such thoughts aside, pouring all his focus into the arboreum before him, determined to rekindle whatever precious sparks of life remained. Val smiled with a relief as silver and gold lights were soon flashing brilliantly as reserves filled with precious, vital Sylbion, and already he could see the first green shoots popping up in the trays of rich loam. Val's heart rejoiced with the completion of their mission. Now this wondrous ancient city could support its entire former population, given enough time. And most importantly for him, he would never have to worry about a certain beautiful dwarf dying at the hands of hideous abominations while foraging for mushrooms in a desperate bid to feed herself and her family, so long as the automatons in the top quarter of the city stayed sane. He turned to the dwarf by his side, smiling with fierce satisfaction, letting him know the stores that remained. "We did it, Aurelius, with plenty of Sylbion to spare." The powerful dwarf clasped Val fiercely, pounding his back. Val coughed, wincing under the comradely blows. Aurelius stepped back, holding Val by the shoulders, his smile filled with pride.
You did it, lad. Don't think I will ever forget. Don't think I will ever allow my people to forget the hero who came to our aid in our darkest hour.
His smile hardened.
You know that the hardest part is still before us, don't you, Val? You have near 2 greater flasks worth of Sylbion left, enough to catalyze a complete emergency resuscitation, and enough to open the armory as well.
Val blinked, the older dwarf nodding grimly.
Though I had hoped, prayed, that all we needed to do was imprint you upon all 4 quarters of the city, I fear the issue runs deeper than that.
He swallowed, shaking his head.
On some level, I always knew to tread cautiously in this part of the city. As much as the automatons were content to ignore my little family keeping to itself in the periphery, I had sensed their actions becoming increasingly erratic. It is why I turned off most of the peripheral emergency systems. It was not only to harvest the minuscule amounts of Sylbion used to sustain them, it was also to induce a state of hibernation within the more sophisticated automatons.
Val nodded, following so far. The older dwarf clenched his fists, pain-filled gaze turned to the heart of his city, where the most lights could be seen even now, the bronze-gold alloy shining bright even as the rest of the city was still lit only with the dim, gentle lights that catalyzing the gardens had brought to bear upon all 4 quarters of the city.
The heart of the city holds vital support, and most importantly, the Matrix itself. I dared shut nothing off, only escorting the 2 children we were able to awaken back to safer, darker areas of the city immediately.
Val blinked. You mean...
Yes, Valor Hunter. Madness does indeed lurk in the heart of this, the greatest of cities. Lingering madness, infecting the minds of who knows how many of our former servants.
He glanced back at where the mechanical corpse lay, silent and still as the stone around it.
And for all that, I have no doubt that you and I could fend off trouble in the time it takes to coax a few of our brethren to flee beside us to safer parts. We will be awakening thousands of my kin, utterly defenseless.
Val nodded, understanding at once. First stop, armory. Equip our men so that any trouble coming our way can be met with killing force. Aurelius nodded.
Exactly. We need only trace amounts of Sylbion in my handprint to open the armory door. I would have headed there soonest had the final arboreum not been on our way.
Val swallowed and nodded, flowing into the darkness once more as Aurelius led the way, realizing that the toughest part of their mission had just begun. Aurelius! An alarm cry in the depths of shadow, Val only just sensing the approach of the awful conglomeration of cogs and tendrils racing at mad speed on two spiked wheels down the corridor. Considerably larger than their first maddened foe, multiple whips of bronze raining sudden blows upon the dwarf's quickly raised shield. Blaster fire from its final arm deflected from his armor, even as the older dwarf grunted with the impact of multiple blows. Val lashed out from the darkness, his fury given tight hot form in the shape of Elise's ancient dwarven blade, edge now shimmering with a fierce burst of Val's scion reserves, darting forth and lashing out with his cleaving sword, watching the humming blade hack a great gouge into the whipcord-like torso of the automaton. The blade jarred and tried to pull free from Val's fortunately competent grip, but it had cut deep into the alloy, well over a third of the way through. The mechanical abomination squealed strange, crackling cries as it spun around, raining vicious serpentine blows upon Val's quickly raised shield as he backed away, shaken by the awful strength of his foe, even as he smiled to hear it screech again, Aurelius's blade cleaving completely through the resilient alloy. Sparks and strange surges of mana and psionic energy radiated from the spasming thing as it twisted in its death throes, Val and Aurelius prudently stepping back as the thing crackled and died. Black smoke trickling from the joints in its armor, the flickering lights of its eyes going black as it stilled at last. Val paused a moment, closing his eyes, pulling up status screens he had long since ordered closed almost always, normally popping up only when he was leveling up or something momentous occurred.
Critical strike! 2-point Scion drain. 141 out of 143 out of 144. Scion remain. You have caused a crippling injury to the Mad Automaton. Mad Automaton is vulnerable to subsequent attacks. Mad Automaton has been fatally struck by your companion. Mad Automaton defeated. Experience earned. You are 10% away from level 6.
Val gazed in his mind's eye as his experience bar nudged up, somehow feeling a sense of potency course through him, propelling him onward in some unidentifiable way, as if he were a sailboat being blown along by winds he could scarcely fathom to a destiny dark and potent, like a howling storm off in the distance. He wondered how hard he would be rocked by the surges of potency that would burn through him once he completed the crux of the mission at hand. Whenever he would play games in his other life, he savored every level up. Only now was he aware of the strange pain and struggle just to reclaim himself each time as the howling souls and lost dreams that fueled his growth tried to claim him for their own ends. It was like giving painful birth to himself, and with every delivery, he risked dying on the table. He grimaced and shook his head, knowing he would just have to accept it. Nothing seemed to happen until he slept, and helping Ava and her clan was too important to let his own fear of pain and growth get in the way of doing what he had to do.
Valor, is all well?
Val blinked, gazing once more at a worried-looking Aurelius. I'm fine, he assured, looking down at the automaton, shivering as he took in the sight of the horrid mass of bronze tentacles, shimmering eyes, and the odd-looking spiked wheels it had rode upon, wondering what its function could possibly be.
Waste disposal,
Aurelius said with a mirthless smile.
Originally they were used for burrowing ore, but that model was repurposed.
His brow furrowed.
I was assured that they lacked proper sentience, or I would have been more leery of so cavalierly reconfiguring its function, delegating it to the lowest tier of dwarven rank when it had once known the glory of freeing priceless ore from our prison of stone.
Val grinned, strangely comforted to hear Ava's grandfather sound so characteristically like a dwarf. Aurelius frowned.
What?
Val swallowed, embracing a gentle truth. You brought to mind more memories I had of playing one of my favorite games back home. Aurelius smiled.
You were thinking that I had acted just like a dwarf, weren't you?
Val grimaced, but nodded, his older companion chuckling softly.
If your games depicted those of my race as potent, brilliant technicians who loved forging arcane wonders and shaping the most pristine of metals, then your reflections serve you well.
He pinned Val with a strangely knowing smirk.
But if you think that makes me a gruff, bearded fool who faces all opposition with an axe, you are seriously misguided.
He barked a laugh.
I far prefer the use of a sword.
Val flushed. Just how deeply could Aurelius peer into his mind when they spoke?
Deep enough, lad, as you should have realized when you stole Ava's heart.
He sighed, shaking his head.
I grieve that you cannot mesh your mind with hers when you two become one, but your mind works in other ways. Far better at hiding from others than any disciple among our people, even the most gifted. And our gifts availed us nothing against the damned High Lords that destroyed our people. I hope, Valor Hunter, that your shadow mind wards you against their daggers as well as it does other foes you have faced.
Val flashed a bleak smile. The first time I remember using it, it was warding myself from the vile bitch that sought to kidnap dozens of us, a Dark Lord who had already snatched away someone I cared about. She thought she had me snared, only to watch her men die beside her.
Well done, boy.
Aurelius clapped his shoulder in approval.
But no time for stories of battle and glory. We have a mission beyond all others to complete first.
Val swallowed and nodded.
Of course. And Val.
Yes, sir?
You strike well. It is good to fight by your side, boy.
Val smiled at that, letting Aurelius take the lead as he channeled his breathing, slipping his soul into the shadows once more. Tendrils of awareness, one with the dark, ready to act, should other traces of madness come barreling out of the darkness. He would not let Aurelius get taken by surprise again. Twice more the corridors rung with the sounds of fierce combat, Val and Aurelius instinctively fighting in concert. A sharp whistle and Aurelius was instantly ready as Val would strike from behind. Multiple automatons of the same type as they had first faced, repurposed miners, twisted collections of strange crystalline eyes, and half a dozen powerful tendrils, like abysmal creatures from the minds of brooding 19th century horror writers, and for all Val knew, they were. For something foul and awful had infected them, though whether it was deliberate malice or a tormented psyche trapped in bleak, lonely purposelessness for 1,000 years, he just couldn't tell. Nor did he care as he exulted over their third kill, his blade somehow blazing all the brighter, his sneak attacks now managing to cleave nearly halfway through the tightly corded bronze alloy that made up the automaton's torso, where the key command clusters that ran it were to be found, effectively its heart and brain.
Congratulations! All your adolescent training in blade and buckler from a life you think you lived has finally come to the fore in the crucible of real battle. Sword and Shield Rank 3, successfully quantized.
Aurelius bowed his head.
I had hoped, but no. This is how it has to be, he sighed. When my people return, perhaps it is best that we forego this part of our city's grand design. None but the simplest, most docile automatons shall I allow to traverse our corridors ever again.
Val grinned. Sounds like a plan. Aurelius raised his snow-white eyebrows.
It pleases me how your ability to properly express yourself has grown since first you walked among us, but your words are still sometimes strange.
Val grimaced. I agree with you wholeheartedly. He then began to tremble as the adrenaline surge of battle passed, safety returning. A nameless itch overcame him, a desperate need to embrace something as he suddenly felt undefined, wrapped in a strange cocoon, desperate to free himself.
Congratulations! You have reached level 6! As you are not on the verge of death or battle, you feel sleep calling you like never before, your soul eager to blossom ever closer to its true form. Some people fear sleep, afraid they might waken as an entirely different person joined only by common memory. In your case, this might actually be true. Enjoy your rest! It's not like you have a choice.
Val lurched and stumbled, Aurelius quick to come to his aid.
What's wrong, boy?
Val flashed in an apologetic smile. I know this may sound strange, but would it be at all possible to find some quiet corner and rest? Aurelius's brow furrowed.
The armory is just ahead. We can rest for as long as you like once we get inside. Are you strong enough to press on?
Val grimaced and nodded. I can go on as long as needed. And it was true. Sleep clawed at his brain, but the moment he started moving, he felt jolted back into alertness, adrenaline keeping him alert and ready. He grimaced, utterly unable to lose himself in shadow mind in this state. Never had the need to level up hindered him in real life. He blinked and frowned. Or had real life been the game? He was no longer even certain of that, only grateful that the shimmering force field guarding the armory door just ahead dissipated with Aurelius's palm upon a brilliant platinum screen. The dwarf frowned upon checking a display.
Val!
His gaze was strangely intent. Without a word, Val handed him a small vial. The dwarf then taking it and pouring it into a small receptacle that immediately started trilling.
For what it's worth, the armory shouldn't need any more for at least a couple of centuries. My brilliant engineers thought a fully automated system would be perfect for the city's defenses. Only now do I see in bitter hindsight how foolish that was.
Val nodded, fighting back a yawn. Is every station still beyond dependent?
Not at all. You know how vital the Matrix and Arboriums are. The Arborium shall now be self-sufficient, and what a blessing that is. And that Matrix we can feed only enough to have it cycle free my clan before shutting down for good.
A steady hand pressed down a lever upon the door. A strange blue light scanned over Aurelius, the door hissing steam in opening, and Val gasped in wonder, seeing a massive chamber that looked like something out of a sci-fi movie. Val couldn't help whistling his approval and grinning as he caught sight of multiple rows of weapons, both exotic and ancient, to be seen behind thick panes of translucent crystal, as well as multiple plush-looking benches and what looked like a massive computer straight out of an old movie, including beeping lights and spinning discs of bronze. Val immediately slumped down upon one of the benches, feeling himself start to slip away, but not before hearing a strange metallic voice fill the air with a staccato flow of sound, Aurelius alone answering in words he could understand. Val smiled and nodded, realizing that his early hunch about languages was correct. His gifts allowed him to understand the meaning behind words spoken by a thinking being, but sounds emitted from a cold computer made no sense at all to his brain. Of course, from what he had learned, Dwarvish was a challenge even for metahumans to learn.
Congratulations, you have reached level 6.
The words chimed almost mockingly as Val was pulled into a sea of horror and despair. The cries of dying dwarves and twisted alien sentiences filled his mind. He could sense scores of people staring at him, pleading with Val to pull them free of awful death. Yet Val somehow knew that to reach out to them would doom his own soul as well. Only one of the vast sea of panicked people able to escape that dream. Val ached to free them. All of them. So many spirits of the past were trapped in the final moments of their doom, and Val was helpless to save them. But he sensed, with odd clarity as well, the thousands upon thousands of souls trapped in a fate almost equally as bad. Lost in frozen dreams, now just the faintest breath from extinction, and a dying matrix just a short distance away. Val lurched and gasped, pulling himself free of black seas of guilt, determined to help the people he cared about. To save Ava's people, to be the hero he had always wanted to be. Val could feel his sense of purpose grow, his fierce sense of self clamping down on who he was, what he would become.
Willpower increased by 1. You are always mentally strong, fighting for the right to your own existence as your soul morphs with the sweet potency of this realm. Val knew he had to be ever alert, ever ready for trouble when it came his way, able to act in the blink of an eye. Whether it was saving his Ava and Elise from spiders ready to devour them in a heartbeat, or fighting by Halvar's side, he needed to be able to act and react in an eye blink, to save himself, to protect those he loved. Perception increased by 1. No better way to avoid trouble than see it before it sees you. Quickness increased by 1. You were quick before, now you are even faster at responding to trouble when it comes your way. He was all too humbly aware of how close he had come to oblivion, multiple times. If there was a flow to the universe, he wanted to be following the current, even if the effects would be minute. Perhaps it would save him from a fatal riptide he never saw coming. Goodness knows something had saved his bacon more than once. Luck increased by 1. You'll never know what it is, but +2 is better than +1. Even as he felt humbled and grateful for the companionship he experienced with Aurelius and Ava, his mind accepted dark truths that were all too clear. All too often, his life had depended upon focusing and harnessing his shadow mind skill, mastering stealth in the shadows, invisible to prey skirting futilely in the darkness, invisible even to the minds of his enemies. Enemies who could strike Val not at all with their hideous powers if all they sensed was emptiness, so long as he did not meet their gaze. Shadow Mind Rank 5 achieved! Trapped in that endless sliver of time, all he could think of was the void within his own soul, that icy coldness that allowed him to strike his foes with such ruthlessness that no echo of his fury could be sensed, even an instant before he struck. It was why his kill ratio was so high, even though he had never formally qualified as a sniper. He had a deadly knack for getting close, at a range where his bullets never missed, skilled as he was with guns that this world would never see. It was fine to think he swam through shadow with righteous cause this day, but in his heart, he knew his was a killer's skill, ruthless and cold, just like he. Congratulations! You are an adept in Shadow Mind. You now find it easier than ever to slip into the darkness of your soul. You can now use psionic abilities with a high chance of success without disrupting Shadow Mind. Harnessing spells is still difficult. You have a low probability of casting any, but the most carefully released of spells without disrupting Shadow Mind. +1 dark point gained. The force and flow of your destiny becomes ever clearer. Friends and enemies alike can sense your grim potency. You have +1 charisma in all circumstances where you allow your intensity to show. You are 10% plus more effective in all situations where you allow your rage to dominate. Allies will admire you, lovers will tremble, and all will know a savage killer lurks in your soul. In circumstances where you wish to embrace the delusion that you are the sweet, innocent young man you try to look like, such as when trying to charm the most innocent of fools, -1 to charisma rolls. Only a shy recluse can hide the dark intensity so close to your surface. Val felt the last flickers of potential flow into his mana and scion pools, feeling a certain grim satisfaction in how quickly his potency was growing. Or perhaps it had always been. He hissed and groaned, forcing himself to wake up as he stumbled to self-awareness, even as part of him wanted to sink into the deepest of slumbers. But time was one thing Val knew they dare not waste, his soul screaming with the cries of desperate dwarves somehow aware of their own impending demise, even as he felt a steady clanging reverberating through his skull. Valor Hunter, level 6, Strength 12, Vitality 13, Finesse 13, Quickness 17, Perception 18, Scholarship 13, Willpower 17, Charisma 11, Luck Unknown +2, Insight 17, Survival Points 202, Mana 161, Scion 161, Dark Points 1, +1 to reaction rolls and influence when you let your intensity shine. -1 if you try to hide the darkness in your soul. +10% potency increase when you embrace your wrath. Favorite skills, Shadow Mind rank 5. Sword and Shield rank 3. Greater Alchemy rank 3. Personal Resonance Mastery, rank 4. Favorite skills, Fire Stream, cost 5 mana. Explosive Retribution, cost 40 mana. Dwarven Catalyzation, cost 20 mana.
Chapter 7. The first thing Val noted as he stumbled upright was Aurelius looking at him strangely, standing before a heap of exotic-looking weaponry and armor. The powerfully built dwarf peered long and hard at Val before favoring him at last with a nod and smile.
Your true self is revealed in the crucible of combat. You are a natural warrior, unafraid of shedding blood for a cause you know to be just. Good. You have already done so much for my tribe, young Valor Hunter. It pleases me to know that my Ava has chosen a mate unafraid of doing whatever must be done to protect his people.
Val gulped and nodded, strangely humbled by the older dwarf's assessment. The dwarf waved his hand at his equipment.
20 suits of armor, elementium axes, and mazes.
Val blinked at the shimmering gold bronze-tinted suits of Lorica segmentata, made of the same exotic alloy as the automatons they had fought had been, and Val knew all too well how strong that alloy was. Elisa's shimmering blade had only been able to cleave part way through the resilient material. Aurelius was already kitted up, helping Val to don the same, and he couldn't help but admire how well it fit him, padded by nameless material, differing from its ancient Roman counterpart only in the full mail sleeves also included. And once again he had to wonder how much of Earth's own history had been influenced by flashes of intuition that were really just glimpses into a neighboring world impossibly distant, yet perhaps only a heartbeat away. Aurelius Battleborn gave an approving nod as Val slipped on a variant of a barbet helmet that did not hinder his vision or hearing in the least. For all that, it gave fantastic protection.
He then grabbed a shield very much like Aurelius's own, if slightly smaller. It was as if the dwarf knew what Val was used to, almost a mirror of the size and weight of the custom-made round shield that Val had trained with back on Earth, never having dreamed that such archaic skills would be vital for his survival now. Aurelius bade Val to leave his earlier equipment behind, replacing even Elise's enchanted sword with one equally serviceable, though the blade was several inches longer.
Try that one, boy. Tell me if the hilt isn't a slightly better grip. Cast some blows with blade and shield in concert. How does it feel?
Val spent a quick moment centering himself before the sword lit brilliantly in his hand as he felt his scions feed the blade, using only the barest flicker of his potential. It was a sword any Viking would be proud to own, now flowing smoothly through the series of alternating high-low cuts he warmed up with. He then took advantage of the hilt shape, arm lashing out with several cast blows, hand immediately locking in a pistol grip around the pommel designed for just such a maneuver, his grip sure and steady. Whether or not cast blows had been used as readily by the Vikings as was once thought, it was obvious that the technique worked just fine with these dwarven blades. Aurelius gave an approving nod.
I see you know how to use a sword as well as any young warrior. So long as you know when to cleave close and when to snap out with your sword, all will be well.
Val nodded, feeling the same sense of urgency that he had upon his first awakening, knowing that only minutes had passed, but still feeling like they were running out of time. Aurelius grimaced.
Now comes the hard part. We need to head straight to the Matrix and feed it the Sylbion needed to catalyze the emergency rejuvenation. Then we need to bring 20 of our strongest here as fast as we can to kit up so as to be able to take out any automatons before they can butcher my people, naked and vulnerable as they will be.
Val swallowed, nodding, gazing intently at the dwarf. Aurelius, those axes. The older dwarf flashed a hard grin.
Yes, boy. Just like your damned games, I'm sure. But these poleaxes are able to cleave through automatons a damn sight easier than our swords. He frowned. It pains me to admit it, but it's one weapon I have not mastered. Against any human and their excuse for armor, our blades will cut right through, and our shields will deflect their blasters and blades alike. Further, I can use carbine or sword with a shield interchangeably.
Val nodded. But against roving automatons made of elementium-infused bronze alloy, the older dwarf sighed.
A poleaxe would be a damn fine choice, and I know a few score dwarves who are delighted in mastering this archaic weapon. That's why I pulled them out of storage specifically.
Val nodded, gazing at the shimmering emerald-green edges of the ancient weapons once favored by fully armed knights, a 5-foot-long shaft mounted with an axe head and spiked tip. Historically, it had a hammer on the alternate side, but this one looked to be a well-balanced double-bladed axe, no doubt to take advantage of the exotic magics channeling scions to a keen vibrating edge that sliced so very well. Held in a quarterstaff grip, it could parry and cleave to deadly effect, and it was a weapon Val had only read about, sticking to swords with his own Hema pursuits. Val frowned, gazing at the older dwarf. "With your permission, I'd like to try something." Aurelius smiled and dipped his head. Closing his eyes, Val envisioned the square grid of his own little pocket dimension, imagining anchoring not just raw arcane materials, but a magic artifact in the grid. He girded himself for a monumental burst of effort, pleasantly surprised to see the dwarven poleaxe immediately pop up in his inventory, though he noted it seemed to require both a mana and scion point to lock it into place. As both pools now had a base of 161, he thought it a small price to pay, opening his eyes, gazing at an awestruck dwarf.
Truly, lad, you are just full of hidden talents.
Val shrugged. "I sort of have access to this pocket dimension." Aurelius chuckled.
Indeed.
"I've only used it to store exotic materials before, like the Sylbion. Now let's make sure the axe still works."
That would be rather important.
Val took a deep breath, summoning the poleaxe, which felt odd in his hands. He solemnly handed it to Aurelius, not willing to wave around a weapon that could slice through him as easy as butter, should the magic within the blade still work, and he utterly untrained in its use. Aurelius held the weapon in as competent a quarterstaff grip as Val had ever seen, swinging the blade about effortlessly. If he thought himself unskilled with it, Val could only imagine how sad he would look in comparison. The edges of the axe head shimmered a deep green, a high-pitched keening heard from the weapon. It cut through the stone tile effortlessly. Aurelius favored Val with an approving nod.
How many can you carry?
At least the 20 you pulled out, and the armor, infused as I can tell it is with elementium, but not the mazers, I'm afraid. If it has an active scion ability or arcane enchantment, or, like your dwarven melee weapons, uses a bit of both, I can pin it in place. The mazers may be more magic-friendly than human lasers, but they aren't magic per se, so I can't store them. Aurelius nodded.
A fine talent, boy. Store what you can and let's head out.
Val nodded, storing what he could of the pile Aurelius had laid out before leaving the armory. The dwarf then solemnly placed Val's hand upon the door, pricking his finger while doing so.
So you can access it too, he said with an intense gaze. Whatever should come to pass.
Val grimaced, then nodded. Same as before? The older dwarf flashed a hard grin.
Sure, boy. Blend in with the shadows and cut down from behind any construct so bold as to strike at this dwarf.
Val took a slow breath, embracing the ruthless hunter within himself as he flowed into the shadows, becoming one with the darkness all around. Slowly, they made their way forward. Had Val not been compelled by the direst of missions, he knew he would have been happy to spend countless hours admiring the marvelous dwarven architecture all around, the pair of them walking past massive edifices of gleaming golden bronze soaring high above, many capped by domes of brilliant electrum. So in awe Val was that he almost slipped free of shadow mind when he caught sight of majestic buildings that mirrored perfectly the Grand Colosseum, Pantheon, and baths of ancient Rome. Val even thought he glimpsed what might have been the beginnings of a monorail winding through the heart of the ancient city. It was then that they heard the clanking still some distance away, Aurelius's grim features paling with sudden panic.
Ral!
The older dwarf's eyes darted about.
We must pick up our pace. Our activity might have driven constructs lost in perpetual somnolence into new life. I fear what madness they now embrace.
Aurelius's cautious stride quickly became a desperate sprint. As the screeching and banging intensified, Val felt his heart lurch in his chest. It was everything he could do just to freeze his panic, to become one with the shadows once more. Somehow he knew, even before his companion uttered his panic curses, that the mad frenzy of sound, metal tearing against metal and stone, was an attack on the Matrix itself. Val girded himself for what was to come as Aurelius turned the corner. He froze in his tracks. Before them was a grand boulevard that Val sensed had once been a place of beauty and refinement, fountains and gardens gracing the very heart of their city. Now it was a place of devastation. The ground was littered with mangled heads and limbs of elementium and bronze, sparks still flying from more than one dismembered corpse, several twisting in death spirals still. The one automaton still upright was a giant golem with red eyes that blazed eerily bright, and Val could taste the crystalline madness radiating from the vile monstrosity as it raised a massive hammer of a limb, pounding against the reinforced door of what could only be the central matrix, great dents forming in the slab of metal serving as the doorway, the giant automaton roaring a static cry like an enraged beast as it renewed its efforts. Aurelius froze. Val could sense his limbs trembling with fury. He paused only to speak a few guttural words.
I will lead the charge. You know what to do. Should I fall, boy, you will claim my pendant and declare yourself my grandson. All will taste the truth of your words. None shall dare dispute you. Do you understand?
Val was as much shadow and darkness as the boy softly treading behind the dwarf, so could say nothing, and the white-haired warrior gave no time for reply or rebuttal, charging the mad, howling automaton with his blazing sword raised high. The golem shrieked and pivoted, lashing out with his massive bronze hammer, pulverizing pavement with his terrible swing, Aurelius laughing his contempt as he darted away.
You're a pathetic excuse for a sentinel. No wonder you went mad.
The creature's eyes turned bright red. A stream of crimson light tore through the air, but Aurelius had already charged in. Shield raised, his blade hummed a brilliant emerald song as he lashed out for the bronze golem's right knee, leaving an ugly gash with the clash of blade against metal as lasers bounced harmlessly from the dwarf's shield. Val felt his gut clench. The automaton's movement was not impeded. The armor had been scored, but the gears underneath were unharmed. A powerful blow with the offhand clipped the dwarf, for all that he danced and pivoted like a youth in his prime. Aurelius was sent spinning, crashing to the ground with a groan. The lip of his shield crumpled inward. But still he snarled and righted himself, darting away on shaky feet an instant before the massive machine stomped down, pulverizing the marble cobblestones under its feet. Then it shrieked and lurched, shadows and darkness coalescing into a brilliant shimmering blade so like Aurelius's own, cleaving deep into the cords of the golem's back.
Force ion spent! You've given your all to make your dwarven blade cut deep. Double cost for 25% more effectiveness. Meta Scion feat, Psi Boost, rank 1 learned.
Darting back into the shadows once more, but the crimson glare of hot crystalline madness would not be so easily deceived after centuries of looking for something, anything it could call trespasser, invader, following the code so deeply implanted in its half-sentient mind, before realizing moments or centuries ago that the city itself was its master, and any organic sentience that dared trespass must be cleansed from the cool, quiet domain that was its home. The steady hum of a city slowly reviving itself, lights flashing new and complex patterns. Arboreum suddenly online had been too much for the golem. It knew that soon the dwarves would awaken, and it was determined to destroy the infestation once and for all.
Shadow mind pierced! Greater Golem has spotted you!
All this Val sensed in a chilling flash of alien intelligence, the golem sentient enough for Val to taste its mind, even as a massive alloyed fist crashed into Val's hastily raised shield. He screamed as bone broke, and he crashed to the ground.
Negative 60 health! 1 rib broken! You are stunned!
The automaton's crimson eyes glowed brighter. It raised a single foot to stomp the life out of Val once and for all. Before screeching in whatever agony a machine could feel, Aurelius's flashing blade cleaving deep into its back, biting ever deeper into the crack Val had made. The monster of elementium and bronze lurched and turned around, swinging its massive hammer on suddenly jerky feet, and a dazed Val watched in amazement as the wily dwarf fought for his life against the ancient sentinel, dodging vicious, stone-shattering sweeps with the skill of a consummate warrior, seeming to push his luck ever more, as if to buy Val time. And so confused was the younger man, head swimming with fatigue and pain, that his companion's desperate shouts meant nothing to him. Then he too was sent crashing to the ground. "Aurelius!" Val whispered the word, suddenly jolted out of his agony-induced befuddlement. His gut twisted to see the automaton howl its mad crackling cry of victory, massive metal foot raised for the kill. Having no sense of darkest shadow alive once more, compelled by long-forgotten pain known all too well. Val knew his terrible peril, how fast this mad monstrosity could strike. But Aurelius was too precious to lose, and there was no way he would let such a brave, valiant soul so strikingly similar to his own grandfather die in vain, while Val sat and cowered, doing nothing. Val closed his eyes as he touched eerily warm metal, finding himself once more in an ancient temple, gazing for an instant upon features solemn and wise. A score of young disciples behind the master Val bowed before, and for just a moment he thought he saw a shiver of horror flow over more than one lad's face as they glimpsed a specter of their future, or perhaps their world's ancient past. Val crashed into the moment once more, the tight, hot cauldron of magic potency he sought desperately to compel slipping free at last of his lips in that endless second as a single word: "Break!" "Congratulations! You have successfully altered dwarven catalyzation. Automated folly learned. Why worry about finesse when you can use brute force in the most artful of ways? When you really want to damage unique and priceless artifacts, this level 20 spell is for you. No matter how fearsome or impressive or perfectly made an automaton is, cogs will grind and crystalline matrices will shatter in no time. Anything that can go wrong will, and if a machine already has crossed wires, its destruction is almost a sure thing. Cost at your level of skill, 20 mana. Manipulation, rank 2 achieved. Destruction, rank 1 achieved. Dwarven catalyzation successfully boosted. 60 mana spent. Critical save made, boosting an altered spell. Dodging sure destruction is something of a hobby for you, isn't it, Val? Good luck with what comes next." And even as Val was sent crashing to the ground, gasping and wheezing, certain his ribcage had been cracked, the massive golem, turning to pound him to pulp, grew ever more frenzied, red eyes overflowing with brilliant malice until they erupted. Val crying out with pain as the surge of energy scalded his skin, armored hand raised just in time to protect his sight as the stench of burnt wiring and black acrid smoke suddenly filled the air. And still the automaton squealed horribly, reeling, lashing out with his massive hammer, pounding upon pavement feet away, the awful sound of grinding gears suddenly filling the air as the golem tried to right itself before its chest abruptly exploded open. Val crying out as shrapnel tore into his arm, even as his eyes stung with awful smoke, and the automaton was at last deathly still, slowly toppling over, right where Aurelius lay. "No!" Val screamed. And for all that, he still felt disoriented. His cracked ribs slowed him down not at all as he made a mad dive, desperate to save his companion, even as the automaton crashed on top of them both. His heightened reflexes saved Aurelius's life, but were not enough to save himself from harm. Aurelius's still dazed countenance snapped into focus, even as his brilliant beard was flecked with blood.
"Damned fool boy! What will my Ava say if she looks into my eyes and sees that you are dead?"
Val grimaced and sobbed, unable to make any witty reply, for all that he felt the dwarf's gruff, heartfelt concern. It was all he could do not to scream as Aurelius began to pull Val's shattered legs free of the crushing weight pinning them, pitilessly haranguing Val to do his part to extricate himself, no matter how great his agony.
"Faster, boy! If there are any other mad automatons, we are both dead, and we need you alive, or this is all for naught."
Sobbing with pain, stripped of weapons and armor, Val nonetheless instructed Aurelius to lift his broken body up, carrying him past the massive golem corpse and to the heart of their city, the Matrix itself.
"Are you sure you can do this, boy?"
"There is no choice," Val sobbed, closing his eyes and desperately focusing on the dimensional rift that served as such a useful storage vehicle, having to spend long minutes acclimatizing to the pain roaring through him like a violent bloody sea. Pain without end, no mercy in sight. All that was left was bitter endurance, like stones washed forever by the tide, till they were ground away to melted echoes of the mighty granite faces they once had worn, their stoic endurance stronger than time itself. Biting his lips till they bled, he He refused to lose his focus as he withdrew precious, priceless, life-giving Sylbion into the crystal tube that Aurelius's desperate coaxing had brought to the surface. Val's shaky finger dripped blood as he jammed it into the tube, desperate not to waste a single drop of the precious liquid flowing down into the crystalline matrix that powered the massive structure. Aurelius gave a satisfied grunt, quickly spinning several dials in positions that caused a dim ringing clamor to permeate the building. Lights started flickering with increased rapidity. Sonorous gongs started reverberating throughout the massive chamber, and the massive alloyed doors the automaton had been pounding so furiously at last opened of their own accord. Quickly, Aurelius scooted them inside, relieved to see no other mechanized servants in sight before gently settling Val down, who couldn't help screaming with pain as his shattered legs were unavoidably jostled.
Val, if you have the strength for it, lad, pull free the armaments you have stored. The city, our people, will soon start to emerge. We need to make sure they are ready for whatever trouble might still come our way.
Sobbing with effort, Val did just that, now utterly spent. In what seemed an eye blink of jarring agony for Val, a score of powerfully built gray-skinned men had already emerged, broad and stocky as any Olympic weightlifter. For all that, they were naked and hollow-cheeked, trembling still with the after-effects of having been frozen for 1,000 years. Yet they were lively enough for murder to flash in more than one dwarf's eyes as they stared at a broken Val, legs twisted and crumpled as he lay slumped and gasping. He was helpless before them, too spent even to whisper protest as they roared their displeasure, swearing their undying hatred of the humans that had near butchered them all.
You will cease your bitter vitriol now!
Roared Aurelius, an iron to his voice that Val had never heard before. As one, all 20 dwarves blinked, turning to the glaring dwarf spitting gobs of blood even now. All of them dropped to one knee, bowing low.
This boy has no allegiance to the vile High Lords who betrayed us and butchered our clans. The broken human you see before you is only so because he saved my life.
The older dwarf pinned them all with his furious glare.
Right before saving your own.
Utter silence, 20 confused gazes looking on.
You have all been asleep for 1,000 years. 1,000 rotations around our glorious sun, and we forgotten entire by the world above, just as they forgot about us, as we had hoped they would.
He gave a bitter shake of his head.
But our glorious city was untested, unproven. All its wonders aside, the tiny disharmonies ever grew in oscillation until our arboreums had shut down, our Sylbion dried up, our automatons gone mad.
His gaze was heartfelt. He looked close to tears.
My brothers and sisters, you had only months left to live. Had Valor Hunter not come to our aid, my granddaughter would have perished, the arboreums would be forever abandoned, and all our people would have died in the suspension chambers you only now awaken from.
2 identical ice-blue eyes widened at these words, even as a second group of 20 dwarves entered the large chamber before the entrance from the same door the first 20 had emerged from, all of those present now gazing at Val with odd mixtures of awe, disbelief, and wonder, even as Val cried out and writhed in pain.
Aurelius grimaced. We need to get you stabilized, lad.
Val angrily shook his head, gazing at the still assembling dwarves, a steady stream of fresh faces gazing at Val in alarm and hatred before whispered words turned looks to disbelief and, in some cases, wonder.
No, you need to get your people armed and armored as fast as you can, so we can trek back to the topmost quarter. How many lives will be imperiled if you don't do this right? I'm only one man, grandfather.
How dare you speak that way?
Snapped one dwarf hotly.
Does he not know whom he addresses? And he dared to call Battleborn grandfather! Who is he really?
Aurelius, however, was already taking action, the 20 most fit and alert dwarves donning Lorica segmentata and poleaxes, Aurelius whispering words to another elder dwarf who bowed low, fist to heart, before leading 10 now fully armed and armored dwarves back to the armory, their mission to bring back a steady supply of weaponry, even as the other 10 guarded the facility and the thousands of vulnerable dwarves only now beginning to emerge. It was an endless operation, and Val felt a curious exultation at seeing the faces of so many dazed and wondering souls. Powerfully built men, beautiful stout women, and more than a few children crying and clinging to their mothers Val witnessed coming to life once more. An entire race of people, all their hopes and dreams and the possibility of all they could achieve and become, brought back from the brink of death. Many stared at Val with fear or apprehension, yet as Aurelius continued to fill in the ever-growing band of dwarves with the details of their adventure, more than a few were gazing at Val with undisguised gratitude as well. Val managed a pain-filled smile even as several newly awakened healers immediately came to his aid, straightening and binding tight his shattered legs, shaking their heads sadly about his chances of making a full recovery, but determined to do what they could. Val was grateful for their care, even as he screamed in agony with their every touch, overwhelmed by the beautiful awe of a race reborn and the hideous agony of a body shattered. The feelings became surreal, and when some 500 dwarves had emerged, a full 200 now kitted for battle, Aurelius thought it time to bring the first batch back to the uppermost quarter of the city, insisting on leading the way after suffering the ministrations of yet more awakened healers, all of them determined to assure that Aurelius would cause himself no further harm. Time passed by in a fugue of wonder and agony for Val, as ever more of the city seemed to light itself up, and though he heard the grinding shrieks of several other mad automatons, scores of fully armed and armored dwarves made short work of them as they made their way back to the first of the arboreums Val had restored, Ava giving a heartfelt cry as she saw scores of her people marching purposefully forward.
You did it, grandfather! Val! Ancestors' mercy, I had prayed you would make it safely back.
Several dwarves smiled fondly back at her.
That they did, Princess Ava. Brought us back from endless sleep. If your grandfather's right, we were a heartbeat away from the end. A race saved by a human, of all things.
Ava's beautiful eyes beamed at Val before filling with sudden worry.
Grandfather, what happened to him?
Aurelius bowed his head.
He took grave injuries, saving me from sure death.
Ava shared heartfelt handclasps with several elders she seemed to recognize.
He fought bravely and well,
assured one healer, gazing solemnly into Ava's eyes.
Not all of us were unaware toward the end,
the elder dwarf sighed, shuddering as if in horrible memory.
A few of us could taste the end, minds half awakening as the Sylbion ran out and vital essences required for our survival began to fall to a trickle. But we were powerless to emerge fully, doomed to die in frozen awareness.
Ava cried out, holding the elder close.
Raynar, that is horrid to hear. You were locked inside a nightmare.
The older dwarf flashed a tired smile.
I was able to sense the crystalline madness of the automaton seeking to break into the Matrix and end all our lives as brutally as it could.
Ava paled at that.
Yet, I had the blessing of being able to sense our valiant heroes staving off darkest fate. I tasted the soul of our city's oldest champion, and our newest as well.
He bowed his head to a grimacing Val, writhing in pain as bad as any he had felt on earth, as two dwarves gently carried him upon a stretcher, bringing him before Ava.
Where should we place him, my lady?
Ava led them back to her quarters, and the last thing Val remembered before succumbing to exhausted agony was her gentle eyes gazing so tenderly into his own.
Thank you, Val, with all my heart, for saving my people.
Val cried out as he found himself plunging into inky dark seas of the soul, racing past countless spirits gazing hungrily at the brilliant comet blazing by, eager to make his light their own.
Congratulations! Quest, will you save my people? 3 completed. The lost colony of dwarves you found were just months away from final extinction. After saving a dwarven princess from certain death before seducing her soon after, you accompanied her grandfather in restoring the Arboriums and facing down mad automatons before bringing Armory and Matrix both back to life. The last city of the dwarves has been saved. 90% of those trapped in the Matrix have been successfully revived. You have grabbed tight the reins of fate and destiny, shaping it to your will. As a result of your massive achievement, affecting the fate of not just a single individual, but the final remnants of an ancient and powerful race, your soul is now overflowing with endless potential. +2 charisma. Your personal magnetism is growing. Taking such a pivotal role in the story of the dwarves' rebirth means that others will want to be a part of your story as well. Congratulations! You have reached level 7.
Val felt himself sinking ever deeper into the whirlpools of blackness that could spell his end, part of him wanting just to close his non-existent eyes and slumber forever, free of the pain ripping through him even now.
But if he let his soul be so easily claimed, he would never know Ava again, never be able to savor a sunrise or the sweet feeling of holding his beloved in his arms. He would be gone forever, replaced by some spirit not his own, should he surrender now. Grimly he fought against the choking black current, even as it fought to drown him.
Congratulations! You have reached level 8!
A part of him whimpered as the currents grew even more treacherous, struggling just to survive from one moment to the next, constantly fighting to remember who and what he was, lest he forget forever. Just as he felt himself losing desperate grip on his own sense of being, a gentle voice threw him a life raft.
Val? Val, lift your head from the table and answer the question.
Val blinked, rubbing his head, gazing at Elise as she stood before the chalkboard, his professor smiling at him warmly, despite the injuries she still bore. A young Sten smirked, Gregor yawning and throwing paper airplanes in the old-fashioned classroom, Halvar nodding at Val. "What question, Professor?" Elise rolled her eyes.
The one in your PRM book?
Val grimaced, realizing he had forgotten again. "I had a really good excuse," he said. I had to save this lost city of dwarves."
Gregor laughed, scratching his mad thatch of curls.
You're lost in your comic books, Val. This is the real world, remember?
Val blinked, frowning. He knew dwarves were something out of fairy tales, but somehow he was certain that it had really happened. Elise tapped her feet.
Enough daydreaming, Val. Focus on the board. See the patterns. Feel the flow of magic working around you, through you.
Val took a deep breath, shuddering, feeling the essence of the diagram Elise had drawn on the chalkboard seemed to take up the entirety of his vision, and for one brief moment, every detail spoke to him, and he understood the whole.
Personal Resonance Mastery Rank 5 achieved. 5 of 7 points spent. Mana pool increased 10%. Scion pool increased 10%. 7 of 7 points spent.
Val rubbed his forehead, feeling the knowledge percolate inside him. Then he trembled as dozens of howling, angry voices pounded on the classroom door.
You always try to leave early, Sten said, when you have so much still to learn. Gregor shook his shaggy mane.
And he's such a terrible student!
Elise's chalk tapped the board.
Concentrate, Val. You are not ready to leave, not by a long shot.
Doing his best to ignore the increasingly frantic pounding, Val focused on the new diagram she had drawn in a blink, shivering as strange new understandings came over him. But there was such complexity to this higher-order PRM, such nuance, that he knew he couldn't learn it all in one go. The banging on the door increased in intensity. Val was certain he had heard the doorframe crack, clenching his eyes reflexively, opening them to find himself at an ancient monastery, staring down at a small pebble. He looked up. The elder master was nowhere to be found. But that was all right. He already knew what to do. Taking a deep breath, he slowly raised the stone with his mind, doing his best not to allow even an echo of his mana to radiate beyond his body, his mind drifting to the quiet lessons of the masters in the chambers beyond, speaking a long-lost language he could almost understand.
5 points placed in personal resonance mastery. 1 point away from rank 6. 5 of 7 points spent. Mana pool increased by 10%. Scion pool increased by 10%. 7 of 7 points spent. Valor Hunter, level 8. Primary attributes: Strength, 12. Vitality, 13. Finesse, 13. Quickness, 17. Perception, 18. Scholarship, 13. Willpower, 17. Charisma, 13. Luck, unknown, +2. Insight, 17. Survival points, 222. Mana, 194. Scion, 194. Dark points, 1. Favorite skills: Shadow Mind, rank 5. Sword and Shield, rank 3. Greater Alchemy, rank 3. Personal Resonance Mastery, rank 5. Favorite spells: Fire Stream, cost 5 mana. Explosive Retribution, cost 40 mana. Dwarven Catalyzation, cost 20 mana. Automotive Folly, cost 20 mana.
Chapter 8. Valor groaned, rubbing his throbbing head, propping himself up on his elbow, gazing about the room he found himself in, placed but feet beside Elise, still mending from her injuries. Val gazed down at her and smiled, certain that she was recovering. He swallowed and forced himself to look down at the awful mess that his legs had become, carefully twitching no thigh muscles lest pain be his reward, only to gasp as he pulled off the single thin sheet covering him. His legs were smooth and whole, without blemish or scar. He flinched involuntarily as he forced himself to touch them. No pain, no numbness. They were perfectly fine. He made himself stand, satisfied at last that he wouldn't collapse in an agonized heap. It appeared that the remarkable recuperative powers he had in this world had healed him completely once more, a boon for which he would be forever grateful. He spied what looked to be a dwarven outfit laid out for him, donning it quickly and dipping his head into the adjoining room, hoping to see Ava working diligently on her experiments, only to smile at him. But her quarters were sealed tight, and he didn't sense her beyond the door. He then peered into the next room, comforted to see his friends looking in good health, Gregor and Halvar both conversing over one of the dwarven cubes at an animated clip. Val blinked and tore his eyes away, knowing the headache he'd get just glancing at the holographic image it would try to display upon his mind. Sten, wearing his armor jacket once more, was the first to spot Valor, grim countenance lighting at once with a smile.
Our newest companion, back from the brink of dire peril at last. How you feeling, Val?
He looked pointedly at Val's legs before handing him a flask of cool water. Val took a deep drink, knowing he had to measure his words carefully. How much could he say and be true to the fragile friendships he had formed, while still holding tight to the dwarf's trust? "I'm feeling much better," he admitted. "Honestly, the agony I'd felt in my legs, so reminiscent of what I had suffered back on Earth. I can't tell you how grateful I am not to be cursed with endless pain once more." Sten nodded, handsome features lit by a wry, knowing smile. "And yet you pull through without scrape or injury after a single day's sleep. Nowhere near as badly injured as we had been given to fear, considering how carefully your girlfriend and her pair of helpers had put you to bed, how they tried over and over again to make sure we understood not to touch you in any way." Val chuckled awkwardly. "What can I say? I'm a fast healer." "Very fast," Halvar agreed with a welcoming clap to Val's shoulder.
Inhumanly fast,
Gregor grumbled.
What? You all know it's true. I'm not even saying there's anything wrong with it, mind you, but it isn't exactly natural.
Halvar grinned. "It's good to have you back, lad." Val smiled, warmed as he always felt by the giant's good-natured manner. "It's good to be back, Halvar. Quite an adventure, but we made it through." He raised a polite eyebrow.
Do tell.
Val nodded to the giant of a man. I accompanied Aurelius, that's the older dwarf, to the various arboreums they had.
Arboreums?
Gregor frowned, tilting his head at the word. Val nodded. Think a vast, contained, multi-layered garden hydroponics center using mystic lights to achieve rates of growth far beyond what even a typical summer day would inspire. Gregor blinked.
Fascinating tech.
Val nodded. But they were running subpar, so I offered to use my Sylbion stores to boost their performance. It was a wild success. I did have to go throughout the city, and at one point one of their automatons fell on me. Halvar smirked.
I've heard of those things. The few successfully rebuilt or kept in collections are notoriously buggy. Interesting as a curiosity, but highly unpredictable. To find that the dwarves themselves don't have perfect control over the silly things comforts me somehow. Still, they tend to be small from those I've seen. How did you manage to get your legs so badly injured?
Val grimaced. I was flat on the ground and the slightest bit winded by that point. I guess you could say I'm not quite the athlete I would like to be. All of which was technically true. Had he been a bit stronger, a bit faster, a bit more graceful, maybe he could have avoided injury altogether. As it was, he had been just fast enough to save Aurelius's life and his own. Gregor laughed at that.
Our daring spider killer and ghost slayer gets put in his place by a screwy automaton. I knew there was some sort of balance in the world.
His grin was actually friendly.
Don't feel bad, kid. We all have clumsy moments sometimes. Whenever you slip and fall on your face or your experiment blows up for no sane reason, just think of it as the universe keeping you humble. No one wants an arrogant know-it-all. Not even the fates themselves, I think.
Val dipped his head, not saying a word. Sten peered closely at Val. So, your mission with them was an unmitigated success, it sounds like. Val grinned. The Sylbion worked, much as I had hoped it would. The captain smiled. That's what I'd hoped to hear. So, we have proven our friendship beyond question, I trust? Val swallowed, nodding. I believe they will grant us favored trading status, Captain. The captain's grin widened. Excellent. Well, please tell our host to come up with a list of anything they might need from the surface world, anything at all, and I'm sure arrangements can be made. I know Sylbion's near impossible to gather underground, but I don't suppose you queried about any Elementium stores they might have, or dare I say it, Valorium? The entire party gazed silently at Val with those words, before the captain broke the tension, shrugging his shoulders. Though I'm sure other arrangements can be made if such elements are not available. There is quite a sizable market for dwarven artifacts amongst collectors, after all. Val bowed his head. I didn't think to bring it up in the middle of our mission, but I shall ask the dwarves about what goods they might like to trade for, when next they choose to speak with me. Val hoped he had made it very clear that the ball was in the dwarves' court, not his own. And if he did have influence, he'd rather not advertise that fact. He wanted Sten happy, but he didn't want to put this city he had striven so hard to save in any debt or disadvantage because of that. Sten nodded. Gregor let loose an explosive breath.
Honestly, Captain, so long as we can get out of here in one piece, especially with the fortune and ore Val is carrying, I don't mind if they don't wish to trade for even a single one of their blasters.
Sten frowned. I'm sure we don't have to worry about such a crass farewell from our new friends. Do we, Val? Val smiled. No, Captain. Oaths mean something to the dwarves. It's the only reason why they were unprepared for their enemy's blitzkrieg assault 1,000 years ago. They had never encountered treachery on that scale before. Val's brows furrowed. And they will never let themselves be so vulnerable again. But they would not break faith with us, especially after you had all agreed to be oath-bound. Sten and Halvar nodded, Gregor grimacing and excusing himself. Val guessed the small man still didn't like being bound by things he had little control over, even if the oath was the only thing that would facilitate them leaving the city at all. Sten patted a comfortable-looking seat next to him, Val noting the extra accommodations the dwarves had brought them since their first encounter. He sunk into the plush chair gratefully, blinking in surprise as Sten handed him the tome Elise compelled him to study,
even in his dreams.
No reason not to make use of the time, Val, and this is one of the few tomes I know you can read. Getting more comfortable with both dampening your magic and reading will only help you once we return to the outer world waiting for us above. Val blinked, staring at the captain. Sten's smile was almost fatherly. I can imagine why you might want to stay, never having seen the world above, finding a beautiful lass who finds you appealing down here in this lost city as well. But we do have to head to the surface, both so that we can supply the dwarves with whatever items they need, and so that we can sell the elementium your wonderful talents have helped us realize from this venture, which you alone can store in such concentrated form. Even fully purified, it is still hundreds of pounds. A playful wink bellied the seriousness of his tone. Besides, we're not the only ones who took a vow, Val. You did as well. I think I know you well enough to know that you will keep your word and see this through to the end. Val winced, knowing that the captain had outmaneuvered him before he could voice a single protest. He forced himself to nod. Of course, Captain. Sten chuckled softly. Don't worry. If things go as I hope they do, we'll be back in a matter of weeks, all of us profiting mightily from this venture. Now, quit your sighing and study the charts. You know that's exactly what Elise would want you to do. Val grimaced and nodded, and he hadn't been sighing, just accepting reality. He took a deep breath and let himself sink into the latest chart he had been examining in his dream. It was exactly as he had imagined it, and slowly he began the rigorous process of mastering the complex web of interwoven information, concentrating on focusing upon the ebb and flow of arcane energies coursing through his body even as he studied the tome. Hours seemed to pass by in minutes. Even Gregor, impressed by his focus, and Val, was certain he could never have mirrored the feat while a student. The discipline he had learned over the last 3 years, combined with increases in willpower and scholarship, had probably been the deciding factors. But at the end of the day, he was still Val, and it was his simple desire to better himself that pushed him onward. Someone knocked sharply on their door. Sten nodded toward the entrance. Val opened it, blinking at the sight of a pair of powerfully built dwarven guards in full, shimmering suits of armor, each carrying a brightly glittering poleaxe. Their gazes were those of hardened veterans. As one, they bowed low to Val, and he could sense the hot tension in the room behind him immediately fade to nothing.
If you will follow us, Valor Hunter.
Smiling, Val did just that, assuring his friends that he would be back as soon as he could, enjoying a walk through a city now filled with shimmering light, the darkness dispelled, at least in this quarter of the kingdom. Dozens of dwarves were now strolling along the thoroughfare, no few gazing at the city with awe and wonder, even as he was, others working industriously at what seemed to be maintenance or repair. Yet no matter how preoccupied they seemed, when their eyes caught Val's, they uniformly slammed fist to heart, bowing low before him. Val blushed and bowed his head when children started doing it as well, feeling both humbled and unworthy. He was just grateful to see the city alive and vibrant, filled with light and life where there had been only stillness and darkness just days before. The sound of dwarven children playing in the wood-lined park that had been a near-lifeless arboretum just days ago washing over him, along with the rich sense of loam and pine. He felt an indescribable ache of wonder and joy as he watched the children at play.
This way, champion,
said one of the dwarves escorting him. Val blinked at the title but nodded as they made their way forward again, now coming before a magnificent amphitheater of the same wondrous bronze-gold alloy that made up most of the city. Val blinked as the roar and cheer of numerous dwarven voices could be heard. He was inundated by brilliant lights as he entered the building, squinting as he saw what might have been hundreds of dwarves seated in the first few rows, the structure so large that it could have held thousands. He then turned his gaze to meet the faces of none other than Aurelius, Astmar, and Ava, the trio smiling so warmly as he approached them, all of them seated upon grand, oversized chairs upon a raised dais, wearing the most elegant clothes Val had ever seen. And Val didn't even need to see the golden circlets upon their brows to understand at last. His friends hadn't simply been the chance thought caretakers of this ancient city. They were its rulers. He had made love to a princess and fought beside a king. Val trembled and wept for joy, even as the crowd's approving roars washed over him, feeling a sweet sense of peace, of completeness, and having accomplished something so very sacred as rescuing this city from the saddest of endings, his dark skills brought to noble use at last. The warm gazes of Aurelius and his family touched Val deeply. To rescue those in need and be found worthy in turn had been his heart's desire for so long, warped as his causes had become under the mercenary machinations of the world he had called home for the first 20 years of his life. No longer. Here, as nowhere else, perhaps, he could be the hero he had always dreamed, always yearned to be.
Rise, valor hunter, stalwart brother in arms to your king. For your bravery in battle, for your dedication to my people in their time of greatest need, I bid you rise and accept the title of champion, hero of the dwarven people.
The crowd roared with Aurelius's words as Val stumbled to his feet, legs shaking as he approached the king. Aurelius's eyes gazing into his own as his brilliant sword flashed in the reflected light, whipping down with chilling speed before tapping him once, then the other shoulder, as gently as a summer breeze.
Congratulations! You have earned the rank of champion of the dwarven people! All dwarves have a modified +6 reaction to you!
Val, suddenly dizzy, would have lost his balance if the king hadn't gently gripped his shoulders.
You saved my people. You saved my family. We will never forget what you have done for us. Our home is your home, for so long as you wish it.
Val bowed his head. No greater gift could you give me than letting me see your city bright and prosperous, full of children at play, where before there had only been stillness, all life frozen away.
Aurelius Battleborn grinned at that. And even now, as he is crowned champion of our people, he asks for nothing. A hero born in a world of mercenaries, cutthroats, and treacherous snakes. Let us honor our hero then with a boon worthy of his namesake.
The crowd roared as several armored dwarves marched up to the dais, bowing low before the king as they lowered a sturdy-looking chest of elementium-infused bronze. The king handed Val a key.
Open it, champion, and gaze at your prize.
With trembling hands, Val did so, the key sliding smoothly in the lock, opening with the softest of clicks. As if on greased hinges, Val effortlessly opened the lid, gasping in wonder to behold half a dozen shimmering orbs filled with lights that dazzled and swirled, as if galaxies spun in their core. With trembling hands, Val picked one up. My king, dare I ask what this is?
The king roared with laughter. They are the greatest prize of any you will find in the human worlds, Valor Hunter. These are Valorium starship cores, as pure and fine as any the damned High Lords used to sail the heavens in their dreadnoughts a millennium ago. Millions of strands of Valorium carefully woven to such perfect symmetry that no ship will sail the heavens farther or faster than one with a dwarven core in its heart.
The mirth turned hard.
And knowing humans as I do, as brilliant as they may be at memorizing volumes of information, it is at the expense of all creativity. Their modality assumes that perfection is already present in their damned two-dimensional depictions, and even for the centuries I studied your people, never did they advance in any art or science beyond a snail's pace.
He grinned and shrugged his shoulders.
Which is just to say, I would not be surprised if these Valorium cores are still the most suited of any you will find in ships sailing the heavens, well capable of keeping even dreadnought-class ships aloft, even within docking distance of a planet.
Asmar nodded.
They were forged with dedication and care, specifically to the specifications of the High Lords who had requisitioned them. Part of the trade negotiations that ended in utter and absolute betrayal and the attempted genocide of my race.
Asmar's hot gaze held Val's own for some moments before he bowed his head.
And it was you, the youngest human I ever met, that saved my daughter. save my race. For that, Valor Hunter, I and my people will always be in your debt."
Val swallowed and bowed his head. "I can only hope that your righteous wrath extends only to the bastards that seek to enslave everyone, both dwarf and innocent humans just living their lives and caring for their families alike." Val gave a bitter shake of his head. "I wouldn't even have come to this realm had a monster wearing a human's guise not kidnapped dozens of my own kind, intent upon sucking all our scions dry over years of hideous bliss and torment, only to cast us aside like dried fruit rinds once we had been drained to brittle, decrepit, brain-dead husks." The cheering crowd had gone deathly silent. Asmar's eyes glared into Valor's own. Val swallowed, suddenly afraid that he had overstepped himself.
"He is right,"
Aurelius said, softly, gently squeezing his son's shoulder.
"We got along well with simple human traders and villagers for centuries before the High Lords came. More than one mixed marriage did we bless, if you recall."
If it weren't for this one human, Father.
Ava's words hung in the air. Her father bowed his head.
I know.
He let loose a trembling breath.
"I have no quarrel with you, Valor Hunter, nor those you call friends or clan. But if I had those High Lords within my sights,
I'd strike them dead, one and all," Val finished for him, smile as cold and hard as Astmar's. "The enemy of my family is my enemy as well, and I had enough reason to hate them before." Val was relieved to see any number of dwarves nod thoughtfully as he shared his sentiment. Astmar nodded.
"And the friend of my friend. Very well, Valor. Should we ever rid the galaxy of the blight that are High Lords, we will have no further quarrel with the race of man, though we will always guard ourselves against such betrayals again. Until then, you and your companions are the only ones that know our secret."
His gaze became pained.
"If our enemies should ever find out."
"That which I hold closest to my heart shall not be put in peril. I will strike down any discovered spy before he can blink." Val's voice was icy as death itself. More than a few dwarves smiled and cheered at this grim pronouncement, Asmar himself flashing a bleak smile, and somehow Val just knew his dark point was shining at that moment, boosting his presence in the grimmest of ways. He turned to Ava, hoping she wouldn't fear his gaze. Blue eyes held his own, and refused to let him go.
You hold a fortune in Valorium. Enough to buy you a small city-state, I'm sure.
Ava said, pinning Val with her luminous gaze as she slowly undressed him back in quarters far more luxurious than the one she had been staying at not so long ago.
You could own a harem of your own if humans still hold to those customs, bent on servicing your every need. And still, you would spend weeks in loneliness, coming back to me in secret only by the most circuitous of routes?
Soft lips caressed his own. Val growled and held her close. "You know I would. What are a couple baubles of priceless ore that could net me a city-state when I already have my princess right here?" She chuckled throatily, gripping him tightly to her before gently lowering him to the bed.
"What indeed?"
she said, her voice husky as she kissed his throat.
"Let me show you treasures glorious and grand, so you never forget the girl who loves you, even as you embrace madcap adventures that I hope always leave you safe, and longing to come home to me once more."
And that she did, allowing him to savor every soft, sensual curve of her, every precious secret, before savoring him in turn. A night of rapture spent in each other's arms, sweetest bliss turning to salty tears Val tried to hide, and Ava let slide down her cheeks freely when it was finally time to go. Val held the packet of elementium bars alongside an open order for as much Sylbion as Sten could supply them, a true request inside the enticement of trade, so Sten would have all the more reason to keep his secret and none to query over Val's own prize.
"Those cores are yours alone, Val,"
Ava whispered.
"In the wrong hands, it would be all too easy to deduce who the manufacturer was, And perhaps a savvy merchant or High Lord would wonder if they were truly relics of a forgotten era, or if their enemies were not quite as dead as they had thought.
Val swallowed. Then why trust them with me? Ava grinned.
Because my father thinks that if anyone is capable of doing something remarkable with them, it is you.
Val blinked. Me? She nodded slowly.
Whatever you are lacking, your mind has curious nodes, unlike anyone else that I've ever sensed. You have a gift for the arcane arts, my love, as I'm sure you have already deduced.
She shrugged.
Besides, you alone have a pocket dimension to securely deposit your prizes within, so you alone could unload and sell them in a planet far away from our own, if you had the need for coin enough to buy a city-state.
Val nodded, depositing his prizes safely within the grid of his mind, his heart breaking to see the way Ava gazed at him.
I pray you won't forget me, Val.
Quick as she could blink, he was holding her tight. Don't even say that, he swallowed. I think I've already fallen for you. Hard. She grinned at that, beautiful dimples showing.
I certainly hope so, Val, for I have surely fallen hard for you.
He gently kissed her tears away. Goodbye, Ava. I know not what schedule Sten keeps, or when or how we will be able to trade our elementium or get a hold of Sylbion. But I promise you, as soon as I figure out the way of things above, I will return by the route we agreed upon, either by myself or with Sten's crew alone, hopefully with all the Sylbion I can bring, and only when I absolutely know it's safe and none follow in my wake. She flashed a sad smile.
Maybe I'll decide it's too risky for you to go out yet again. Maybe I'll decide I can't bear you leaving my side a second time. Would you be okay, Val, living amongst us all your days?
Val answered with a kiss fierce and passionate, delaying his departure far longer than Sten would have liked, but he really didn't care, so long as he could savor the simple bliss of seeing Ava so happy in his arms. Holding her until she fell asleep, he parted on quiet feet, smiling as his eyes alighted on the intricate puzzle box she had entertained him with during the brief interlude in their passion, her bemused smile inviting him to figure out the puzzles of the dwarves, and how she had teased him with her hot breath, whispering in his ear the secrets of the marvelous puzzle box before him, more secure than any safe. He shivered, seeing the rose already blooming from the arboreum that she'd put on it, knowing she wanted him to have it, to savor the memory of their sweet moments together, no matter what madness was to come next in his life. Treasures in hand, he forced himself to slip away from the greatest prize of all, heart heavy as he walked back to the edge of the city, in the barracks rooms where Sten and the others were no doubt waiting for him, even now. Chapter 9. Val blinked, locking gazes with Elise as he opened the barracks door, her gaze one of concern and gratitude both. Her smile was genuine, and save for a single cracked tooth, she looked near completely recovered. Long tresses of silky hair framed the same delicate elfin features as had first greeted him, free of any scars that he could see. Violet eyes peered deeply into his soul.
Thank you, Val, for risking your life to save my own.
She smiled.
Again.
Val grinned back. Saving beautiful damsels is sort of my thing. She chuckled at that.
Even as you put aside the call of your own heart, determined to see through your commitment to us.
She bowed, fist to chest.
You have been nothing but a friend to us, even if we didn't all get off on the right foot.
Val shrugged, smiling at the wryly grinning captain even as Halvar coaxed a frazzled-looking Gregor to get his miscellaneous gear together. Val's brows raised as he noticed flasks and tubing very much like Ava's. Sometimes people have to test each other. That's how the best friendships start, I think, the captain allowed. And Val, you have certainly proven yourself to be a valuable member of the team. Val grinned,
locking gazes with the captain as he pulled out the dozens of elementium bars the dwarves wanted to use as trade collateral. I can definitely say the dwarves are interested in working with us. I take it we can get them a good return on their elementium for Sylbion, with a fair cut taken for ourselves, of course. Sten blinked, eyes widening, flashing Val the most approving of smiles. Of course. I look forward to it. Now just put all that away, and as soon as our would-be alchemist is finished packing up, we'll be off. Val gazed at the little man, Gregor, clearing his throat, shrugging his shoulders.
What can I say? I found the young woman's alchemy set, Ava, you said her name was. Fascinating, absolutely fascinating to look at. She returned while you were fixing their gardens or whatever it was you were doing, and when I tried to communicate with her, well, it was slow going. But when she saw I had an interest in alchemy, she immediately began showing me how to make various potions out of the mushrooms here. I'm not saying I had the wildest success at replicating her procedures.
Halvar smirked. Though you did give us all a good laugh when you managed to turn blue.
Gregor rolled his eyes.
Obviously, sophisticated scholars learn better through tomes than a monkey's simple mimicry. Anyway, after you came back and there was a lot of cheering and roaring, she pulled me aside, pointed to her set, and started handing me the pieces.
His eyes widened, shaking his head in awe.
These crystalline flasks are far, far stronger than glass, and being of dwarven manufacture, are worth a fortune.
He then bowed low to Val.
I should have asked you this before, but next time you see her, please convey my gratitude to her. I tried to tell her, but dwarven is beyond me, I'm afraid.
Halvar nodded.
Now let's assure Val that you're not going to sell it and risk revealing the hideout of our newest companion's sweetheart.
Oh, never!
Gregor shook his head intently, gazed firmly on Val.
As I've told the captain already, this will be for my own personal use as I try to figure out the secrets of alchemy on this fascinating world. And now that I have both a tome and a dwarven alchemy set, I expect to have marvelous success.
Val smiled. I wish you the best, Gregor. I don't suppose you would mind letting me observe, maybe learn from you, once you get your lab set up? The smaller man's brows furrowed until the captain cleared his throat.
You do have a knack for the arcane, even if other things are still, well, a bit beyond you. Perhaps alchemy will be the scholarly bridge to greater understanding for you. Very well. I only ask that you don't interfere with my experiments, but if you wish to imitate after the fact, perhaps you can learn a formulae or two?
Val grinned. Excellent. Sten smiled, his gaze suddenly intent. Are you ready to head out, Val? Val swallowed, forcing himself to nod. The sooner we can sell the elementium, the sooner we can return with Sylbion. Halvar chuckled.
I like the way this kid thinks. A natural trader.
With that, they solemnly headed out, Val's companions gazing at Val oddly even as he waved back at what were scores of dwarves cheering their champion as he left the city, Val shouting joyful words his companions couldn't fathom. Sten's gaze was curious, though his smile was friendly enough. You seem to have made a remarkably strong impression on our hosts. Impressive gardening skills indeed. Val shrugged. It's been a while since they had access to Sylbion, and I can tell you firsthand that it's remarkably good for the crops. He ignored his friend's probing gazes as they made their way towards the cavern, where first they had their fateful encounter with the spiders. Perhaps the one weak point in the city's phase shift, Ava had said. Val smiled in memory, wanting to test Ava's theory that most would still be unable to find the way from the mushroom cavern to the tunnels leading back to the surface. He turned to Halvar. You've kept coordinates telling us how to get back to the surface, right? The larger man nodded.
Indeed I have. Considering that this route might be the road to our fortunes, I'd be a fool to lose the way.
Val grinned. Then I guess we should let you lead. The larger man chuckled.
Why not?
Yet, after 10 frustrating minutes, his bemused smile turned to a frown of frustration as the coordinate points refused to mesh. Gregor huffed.
Your internal map must be fritzing from all the elementium deposits. The tunnels are clearly this way,
he said, confidently leading them to yet another dead end. He blinked in consternation.
But that's impossible. I was certain.
Halvar chuckled softly as the gnome of a man gazed the captain's way.
Sir, do you think it's possible the dwarves have somehow blocked our path?
Sten frowned. Let's look a bit longer before we head back, tails between our legs. Val gazed at them, quietly surprised that none could see the tunnel entrance. It was so close to them. Just a little in front and behind them. He frowned, rubbing his forehead, realizing that it was indeed at a weird angle to their own positions, but easy enough to get to, he proved to himself, shifting his position and walking back to the entrance they had discovered only days ago, satisfied to see it exactly where he knew it would be. It's over here, guys, he called triumphantly, having grown a little nervous himself, but he shouldn't have been. The way was as clear as ever. Val, where are you? Val quickly made his way back to the central chamber of the mushroom caves. Sten blinked and frowned. Where did you go, Val? Val shrugged. I found the way. Follow me. And as simple as that, they found the entrance back to the main tunnels, Halvar's map now working perfectly, and in less than a day, they came upon the chamber of shattered crystals and devastation where they had defeated the most hideous of abominations and gathered a fortune in elementium as well. Elise's gaze grew haunted.
So close we had come to death, against horror and spectre both.
Sten nodded, gazing proudly at them all. But we worked as a team, fought as a team, and together we persevered, as we always do. Val grinned, happy enough with that assessment and the warmth his companions now shared with him freely.
But no using explosives like that on the surface,
Gregor cautioned, eyes wide.
You'd get us a one-way ticket to some High Lord's personal pain chamber, and that's not a place we want to be.
Val nodded. Understood. Halvar grinned.
Lasers and blades, Val. Lasers and blades. It's worked well for us for over 1,000 years. No need to risk everyone blowing themselves up and wasting a fortune and wealth by catalyzing arcane elements ever again.
Val smirked. Unless we're a heartbeat from being killed by nameless horrors or sentient spider queens. Elise's gaze hardened.
Fair enough, Val. But we don't tell a word about what happened here. Not to anyone.
Val nodded, even as he caught the captain's eye. Give me a couple minutes. I want to check on something. He began walking at a fast stride to one of the tunnels, ignoring the muttering of his companions, which stopped soon enough as his footsteps led him to a neighboring chamber where he remembered having felt the slightest pull. Sten eyeing almost hungrily the shimmering elementium-rich crystals just waiting to be harvested all around them. It was much smaller than the main chamber, but a beautiful sight nonetheless. How are our water supplies, Halvar?
Excellent, Captain, the man grinned. We're making fantastic time, knowing exactly where we're going, and as we cleared most of this area out the first time, I've seen neither hair nor hide of trouble anywhere.
Excellent, the captain turned to Val. Do you feel up to making us another fortune? Val chuckled. That's why I led us here, Captain. He closed his eyes, feeling the flow of elementium resonating through the crystalline matrix overhead. He put a hand upon one of the massive sloping walls. This will take a while. There may be less here than there was in the chamber the horror made its home within, but it is buried a bit deeper. I'll see what I can grab us. Sten chuckled softly. Take your time, Val. There is no place I'd rather be than wherever there are credits to be made. Halvar whistled.
I'm impressed as anything, Val, but how did you even know?
Val shrugged, eyes closed, already gathering his focus. Back when I was clearing the main chamber, I thought I had sensed a tiny offshoot to the great river of power flowing through there. I paid it no mind with everything else that was going on, but when we got back in the main chamber, I sort of remembered.
Ancestors, mercy, that's incredible. For all we know, there are dozens upon dozens of rich elementium finds down here,
said an amazed Gregor. Nope. Val said, with a corner of his mind focusing in on the conversation. This is it. The rest of the mine was drained in its entirety 1,000 years ago.
But how could you possibly know that?
Val was no longer paying attention to his companion's murmurs, focused intently on the task before him. Using his arcane senses and greater alchemy, Val sunk his awareness into the stone, sensing the seep and flow of precious elementium. Like changing the course of a mighty river, his shifts in pressure and will coaxed the steady stream of that priceless ore to flow down from the ceiling, to the wall, to his hand, and finally into the pocket rift that served him so well. He gave a satisfied nod what seemed an endless moment later, mind still lost in the wonder of somehow dancing amongst a crystalline waterfall of magic possibility, now locking gazes with a recently awoken Sten. I gathered the ore, Captain. Sten gazed at the ceiling, all traces of that obsidian fire flashing gold and green, gone, as if it had never been. Only translucent crystal remained. You did indeed, Val. You did indeed. Halvar cricked his back as he and his companions arose from their nap, Val having carefully paced himself so as not to rush and risk disaster.
How much did you gather, Val?
Val grinned. Roughly speaking, another 15 kilograms. Much slower going than in the main chamber, but the ore was more diluted and buried deep within the rock, and my extraction was much safer this time around. That, and he could feel that the practice had somehow pushed him past the midpoint of greater alchemy rank 3. Much slower going than his first couple levels earned, but that only made sense, he supposed. Halvar whistled even as Gregor gazed at Val in no small amount of awe.
That's incredible. Explain it to me again. How are you managing such a feat?
Val shrugged. I can just sort of feel the elementium sitting around in the crystals, so I try to coax it like a puppy trapped in a corner to wiggle itself free, sensing how other compounds will somehow slip into the bonds the elementium leaves behind. Then it all sorts of flows into me, and I put it in my rift. Gregor shook his head.
Quite impressive, Val. If nothing else, you have talents that would make you an excellent miner, even if you can never understand the doctrines our ancestors have used for centuries.
Do you need to take a nap before we push on, Val? Sten asked. Val grinned. I'm okay to press on, Captain. Let's just keep an eye out in case any specters or other horrors show up. Gregor paled at that. But nothing untoward occurred at all, and within a handful of hours, they were once more entering the library of the ancient wizard's home, exchanging solemn glances as they carefully made their way to the front entrance, still blocked by the crystallized Altersian stone slab. Halvar turned to the captain.
The explosives we'd agreed upon might be able to shatter the stone, but again, we run the serious risk of being considered outlaws should anyone be around to associate us with the blast.
But the captain was frowning, gazing carefully at the stone.
There might be another way. I have an idea.
Deep in thought, he wandered off to an adjoining chamber, and a deep grinding sound could soon be heard as the massive slab parted from the entrance on its own accord, revealing a stark nighttime sky lit by countless stars overhead, and 2 brilliant moons, one with a crimson tint, the other pale blue. Almost in a trance, Val took his first tentative steps beyond the chambers that had served as his birthplace in this brave new world, shivering in wonder as he took a deep breath of cool desert air, his dwarven boots crunching upon ground both sandy and pebbly, a fresh breeze blowing through his hair. Yet what truly awed him was the spectacle of the heavens, for the blue orb soaring above was not a dead moon at all, but one with an atmosphere, with oceans perhaps and continents as well. He gazed up at a planet that might be as alive and vital as the one he stood upon, perhaps with people looking down at Jordia as well.
It came to me when we were first entering the city of the dwarves, said a grinning Sten, looking inordinately proud of himself as they made their exit from what looked to Val like an ancient Aztec monolith, standing silent vigil atop a sloping hill in the middle of a vast tract of desert and scrubland.
The way their architecture was put together, even for this Altersian slab, it only made sense for there to be some way to reset the trap if it had been used to catch thieves and the like. Turns out I was right. The controls were in one of the chambers we thought too decrepit to bother with. Val turned his wide-eyed gaze to the captain. One of your moons, it has a blue sky, with water below. It's a planet like this one. Sten blinked, shrugging his shoulders. Well, of course. She's Jordia's twin, Phoebe. Slightly wetter than our home here, with exotic crops and the other goods we trade for regularly. Halvar nodded like it was the most basic information in the world, before grinning.
She is beautiful, though, isn't she? I know a Phoebian girl once. The things she could do. Pure magic.
Val just shook his head. Incredible, he whispered, awe still in his voice. Elise nodded.
A beautiful prize, and one the High Lords fought over jealously. The one who controls it defeated 3 others to earn the right of administration.
Val blinked. High Lords duel for the rights to administer worlds? Are there really that many to spare? Elise smirked.
Psyblade duels are rarely to the death. No one appreciates just how precious a High Lord's life is more than another High Lord. And since only High Lords can use Psyblades, anyone who would dare challenge with a normal blade will meet his just fate within seconds. For a true Psyblade generates a dark rift that can cut through any material, any field, as effortlessly as tearing through a piece of paper.
Elise's gaze turned thoughtful.
Though our most ancient codices do allow any to prove themselves worthy of a High Lord's rank in a trial by combat, these were often to the death once upon a time. Practical custom, however, assures that only those Scion Masters who have proven themselves worthy shall challenge for the right to rule. The loser then swearing allegiance and service to the victor in recompense for his life. Since a High Lord is himself a valuable resource, even the most ruthless among us rarely choose to fight a challenger to the death, when they could add another valuable pawn to their forces. It is similar when a High Lord would challenge an Overlord for his throne, though those fights are more likely to result in death matches or abject slavery for the loser, and by custom, only one such challenge is made per year.
Val nodded his head. So what's the prize for earning the rank of High Lord? Did they rule like ancient kings, with a harem to please them through the night and administrative details haunting his days even as his every word becomes law? Elise chuckled throatily.
Hardly, Val, except for the harem bit. High Lords are prudent in their own way. So long as no resistance is offered, he allows the existing government to rule itself as it sees fit, so long as they pay him regular tithes and offer up their best and brightest to be his workers, just as the most graceful and fair-featured offspring of his poorer citizens shall become his pleasure toys.
Her face took on a pained expression.
Practically speaking, it is the smallest of sacrifices, and since the bureaucrats and merchants in place have a vested interest in stability and maintaining their own power, they are happy to treat the High Lord's presence as an additional tax, and pretty much everyone ignores the Scion Master gazing down at them all from above, so long as it's not their beautiful sons and daughters who are harvested for their Lord's pleasure.
Her gaze turned hard.
Though it is only those out of political favor that are forced to bear that burden, and preying upon the clans of other High Lords was not something even the Overlord himself would dare. At least, not until very recently.
Val winced. I'm sorry. Elise smirked, shaking her head.
You don't ever have to apologize to me, Val. Not after saving my life, and at great risk to yourself.
Val grinned. I'm glad I did. No one else can teach me about the ways of High Lords, or how best to defeat them. Elise suddenly paled, Halvar's powerful hand patting Val's shoulder.
Enough of your dark humor, lad. Quit while you're ahead. Come, let's head to the Valleymobile. And Val,
Halvar's human eye gazed imploringly into Val's own.
Please, no magic inside the vehicle, okay?
Val grimaced and nodded, all too able to imagine a crash if he were so careless as any drunk teen as to endanger his friends with an act of stupidity. Understood. They quickly made their way to a vehicle that looked very much like a hovercraft comprised of shiny chrome alloy, with several dozen entirely circular wheels to be seen when Halvar lifted one of the rubber-like flaps with no small amount of pride, revealing what Val looked like giant chair coasters as much as anything else.
Each is independently mounted. Over rough terrain, we'll hardly feel a bump. Almost as good as harnessing the mana currents directly and propelling ourselves by electro-mana fields alone.
Val nodded, visibly impressed. So wait, do some vehicles actually hover above the ground completely unsuspended? Can they fly as well as hover? Gregor laughed at that.
Sure, Val. Why use a wheeled cart to carry your stuff when you can just carry it all in your own 2 hands?
His brow furrowed.
It would take many times the energy to keep our vehicle airborne than it does to just push it along the electromana fields with the wheel supporting most of our weight.
Val smirked, glad Gregor didn't feel quite the need to walk on eggshells around him as when they were totally dependent upon him to negotiate for their freedom with the dwarves. Glad to see your personality wasn't completely scared straight by the dwarves. The gnomish man scowled before chuckling softly.
It's true. I was afraid you'd leave us to flounder by ourselves. You didn't. And that speaks as well of you as anything else I can think of, even if you manage to say the stupidest things sometimes.
Val grinned. Stupid or not, when I ask you questions while we are figuring out alchemy together, I hope you will be patient in answering them. Gregor frowned.
I wasn't expecting us to figure out alchemy together, Val. I'm sure you have many other things to keep you busy.
Nonsense. I wouldn't dream of you doing all the work of fiddling with my girlfriend's chemistry set without offering to help out. Gregor winced as Sten chuckled. He has you there, Gregor. Don't worry. I'm sure we'll find time for you two to bond like brothers over your concoctions.
Yes, Captain,
Gregor said, wearing an expression Val normally associated with painful bowel movements. Besides, Sten said, now gazing intently at Val, I'm sure Val will be eager to learn the ways of the world as best he can so that no one can take advantage of him, especially if our mutual friends need to count on him in the days and years ahead. Good point, Val admitted, groaning inwardly at the thought of being inundated with who knew how much information, and probably with the expectation of mastering tomes he knew his mind just couldn't quite process without magical correlations helping him out. Val turned to a thoughtful-looking Elise, comfortably leaning against Stan as their captain pulled them away from the ancient stone villa and the caverns below that had been the source of Val's rebirth in all his adventures till now. Val smiled, impressed at how Sten maneuvered them down a pitted dirt road with a fluid grace Val could never hope to duplicate driving a luxury sedan or jeep. There was something to be said for riding on a cushion of perfectly circular wheels, even if he couldn't quite figure out the torque points or what kept Sten's vehicle from sliding right off the side of the hard-packed dirt mountain road they were now gently descending. Val was about to ask Halvar how it all worked, but he dreaded just being handed a complex diagram and told to figure it out for himself, as he supposed was the case for most young people his age in this world. Instead, he turned back to Elise. Elise?
Yes, Val.
Can you explain to me how Geordi's government works?
Even though she was gazing forward and all he could see was the silver gold hair blowing back at him, he thought he could sense her smile.
A good question, Val. I will try to put it in as concise terms as I can. Geordia is divided into several hundred territories. Each territory is overseen by an administrator. Save for a handful of noble clans, most are either elected by the people or appointed by the overlord in the dreadnought above our heads. Most administrators rule with a light touch, though some less light than others. Of course, any citizen is free to leave one administrator's territory for another.
Val frowned. That doesn't sound too oppressive.
And why should it be? The High Lords learned long ago that many conflicts can be avoided if their serfs are allowed to feel the illusion of freedom. And far better a serf's displeasure be with his administrator, whose territory they can leave as they choose, than for them to have any impetus to dare insurrection, which would be extremely costly in terms of time, resources, and lost revenue for we who rule them.
Val could sense her suddenly going still.
For the High Lords who rule them, I mean. In any case, there is considerable incentive for administrators to coax revenue requirements by facilitating trade, manufacture, and specialized talent, since tithe expectations depend upon average territory revenue generation. Any administrator who did nothing to develop infrastructure and resources, yet charged a relatively high proportion of a civilian's earnings to pay his tithe requirements, would soon find himself out of serfs. And when the overlord found out, said administrator would probably find himself in a pain vat, unless he's very resourceful or very lucky.
Val grimaced and swallowed, still remembering Yuri's horrid expression when his madly blinking, decapitated head had been placed in that vat of yellow-green liquid, mouthing silent screams as he endured unending pain, the hideous magics denying him even the mercy of death. So the administrators have tithes to meet for their overlord who rules over everyone, and thus they have a vested interest in keeping the serfs, all those working within their territory, happy enough to be productive and not flee, I take it. Elise nodded.
The administrators receive a good-sized share of the tax revenue as well, and serfs are expected to defer to them in all things. In return, so long as their requirements are met in terms of flesh and trade, only should you have the misfortune to catch them in a rotten mood do you have to fear being arbitrarily abused by an administrator.
Val blinked at that.
Let me explain. Administrators are not bound by any low laws. They can pretty much do whatever they like. But this is self-correcting. If serfs find their master's behavior too abhorrent and leave in droves, the administrator risks eternal torment at the hands of a displeased overlord. Administrators thus tend to be discreet in their excesses, even the most diabolical. Few act to any outrageous degree against the more upstanding citizens, and families that are wronged are often the beneficiaries of fiscal restitution.
She smiled.
It's a bit different for noble clans, of course, those headed by a High Lord. They too have quotas to the dreadnought above, the same as any other administrator, but their territories are larger and cannot be taken away. They still have motivation to keep their serfs happy and productive, for the greater their territory's bounty, the less, relatively speaking, their tithes will eat into their own profits. And if a few more impoverished youth find themselves incarcerated under various pretexts, whisked away as if they never were, than would be the case within an administrator's territory, few think to complain. High Lords hold sway over the luscious territories after all, and are wise enough not to kill their golden geese. It is only those without clans or influence or wealth of any sort that are vulnerable to the mad whims of the truly decadent. Even the poor know to work hard and make their supervisors a tidy profit, so that they will be looked over for harvesting, where less productive men might not be. Not that anyone would be foolish enough to pay a High Lord's visit anything but the most servile and deferential attention, no matter how hard-working or influential they might be. Though they wish profitable territories, as any man would his investments, absolutely no lord or administrator will brook insolence or disrespect from their inferiors.
Elise sighed.
Of course, no citizen dares protest the flesh quota. And the unspoken rule for almost 1,000 years was that only citizens belonging to the lower strata had to worry about their children being claimed as a scion's property.
Val's brows furrowed.
I would think that would be reason enough for insurrection.
Hardly, Val. Even if every High Lord on the face of Jordia, as well as those flying overhead, took a maiden as their fresh slave every quarter, that would still only affect a minuscule fraction of families. And no family may be burdened with such an obligation more than once every century, and there are millions of families living upon this continent alone. So, less than a 1 in 10,000 chance per year that your daughter would be claimed. Coin you would be paid, and your family would have a century free of burden. That, coupled by the fact that most well-off citizens never have their sons or daughters harvested, means that, when all is said and done, there is little enough tinder for any spark to seethe into flames of rebellion. More often than not, the youth that disappear from the streets, never heard from again, have no clan to begin with, no one to cry for their loss. That's another reason why most do not begrudge their masters the dark hunts they embrace. Every homeless boy or girl stolen away is one less son or daughter taken from a family that loves them.
Val frowned. When you were all talking about putting me into foster care, Sten gave an angry shake of his head. Don't think us so mercenary as that, Val. Even though but a few short days ago we hardly knew you and felt no connection, even then we would have assured sponsorship to a private home. You would have been safe.
Private foster homes pay a tithe to the local administrator, Alvar explained. This assures that hunters look elsewhere for easy prey. It is only public orphanages run by the territories themselves whose children are regularly offered up for the High Lord's pleasure, the price they must pay to run the facility at all. Alvar sighed. You would think with Jordia's low birth rate, more resources would be invested in those children. Sadly, that's not the case.
Elise shivered, even as Sten slowed down, holding her close.
To my eternal shame, there was once a time when I was as cavalier as any about Jordia's practices. Then that monster above changed all the rules. Not only are the rich now vulnerable to his hungers, even the offspring of other scion clans are, as he put it, ripe for discipline and training, grooming us all for our future roles.
Bitter laughter filled the Valleymobile.
Some of us, I suppose, took to his training better than others.
The group lapsed into quiet, Val breathing deep of the cool nighttime air blowing past him, tasting crisp and alive with the sense of growing grass, pine moss, sage, and peppermint, almost a potpourri of exotic spices seeding the midnight air. Val grinned, feeling as invigorated and alive as he ever had, gazing at the stark beauty all around him. Like taking a road trip through the American Midwest, those parts still left wild, catching sight of sturdy scrub brush in the distance under the brilliant moonlit sky, exactly like what he would expect. A sharp contrast to the sea of flowers near the road rushing past them, almost iridescent in their coloring, petals revealing the most brilliant blues and reds he had ever seen. And Val realized he was seeing their colors with his mage sight just as much as he was with his vision in a dazzling display unlike anything he had ever glimpsed before. Val did his best to stay awake and alert, keeping a mental map of exactly where the ancient ruins were located relative to the brilliantly blooming fields and strips of desert they passed. The road they traveled as much the path of least resistance as it was any remnant of a route long since gone to disrepair. Hours passed, and Val saw no sign of any sentient life save for themselves, until at last their vehicle approached the outer stone walls of a massive villa, stark and quiet. Sten allowed the vehicle to coast to a stop, leaving his vehicle and placing an exotic-looking key in a slot by the entranceway. The metal gate slowly opening as Sten hopped back in the vehicle and drove them inside.
Chapter 10. What do you think, Val? Sten asked, gazing at the collection of renovated buildings with no small amount of pride. Ancient stone repaired with whatever mortar had been available to them. Though the outside looked more ramshackle than not, the insides were comfortable enough with sleek chrome tables, chairs, and beds aplenty. more than enough for an extra guest or 3. He was impressed by their soundless fridge, though the physics of how one managed temperature differentials without expending considerable energy was beyond him. Yet he couldn't deny that the scrambled eggs Halvar prepared them were unexpectedly fluffy and tasty, perfectly paired with freshly squeezed juice tasting of peaches and pineapple. Val smiled. "My compliments to the landlord and the cook," he said, earning himself a pair of grins. "Good," Sten said. "I'm going to be gone for a couple of days, feeling out possible buyers for our Alimentium. Halvar will keep you all fed, and I expect you to take his lessons seriously." Val blinked. Lessons? Like a child? It must have shown on his face. Sten frowned. "Yes, Val, lessons. Technically, we're acting as your wards, and even a semblance of us mentoring you will do a lot to avoid any headaches should it ever become an issue later. Besides," Sten grinned, "I think you'll like what he has to teach." Halvar nodded. "Calisthenics and safety drills. When you've got that down, we'll see how you fare with a real laser rifle." He gazed pointedly at the exotic blade Val had been gifted with, along with his armor from the dwarves. "As to that priceless sword, so like Elisa's own, we'll lie and say we found a matched pair during one of our explorations. In any event, we'll make sure you know how to use that blade, and well. You'll be sparring with Elise and I both." Val couldn't help smiling. It sounded like boot camp, but better. "Sounds good to me. Push me as hard as you like." And Halvar did.
Small arms at rank 3 successfully quantized. Congratulations, you have successfully learned the skill Laser Carbine at rank 3. You have gained the feat Adept Use of Laser Carbines. You can use this weapon without penalty, sniping from multiple positions. You're a natural at this, Val. Almost like you've sniped before. Without penalty in conjunction with a shield as cover, or at only half standard penalty when leading with the shield in the charge. Your stamina has increased by 1. Through diligent exercise and training by Halvar's side without complaint, your body is naturally responding to the challenge. Your health and survival have increased by 1. Through diligent exercise and training by Halvar's side without complaint, your body is naturally responding to the challenge.
Val noted the stats referred to with interest. He hadn't really paid much attention to the stamina stat buried deep within his character sheet, since he automatically knew when he was tired and compensated for it. But the formula was simple enough. 10 times vitality plus strength, giving him a base 142 in stamina, and his survival points are just a combination of his basic health. Also 10 times vitality plus strength, along with whatever strange personal potency he earned while leveling up that made him matter just a tiny bit more to the universe than he had the level before. He spent a long moment just savoring his growth before Halvar's bemused chuckle shook him out of his reverie, and they began training in earnest once more. It was a grueling handful of days. Friendly, bemused Halvar turning into a drill sergeant in the blink of an automated eye, putting Val through his paces with basic calisthenics, laser carbine safety, how to properly dismantle and reassemble the weapon, changing battery packs or coils as needed, and, of course, how to shoot accurately both at times of calm and under the stress of simulated combat. Val hadn't trained so hard since he had returned to the States, and he was quietly pleased that Halvar seemed more than slightly impressed by his rapid progress, shaking his head after Val sniped 6 out of 6 stone pebbles Halvar had placed some distance away.
"All right, kid, I admit it. For a raw recruit, you know what you're doing."
Val grinned. They may have little comprehension of explosives or automatic fire, but laser carbines were a dream to fire with no kickback whatsoever, and no need to alter trajectory for distance or breeze, like you would when sniping at range with even the best high-caliber rifles. On the other hand, for all that Halvar had demonstrated how well lasers can cut through flesh and bone as well as wood and untreated metal using various pieces of scrap and the remains of their meals, the same culture that had relied on laser carbines of various sorts for untold centuries had developed at least a few reflective polymers that were all but immune. To say nothing of dwarven shields and armor, which seemed utterly impervious to both lower power civilian lasers and Halvar's modified military-issue carbine as well. And that, of course, was why swords and shields were still popular, countless years after the advent of lasers. A reflective disc was far easier to construct than customized body armor, and few weapons were quite so effective at getting around both shields and many other types of specialized, laser-resistant armor than high-quality swords and axes of various metals and polymers. To say nothing of the magically enhanced blades that Val knew firsthand could, with skill and more than a few scions used, cut through even dwarven alloys. Actually, you're putting me through my paces just fine, Sarge. Reminding me that I need to boost my endurance a bit, and with character points being so precious, I'm glad that strength and stamina are the easiest stats to build up naturally.
Halvar blinked a moment before bursting into laughter. Just when you start making sense, kid, you come up with the strangest turns of phrase.
His gaze turned thoughtful.
You're quick, Val. Damn quick. I've known more graceful marksmen, but even sniping at range, you're definitely in the top third. And as for instantaneous reaction time, you're already a match for some of the best marks I know, and you're not even enhanced.
Halvar gave an approving nod.
For all that you're only slightly more literate than my old pet Vilsage, you have a natural feel for tactics. The only thing that seemed to throw you off was charging with laser and shields, but even that you picked up quickly enough.
Val nodded at the compliment as Halvar frowned thoughtfully.
You weren't kidding when you said you've done this before, were you?
Val slowly shook his head, his gaze locking with Halvar's own. I was a water treatment specialist, and I was good at my job. Damn good. Halvar smirked.
Filtered a lot of water tanks, did you?
Val's gaze didn't waver. Not once. Halvar rubbed his brow, closing his human eye.
So it was cover. You really were exactly what you proved yourself to be in those damn caverns, facing off against horrors best kept in the dark. If anything, I'm damn grateful. For if you had not been exactly who you are, none of us would be here right now.
He gave Val a brotherly clap on the shoulder. Val swallowed and bowed his head.
Val?
Yes?
Thanks for coming through for us. That makes you gold in our book, rough edges aside.
Val smirked, feeling strangely better. No problem. Now, quit pussyfooting around and let's do some real training. Halvar blinked and frowned. Sword and shield, Halvar. You know what happens when we quit playing with our laser toys after the lines have closed and things get messy. Halvar grinned.
Damn straight, boy. Lasers are almost worthless in a crush of shields. If you haven't been able to cut down your opponents before they rush, that means they're well armored and elite, and at the very least they have reflective shields which you have to counter by striking around them, just like they'll try to counter you in turn. You can take care of standard infantry just fine with your carbine. You've shown me that. Now let's see how you fare against properly kitted troops.
And that was when the true training began, as far as Val was concerned. Of course, he wouldn't dream of using live steel, save in very controlled situations with partners he had trained with, so his dwarven blade was absolutely out of the question. Fortunately, the shape and weight of Val's blade was not at all uncommon here. It was a poor fencing blade, since its balance did not allow for rapid parry and rebuttal in a single beat, as a light dueling saber could. Rather, it was designed to be used in concert with a shield to devastating effect as the blade lashed out from all angles, its shape and balance making it well suited for reaching around one's opponent with rapping blows that could cleave into the back of an enemy's skull or neck, should you slam shield to shield with your foe. It was a migration-era weapon whose heyday had been over 1,000 years ago on Earth, yet had found new life and purpose in this strange world where lasers and shields both had vital roles in combat. Even if there were better designs still, no other sword that Val had seen could hack through armor with the same deadly effectiveness as the enchanted dwarven blade he now called his own. Halvar handed Val a practice version of what he liked to think of as his Viking blade. Val gave it a couple of test swings, its length and balance perfectly mirroring his own weapon. Halvar grinned.
First lesson. I know just how effective that dwarven blade of yours is, Val. If a rapiersman in the city wishes to challenge you to a duel for the rights to claim that blade, would you take it?
Val smirked. No chance in hell. He'd make a pincushion of me before I closed. This style of blade is not balanced for parrying unless you have no other choice. If the rapiersman will accept me with a shield, however, it would be a far fairer fight. But even so, he'd probably dart away constantly, hoping I'd tire before he does. Halvar dipped his head.
Exactly. That's a hacking blade you're carrying, Val. It's well balanced for what it does, and a skilled swordsman equipped with a shield can butcher his foes with it quite well. But it's not meant for the dance of a dueling ring, only for the savagery of war. Remember that, Val, lest you'd be easy prey for a duelist talented at goading young bucks.
Val nodded. Discipline and control were the watchwords of any skilled warrior. Halvar flourished with his own blade, a mirror image of Val's own, and both were now fully kitted in armor. Val with his dwarven shield, Halvar with one of shimmering alloy, much like his armor. The blades were blunt, but they would strike full force, miming serious combat as best they could.
Of course, Val, there are ways to counter the rapiersman or other duelist, including the use of prosthetic arms or mesh-lined gloves and reinforced jackets to grab or trap the rapier, at which point you twist your hips and cleave that bastard's arm straight off.
His cold grin made Val wonder if Halvar had done that once or twice, perhaps against a rapiersman who had challenged one of Halvar's young recruits.
But that won't protect you against laser fire, and we're here to train you as a warrior, not a duelist. Though if that is your interest...
Val shook his head. I'd rather learn what you have to teach.
Good. Ready yourself, boy. Let me see what you're capable of.
And as quick as that, Val and Halvar were sparring in earnest, shields parrying lightning hard strikes as they weaved about each other, each looking for an advantage before Halvar roared and charged, his massive enhanced frame sending Val flying off his feet. The larger man chuckled, helping Val upright once more. Val swallowed, slightly shaken, realizing, perhaps, that he should have seen that coming.
Sure you want to continue, Val?
Val grinned. Of course. And this time when Halvar closed, Val spotted the tell the instant before the larger man charged, Val's quickness and previous training in throws and grapples coming to the fore, propelling Halvar over his head with a variation of a classic monkey flip, though his thighs had burned afterwards. He had always been fast to react, and his quickness was now exceptional, rolling to his feet with his blade touching a half-prone Halvar's neck, earning a chuckle from the larger man. Grappling, rank 3, successfully quantized. Few can make use of the dreams of a previous life, whether real or just flashes of insight. Your skill is apparent, even to your arms master. Halvar gave an approving nod.
Well done, Val. I didn't see that coming. Now that we both know to expect the unexpected, let's get serious.
At which point Val sensed old lessons of tempo, pacing, and timing coming to the fore, embracing not just improved skill with his blade, but recalling how best to read his opponent, doing his utmost to strike in the pause between beats where so many could be caught flat-footed. For all his diligence, Val lost far more often than he won, Halvar's incredible strength proving a considerable asset, but to his tremendous satisfaction, he knew that Halvar was taking him seriously, fighting in full earnest.
What?
Val looked at Gregor, who was staring at him far too intently as they ate their dinner after yet another day of training. Sten and Elise had just dropped by, looking as animated as Val had ever seen, stopping only long enough to check up on them and grab a modest amount of the elementium Val had in storage before heading out again. Gregor shrugged.
I never thought you'd stick with it this long.
Val frowned. You thought I'd run away? The smaller man shook his head.
No, I mean Halvar's lessons. Even Sten has his fill after a few bouts, but you guys have been training non-stop for days.
Val, recently washed in as primitive a stone bath as any he had used, though glad it connected to a stream and so was constantly full and clean, gave a rueful shrug, rubbing his arms as he did so. As Halvar will tell you in a heartbeat, I have a lot to learn. Halvar nodded.
He does, and he learns fast. Soon he'll be almost worthy of the gear we found in the ruins.
Gregor frowned.
But you push him so hard. I've heard the crack of your blade ringing his skull or sinking into his flesh so many times.
It's blunt, and we both know how fast he heals after a single night's sleep. He's never plagued by injury or pulled muscles, so no reason not to push him all out every day.
Val grimaced. It was true. Painful, leaving no room for rest or mercy, but true enough. And in truth, he loved his training. It reminded him of far more innocent days dreaming of knights and glory in Hema, hoping one day to compete in earnest, life taking unexpected turns before such ever came to pass. Besides, the harder he trained, the less time he had to think of the beautiful dwarven girl waiting for him to come back to her even now, or the father who no doubt thought Val long dead, or the far more human girl suffering unimaginable horror and abuse, along with dozens of other innocents, trapped in a massive spaceship ruled by a power-hungry overlord miles above the planet's surface. He could do nothing about any of that, save train his heart out, and that he did to the best of his ability every day.
Congratulations! Your health and survival have increased by 4. Through diligent exercise and training by Halvar's side without complaint, your body is naturally responding to the challenge. Congratulations! Your stamina has increased by 9! Through diligent exercise and training by Halvar's side without complaint, your body is naturally responding to the challenge. Congratulations! Your strength has increased by 1. Through diligent exercise and training by Halvar's side without complaint, your body is naturally responding to the challenge. Your physiological strength is reaching its natural limits and will increase at a decelerated rate without the use of anabolic steroids, magical enhancements, or character points spent redefining your very essence. You are presently enjoying the benefits of intense conditioning. In order to maintain exercise-induced increases in strength, stamina, and health, you must exercise a minimum of 1 hour at serious intensity every 4 days, or 1 hour of specialized intensity, sparring for example, every 3 days. Exercising at greater frequency or intensity will continue to benefit stamina and health. Sword and Shield rank 4 achieved. You are already far beyond the common soldier. Even Halvar senses your potential. With intense dedication, combined with your natural grace, quickness, and insight, you have the potential to one day become a master.
Val grinned, pleased with his sudden sense of growth, letting the sudden flashes of information fade into the background. He glanced instead at Halvar's two-handed sword. There were other ways he wanted to grow. Perhaps needed to grow, after seeing the terrible tools at his enemy's disposal, and maybe Halvar could set him on the path to mastery in this area as well.
Nice sword, Val said, gazing meaningfully at the blade Halvar was currently cleaning. Val had seen Halvar embrace a number of katas that looked very much like Italian greatsword techniques, a devastating weapon that was more a polearm than a typical sword, and save for practicing some of the old master's forms, no one at his academy had dared spar with it. The risk of injury, sparring full force with that much leverage from a 5-foot-long blade, was just too high, even if attitudes had changed among a select few by the time he had returned from his military service. Yet thanks to his 7-foot height, Halvar could carry within his specialized backsheath a weapon that far shorter human soldiers could only carry as a polearm centuries ago.
Yes, it is,
Halvar allowed.
And don't think you'll ever be sparring or training with it. It's a very specialized killing tool. You can't hold a shield, you can't fight in close formation, and unless you choose the military path and get your body fully enhanced, you'll never have the size or strength to wield it as it should be used.
Val couldn't help grinning at that. Actually, there are a number of Italian and Spanish masters who would disagree with you. Men who were shorter than me who could use a well-balanced greatsword to deadly effect, even if it was too big for them to carry strapped to their back and they had to carry it like a polearm. Halvar's cyborg eye whirled.
Explain.
So Val shared a little bit of the European history he and his friends had been interested in. The era of longswords, poleaxes, and greatswords before gunpowder changed the course of world history forever. Halvar nodded, impressed before paling at Val's cavalier explanation of explosives.
Stop, Val. We have no dry explosives like gunpowder here. Chemical reactions don't catalyze the same way they do where you're from, or dreamed you were from. Besides the fact that volatile liquids are as likely to blow you up as your enemies, any strong exothermic catalyzation source is forbidden. Death by pain vat being the normal end for any who would dare experiment. Not that either of us ever would.
Val swallowed and nodded, pinned in place by Halvar's steely gaze.
Besides, our captain has found a far, far more profitable use of the treasure we found than wasting it on foolishness.
Fair enough, Val said. And it wasn't actually your greatsword I wanted to learn mastery of. Rather, I wanted to practice sparring with a shorter, more nimble version of a blade you can hold in two hands, balanced almost well enough for comfortable one-handed use. We call it a longsword back where I'm from. Halvar frowned thoughtfully for a moment before heading back inside, returning shortly thereafter with two blunted sparring blades that were almost exactly identical to German longswords, up to and including the shape of crossguard and pommel. Not so surprising, Val allowed, as it only made sense that effective designs were as universal in engineering as they were in evolution. There might be scores of exotic weapons here on Jordia that he had never even fathomed. And there might be any number that, much like his dwarven blade and the longsword, exactly mirrored weapons used on Earth centuries ago, so long as they had a valid role to fill.
This is actually a favored dueling weapon on Phoebe, and perhaps because it amuses them, the High Lords never outlawed its use. In fact, they often train in the mastery of this weapon over most others.
Val swallowed and nodded his head, hoping his motives weren't that obvious.
It's more versatile than the rapier, of course. It can be used in actual combat as well as the dueling ring, and can be used when fighting even armored foes. Then it is often wielded in a half-sword grip to crack and burst through the reflective plates. Far easier to carry for most people your size than a greatsword, it can still be used with a shield in the offhand when charging enemy lines. Though in that situation, the blade we've been training with is a far better match.
He shrugged.
This sword has versatility, grace, and was the dueling weapon my first love favored years ago. But practically speaking, shield, blaster, and the artifact you've recovered are all you'll ever need, particularly since your own blade, much like Elise's, has the advantage of being able to cut through most things like a knife through lard, if you have the psionicist's gift. So I have to ask, why the fascination with the longsword?
Val swallowed and nodded, pretending he didn't catch the message in Halvar's eyes. He answered with the truth, or at least part of it. It's the first blade I ever trained with, back on Earth. It has more treatises written on it than any other European weapon of that era, and was regarded as a knightly weapon, a noble weapon. I fell in love with the grace and power revealed in a match between clever, skilled opponents, and I'd love to embrace those old lessons once more. Val grinned. Besides, it gives us another method to perfect our tempo, distance, and timing, and you can see the style once mastered by a world you think as much dream as reality. Halvar gave a measured nod.
Reasonable enough, boy.
He flashed an evil grin.
It will be a pleasure knocking you on your backside with your favorite toy,
he chuckled before patting Val on his back.
Come, Val. No rest for the weary or wicked, and that's both of us. Let's get up, and you can show me what you know of Phoebe's favorite blade.
Halvar's cocky grin soon faded as Val's lightning-fast Oberhaus strikes and double Zwirches left him stumbling back, the satisfying sound of steel pounding into reinforced armor still ringing through the courtyard, Val's sword having whipped about, scoring strikes on both sides of Halvar's armored helm in less than a second.
Longsword rank 3 successfully quantized.
Halvar bowed his head.
Well done,
he said, before attacking in earnest. The courtyard rang with the sound of steel, Val catching sight of Gregor gazing at them both, jaw agape as they danced and spun about, weaving a deadly series of feints, strikes, and thrusts. Val's Absetson maneuver should have jerked Halvar's blade completely offline as Val struck with his own thrust, but he had forgotten the man's considerable strength. Val grunting and knocked off balance as Halvar's blade clipped him at last. Val grinned as they stepped apart once more, both breathing heavy, both clearly enjoying the contest.
You're fast, kid. Damn fast. And with this blade, balanced for nimble strikes, it shows.
Val nodded. And you're as strong as an oak. Shall we go again? Halvar chuckled softly.
Let's do it, kid.
As soon as the words were out, he lashed out with the perfect Oberhau strike, blade arcing down in a blow that would crack Val's skull if he were not armored. Val felt a fierce rush, sensing one of those perfect moments, as idealized as any student could hope for, just like a slide from a treatise. And his timing had never been better. Sensing just the instant to pivot his hips, projecting his weight forward, posture almost like that of a dancer as his blade snapped down with the combined power of his entire body. Zornhau displaced Oberhau in a single perfect beat, his own sword effortlessly leveraging aside Halvar's. Val's blade now defending his line even as it plunged forward, blasting into Halvar's throat. The exhilaration Val felt roaring through him turned instantly to horror, reflexively pulling back the blade he had braced with the instinctive zeal as it found its mark, suddenly terrified for his friend. Halvar! The larger man stumbled back a foot, coughing momentarily. Gregor now rushing up to them, fury in his eyes.
Bloody monster!
The shorter man screamed, even as a coughing, gasping, laughing Halvar waved him off.
No worries, my friend. Young Val just struck with zeal using a technique I've never seen before, and double the fool I for never thinking to further reinforce the armor guarding my windpipe.
As frightened as Val felt, the relief pouring through him was dizzying as Halvar shook off their concern, removing his helmet. There was no visible bruising, and Val knew it could have been so much worse. Halvar's nod was one of definite respect.
Well done, Val. It was foolish of me to rely on thin plates good only for warding blaster fire around my neck. I see that now, by the 2 plates you bent. If that had been a real blade, I would be dead as like as not, lest anyone pitied me enough to rush me to the most expensive of vac wards. Now I'm going to let this busybody here share some of his less noxious potions with me, just to make sure I suffer nothing worse than a blow to my pride.
Longsword, rank 4 achieved! Congratulations! Not only have you fully quantized half-remembered glimmers of a life you most certainly never lived, but you've managed to incorporate all the lessons in feints, bluffs, and timing that Halvar has instilled into your head. And all it took was putting a friend you claim to care about in mortal peril. Well done!
Val grimaced at the message, but didn't begrudge it. If it was his subconscious, it was just an echo of his own guilt coming through. For all that, Halvar assured that all was well, and Gregor was glaring. Val still felt compelled to join them back at Halvar's quarters, carefully watching Gregor feed him a potion that glowed the red of shimmering rubies. Protestations aside, Halvar sighed with relief after taking it, his face easing of discomfort after he drank his fill. What is it exactly? Val asked. Gregor frowned.
A restorative I was able to concoct on Phoebe. It only remains to be seen what wonders I can cook up here on Jordia, thanks to the alchemy tome we retrieved and various plants we thankfully have close to the compound.
Val nodded. Color me impressed. To see healing magic like that, I guess alchemy is a real thing in this world.
Of course it is,
Gregor scoffed.
With the electro-mana fields this high, there's no way arcane residuals wouldn't be harnessed and exploited by at least some of the local flora. It only remains to ascertain which plants and what ratio of organic compounds to Sylbian are needed to generate efficacious potions here.
Alchemy meets the scientific method, I guess.
What was that?
Val shrugged. Never mind. I know I've been training hard with Halvar, but I'd really like to assist you in making some potions, if that's all right. Gregor rolled his eyes a bit too theatrically.
Fine. You can start tomorrow. Less likelihood of you causing Halvar permanent harm that way.
Halvar scowled.
I'll be fine enough in minutes.
Sure. Just wear better armor next time. Now we know this kid likes to dive in for the kill.
Halvar winked at Val as Gregor stormed off. Val grinned back, but kept an eye on his friend through the night. He knew how dangerous a swollen windpipe could be, and though he knew the basics of stabilizing a soldier on the battlefield, Intubating was still something he was loath to do. Nonetheless, he stood vigilant with forcefully borrowed tubing from the alchemy set Gregor was all too protective of, the shorter man paling when Val explained exactly what it would be used for.
You're a butcher,
the shorter man had said. Val shrugged. Do we have access to any of your famed healing tech out here in what I know must be the middle of nowhere? Gregor had just grumbled and shaken his head, saying his potion had been more than enough, and thankfully he was proven absolutely right. After a short nap, Gregor insisting he wouldn't let Val within 10 feet of his fully reclaimed alchemy set without a clear head, Val spent the latter part of the day learning about basic alchemy as Gregor explained it from the book he was using as a reference, which mostly consisted of Val doing his best to memorize by rote the ratios and techniques Gregor used for what was apparently a fresh batch of restoration potions, as he certainly wasn't slowing down for Val's benefit. Val grinned at Gregor's relieved sigh when the heated potion turned the ruby hue he was obviously looking for. Though the shorter man hadn't been overly helpful, Val thought he had caught the gist of it after the first 2 batches had failed, if Gregor's frustrated curses were anything to go by. The third time was the charm that solidified Val's sense of the flow of arcane energies and elements going into the restoration potion, and he was almost certain he could do it himself, if given a chance.
Now here's to hoping,
Gregor whispered as he examined his potion under the light of one of his own exotic-looking microscopes. He sighed and frowned, shaking his head. Val grabbed his wrist before he could pour the contents out.
What are you doing? Let go of my hand!
Snapped the clearly frustrated man. Val did so, but only after grabbing the flask.
Give that back! It's worthless!
Val smiled. If it's worthless, can I keep it? Gregor huffed a long, suffering sigh.
Sure, Val, if it will get you out of my hair.
Val smiled, handing back the flask. It's a success, Gregor. It has the exact same resonance as the potion you gave to Halvar, only the base compounds are different. Gregor frowned.
What are you talking about? I've been struggling with this book since we got back. The potion I used to treat Halvar was one I had infused on Phoebe. Every potion I've tried to concoct here on Jordia, including all the formulas I've used from this tome, have been complete failures.
Val frowned. Are you serious? The shorter man sighed, shaking his head.
I really thought I had a knack for this, as exotic a science as it is. I didn't think alchemy would be so very different between sister planets, but every test I ran shows the same diffusion patterns that everyone knows means the potion's an utter failure.
Why's that? Gregor frowned.
When the mana is dispersed, not inside the specific pattern of matrix you've established as the carrier vehicle in the potion, but more like a haze through the potion as a whole, then you know it's ruptured somehow, like yolk in an egg. And unless you like scrambled brains as much as scrambled eggs, you won't drink a potion that's both ruptured and active.
Val's brows furrowed. He tilted his head in contemplation for some moments before abruptly smiling. What's that you all say about Jordia?
That it's a backwater, rich in artifacts and natural resources and little else?
Val shook his head. No, or at least that's not all. You all go on about how infused this entire realm is with magic. Gregor shrugged.
Yes, so alchemy should be even easier. What's your point?
Val blinked. It was so obvious. So, your potions are working just as specified. All the magic you want is safely locked in those carrier matrices, or whatever you want to call them. But in addition, perhaps the very air or the electromana fields, if you will, is also infusing the rest of the potion with mana. So even if it's a wild success, it will seem, well, cloudy to your mind's eye. Not clear the way it does on Phoebe. Gregor paled.
But, wait, no, that couldn't be, could it?
He frowned, looking over the potion once more, his movements increasingly agitated before he took an impulsive sip, eyes blinking wildly.
You're right,
he whispered.
I can taste it. My toothache is already fading. But that means, oh, ancestors' mercy, I've wasted a dozen batches of potions.
The gnome-like man looked ready to burst into tears. Val gave him a comforting clap on the shoulder. It's okay, Gregor. I promise not to tell everyone how much Sylbion you've no doubt wasted. if this time you'll actually walk me through a batch or two of my own. And almost before Val knew it, he held a sealed flask of his very first restoration potion.
Well, that was pretty decent for your first try, I suppose,
Gregor grumbled, stomping out of the room. Val grinned, gazing at his little miracle of a creation, still remembering the visceral thrill of feeling the essence and flow of wild dragonberries, purple elder root, purified water, and the tiniest bit of sylbion, all percolating in the beakers, flasks, and boilers that made up Ava's masterwork alchemy set, then sensing it all come together in the central boiling flask, almost tasting the gentle cascade of reactions that had turned his potion a delicate shade of ruby. It was pure, potent, and perfect. And even if Val couldn't read most of their books worth a damn, he felt as if each step Gregor had walked him through was now blazed in his memory. He knew he wouldn't forget the pattern and flow of actions needed to make this magic brew, and to prove it to himself, he made a second batch, utterly identical in clarity and potency to the first.
Basic restoration formulae learned. Thanks to your greater alchemy, mage sight, arcane and psionic perception, the crafting of potions comes to you as naturally as breathing. You are far more gifted at alchemy than any lesser alchemist will ever be, able to see and feel the nuances of arcane interactions that others can only determine with the crudest instruments. As you continue your path towards mastery, you will eventually be able to enhance potions in ways beyond their original premise. So long as someone walks you through the crafting of any new potion, you have a very good chance of successfully mastering it. If, however, you attempt to concoct a new potion using a tome without a fully literate person to assist you, you have a significant chance of failure.
Val nodded at the sudden insight, thinking it only made sense that his ability to feel the energies within the distillations would be a huge advantage, just as his frustrating inability to make out certain portions of the alchemical charts, those dealing with completely mundane elements, meant he'd be best off studying under others, never trying to decipher those tomes himself. He gazed down at both flasks he had made, closed his eyes, and successfully stored them in his pocket dimension, watching them fill 2 more hexes in his grid, as no batch was exactly the same as another. He checked himself, happy to see that they radiated the same potency when he removed them once more, the potions seemingly unaffected by their time in the rift. As eventful as the day had been so far, it was nothing compared to what happened next. Chapter 11. Val entered Gregor's laboratory, expecting the man to be hard at work creating yet another batch of potions, as if to make up for all the successful concoctions he had inadvertently thrown away, only to see him wearing exotic crystal lenses along with several small probes of bronze and chrome that he held in his hand. He was currently inspecting one of the ancient side blades Val had discovered what now seemed a lifetime ago. Val had to admire the intensity of his focus. "Hey, Gregor, do you actually think you can fix them?" The smaller man was so startled by Val's presence that he fell out of his seat, the precious artifact sent flying.
No!
He cried, flailing desperately for the weapon and missing, though Val caught it easily enough, taking a moment to get his first really good look at the ancient artifact, more the hilt of some ancient blade than anything else at first glance. Then Val blinked and shivered, suddenly feeling so much more.
Give that back!
The shorter man snapped, wrenching the side blade from Val's unresisting grip.
You don't know what you're doing. We dare not risk making things worse.
Val nodded thoughtfully as Gregor began poking at it with his tools once more. "What exactly are you doing to fix it?" Gregor gave a long, suffering sigh.
I am trying to manipulate the elementium strands to coax the Valorium back into proper alignment. Only then will it be able to harness a High Lord's energies to generate a null blade.
Val nodded. "So your tools help you shape the elementium?"
Only to a degree,
Gregor reluctantly admitted.
As much as any man who is not a guild-ranked artificer can manage, I can do.
Impressive. Can you teach me? Gregor favored Val with a look of pure exasperation.
Isn't it bad enough that you have free rein to muck about in the alchemy lab, using up my precious supplies?
Val smiled. I'm happy to go out looking for fresh ingredients with you any time you like.
That's hardly the point, Val.
Can I at least watch?
Sure. Knock yourself out.
And Val did, gazing politely as Gregor struggled with the psi blade to no visible avail, his frustration growing all the greater as the day progressed. Yet Val was captivated. Not by Gregor so much as by the ebb and flow of energies and arcane alignments he sensed within the artifact. The Valorium itself forming a near indestructible matrix of hideous, wonderful complexity. In its own way, it was almost as sophisticated a creation as the Valorium engine cores Val had been gifted with. Yet that being the case, why wasn't it working? Closing his eyes, Val did his best to feel out the internal flows of the artifact Gregor was obviously fiddling with, doing absolutely nothing to help or harm it. He could only wonder what had transformed it from deadly weapon to dusty relic. Val shivered as it all clicked together in his mind's eye. The device was a hybrid of human and dwarven tech. It didn't just synergize the electro-mana combined force, the Nexus converted it directly to entirely different forces and fields, flowing it into something almost surreal, whatever was responsible for dark energy itself. The Nexus was both its brilliance and its weakness. It leaped far beyond what even dwarven blades were capable of, but it could be knocked out by any sudden surge or ripple in the electromana field. Most specifically, by any cast spell that leaked any sort of radiation, the norm for almost all casters.
Arcane Artificer Rank 2 achieved. Thanks to your arcane perception, you are beginning to sense the proper flows and alignment of arcane artifacts without any sophisticated tech or teacher. Psion Artificer Rank 2 achieved. Thanks to your psionic perception, you are beginning to sense the proper flows and alignment of psionic artifacts without any sophisticated tech or teacher.
He felt a strange pressure in his chest, a roaring in his ears. Gregor? The little man scowled at Val, interrupting him yet again, eyes widening at whatever he saw in Val's face. He furiously shook his head.
No, Val! No magics, and you're the mage in our group. Anything you do will just make it worse.
Val continued to hold out his hand, locking gazes with an increasingly anxious Gregor.
Val, if you break this irreparably, the captain won't forgive either of us.
Please, Gregor. An endless heartbeat later, Gregor dropped the ancient artifact into Val's waiting hands. The exotically wrapped hilt was just a bit over a foot in length and strangely familiar in shape. Val closed his eyes. He felt himself sink into the Valorium matrix. Gregor's concerned voice fell away. All perception of space and time became a footnote to the rush of feeling his psyche roaring through connections blazing like stars. He could feel the Valorium strands realigning themselves with the force of his presence, and in the blink of an eye, he was before the Nexus itself. A twist, as if he skirted the edge of a massive black hole at the center of this and all other galaxies, reveling in the sweet taste of Oblivion, eager to claim him even now. A wrench of his will, a burst of transcendent insight, and Val opened his eyes. It was all he could do not to stumble to the ground.
What did you do? What did you do?
A panicked Gregor shouted, grabbing back the ancient weapon, gazing at it with feverish care. Bushy eyebrows widened. He licked dry lips, peering at Val as he righted himself once more.
This seems different somehow.
Val shrugged. I don't know for sure. Not yet. Gregor suddenly froze.
I don't think I should be holding this right now,
he swallowed.
Not that it matters. I'm no psionicist. There's no way I could use this thing in any case. But if, somehow...
His gaze was almost imploring.
Well, if you did something to it, you should have the honors. Just please use it outside, away from anyone else. Okay?
Val swallowed, suddenly nervous, but did not hesitate to accept the psi blade. Thank you, Gregor, he said, turning about and leaving the disorganized room of stone and exotic experiments that served as Gregor's laboratory and bedroom both. "I'll head to the back courtyard." And when Val raised the hilt high, he wasn't surprised to sense Gregor and Halvar both gazing at him with somber eyes as he attempted to attune himself with the ancient artifact. A breeze blew across the prairie fields dappled with endless flowers, the air alive with the scents of roses and marigolds as Val prepared to risk his very life, catalyzing a weapon that seemed to channel Oblivion itself. He closed his eyes, somehow feeling his essence, the core of his being, commune with the nexus of the blade. The courtyard grew utterly still. Even the wind had stopped blowing. Gregor and Halvar gazing with disbelief at the crackling bar of null energy projecting nearly 4 feet from the hilt Val held with wonder in both hands, feeling the flow of life and energy from the world around him, from his own psyche. Feed that rift in space and time, a bar of force that somehow still had mass, inertia, and presence with each swing of his weapon.
100 scions spent, temporary shadow rift formed.
And how careful he was, focusing entirely on the moment, taking slow, measured breaths, aware of every twitch of his muscles, the feel and give of pebbles and dust under his shoes. Total body awareness to assure that one careless slip or stumble wouldn't cause instant death, so deadly he knew this blade to be. Terror and exhilaration filled him in equal measure as he finished the last of his forms, the crackling blade falling back into the hilt with the easing of his will.
True artifice rank 1 achieved. Your understanding of arcane artifacts goes far beyond what most mundanes can hope to achieve. Not only Sylbian and Elementium, but the primal fundament of magic itself, Valorium, will now heed your will. Craft carefully. Oblivion as well as wonder can spawn from your creations. Psyblade rank 1 achieved. For all that it handles much like a longsword, you can't help shaking the feeling that the slightest mistake could result in your own death. Ancient swordsmen would grip the edge of mundane blades without fear, knowing it is the slicing that tears open the flesh. Not so with this blade, a weapon capable of cutting through the fabric of reality itself. And this terrifies you. Your fear will cripple your ability to fight with this, the deadliest of all melee weapons. Do you have what it takes to train with diligence and focus? Can you overcome your own fears? Quest granted! Embrace your fear. 1. Practice the longsword forms you have mastered with this instrument of death. Do so with finesse, control, and then speed to achieve rank 2 in Psyblade.
Val steeled himself and accepted the quest.
Halvar, what the hell is he doing?
Halvar gazed at Val, giving a thoughtful shrug.
He's doing sword forms with a Psyblade. But if he makes a mistake, couldn't it kill him?
In a word, yes. So let's pay him the same respect we would any other soldier. Don't break his concentration while he's walking a tightrope over Oblivion.
Gregor shuddered.
This kid's mad, you know that, right? Elise said High Lords only duel with it one-handed, with a force shield in the opposing hand, always leading with the point. It's hard to cut your own limbs off if you're using it like a rapier, and High Lords value themselves far too much to allow every match to be a death match. A single poke to the torso, and a regen tank can bring you back.
Halvar shrugged.
Clearly it can be used as a two-handed blade as well, and whatever else our Val is, I doubt he'll ever be the typical High Lord.
Gregor paled.
Ancestors' mercy! I still can't believe that he can actually use that thing. Doesn't that mean he's technically a...
Halvar snorted.
Only by the loosest definition. He's a kid with strange talents. Talents that are proving damned useful. Now, how about you get back to concocting potions without ruining the rest of our Sylbian stores, and I'll keep an eye on our young friend here.
And Val trained on, allowing his friend's words to wash over him, not even looking their way yet, sensing their presence like figures on a game board that he could sense in its entirety. He was the wind blowing over the compound walls. He was the grass springing under mortal feet. He was the force of the Psyblade itself, arcing through the air in deadly sweeps, slashes, and lunges. For all that it was midday and he was clearly visible to Halvar, he had fully embraced Shadow Mind at last, the echo of endless predators hunting down their prey, masters of their own body, their own form. Living tools of Oblivion, bringing about swift death to all before them. And perhaps Halvar was frowning more and more as Val danced and spun, as if losing track of Val, even in the bright noonday sun. Of ice and purpose and distant fury in those moments, Val simply was.
You have achieved Psyblade Rank 2!
And then as he came to a rest, the killer's deadly claw gently retracting back into its sheath, Val turned to Halvar, who was wearing the strangest of expressions. Sten and Elise are back, Val said, Halvar blinking in surprise, pivoting around to see a smiling Sten who seemed to enjoy getting one over on his friend, Elise grinning as well, until her eyes naturally took in the courtyard just behind the giant of a mercenary, at last alighting upon Val. And what he held. Sten's eyes widened. Elise blanched and stepped back, gazing at Val in what almost seemed like horror. Sten turned to Halvar.
Did Gregor actually manage to fix them? Is Val really using that thing?
No, and yes. Actually, it was Val who tweaked it back to operating status. Maybe it just needed the touch of someone with the gift.
Sten frowned, gazing at Elise. That can't be the case. Elise tried to use them herself. Then he blinked, catching sight of his lover's expression. Elise's hand was a claw on Sten's arm.
No lesser should be able to use that weapon.
Sten's brow furrowed. What are you saying? Elise trembled and backed away.
Think about it, Sten. How convenient his appearance was. How cavalierly he broke the High Council's edicts with explosives. How easily he defeated those beasts and horrors. How he was able to communicate with both us and the folk we met so perfectly. Complete strangers. And by the end of those mysterious councils he had with them, they were saluting him as we left, as if they'd struck some sort of alliance.
Halvar's gaze was suddenly void of all warmth, gazing at Val as if he were a potential threat.
What are you saying?
Elise paled, her violet eyes widening as she slowly shook her head.
The oath we took. He bound us with a greater oath. That wasn't any simple psionic oath binding. It was beyond the province of even court-appointed justiciars. Even now, I cannot say aloud the particulars of what we saw or did at the end of our journey.
Halvar frowned.
I never thought of it quite like that before.
Well, of course not. If he's actually a Dark Lord using us as his pawns, it's no wonder that you wouldn't.
Val gazed carefully at those he had wanted to consider friends. People he cared about. The blow stung less when he allowed himself to fully embrace Shadow Mind once more, losing himself to the bitter coldness in his soul as the sun was lost to the storm clouds gathering above.
I seem to remember him rushing to your aid more than once, Elise. And you peered into his mind besides,
Halvar quietly reminded. Elise swallowed, stepping back.
A master could cloak his true thoughts. There is no way a boy could use a Psyblade. And look, he's doing it again.
What is he doing? Sten frowned, looking around. I thought he was just here a moment ago. I know he was, right in front of us. Elise stepped back.
We have to go, right now. Get back to the velomobile. Halvar, get Gregor. Leave everything. Just run! We're compromised! We're compromised!
Her voice had raised to a near panic. It had a telling impact on her friends. Halvar raced off, shouting orders to Gregor as Elise dragged at a protesting Sten. What by the ancestors are you talking about?
Shadow Mind. I knew it was just too convenient for Val to so easily stalk that horror. That's a hunter's skill, and if he's not a Dark Lord, it's because he's one of their pet assassins. And now he has a working Psyblade. I don't know why he waits to strike, but for heaven's sakes, move!
Val closed his eyes, unable to believe what had just transpired. Those he had thought of as friends, had trusted his life and safety with, had temporarily given up being with Ava just to see them safely home, their prizes secure, were now abandoning him in a moment of unfounded terror. Just because he could use the weapon that was calling out to him, even now. Val took slow, deep breaths, feeling the gentle breeze alive with the sense of 1,000 blossoms caressing his skin. He looked up, sensing Sten still standing there, Elise clenching his arm in a vice-like grip. Val was still very much embracing the icy calm of his darkest self and the strange gifts it granted him in this even stranger world. It was the only way he could keep from screaming in frustration. Have I ever done anything to betray your trust? Have I shot you in the back? Abandoned you? Forsaken you altogether, leaving you at the mercy of those who have little enough reason to trust anyone above? Val shook his head, even as Sten frowned, Elise blanching as she caught sight of him at last, a few yards away from her, where he had always been. I have done none of those things. Instead, I said goodbye to a girl I held in my arms, leaving her side so I could see you all safely home, your wealth intact. People I thought of as friends, now all too eager to cry witch and flee, or stake me in terror, just because I can use this thing? He gazed down at the now inert side blade, looking back at Elise. Can you use this blade, Elise? Elise paled, swallowing before she finally nodded.
Yes, I can.
Val nodded, tossing her the now inert blade, knowing exactly how sturdy it was. Its vulnerability had nothing to do with physical impact and everything to do with surges of magic. Then here, a working side blade. My gift to you. A moment's breathless horror, Stan and Elise gazing open-mouthed as if afraid Val had somehow made a bomb of it, before common sense kicked in and Elise snatched it readily enough, gazing strangely at Val. Val flashed a bitter grin. I was hoping that we could be sparring partners. I was going to fix the other one soon, but seeing you reveal your true feelings, there's absolutely no way we could spar comfortably with such deadly toys, no matter how slow and careful our strokes. So take this one as a gift. There. Now you have the upper hand. You could cut me down with a single swipe right now. Is that what you wish to do? Elise froze, blinking, expression caught between fear, desire, and something Val couldn't quite define before she lowered her head, tears streaming down her cheeks. She turned around and walked back inside, not even activating the blade. Sten flashed an apologetic smile. Handsome as any movie star, even when flustered and off balance. Armor jacket tight against him as a light drizzle began to fall. Val felt like he had seen Sten in a half a dozen movies a world away, yet none of those co-starred Val trapped in a world clearly not his own. I'm, sorry about that, Val. I really am. Val nodded. Just say the word and I'll give you your share of the elementium. Gregor can hand me some flasks or containers to seal the purified flakes. I'll head on out and you'll never have to see me again. Silence between them as the odd moment lingered. Stan finally sighing and turning around, heading back inside. Val would love to know what thoughts were dancing in their heads, but Sionis' talents aside, he couldn't read minds, only grasp flashes of old hurts or sense feelings now and again. He halfway thought it was simply because these meta-humans had developed additional cortex clusters that placed them leaps and bounds ahead of simpler creatures like Val. But for all their evolutionary leaps, they were as prone to bouts of idiocy as anyone back on Earth. Thinking Val would betray his friends.
Chapter 12.
A fine morning, isn't it?
Val turned to the sound of Halvar's greeting, the man sitting on the stone step descending from the ancient patio, so reminiscent of Earth's own, as was the extensive backyard. One had to look closely to see the telltale differences in the scrub grass and flowers not to think one was in the Midwest. The air was sweet with the smells of exotic blooms, and his belly had never been bothered by the fare. Val lowered his training blade, taking a break from the longsword forms he had been practicing since he had gotten up that morning, having retired long after everyone else had returned to their quarters the night before. He had experienced a turmoil of emotions, but had ultimately decided to stay. He was hopeful, but not stupid. Classic wooden bed frame jerked in front of the door, his window open, allowing for a quick getaway in the unlikely possibility it would be needed, even carefully placed dried leaves and twigs outside, just in case. He had slept fully armored, which had resulted in only a -2 penalty to his stamina this day, and how strange it was to have the constant reminders that he was either in a game world or a universe very different from his own. He was just glad to have woken up from nothing more threatening than the first rays of the morning sun, putting his room back in order as if he had never felt the need for such caution, refreshing himself from the cistern and embracing his training as if he were back at home during the first days of summer, just a few short years ago, dreams of competitions and victory compelling him to master forms until they flowed like silk. He gazed from his training sword to a patiently waiting Halvar, pleased to see the soot he had marked his blade with showed no signs of having touched his shoulder or hair, feeling more confident than ever about embracing that terrible side blade once more. Assuming he ever got a chance to use it again. Halvar gave an approving nod.
I see you are already warmed up. Good. Let's get started then.
Val watched as Halvar, already fully kitted in his reinforced armor, this time with a jury-rigged gorget for added neck protection, picked up his own training blade from where it hung by the other practice gear, protected from the rain by an overhang. He then walked across the still damp grass to face Val from some 10 paces away. He smiled upon glimpsing Val's expression.
Unsure of purpose or play, sir, where you stand with your fellows. Good. We don't always have the benefit of serenity when it's time for us to fight. Let's train as if you really did have to fear us abandoning you, simply because one of us had had more bad experiences than you could fathom. Ready your blade, Val. Let's see you try that Zornhau on me again.
With a fierce grin, Val did just that, and their battle was joined. And for all that Val found himself stumbling back from a well-placed thrust more than once, both Zorn and Double Zorch scored upon the experienced mercenary multiple times before they called their practice session done. Halvar took off his helm with a soft chuckle.
You have a way with that blade, boy. That I can tell.
Val smiled. I trained fairly diligently with it all through high school. I was at least as athletic as the so-called jocks, though I didn't bother with any sports save wrestling, and I did get penalized a couple times during matches for using 15th century techniques. It was strange, though. The minute I showed the coaches copies of the manuscripts my HEMA instructors used, they actually looked at me with a certain measure of respect, calling me a scholar of the oldest traditions, though they still insisted I use their own variants if I wanted to score points. He grinned. It was pretty cool when the assistant coach showed up at my HEMA practice one day, and we sort of became friends after that. Val's grin faded, and he never once accused me of being a Dark Lord. Halvar's gaze turned reflective.
Fair enough, Val.
Silence for some moments, as he helped himself to a dipper of water.
What you need to understand, Val, is as skilled as you think you are. Had we truly been certain that you were a threat, you'd already be dead.
Utter silence, their gazes locked. That's supposed to reassure me? Halvar chuckled.
You didn't ask for a blow-by-blow account of how it would go down. Good. The fact is, we like you. You seem like a good kid with both gifts and a serious disability, and we can't help but feel a little bit protective of you. Also, you never once flinched from facing horrors, fighting beside us in the Underdark. That means a hell of a lot. But at that moment, lost in your shadow mind skill, you really did move and flow like a High Lord's pet assassin. The fears Elise raised couldn't be totally dismissed. Neither could the possibility that you were just a good kid who happened to be blessed with a killer's gifts. A kid who had fallen in love and put aside that love just to help out a bunch of near strangers who had given him nothing but grief for the first day or two. We respect that, Val. Even in the midst of her terror, Elise knew there was a chance she was wrong. So we geared for retreat with all our prizes vulnerable, rather than risk killing a child who had only ever been a friend.
Val lowered his head, a maelstrom of emotions roiling in his gut with those words. Halvar gave Val an approving pat.
And when you tossed Elise one of the deadliest tools known to man as a gift, putting the very weapon Elise feared in her hands, you claimed the board with that move. Illiterate you may be, but you're no fool.
Val shrugged. I was planning on giving her one even before last night happened. She knows how to use those things better than I'm guessing. No matter what her rank was on the Psionicist totem pole. We could have trained together, readying ourselves to take on any foe. In this way, if she was ever challenged to the equivalent of a High Lord duel or needed to fight for her honor, she'd be better prepared for victory. Practice with me could only improve her odds. Halvar gazed at Val for some long moments. Val swallowed, suddenly worried he had said something off yet again.
That's an impressive insight, Val. For someone so new to our land. I'm curious. How did you realize the importance of dueling?
Val shrugged. Even in the ancient cultures of my own world, nobles, sometimes even freemen, could duel to vindicate themselves in court. And the greater one's rank in a warlike culture, the more likely one can use martial prowess to avoid the less savory punishments. It just seemed like Elise was groomed for a far different life than the one she's been forced into. I can only imagine that mastering the Psyblade might give her a chance to vindicate herself. The giant mercenary gave an approving nod.
It is not nearly so simple as that, of course. But you're right about one thing. It can only benefit her to spar with the weapon of her class.
He got up then, gazing thoughtfully at Val.
I enjoyed the bout, Val. There's something pleasing about the feel of a Phoebian dueling weapon in my hand. Perhaps because it is as close as I will ever get to wielding a Psyblade.
Halvar grinned.
Now, go clean up and refresh yourself. Gregor would like your help in his laboratory, and Sten's made breakfast. Have some if you're hungry.
Val chuckled softly, still not sure what to make of this eccentric crew, but more than happy to take a hint and wash off. Contrary to esoteric rules written by game masters who had never so much as camped, many armors were fine for sleeping in, especially dwarven armor. It was not the height of comfort, but it was quite feasible as long as one was in warm, soft bedding to prevent chill and pinching. But to be fair, at this point he really did stink.
Be careful, Val. Those things are priceless,
Gregor said some time later as Val frowned and brushed him away. He well knew how precious the force shields and remaining Psyblade were, and didn't need Gregor buzzing about his ear like a bee. Not when he was trying to feel out the intricate matrices involved, the taste, feel, and flow of arcane and psionic fields meshing so intricately. There, he smiled, finding the Valorium Elementium alignments almost fully intact like before. In each of these artifacts it had been arcane surges, Val suspected, that had knocked the Nexus off alignment, Val somehow sensing with his newly discovered true artifice skill the correct way to harmonize the Valorium matrices so as to resonate back in true time once more, the Nexus now recalibrated and repaired. No mastered tome or complex algorithms necessary. For him, it was as intuitive as solving a complex puzzle, or finding the one true path through a mind maze. Though time-consuming, sometimes draining, there was a true sense of exhilaration when it all clicked together, as it did for both shields and blade.
Congratulations! After risking your psyche and the friends around you, tinkering with ancient artifacts, harnessing energies that only the most brilliant or foolish would attempt to catalyze, you have achieved Greater Artifice Rank 2. Well done!
Val grimaced, suddenly wondering just how foolish he had been, messing about with weapons that projected voidal rifts like sword blades. But the twinge of guilt couldn't compare to the exhilaration he felt as the second Psyblade came to life in his hands. Nearly 4 feet of utter darkness surrounded by a shimmering field of violet light projected from a 14-inch hilt. More than capable of cutting through any substance, any force field, reality itself, it seemed. He gazed at the crackling light that seemed to surround the shaft of darkness, wondering if it was to keep the null field from sucking in any more of reality than what it cut through. Val allowed himself a bleak smile, slowly waving the blade around the lab, careful to touch nothing, not even a suddenly terrified-looking Gregor. For all that the hum of sci-fi blades in the movies seemed more for dramatic effect than anything else, it made sense if the blade were somehow eating the very air, and he was hearing the crackle of atoms torn from their orbits an instant before they were sent spiraling into what was, for all intents and purposes, the micro-thin event horizon of some fourth-dimensional black hole. Val swallowed, relaxing his mental pressure upon the blade, feeling his psionic reserves return, suddenly getting a sense of just how terrible and deadly a weapon it was that he held. "Gregor, are you okay?" Val asked, realizing that the wizened little man hadn't even scolded him for activating the blade in his lab. Blinking madly, gulping air like a fish, Gregor finally found his tongue.
What the hell were you doing, Val? You know not to activate a contained rift in here. I thought you were going to kill me after all,
he admitted in a much smaller voice.
What? Kill my favorite alchemical buddy? I wouldn't dream of it. Who would teach me new formulae then?
Gregor rolled his eyes.
All right. I see you've brought yet more treasures back from utter ruin. Congratulations, and enjoy. Now, leave me to my potions.
Val grinned.
Enjoy your alchemy, Gregor. But before I go...
Yes?
Can you tell me how to activate these force shields? The smaller man rolled his eyes and shooed him out of the door.
Ask Elise. She knows better than I.
And that he did.
It seemed that she had been waiting for him, currently geared in a shimmering padded battlesuit made of some exotic fiber he did not recognize. She dipped her head, saluting him with a practiced blade, medium-sized round shield in her offhand, eyes widening at what he carried.
So you actually managed to fix them?
I did. She nodded solemnly.
Let me show you how they work.
Val handed her one, gazing carefully at her. He saw the way her brow furrowed, all but felt the surge and tingle of psions flowing into the shield, seeing in that instant which of the myriad paths her surge of will had taken, sensing the same path available within the matrix of his shield as well.
Basic force field activated. 30 psions reserved.
All right, Val. I'm going to try to explain how to activate the shield. It might take a while, but in a few lessons you should at least be able to.
Perfect violet eyes widened, gazing upon Val's circular field of force, extending a foot on all sides from the handle containing the matrix, an intricately crafted bar of elementium and valorium of exquisite and exceedingly practical design.
I see you understand the way of it already,
she breathed.
Not that I should be surprised.
Val smiled. I could sense several ways of using it, but realizing how precarious my repairing the Psyblades had been, I didn't want to catalyze the shield without seeing how you did it first. Elise frowned.
The Psyblades we recovered are dangerous. Relics of a very savage time, but priceless for all that. It is good that you understand how perilous a tool they are. Hopefully it will inspire you to appreciate the discipline of the fighting style we embrace in this age. But there is only one way of using this shield, Val.
Val shrugged, foregoing the point. Elise nodded, as if that was the end of it, handing Val a long steel blade with a rolled-back tip and blunted edges. Val blinked and frowned, finding the length and balance much like the light side swords favored by sword and rotella fencers seeking to master the Italian school traditions of the 16th century.
I am given to understand that you found my blade quite useful while in the Underdark. This gladdens me, Val. But you will find that the art a High Lord favors is far more eloquent than the crude, cleaving blows that serve us so well when forced to battle with lesser weapons.
She saluted Val with her blade, and Val did the same. She nodded at his balanced stance, leading with the shield, sword point on line, ready to thrust or slice as the opportunity presented itself. He was skilled with blade and buckler, and had spent one summer learning classic rapier fencing. Still, he had the sense that Elise's style wouldn't mirror either of those, and he was right. Her approach was cautious enough that he did not sense her sudden intent to close until it was too late, springing forward to crash her foreshield against his own, pivoting her waist, Val somehow sensing her will also pushing against his own.
-2, Scion. Test of wills engaged. You are suffering from surprise and unfamiliarity. Double moderate penalty. Test of wills failed. Elise has displaced your force shield with ease.
Lurching back as his shield was smashed into his face, grunting as the spring steel tip of her blade smacked hard against his armor. He felt the sting of it even so. Val looked up from the ground. Elise's eyes all but glowed, the smallest satisfied smile upon her lips.
You will need to do better than that, Val, if you seek one day to find your place amongst the lords that have claimed this world as their own.
Val chuckled ruefully. I think you're right, Elise. Nice thrust. Not quite like our rapiersman, closer to an arming sword in use, but that spring and pivot were quite effective. Elise gave a satisfied nod.
I'm not quite sure what your exotic terminology means, but I can tell you learned at least the basics of the fighting forms as a child. This is good. It will make the training, well, not easier, but smoother, perhaps. Now, let me show you the various guards and wards you will be expected to have mastered before you dare challenge for even the meagerest scraps that your gift will allow you.
She smirked.
You're lucky you have us as your allies, Val. Were we anyone else, you'd be all too easy to take advantage of with your lack of training or even basic literacy.
Val groaned. Yes, I know I'm a complete idiot compared to this world full of genetically enhanced geniuses, so let's train me at something I can actually get better at, like your style of swordplay. Elise's gaze hardened.
Very well, Val, but don't think I have forgotten my own commitment to teach you basic literacy. No ward under my care is going out into the world vulnerable as an illiterate child.
Val swallowed, oddly touched by her words. For all that the night before she had gazed at him as if he were cold death coming for her soul. And before he could think of anything to say, she had already struck, feigning with her shield before slamming into him, her blade cracking against his knee and retreating before his own blade could graze even her shimmering suit.
You have to do better than that, Val. Far better.
Val winced, spending a moment or two flexing his knee before nodding his head once more. He demanded a smile from his lips, his frustration turning to an odd sort of satisfaction, determined to learn what he could to better himself before this woman who was reading him so perfectly, countering his every move, knowing just when to strike, the moment he was vulnerable between the beats. She tangled his blade while striking with her own, and always her shield beat his aside an instant before she made the killing blow. Always, she knew just when to lean back or twist aside, never failing to counter his blade an instant before striking him with her own. It was a long afternoon, and Val felt his cheeks flushing hot, feeling as humiliated as he had ever been in any martial contest. And he hadn't let himself get distracted by Halvar quietly chuckling or Gregor's snarky comments as the day had progressed. Even Sten's beaming smile for his girl, for all that his nod to Val was friendly enough. Always, Val matched gazes with the violet-eyed beauty staring so coldly back at him, ever trying to get a sense of her moves, her habits, her tells. It didn't help a bit. She had run him in circles, striking and harrying, and not once did she fall for his tricks or do anything but smile at his attempts to catch her in a feint. He had failed to connect her with even a single blow. Not once. It was almost as if she could read his mind. He smiled up at her, dusting himself off as he rose once more. Thank you for the lesson, Elise. I think I forgot humility a long, long time ago. Elise's gaze was almost sad.
I think, Val, that the lessons we have to start with are far more basic than fencing. I wanted to start with this because this plays to your strengths. I had hoped that you had some natural wards in place, but I see now that you don't.
Val swallowed and lowered his head.
We will start your remedial training tomorrow. Be ready.
Val found his mind in a daze that night, analyzing the battle from every angle, amazed at how well Elise had overpowered his shield with her own, every time. He resolved to learn whatever he could from her, even as he felt sleep gently wash over him, eager for the day to come. And what started out as a week filled with wondrous possibility soon became an exercise in agony. Val cried out and stumbled back, nauseous with sudden pain, Elise's pitiless voice washing over him.
You have to try harder, Val. I couldn't even feel your surge.
Val took a ragged breath. It was the third time her own surge had sent him reeling, and he was dizzier and sicker than he dared show. I'm doing my best.
It sure as hell isn't good enough. Not if you want to survive out in the real world. Try harder.
Val grimaced and nodded, forcing himself to his feet once more, blue eyes locking once more upon pitiless Violet. He did his best to envision the mental dagger Elise said was the most basic of all psionic attacks. His goal was to mentally thrust with the blade even as she parried with an iron-hard sense of ego. Indomitable will, it was called. It represented unbreakable will and spirit, to be both aware of one's environment in its entirety while simultaneously infused with a sense of oneself that transcended everyone and everything else. Elise thought it the most vital of all psionicist disciplines, the shield to ward against all psychic blows. A mindset utterly alien to Val's own, near the opposite of what came so naturally to him with Shadow Mind. So, too, Elise had explained that there should be deeper resistance and inherent insight, a neural network of constant self-actualization and awareness that transcended moment-to-moment thought, and thus he should be able to resist Mind Dagger's force. Only the youngest children could be seriously harmed by this attack. At least, such was the case for everyone except him, it seemed. Elise's gaze hardened.
I'm waiting, Val.
Mind Dagger failed. Despite constant diligence and effort, you have once again failed to make use of the most basic of all High Lord disciplines.
Val swallowed, clenching back tears of frustration. He was not a failure. He would get this. He cried out, flung to the ground, unable to generate even the most rudimentary defense. Elise's Mind Dagger tore right through him, encountering no resistance, her basic attack cutting through his mind like a knife.
Pathetic, Val. Is that all you're capable of? Terrifying me half to death, wearing the face of a killer, and more vulnerable to psychic attacks than the lowest of serfs. How dare you insult me like this? How dare you insult yourself?
Val cried, crawled up in a puking ball, unable to parry the vicious kicks raining down upon his back. He moaned once piteously. She kicked him harder.
Our lives depended upon you. They do so even now. If a Zionist or assassin comes for us, and you are this vulnerable, we are all as good as dead. Now quit playing the fool and fight back!
Elise,
Don't question me, Halvar.
you need to step back.
Val sensed her wrath focus upon a new target. Halvar suddenly grunting and stumbling back. Val could feel the wave of her attack, so acute his psionic perception had become, achieving rank 3 just hours ago. Bitter consolation for the agony he had endured over the last 4 days of training. The first day she had at least pretended patience, growing shorter, sharper, less forgiving each succeeding day, making it clear that negative reinforcement was very much in the High Lord repartee, training him unmercifully since yesterday. Sten making it clear that only because Val could regenerate fully in his sleep would he allow her to drain Val so utterly. Yet still, he was an utter failure at the most basic of telepathic skills. And it was a bitter truth to accept, almost as hard as the one he had accepted only months ago, that he would forever be a burned cripple plagued by constant pain, until he somehow found himself here. And still he could not escape his sense of failure. He knew he'd never be able to achieve her feats or counter her attacks. For all his gifts, for all that he had miraculously entered this world free of crippling injury, Val was still a rung lower than her on the evolutionary tree of man, and here it showed to bitter effect like nowhere else in actual battles of the mind.
Elise! Enough!
Sten roared, and it was all Val could do to crack open his eyes and gaze upon a groaning Halvar, wincing and rubbing his head. Sten turned to his lover, disappointment clear in his gaze.
Elise, you go too far.
How dare you judge my discipline? This disciple is a weak-willed fool, and all our lives will be thrown in peril with the first Inquisitor to cross our path. Did you think about that before devising your plans to smuggle 500 million credits worth of Elementium on him? Did you, Sten? Because I thought of it every day I was warding us both from the prying eyes hired by 2 of the 8 brokers you've been negotiating with. Each of them eager to peer into our secrets and rob us blind.
I didn't realize, Sten said in apology.
That's because I didn't want you to know.
Elise's voice had turned hard and cold.
The problem's been handled, and your innocence assured that you gave no tell to either of those bastards, that their hired spies are now brain-burned shells.
Sten's lips hardened. He bowed his head. I am sorry, Elise. You should never have had to do that.
This isn't a perfect world, Sten. You know that. You knew that when you found me, rescued me. And as sure as the sky is blue, will do everything I can to protect the only man who would ever want me, who could ever love me. And I sure as hell will not let this mutant child, as vulnerable as he is terrifying, spell our combined deaths.
Elise stormed off without another word. Sten flashed Val an unreadable look before helping Halvar to his feet. Soft murmurs of reassurance, laughter assuring all was well.
Our little lady packs a punch. No worries, Sten. I've survived worse. Go see to her. I'll look after our Val.
Moments later, powerful arms lifted Val up, eyes both human and cybernetic peering into his own.
Are you okay, Val? Training's done for the day, lad. Time for you to get some rest.
Val chuckled bitterly. No reason to put me back to bed. Might as well drag me up the mountain and throw me back like a fish into the sea. Halvar frowned.
What are you talking about, Val?
Val sighed, shaking his head. You can't imagine the pain, Halvar. And I know just what you'll say. High Lord business. You won't interfere. Sten said the same thing just yesterday when I was trying just to broach Elise's methods. The kicks are new, but that's nothing compared to what goes on inside the mind. Halvar winced.
Not a thing I can do. But I know you're tough and a damn good fighter. I'd be surprised if you're laid low by exercises all Scion sensitives are taught at 10.
Val smiled. Be surprised then. In case it wasn't already damned obvious, what with me springing whole cloth from some ancient regeneration vat, picking up languages in seconds, happy to use explosives and magic with the first spell I see, even as literacy lessons cause me dizziness and confusion, I'm not like you. Not like you guys at all. Val chuckled ruefully. I don't think, by your definition, I'm even human. At least by what your language implies with the word. Val's gaze turned bitter. I'm not much better than a talking ape. Just a talking ape that can speak, fight, and cast a spell or two. Halvar's grin was both sympathetic and merciless. A drill sergeant filled with granite hard love for his whining recruits.
I knew that already, Val. And a damn clever ape you are. Clever enough to learn whatever Elise throws your way.
He patted Val's shoulder.
The mind is flexible. Even the hairy kinds of apes could learn basic sign language. Some even got clever enough to try to argue for their continued existence when the High Lords voted to purge away all genetic competition forever.
Halvar's gaze grew hooded.
I even had the pleasure of making friends with one at a zoo once when I was a child. At least, I thought of her as a friend, always sure to sneak her extra fruit.
He gave a gusty sigh.
She even confided her name to me, Lucy, of all things. Then she asked me what I was called. When I was a child, I was nicknamed Big Tree in my native tongue. I pointed to the tree. She gave birth to an infant ape 3 months later. She named him after me.
He sighed.
Of course, that meant I had to sneak her more fruit than ever. How could I let Little Tree go hungry? He was a natural at sign language. Once, he even signed me as father.
His fond smile grew sad once more.
Lucy and Tree were put to death less than a year later.
Val swallowed, bowing his head. I'm sorry, Halvar. Halvar's squeeze was like a vice.
So don't think I'm giving up on you, Val, even if you are just a talking ape. You're still my friend, and if anyone tries to put you down like they did Lucy and Tree, so help me, I'll shoot them dead, High Lord or no.
Val clenched back hot tears he did not expect, hugging the man he respected so fiercely. I won't let you down, Halvar, Val whispered through his exhaustion. You're the closest thing I have to a brother in this world. If anyone thinks they can hurt my friends, I will kill them. I will kill them all, metahuman or no. Chapter 13. Val woke early that morning, earlier even than the sunrise, the first chirp of birdsong presaging his soon-to-be endless agony at the hands of a pitiless taskmaster, and he refused to let that bother him, embracing a stoic acceptance as he donned his dwarven armor, before slipping outside and practicing his sword forms, taking advantage of the cool quiet while he could, breathing deep of fresh spring air with a touch of dew. His side blade crackled quietly as he wove it through the air in a series of strikes, parries, and lunges. Perfectly centered, one with his environment, with each blade of grass, the compound as a whole, flowing through the pre-dawn gloom, lost in shadow mind, and at peace. Not the predator hunting down his hated prey, but rather the quiet inevitability of a storm, the flow of existence itself. There was no Val. There was only this moment, this motion, the inevitability of his voidal rift tearing through the air in a perfect series of movements executed without flaw, drawing to a natural close as the first golden shafts of sunlight caressed thick shadows and gloom that soon transformed like magic to shimmering dwarven alloy, and Val stepped free of shadow mind with perhaps his only smile for the day, content, at peace.
With the help of Shadow Mind, you have learned to subdue your dread of fully embracing the deadliest of all melee weapons. Able to incorporate with even greater skill the techniques of the longsword without foolishness or fear. Rank 3 Sideblade achieved.
He turned around before the back door had even opened, having felt the presence of all his friends, somehow knowing it was Elise slipping free of her lover some minutes ago, performing her ablutions before donning her attire and heading for the back door just as Val pivoted to face her, relaxing his will upon the crackling field, harnessing a sliver of Oblivion, his sideblade sheathed once more as he turned and bowed the moment Elise's eyes fell upon him. Her gaze widened, before narrowing once more.
So pretty you look, as if you had materialized with the dawn out of shadow, glittering brilliantly in the first rays of the morning sun. It is a true pity that you are more brittle than a figurine of fragile crystal, easily shattered with the slightest breeze.
Her will clenched. Val felt it. He held himself tight, desperate to invoke indomitable will, mind frantically trying to inflate his sense of self, the potency of his own existence. He, suddenly the center of the world, of everything.
Indomitable will attempt failed. Despite constant diligence and effort, you have once again failed to make use of the most basic of all High Lord defenses. Test of wills engaged. Elise has launched a psionic attack. Test of wills failed. Ego whip has scoured your brain. No natural defense. You have suffered a 10-point drain to mana, scion, and stamina. You are temporarily stunned. You're really not very good at this.
Val fell to one knee and groaned.
Pathetic.
The contempt in Elise's voice hurt worse than did her attack. Val flinched, swallowed, forced himself to speak. "Elise,"
I did not give you leave to speak,
she snapped, pummeling him with another wave of terrible force, her psionic blast leaving him flat on his back. He blinked open his eyes to see her glaring down at him.
Pathetic!
"Elise," her lip curled.
I had such high hopes for you. I had so wanted to believe in you. You are no champion. You are just a boy, a broken one. A boy who is a fool and who does not belong here.
Val swallowed, closing tight eyes he swore did not sting with tears. "I know."
Why?
A single word, barely more than a whisper. Val looked up. Elise's gaze was almost plaintive.
I've seen what you are capable of. The ice in your gaze. I thought you were so damn strong. Why are you this weak, Val?
Val barked to laugh, even as Elise's plaintive look turned cold. He couldn't help it. "Do you really not get it?"
Explain yourself, Val.
"It's simple. I'm not like you. I'm not what your High Lords would even consider human. To them, I'm probably little better than the great hairy apes capable of sign language and so much more in your universe."
Yes, we had started to genetically enhance various groups despite the disadvantages of doing such, as they could never then safely enter jump portals.
Val blinked at this, but it was neither here nor there. "But then the High Lords decided to purge all the lesser races, no? Maybe that's why they feel entitled to Earth and all her people. In their minds, we're a lesser race, worthy of nothing more than exploitation and extermination." Elise's gaze softened. "You know it's true, Elise. I can almost sense the cortex nodes you have that I don't. You're a bit more evolved on the evolutionary tree, at least in some ways. And even if I'm able to match you in so many things, and at least a few, linguistic, mathematical, synergization, psionic attacks, mental shields, you utterly blow me away. You can no more teach me to read your language or focus my mind to harden itself against blows or strikes like a dagger than you can teach your former great apes calculus. I, at least, can feel the bitter irony of my failures." Elise gave a furious shake of her head.
That is where you're wrong, Val. Neurons can forge new links. The brain can specialize itself, even adult tissue, which under proper stimulus can grow and evolve, and I will give you all the stimulus you need, so you don't end up like all those already put to death.
Intent violet eyes locked with his own.
I will do what I can to save you from yourself, but today I expect you at least to try.
Val grimaced. "Elise, please. At least do one thing?" His ruthless mentor sighed, standing up.
What, Val?
Val swallowed, getting to his feet as well. "Before we do anything else, before my brain is too sore to focus, can you show me how you used your force shield?" Elise's delicate brows furrowed.
You already know how to activate it, Val. Instinctively. It's one of the reasons I had such high hopes.
Val grimaced. "Yes, I know, but it did me little good. I can move it around just fine, but whenever we closed, you could pivot me with it effortlessly. You could knock my shield aside with your own as if it wasn't even there."
Yes.
Elise nodded.
I could. Do you know why, Val?
"I would dearly love to." Her palm cracked against his now unarmored cheek. Val winced.
It is because it is nothing more than the physical manifestation of my will, focused and harnessed over years, forged into a weapon that has mastered the basic attacks taught to all initiates in the true art. After that training, it was nothing to direct my intensity, my sense of focus and purpose, my ego, if you will, into demanding that my shield hold firm. It was moved by my hand, yes, but my ego allowed it. My iron will had it stand fast against all forces arrayed against it.
Val frowned before nodding. "So that same intense focus you use for indomitable will, a sense of self that transcends everyone and everything, also helps you to anchor your force shield." Elise gazed at him like he was an idiot.
Yes, Val. I thought that was obvious. Were you just moving it through the air?
She laughed.
No wonder you were so easy to push aside and dominate.
Val grimaced, then nodded. I guess I was at that. He took a deep breath. Elise, since you just explained that the skills needed to use indomitable will are the same ones harnessed in mastering the force shield, could we just practice with the shields today? He did his best to give a winning smile. Certainly I'll be able to learn more if I'm constantly expending effort, measuring myself against you, as opposed to spending so much of the time crumpled on the grass, groaning in pain. Elise's beautiful features hardened. At last she sighed, nodding her head.
Very well, Val. Today we will do it this way. But no slacking. I expect your best at all times.
Val nodded, relieved and grateful, hoping that perhaps with the shields, unlike the constant blows to the mind, he might actually start to get the hang of things. Maybe even show some progress. Maybe even get Elise, the first to have given him a chance, to look at him with something other than pity and contempt. He could not have been more wrong.
Try harder, Val. This is pathetic.
Val looked up at her from where he lay, wearing nothing but a robe of white that she had supplied, and his force shield, tossed around like a kite, buffeted in the wind. At first he had been hopeful. He had felt almost giddy at the prospect of testing his will once more in a way that he might actually be able to master, not at all opposed to using his own strength as well. Yet no matter how hard he tried, his attempts to infuse himself with a sense of potency, of primacy that transcended everyone and everything, as if he were a living god that would force the world around him to bend to his will, ended in complete and utter failure every time. He grimaced ruefully. It could not be more alien to his own way of thinking, the mindset that took over when deepest in the killing rage, or embracing, more recently, shadow mind. The knight had no ego, no pride. It simply was. Even the fury that carried him forward had been but the inevitability of vengeance's storm. Primal. A force of nature. He just the tool of its execution. Utterly alien to the fearsome grandiosity combined with undeniable potency that was the core of the High Lord's discipline, the wellspring of power from which their talents sprung. And it probably explained why they were all such tyrannical asses, Val ruefully thought, before grunting as Elise's boot cracked against his side.
I heard that,
she hissed.
As you had intended. Your mind couldn't be more open than if you had said it aloud.
Val groaned. He probably shouldn't have been looking right into those beautiful, deadly eyes when he thought that.
No, Val, you probably shouldn't have. Now get up and quit fantasizing about being some wolf howling in the night. You're a man, and a flawed one. Flaws or no, it behooves you to finally embrace your own potency and give me challenge. Is your brain really so flawed, so pathetic, that your potency still can't flow through you? How were your pathetic minds ever able to manage the flashes of technology I see in your eyes?
Val smirked. The internet, the incredible processing power that seems to be alien to your world. We could hold an encyclopedia's worth of knowledge on a handheld tablet even without being online. If I had a good connection, though, all the information in the world was, more or less, at my fingertips. Val rubbed his throbbing temples.
Also, we're pretty good at extrapolating new ways to manipulate our environment, even if we're foolish in a lot of other ways.
Elise blinked, for once impressed.
A world's worth of knowledge, playing full-length video recordings of events of contrived fantasy? So realistically? And not just a single movie, but hundreds of them, in a device you could easily carry.
She shook her head.
It almost makes me think Gregor must be right. Such technology is utterly impossible due to infinity paradoxes and Killian's 7 sacred laws, among other things. But if your world was just a contrived simulation, it would explain so much, Val. And if you were never truly a man, it would explain why you're so fragile in unexpected ways, and why I can't really teach you.
Val swallowed, suddenly ashamed to his core.
My world is real, he whispered. You can blame me for my failings, but please don't blame my entire world.
Then be worthy of your world, Val. Focus your fury. Hate me if you like, but focus your will and fight back.
And he tried. With every iota of his being, he tried desperately to feel that kernel of indomitable will and spirit, a potency that touched the divine and would hold fast against any foe. He tried with all his might to push her back, and failed utterly. Every time.
Chapter 14. The hour was either late or exceedingly early when Val's eyes bolted open and he stumbled out of bed. That's when it all made sense. He quickly donned his armor, psyblade, and force shield before slipping out back, donning Shadow Mind like a comforting cloak as he lost all sense of self, one with the darkness once more, feeling the clean line of his forms as his blade crackled, moving effortlessly, perfectly through the air. The sword moved where he willed it, yet it was more than that. Its passage was like that of a storm, inevitable, destined, like a painter's crimson strokes depicting a masterwork. It was already there. He was just uncovering it, every stroke revealing it, tearing down all uncertainty until the truth was laid bare. He allowed his flickering blade to fade, sheathing the hilt, gazing anew at the grip of his force shield. He was in deep. He had rarely been deeper. Dreaming as much as he was awake, yet never had every second of every moment been filled with such crystal clarity, such hidden meaning. Brilliant Phoebe shining majestically overhead, the smell of roses and jasmine, or flowers just like them, permeating the air. He held his force shield and just gazed at it for some time. He could move it with his muscles just fine, but how about with his mind? All attempts to will it forward resulted in stillness, or a simple muscle twitch. It was only when he saw the shield not as an extension of his will or potency at all, ignoring all the bitterly taught lessons of nearly a week of grueling training, that it finally began to feel right. Now with practiced blade in hand, he mimed the dance and flow of blade and shield, two halves of a whole working harmoniously in sync, as Val visualized desperate combat, striking and parrying as imaginary opponents lost balance or ground, feeling not fury so much as hot ice coursing through him. The inevitability of winter storms howling without surcease, a force of nature, undeniable. His foes would fall as he dodged aside, parried, struck, and spun away. It was inevitable. It was fate. And he? Just an agent of the storm. When he stopped an endless time later, he felt his breathing ease, sinking completely into the darkness once more, fading to the gentle whispers of a wind sometimes felt, but never seen. He smiled in something too impersonal for satisfaction, content, perhaps, to know that the force of a storm would always transcend alone individuals, as it should be. And somehow, he was certain it would transcend Elise's as well. He would see. But even he understood its flaw, the entirety of why he was enduring Elise's awful training, foregoing his own strengths in hopes of mastering his one terrible weakness, hoping to overcome it. But such was not to be. No matter how fearsome, no matter how potent, there was always calm in the eye of the storm. And a man who could not accept his own weakness was a fool. A smart man found ways around his flaw. "Captain, I have a request." Sten blinked and frowned, rubbing still tired eyes. "Can it wait, Val? It's almost an hour before dawn." Val bowed by way of apology before making his request. Sten sighed. "I'm sorry, Val, but Elise feels you need to train, if anything, harder, and our timetable is already set. 2 days from now we head out, so you have one last day to learn whatever she can teach." Val closed his eyes and shook his head. "All she can teach me is pain, and there's some merit in that, in learning how to endure." Sten frowned. Val raised his hand in apology and tried again. "Please, Sir, at least let me train with Halvar for a few hours, and then we can do it her way. Sten squeezed his eyes shut, rubbing the bridge of his nose. Please don't cause a rift between me and my beloved Val. She's only pushing you because you have talents the rest of us lack, save her. We're nothing to the High Lords, but you and she, equally vulnerable. If anyone catches wind of your ability to use side blades and force shield, you will immediately become a target, a pawn to be claimed or taken off the board. She, at least, can ward her mind. Val nodded. Just give me a few hours with Halvar, Captain. Sten sighed. I'll see what I can do, Val. No promises, though. Val bowed and headed back to the community kitchen, grabbing a quick bite of the compact rations Gregor prepared in bulk for them every day or so. It was like eating a whole wheat bread filled with pieces of dried fruit and nuts. Not bad, but a bit boring, day after day. A glass of water, and Val headed back out, meditating and waiting for the dawn.
Not one to let imminent doom curb your appetite for a good fight. Am I right, boy?
A booming laugh filled the courtyard as Halvar approached. Val opened his eyes, smiling at his friend. Halvar suddenly frowned.
You're looking a bit intense today, Val. Are you sure you're up for this?
His gaze turned even more serious.
If you've had your limit, and we both know what we mean by that, you just tell me, Kate. Sten will understand, and Elise will have to back down.
It's fine, Halvar. Everything's fine. Halvar tilted his head, cybernetic eye dilating ever so slightly.
You sure, kid?
Damn sure. Halvar grinned.
All right, then,
he said, throwing Val one of the practice longswords.
Show me that Elise's mind fries haven't grilled your brain.
In answer, Val blasted off his back foot, seizing the Vor, lightning-fast Scheitelhaus strike, rapping against Halvar's helm faster than the giant could blink. Not that Val could tell, purposefully avoiding the larger man's gaze. A rumbling chuckle.
Fast, Val. Speed, I'll grant you. Come, boy, let's try that again.
Val grinned and leaped forward once more, their blades whipping through the air in a dizzying series of cuts and counters before one or the other called a point and they leaped back. Val using every hard-fought skill he had learned with the blade, his sense of distance and timing only a hair's breadth from perfection. And still, Halvar managed to blast past his defenses a number of times, for all that Val was firmly in the win.
Good match,
a panting Halvar allowed after several hours of practice. Elise's eyes trying to bore holes in Val's head, but he paid it no more mind than the gentle sunlight warming the backyard.
But something seemed a bit off, different, about your style. You were fast, Val, always seizing the initiative, but, well, you didn't seem to be able to read me quite as well as you normally do.
He shrugged.
To be fair, it was a bit tougher reading you as well.
Val smiled. Was I improving by the end? Halvar frowned thoughtfully.
Just in the time we had sparred today? Was it your intent to measure the effectiveness or rate of growth in using some new technique? I could better quantize the answer if you had informed me beforehand, but yes, I think you were reading me a bit better by the end.
Val nodded. Good.
Are you ready, Val?
Elise's words echoed like the voice of doom.
You've wasted enough time with this foolishness. Your sparring is worthless. A High Lord could make a dozen soldiers drop if they dared move against him. Now get out of your armor, don your robe, and let's begin your lessons.
Val swallowed, but turned towards Elise and bowed. I don't suppose you'd like to give me a sporting chance. I'll tell you what, let's have a rematch. If you can best me as easily as you had the first time, I'll be your monkey for another day. Purposely gazing low, clenched fists still let him know what she thought of that idea.
Move. Now.
Sighing once for the pain no doubt in store, Val did just that, and was made to pay, in double, for every moment of frustration Elise had experienced gazing at a fight that meant absolutely nothing compared to the real training he had to master, as she had made clear with such exacting, exhausting precision that he was a shaking, semi-conscious wreck by the time she was done.
It's hopeless, Sten.
Elise's worried voice washing over Val as his eyes sprung open. It was still dark. He was comfortably tucked in his bed, still wearing his white robe, having been too exhausted, nauseous, and disoriented to bother changing out of it the day before. As awful as he had felt, he was relieved that today only memories both horrid and triumphant remained to remind him of the trials just past. Physically, he was unharmed. For now. Are you sure there's no other way?
I've thought about it. All night I've thought about it. Every day I had to deal with molding that frustratingly fragile brain of his into something capable of defending itself. I've thought about it. There is no other way. If we don't induce catatonia and keep him in that state until we get to our ship, there is no way we can get past the detective the High Lord keeps on constant starport surveillance. With only 3 starports on Jordia, the dreadnought can keep a surveillance at the choke points unlike anything seen on more industrialized worlds.
Though their focus is limited.
Yes, but any High Lord must have paperwork and we all know each other by sight. But I can disguise mind and appearance readily enough. The detective will take his job very seriously, however. If one of the southern wizards is up to any sort of mischief, let alone attempting some sort of strike in the city beyond, it might be our only warning. Of course, they have little interest in actively scanning hundreds of minds an hour, so it is not so bad for most smugglers. But he will be specially trained in sensing mana emissions, and if he picks up on Val at all, as much wizard as tragically flawed scientist, it's over. We're as good as dead.
She sighed.
I know it's not ideal, Sten, but it's the only way we can assure a safe departure.
I understand. I just hope Val can appreciate why it has to be this way. Once we successfully clear the port, our profits would be more than double Jordia's listed market value, Sten said. We would be making many times what we would, dealing with the rogues who dare call themselves honest traders. Elise chuckled softly.
And they would probably sell it to Phoebe themselves, bit by bit, in specially outfitted ships. Key inspectors already bribed quite handsomely to leave their designated carriers alone.
Which is why, say for meeting our obligations to a friend who helped us, we do this ourselves, every step of the way, Sten said.
Then you know what we have to do. If there was one shining light in this week of folly, it's that I now have a solid measure of Val. If he is a construct, he is extremely stable. His resonance field should survive being plucked from this world, and Gregor concurs. He will survive the trip to Phoebe, Jordia's sister planet, just fine. We just need to induce a catatonic state, and our Val should have the least stressful voyage of any of us.
Yet when they entered Val's room on quiet feet, Val was nowhere to be found.
Val?
Elise gave an involuntary cry as she was struck from behind, Sten's luck doing nothing to help him avoid the blow he felt a moment later. As soon as he sensed them approach, Val had already slipped through the window, fleeing into the vast darkness all around, embracing Shadow Mine like never before. To think that his friends would really drug him, leaving him helpless before any foe, in the hopes that no one would see him as a threat, that he would give no tell. As much as he wanted to hate them, he understood. He knew that, to their minds, he had failed them. Failed in becoming the thing they wanted him to be. It was time for him to show them the strength in his weakness, the advantages of having the barest spark of hot ego propelling him when he could instead mute it entirely, becoming nothing but a terrible echo of his surroundings, the dark potency at the center of a killer's heart. Stalking without heat, a fury so cold it was ice. It was nothing at all. So no enemy in even the most inhospitable terrain could sense the hot eyes of the predator stalking them. They would sense nothing but the night, even as it closed in for the kill. Chapter 15. You're right, Elise. I'll never have that fierce self-intensity that is the core of a High Lord's power. I don't have the mind for it, and I never will. Val said from the shadows as Sten and Elise both slapped their necks, Val's touch having been a tingling caress, generating reflexive slaps. Taking you head on will only result in the most brutal retaliation, which I have no way to counter. Save in this. You cannot strike what you cannot sense. I am no fierce torch blazing in the darkness like you. Like every other High Lord, using your heat to burn away all resistance, all opposition. I am the darkness. I am the nothingness your eye does not see.
Enough of this.
Elise snapped, flipping on a light far gentler than the harsh fluorescence used on Earth. Still bright in its own way, Val quartered in what was conveniently the brightest room in the compound, not a shadow in sight.
Your trick may be useful in the dark of the caves, Val, and as furious as I am at your weakness, for your strength, I owe you my life. I know that. But if our enemies grab hold of your mind, we are dead. All of us. Dead. Is that what you want?
Elise paused, brows furrowed in confusion.
Val?
All right, Elise, Val said, eyes upon Sten's tight, bemused smile alone. Try to grab a hold of my mind. Elise gasped, as if he had appeared out of thin air.
So help me, Val. That's what we were doing for an entire week. You're so brittle it's like stabbing a child. Do you really think I take pleasure in it?
She sighed.
Just cooperate, Val. This will all go a lot smoother.
Val said nothing. He sensed Elise's growing irritation but did not turn to face her. And when the whip cracked, it met only air. The space all around them, the emptiness, was unharmed. It acknowledged the breeze alone, weaving forward only slightly, even as Sten winced and stumbled back.
Sten!
The captain chuckled ruefully. I'm fine, Elise. I just wasn't expecting you to catch me. Val could taste Elise's frown in the air. He could feel her presence, but his eyes were on Sten alone.
You shouldn't have. My control is exquisite.
Sten flashed Val a sympathetic grimace. Then I would hate to taste the full force of your blows. In fact, I think I would be on the ground if you did that. It does make me wonder, though, if perhaps Val isn't quite so weak or helpless as you thought.
Impossible.
Elise snapped.
Even a child could resist my blows if they but trained.
Are you sure? Sten asked, turning to face her, his eyes free of judgment.
Don't you ever question me, lover, not in this!
She shouted, and Val felt the psionic assault roaring through him. Unchecked, unfiltered, all of Elise's pent-up frustration over the past week for the infuriating, arrogant, foolish charge she had been burdened with, unleashed in one terrible psionic blast. Sten groaned, crumpling to the ground. Val heard the sound of Gregor's abrupt shriek, then silence. Sudden cursing, Halvar crashing through the manor as if dizzying and off balance, but ready for the worst. Val sensed all this with his psi sense even as the sound and fury roared through him and passed, as if he were nothing at all.
Congratulations! You have achieved rank 3 in psi sense! When deep in the depths of shadow mind, you can sense your surroundings, even when in bright light. After all, it's what's on the inside that counts.
With a low cry, Elise stumbled over to Sten, sobbing, cradling his head. Wordlessly, Val crouched, ignoring Elise's furious words, plucking free a restoration potion from storage, gently pouring some down Sten's throat. He had to concentrate to slip even that free of the deep state he had entered, part of him gazing at it all just as impartially as if he really were the essence of the manor all around him, ever observing, yet utterly unaffected by the world around.
Elise! Val! Gregor's gone catatonic! What just happened?
Elise gave a low cry, shaking her head beyond words. Misunderstanding. Val felt the words emanate from the air more than he sensed a corporeal body saying it, yet Halvar heard it well enough, scowling even as he rubbed his head.
I've served as bodyguard to High Lords before, Elise. I've been trained to endure a certain amount of punishment, but Gregor has not. You know better than to lash out, no matter how badly Val gets under your skin.
Elise bowed her head. Halvar turned to Val, still scowling.
And you! What the hell did you do to antagonize her this time?
Halvar frowned, cybernetic eye whirling ever so slightly, as if fighting to keep him in focus. But Val had fully embraced Shadow Mind once more, slipping back into shadows only he could see.
Ancestors' mercy! Did Val manage to find a cloaking device? Is that how we're going to get past security? Will someone please tell me what the hell's going on?
But Val had already left.
Congratulations! Stealth rank 4 achieved. Synergistic use with Shadow Mind. Your opponent's eye glazed past that which is no more substantial than the night. You already know how to position yourself past people's line of sight, and your body has become adept at moving almost as quietly as the shadows you pretend to be.
Gregor groaning slightly, spasming no longer, but that which was shadow saw him groaning with discomfort and exhaustion. A splash of restorative in the glass beside the injured man, already faintly bubbling as the manic condensates slowly gave themselves up to the electromagnetic field once more. But the rate of loss was minute in the time it took for Gregor to blink in stupefied awareness, noting the glass, taking a cautious sip, then leaning back with a sigh.
Thank you, Val, Elise, whoever. But don't you ever do that again,
the gnome-like man murmured before falling softly asleep. Though feeling no need to speak, to be a part of the mad frenzy of the moment, the shadows had still stopped to watch Gregor drink the restorative, flowing away even as Halvar entered the room once more.
Val?
A frustrated, curious voice. But Val had already slipped away. It wasn't until the next day that they were off, but at least Val had the distinct satisfaction of being both conscious and in full possession of his faculties by the time they did so, with a sincere promise from Sten that Elise wouldn't attempt to touch his mind again, unless it was something they both agreed to. Since Elise wasn't speaking to him beyond muttering,
Arrogant fool.
loud enough for everyone to hear, Val was okay with this. The Velimobile was certainly smoother than anything Val had ever driven himself. He smiled, despite the trials of the past week, savoring the thrill of just being alive and well in a body free of pain, taking a deep breath of the fresh prairie air, alive with the scents of wildflowers and grass. Were his eyes not caught by gigantic floating balloons sporting dozens of tentacles that Val was assured were actually a type of herbivore, its eerie haunting cries echoing across the plains, or the sight of exotic sapphire-eyed cat-like creatures that gazed at them so intelligently, Val would almost think he was taking a road trip across the countryside back home. Of course, the road was comprised of flash-heated compact earth, and he rode upon an open-domed chrome disc with dozens of frictionless circular coasters and a vehicle that glided upon mana fields like a sailboat catching the wind, riding past lonely fields filled with rich green grass and the most exotic blooms he had ever seen, enjoying the company of companions who looked like they had been pulled straight from his favorite sci-fi action flicks. But other than that, it was a perfect match. Val took another breath of sweet, untainted air, glancing Halvar's way. I haven't seen another soul since, well, we left the Underdark. Halvar shrugged.
Unlikely that you would. There are no major production centers or trade routes thereabouts. All of that's on the other side of Nifert, near the coast. Back the way we came, it's mostly just ruins and mountains the farther east you go. Most farmers choose to set up their properties nearer to the coast as well, where the land isn't quite so arid and irrigation is close at hand. Sure, local administrators would love some added revenue, but so far it hasn't been worth it to build up the land. Besides, like as not, higher tariffs to the Overlord would be the only real reward for their trouble.
The mercenary chuckled.
All you'll find out here are prospectors and outlaws, and we tend to keep a respectful distance from each other. And the hungry ones, they never know when an innocent-seeming group of green explorers is made of misfits or ex-mercs, and they know they can only afford one mistake.
Val couldn't help grinning at that.
By and large, people around here are pretty decent, but tend to keep themselves to themselves, so to speak.
Val nodded. Tell me about Nifert.
Capital city of the continent,
Gregor chimed in, bleary eyes gazing curiously into Val's as he rubbed his head.
It grew up all around the spaceport. Not surprising, it's the key lifeline of the continent and is where all the action happens. exotic goods, and every luxury item you can think of. It all goes through the spaceport and, by extension, Nyford before percolating to the rest of the continent. The rest of the world, even.
Val whistled. Sounds impressive.
Oh, it is.
At which point he imbibed one of his own restoratives, sighing contentedly.
Now, if you gentlemen will excuse me, I think I'll take a little nap.
Within seconds, the slight man was snoring away, leaning against a bemused Halvar. Halvar grinned.
That was a neat trick you pulled yesterday.
Val smiled, pointedly not saying anything at all, instead taking a cue from Gregor, leaning back, letting the smooth ride lull him to sleep, knowing he'd need his full wits about him soon enough when they reached the capital. The softest touch upon his arm.
Val, we're here.
But he was already awake. A quick scan around as he mimed an exaggerated yawn spotted no trouble, only a luxurious villa filled with the sounds of harp, lute, other exotic instruments, and laughter. The area around them was lush with strange green foliage and gorgeous flowers, a grove of what looked like oranges or something similar to the left of the grand manor, and a view of windswept plains interspersed with the occasional patch of green, marking irrigated lands to be seen on the right. Far off in the distance, he could make out glimmering reflections of chrome and silver that made him think of a futuristic high-tech city which, considering where he was probably the case. A massive gate of shimmering alloy slowly opened as several voluptuous young ladies slipped out of the villa with a wave of music and laughter in their wake, wearing only the most diaphanous of uniforms and welcoming smiles. One winked at Val as soon as Sten had parked beside several near-identical-looking velimobiles, motioning for them all to step out, and Val was struck by an Irish dream of pale, lightly freckled skin, fiery red hair that shimmered in the sun, and piercing green eyes. The other girl was darker complected, her almond eyes twinkling as she smiled at Halvar and nodded, as if liking what she saw. Sten dipped his head, Elise flowing gently to his side. "Good afternoon, ladies. We're here to speak with Arnor and Emil." The mocha-skinned girl flowed into a curtsy.
Of course, honored Sten and friends. Right this way.
Her demure voice was at odds with the sensual strut both girls flowed into as they headed back to the villa proper, and Val turned all his senses on full as he thought of it, entering the exotic residence that seemed in the midst of a grand celebration. Music and laughter washed over them, as did scents suspiciously like hashish and poppy. A number of individuals could be seen wearing tight-fitted silks that ballooned at the calves and tightened at the waist, which seemed to be the standard attire. Almost all the mustachioed men accompanied by a young woman, keeping them in animated conversation even as they fed their partners treats and sips of wine, before flashing devilish smiles and leading them up one of the numerous marble staircases Val noted as they continued along the bottom floor of the massive villa. Though near everyone looked to be entirely human, the who's who of Hollywood and Bollywood's most beautiful men and women, Val did note the occasional sleek, willowy builds of several graceful young women dancing upon a stage to the accompaniment of flute and drum that curiously did not clash with the slower melodies being played in adjoining rooms, and he did not stare at the slender, pointed ears all four of them had, no matter what Halvar's grumble implied. What froze Val for an instant was the way one of them suddenly stared Val's way, opening eyes of pure silver. She flashed her hands with strange urgency. Val frowned, feeling like he should understand that she had just conveyed a message of vital import.
Cipher check failed. Whether she was flirting with you or had something important to say, a split second across a crowded room is not an ideal environment for deciphering an entirely new language.
Val shook his head, but before he could think to approach, Halvar's iron grip reined him in, and the elfin girl had flowed back into her dreamy dance, eyes glazed over, staring at no one.
"Come on, boy,"
Halvar said with a soft chuckle.
"No time for that. At least, not right now. Besides, I thought you had found your sweetheart already."
Val frowned, shaking his head. "Just for a second, I had a thought." But Halvar was already leading him on, demeanor friendly, strength beyond impressive. Val grimaced but moved on, the two young women leading them to a polished door of what looked to be finest hardwood, the redhead knocking politely, entering to whatever murmur Val could just hear, and a few seconds later emerged with a brilliant smile, bowing low and holding open the door.
Arna will be more than happy to see all of you. Please come in and follow me.
Val breathed, slow and deep, feeling a building tension as he prepared himself for anything, sensing something ahead. And there was indeed something in the form of two powerfully built men with dusky complexions wearing matching silken attire. Val thought he saw telltale glimmers of reflective mesh here and there, seeing the bulges of blasters of some type on each of them, even as the rightmost one waved toward a set of marble stairs.
Right this way, honored guests. Arna is taking his repast and would delight in your company.
Sten nodded at that, heading toward the stairs. Potential threats identified. Val noted that the room was a grandly appointed study with numerous tools and what looked like writing apparatuses or perhaps a laptop computer, if they even had such things. Val still wasn't sure, or if they took shorthand notes and did calculations like earthbound humans, only using the extremely complex tomes of 1,000 interlocking meanings in a single picture when trying to master a subject or other large body of information. Whatever the case, Val couldn't begin to make heads or tails of it in the 2-second glance he gave to the polished hardwood desk covered with miscellaneous equipment and the comfortable leather chair beside it. The door they approached was thick and looked sturdy enough for a vault, though the only person in the room was a smiling, rotund man dressed just like his guests, silk of burgundy and violet somehow not clashing nearly as badly as Val thought it should, even as he beamed at them from underneath a cap of brilliant white silk, waving his hand at numerous plush-looking seats that looked and felt for all the world like beanbags to Val. Those friends settled themselves readily enough, drinks of what looked and smelled like fine brandy soon in hand.
Welcome, my friends. It is so good, so very good to have you with us today.
He beamed at them all, handing them honeyed sweets from a silver platter.
Sten, I did not expect to see you back so soon. Some doubted you would return at all.
He chuckled and waved away the words.
I told them they were being foolish, for I know Sten to be an honorable man of his word, worth every credit invested in him.
Sten bowed his head. You had the grace to invest in me. May that trust pay you back tenfold. Almost ceremoniously, he plucked free of his satchel a crystalline flask of pure elementium, one of several containers Val had prepared for Sten earlier that morning, the two of them working out a plan in the wee hours regarding how best to handle retrieving and storing Sylbion and elementium alike in ways both discreet and secure. Arnor blinked, seeming almost to tremble. He discreetly moved aside the silver plates and decanters of wine from the finely polished desk he sat behind, quickly pulling out a crystal slab and an exotic-looking monocle.
If you would be so good, friend Sten.
The merchant's voice was both soft and solemn. Sten nodded, handing Arnold a crystal flask. With a pair of tweezers, the man plucked out a single grain, frowning as he peered at it before placing it in a vial of purple bubbling liquid within a small obsidian box, suddenly flashing a number of symbols. Some seconds later, the man slowly lowered his monocle. Elementium-filled flask quickly stoppered once more.
Friend Sten, this is indeed elementium, and at a degree of purity exceeding 99%. Remarkable, most remarkable.
Sten grinned. It is indeed. I am grateful that fortune has come my way, and generous enough to share the opportunities such a fortune might bring with my friends. Arno positively beamed at that.
Dear Sten, dear Sten, how it pleases me to hear you speak such kind words. Of course, I would be more than happy to represent you in this matter and give you more than generous rates. How does 5 below standard sound?
Val blinked. From what Sten had told him, standard was the going buy-sell rate at the Nyford Central Exchange. Those hyper-efficient rates tended to favor major suppliers or Hylord-favored factors alone. The average citizen would be lucky to find a broker willing to buy it for better than 20% below standard. 10%, perhaps, if he was moving bulk or otherwise well-connected. A 5% commission sounded generous indeed. Sten grinned. It does sound quite generous, Arnor. I take it the rumors are true then? The High Lords are gearing up for another campaign and need all the resources they can gather? The short, rotund man paled, gazing at Sten like a deer caught in the headlights before abruptly breaking out in laughter, even as his fingers flashed a dizzying array of size.
How you jest, my friend. You are wasted in trade. Truly, you should be telling tales with the bards downstairs. Everything is just as it should be, dear Sten, just as it should be. And you are doubly fortunate that the fates have deigned Elementium to be in strong demand. Strong demand indeed. A situation we can both profit from mightily.
Val frowned. The traitor had been flashing oblique signs alien to the emotions and intensity he wished to convey, making it very difficult to understand with no previous reference points, but Val suspected, was certain, that the man had flashed the equivalent of discretion at all costs. Of course, Val had picked that much up just by the shifts in body language and posture. Sten nodded, turning to Elise, who dipped her head imperceptibly. 5% sounds very generous. I do believe we can come to a mutually beneficial arrangement. Arnor's grin grew all the wider.
Wonderful! And how much of this stupendously pure ore were you able to recover, dear Sten?
Sten's eyes positively twinkled. That depends, friend Arnor. Just how much Sylbian might you have on hand? Arnor held Sten's gaze for some long moments. When next he spoke, his voice carried an odd weight.
Enough to secure 10 kilograms worth of Elementium. And that's selling the Sylbian to you at prime rate. No mock-up. Can you truly match this?
Val felt his heart start to race. He closed his eyes for only an instant, numbers flashing upon his mind's eye, sensing that roughly 265 kilograms of Elementium in storage, and approximately a quarter of that would be his share. Just by the intensity of Arnor's gaze, Val could tell that even 10 kilograms was an incredible fortune, and it just scratched the surface of their wealth. Val knew that they wanted to sell as much as they could off-world, but there was much to be said about locking away a 25th of their profits at least, so that no matter what happened on Phoebe, they would still have access to a fortune. Besides, the Sylbian was not quite as dear on Jordia as it was on Phoebe, for all that Elementium was dearer by far. Sten slowly nodded his head as the tension grew. It just so happens that I can. Arnor blinked, breaking into the wildest of smiles, warmth and laughter suddenly filling the chamber once more.
Then this calls for a celebration. Let me get the real drink.
A bell was pulled. Quiet words whispered to one of the hulking guardsmen as Arnor lifted a fresh blue crystal chalice and toast, matching the ones he handed them each in turn. A discreet glance Elise's way. Her gaze was cool but professional, the slightest of nods. Good. To the best of her knowledge, Arnor intended no foul play. Val took a careful sniff and a delicate sip, sensing nothing untoward, feeling almost as if senses beyond the 5 he relied upon were drinking it in as well.
Congratulations! You have synergized your arcane and psionic perception to better sense untoward ingredients. In a world saturated with this much mana, it's almost certain that traces of antipathy could be found lingering in most poisons. You're pretty confident that no poisons were introduced to this drink. Of course, you could always be wrong. Enjoy!
Val blinked, always thrown off when reminded anew that this universe had as much in common with MMORPGs as it did with his own world. Still, the drink that tasted for all the world like double distilled brandy flavored with slices of peach, pear, and cinnamon was nothing short of superb. Arnor tilted his head.
I don't suppose I could take a look at the Elementium?
Sten dipped his head, turning to Val, who discreetly pulled free 2 of the 5-kilogram flasks of Elementium flakes that Gregor had helped him seal in the numerous crystal beakers at his fingertips the day before. Though careful not to use any piece from Ava's priceless set, a sentiment Val wholeheartedly agreed with. He did this bit of sleight of hand as he lifted the reinforced case Sten had handed him, as if he were Sten's assistant and pulling the flasks straight from the case, not from the odd dimensional portal he alone had access to. Arnor's gaze was one of awe. Trembling hands he did not allow to shake took a single grain from each, examining it carefully with optic and purple liquid medium again, shaking his head in what seemed amazement. Nothing if not prudent, with a nod from Sten, he poured the entirety of each flask into what looked almost like a sieve, save for the flashing lasers coruscating amongst the poured grains. Val surmised it was a light check of some sort, assuring that the mineral present was the mineral the user was expecting. The merchant gave a satisfied nod, face beaming with pleasure.
Remarkable, Sten. Truly remarkable. As far as even my lasers can determine, it is 100% elementium. No further refinement needed for even the most exacting of industrial applications or arcane forgings. I must admit, friend Sten, I am dying to know how you managed to obtain any elementium this pure.
He raised a teasing finger.
But I shall refrain. A factor is nothing if not discreet.
He then carefully poured the flakes back into their original sturdy containers.
I trust your find has been achieved legally,
he said, careful not to look their way as Sten blinked and nodded. Absolutely.
Good,
Arnor beamed.
That is, legally speaking, all I needed to hear. But give me a moment,
he said, turning his back and opening what looked like a thick chrome panel in the rear of his room, liquid steel teeth seeming to spin open to reveal a chrome safe filled with the sparkle of valuables Val glimpsed over the man's shoulder as he deposited the elementium within before turning back around. Val grinned. Having seen what he could only surmise was a holdout blaster as well, perfectly reasonable if one wanted a final card in the deck to thwart would-be robbers.
Well then, gentlemen, I do believe that it is time for us to claim your Sylveon.
A smiling Arnor waited until they finished their fine brandy and snacks before leading them at last to their prize, spending just a few moments chatting up a few well-to-do guests before slipping away at last to the rear of the vast manor. They took a flight of stairs guarded by two more of the imposing guards, continuing along an underground passage as Arnor chatted about current events in the capital. It seemed to Val that the High Lords were definitely gearing up for something. Demand for many raw materials was skyrocketing, the children of nobles and administrators competing vigorously for elite spots at various military academies, a tidbit Val picked up because apparently one of Arnor's sons was a candidate himself. And then they were before yet another reinforced door, Arnor thumbing a silver needle and waiting patiently for streams of light to play over it, Val's arcane perception making it clear that this was a magical scan as opposed to high-tech. Within seconds, the final barrier opened with a soft sigh of metal flowing away, revealing stairs leading down to an underground cellar, all of them gazing in awe at what looked to be a vast cistern full of silver-blue liquid splashing about contentedly within. Arnor gave a forlorn sigh.
Sten, you don't know how much trouble I've gone to in acquiring this, expecting a market spike that never did manifest, even as my capital, tied up in this fortunate worth well over 20 million credits, just sat here. And it truly is the best quality Sylveon to be found anywhere, an absolute dream for any alchemist worth his name.
He nodded to Gregor.
To say nothing of the industrial applications. In truth, I was considering selling it to several industrial consortiums for a modest profit, but I am truly glad that I waited, so I could give first opportunity to my good friend Sten. May all your economic ventures prosper beyond your wildest dreams.
Sten grinned at the compliment, even as Val looked on in awe. The swirling liquid seemed almost to call out to him. Many times the amount present in the casket that had birthed him, the tremendous quantity resonated in the ether with a song that shivered right through him. Val gazed at it all in a sort of odd reverie. Then Gregor pinched him. He blinked and glared at the little man. Gregor blanched.
Don't look at me like that. You are going strange, and we can't afford that,
he hissed. Val nodded, realizing his companion had a point. Fortunately, Arnor was focused still on Sten.
I can't help but notice that your Velimobile, while an excellent vehicle, does not have quite the capacity to safely carry this quantity of Sylbian. I would, of course, be more than happy to lend you one of my own vehicles, reinforced and large enough to carry the entirety of this fortune to wherever it is you intend to go in the capital. All that I ask is that you allow one of my men to drive your vehicle behind you, so you have it with you wherever it is you will sell or store the Sylbian. Then we can drive my vehicle back when you are done. Of course, we would be equally happy to keep your own vehicle here, waiting for you until such a time as you might need it.
Sten grinned. No worries, good friend Arnor. The fact is, we've stored the Sylbian just moments ago by your secret entrance, so discreetly that no visitors will ever have a clue we were anything but typical guests, not even your guards alerted. You and I took pride in pulling the wool over your men. Not even they are aware of how clever you are, and you will always get a quiet little chuckle whenever you think about it, happily taking this delightful secret to your grave. Even as Sten said this, Elise's graceful fingers were gently massaging the man's temple, the trader giving sympathetic shudders in Elise's powerful, careful grip, even as Val proceeded to the priceless vat of liquid, carefully sliding back the translucent lid a few cautious inches, dipping one finger inside the container, his finger touching the Sylbian at last.
You have found 200 liters of liquid Sylbian!
Val blinked, trembling with awe and excitement both, quickly storing the priceless find away, all of it taking but a single hex in the grid in his mind's eye. And like that, a priceless fortune worth 20 million credits had vanished so fast that Val was surprised not to have heard a thunderclap of air rushing in. But not a whisper could be heard or breeze felt. Just Arnor, blinking and shaking his head in a daze as he looked around him, eyes widening at the now completely empty vat, sharing a quiet chuckle with Sten.
You are right, my friend. No one will ever believe that we could pull this off, and here we did it! Thank you for showing me that route hidden away in the blueprints. I had always thought there was some sort of secret tunnel, and this proves it.
He frowned, rubbing his head.
Now, I feel dizzy just thinking about it.
Sten laughed.
It certainly did wind a bit, didn't it, my friend? And in the oddest of places. We almost didn't find it twice. I know. Let's have some more of your exquisite brandy to celebrate our shared triumph.
And they did just that, all of them in grand spirits as they ate and drank for a time, everyone enjoying themselves, sharing smiles and brandy to celebrate the weeks they had been preparing for this venture. Explorer and backer, and here they were, 20 million credits worth of Sylbian in the black. Left unmentioned was the incredible fortune they still had safely stored away within Val's pocket dimension. Arnor already so happy with their shared venture that he didn't think to inquire if there was any other spoils to sell or trade. Sten was smart enough to say nothing, and Val prudent enough to take the captain's lead. Val felt particularly happy just dreaming of the look that would be on Ava's beautiful face when he finally returned with the vast reserves of Sylbian they had already managed to acquire. He could only imagine what a boon it would be, even if they only used a fraction of it. Properly sealed and carefully crafted dwarven containers, it should last many, many centuries according to Ava, his lover giving him the impression that should Val actually manage to come through for them with further stores of Sylbian, they would never let a drop go to waste again. Sunset had arrived by the time they made their exit, Arnor having made it clear they were more than welcome to stay and celebrate through the night if they so chose. The inviting smiles sent Val's way by the exquisitely beautiful pair of girls that had been tending to them made it quite clear the invitation included far more than a good night's sleep, but Sten had waved off the offer with the friendliest of grins.
Sadly, my friend, we have a schedule we must keep, and I won't allow even a chance of someone attempting theft of our prize while on my dear friend's property.
And don't think we aren't tempted,
Halvar assured, grinning at one of the girls who blushed before flashing a sultry smile of her own, and gazing behind her once as she flounced off with a sensual strut. Val's eyes had widened, and it was Elise who had gently squeezed his hand.
Reach out with your mind, Val. Feel it. Don't try to pick up words. Just intentions. How does our dusky-skinned beauty really feel about Halvar?
Val blinked, surprised by Elise's attempt at a gentle lesson, but did his best to do just that, catching the girl's parting glance, trying to get a sense not of actual internal dialogue, but simple raw emotion.
Empathy check successful.
Val felt his cheeks flushing, suddenly sensing the girl's genuine interest in the grinning giant she had been tending to, getting a flash of intense passion overlaid with a sense of them laughing together, walking hand in hand, a baby in her arms. Val swallowed, turning to Elise. These girls aren't here under any duress, are they? He spoke softly enough that only Elise could hear. She solemnly shook her head.
No, Val. Should they make a guest unusually happy, they get a very nice bonus. It is an enticement, but there is no pressure. The girls make a decent basic wage, have room and board, and none would be here if they weren't hoping to find a wealthy patron, make connections, or perhaps capture the heart of someone going places in life.
Val nodded. So, no negative stigma. They're here for a day job that offers the possibilities of passionate, profitable nights and the hope of meeting the love of their lives, if they're really lucky. Elise nodded, both of them turning their attention back to their host once more.
Of course, I completely understand your position, dear Sten, and I do most sincerely hope that you and your crew will return and avail yourselves of my hospitality sometime soon. I eagerly await details of your Sylbion ventures.
Arnor raised his glass in a friendly toast as Sten led them back to the Velimobile, and Val couldn't help but notice the disappointed look the strikingly beautiful redhead gave him as they prepared to board the car. He caught her gaze for just a second before she flushed and looked away, and the visceral images he sensed made his cheeks burn. Halvar chuckled, patting his back as they hopped back in before driving away so smoothly, Val felt like he was floating on a cloud.
Don't worry, lad. Arnor's happy as a clam right now, considering the value of Elementium and the disadvantages of having had so much capital tied up in Sylbion. We couldn't have done the man a better turn, save give him our prizes outright. I have no doubt that if that vision of Ruby Delight has captured your interest, you'll have plenty of time to see where it leads, just as soon as we've doubled our fortunes on Phoebe.
His smile was warm, one that invited confidences.
You can be straight, kid. Now that we are safely back on the surface, away from peril, do you think your infatuation with Ava was the love of your life, or perhaps just the intensity of the moment? You did her the best of turns, Val. You saved her life. There's no way she can't be grateful. I don't see how she could begrudge a young man's change of heart. So if you think your destiny lies with a vision of beauty at Arnor's, or you just want to savor the sweet fruits of life without censure, no one here will judge you for it. Not in the least.
Elise, though up front and seemingly focused on the road, gave a slow nod of her own before turning around, violet eyes locking upon his own. He flinched only momentarily, resisting the impulse to try to slide into shadow mind, trusting Elise, sensing from her the concern of a friend, even if overlaid with the gravest worry.
Halvar's right, Val. If your infatuation was an instinct for survival, it served us well, and we are even further in your debt. There is nothing wrong with falling in love with a nice, healthy girl who understands life in the real world, not one who, tragically, is a member of a clan thought extinct for 1,000 years.
Sten nodded, for all that his eyes were on the road.
You know we won't betray your trust, Val. But there is a lot to be said for dalliance and love with a woman who you never have to worry about being targeted, never have to worry about anyone trying to steal your children away one day.
Elise paled at those words, Sten's hand quickly grasping her own, squeezing it tight.
Then again, my young friend, if Ava is your chosen, hold on to her fiercely tight, for I will let no one deter me from my heart's desire, no matter the obstacles and dangers we face.
Elise blushed and smiled at Sten, who flashed her a roguish grin before increasing their speed, Elise collecting herself enough for a shy nod.
He's right, Val. Either way, we support you.
Gregor sighed.
Of course we do, even though falling for the redhead would be the easier path to take by far.
Val laughed along with his friends, even as he gazed in amazement at the outskirts of the massive city of chrome and glass that they approached, buildings soaring in the light of the sunset like the most elegant and exquisite of skyscrapers back home, and even from here he detected what seemed like multi-level traffic and graceful bridges connecting soaring towers that showcased the true marvels of this world. Sorry to disappoint, Gregor, but convenience has nothing to do with what I feel in my heart for a girl I miss even now. Val blushed under Elise's amused gaze. It's not that I can't appreciate another woman's beauty. It's just that I intend to be faithful to the one who's already forging links in my heart. Sten nodded. Honest and heartfelt. Well said, Val. Young as you are, you're definitely coming along as a man. Val smirked. Thanks, Sten. Do I really look 16 to you all? Nothing but solemn nods. Val shook his head, unable to deny what taking a long, hard look in the mirror Elise had wordlessly handed him already showed him. He knew his physique was as powerfully built as it had ever been in his life, even at the height of his military training. His face was glowing with health, skin utterly clear of any imperfection, features looking a tiny bit more symmetrical than he remembered, and for all that he looked almost chiseled, he couldn't deny that the Val gazing back at him so oddly appeared far more like the Val he recalled in high school than the scarred, embittered 20-year-old who had emerged a few years later. He swallowed, shutting his eyes, wordlessly handing back the mirror. It was the strangest thing. Truly. Had his biological clock been affected too? Would he now age at the rate of his companions? Having spawned into being by what amounted to the force of his will alone, was he even susceptible to aging? Bottom line was, he had no idea, and if he went home like this, he knew he would get more than a few stares. He let his mind drift then, gazing at the still far-off city, wondering if New York would look the same if someone were sailing to it at night from a distance. Thousands of lights flashing in the dark, full of endless wonder and possibility.
Chapter 16.
You awake yet, kid?
Val lurched upright in his seat, blinking open still gummy eyes. Yeah, Halvar, I'm awake. He yawned, earning a grin back for his troubles.
Dream anything interesting? I dreamed about the wonderful laboratory I'll be constructing on the most prime piece of property in the system once we've traded away all this elementium and we don't feel the pressure of the 1,000 things that could go wrong before we reach that point.
Huffed a grumpy-looking Gregor. Val smirked and faced forward, dumbstruck for a moment as he caught sight of the approaching city, most particularly the massive array of shimmering buildings of chrome and glass, along with scores of what could only be spaceships tilted toward the heavens, many on launching pads only a few miles away. Val's mouth dropped, feeling nothing but awe as he gazed upon massive vessels of chrome, steel, crystal, and exotic shimmering alloys for which he had no name. Running the gamut from Earth-like space shuttles to classic tubular rockets to vessels that almost looked like winged yachts, all of them with their noses pointed to the sky. It's an impressive sight, is it not? Sten allowed as one enormous vessel Val understood to be a freight ship slowly lifted off, seeming almost to shimmer as the entire vessel was enveloped in violet energies even as its engines glowed a soft blue as it continued to accelerate. Val feeling a curious vibration in his bones, as if a subsonic roar was being emitted by the massive spaceship. Val nodded. Impressive as anything I've ever seen, Captain. Those ships are like marvels plucked straight out of the movies. Sten grinned. To hear about any computer being sophisticated enough as to render lifelike depictions simply as part of its programming, I find as incredible as the ships you see flying even now. We actually do have a number of video recordings, if you'd like to see what real entertainment looks like once we lift off, Val. Halvar nodded with satisfaction.
We have almost 20.
Val blinked. You have a collection of 20 films?
That's right,
Gregor said with a certain amount of pride.
Not cheap either, for obvious reasons. We also have hundreds of audio tales, of course. Much more affordable and a wonderful way to end the evening, I think. That reminds me, Halvar, we have to get the latest episode in the Blue Shadow series.
Elise chuckled.
Are you two still listening to that audio narration? Hasn't it already surpassed an even score?
Halvar grinned. It's a well-narrated tale, Elise. You and Sten should listen in with us.
Sten nodded. I've listened in a time or two. It has excellent pacing and just the right amount of humor. And after this run, there will be no limit to how many audios and videos we can pick up. Elise leaned against Sten, her arm slipping around his waist.
Any video where you and I make it safely beyond the reach of those who wish us ill is the only story I wish to embrace.
The best movie of all,
Halvar concurred.
Did you have to say it out loud? What we're doing is madness. We all know it,
whispered Gregor. Val felt his heart start to race, his throat dry with sudden tension. This port isn't safe, is it?
Not by a long shot,
Halvar chuckled.
But it's the only way off this planet, unless you wish to travel across hostile terrain to the other side of the continent. And a High Lord's pet will be on guard at the seaports there as well.
Elise's gaze turned grave as she peered back at Val.
It is too late for us to put you under now. We're already approaching the starport. The amount of force I would have to expend would be just the sort of thing the Hound on duty would pick up. I'm just going to have to trust that your shadow mind will keep you out of people's notice and us out of trouble.
Val nodded. I'll do my best. Then do it, Sten said, voice curt as they all felt the sudden urgency of their situation. And Val did. Breathing deep, taking in the awe of the spaceships roaring overhead, the massive buildings with scores of functions he could only guess at, the bright sun blazing merrily away in a deep blue sky. Val felt himself flow into the moment, as much the Velimobile as the singular entity known as Val by the time they had rolled to a stop beside a pair of bored-looking armored guards, standing with blasters at ease beside the entrance to the starport, made by the now well-paved road. Traffic visible only now, their hard-packed dirt road just a tributary joining two highways only in the final mile of their approach, and it was a testament to their vehicle that Val hardly felt the difference.
Name and purpose,
asked the closest guard. Sten grinned. Kilburton of Kilburton Enterprises, here on purposes of trade. The guard's eyebrows raised.
Do you have anything to declare?
Indeed we do, Sten replied. Halvar solemnly opening a case revealing a number of exotic stone figurines and pieces of elementium-depleted crystal gathered from Val's crypt and birthplace, and the massive cavern of horrors that had nearly spelled their end. The guard grunted.
Your declaration is noted.
He handed Sten a pink slip.
Head over to the Rose Building, declare your artifacts, pay your tariff, and have a safe journey.
Sten nodded. Thank you, gentlemen. The guards let them pass without paying them any further mind. Val gazed at the captain. Why did you declare the artifacts you found? Sten chuckled. To have declared nothing would have looked suspicious, and artifacts, though a worthy prize and some artifact hunters make an excellent living, is a specialized pursuit where the value is as primarily determined by a few eccentric collectors, recovered on commission as often as not. And even if your finds are exotic or interesting, they are rarely marked at such a high valuation that export fees will be any sort of problem. And investigators busy looking to squeeze every levy from us that they can for artifacts worth a few thousand credits at best wouldn't even fathom of us being in possession of 500 million credits worth of perfectly refined elementium. Halvar whistled.
When you put it like that,
Gregor paled.
What if someone overheard us?
Elise shook her head.
You know how unlikely listening and visual bugs are outside of the movies. The physics involved and the size of the equipment would make it obvious, and Sten checks, discreetly, every time we enter our vehicle.
Gregor sighed with relief, even as Sten gave a curt nod. The tech hasn't advanced any further than what Halvar and I trained to counter as mercenaries, ancestors know how many years ago. Halvar chuckled.
You were still green when you left, Sten, hungry to be a fighter jockey. And when the idiots wouldn't take you, you proved your worth flying for yourself.
Sten nodded. That I did, my friend. That I did.
I'm just glad you joined me when the opportunity came around. Halvar grinned.
So am I. But feel free to ask me again if things don't go according to plan.
Val could taste the nervous energy percolating through the party as they parked their velimobile near scores of others. Brilliant cobalt as common a color as polished chrome, a few cherry red vehicles scattered among them as well. Sten took a moment to hold all their gazes. Employees of Kilburton, we've had a great expedition, and you may all expect bonuses for your hard work and diligence. As soon as we've cleared customs, we'll head straight to our ship. He turned to his left, grinning at the sight of a massive building of chrome and glass from which hundreds of people could be seen milling about. Let's just be glad we're in the artifacts trade and not shipping bulk cargo or emigrating. Halvar nodded.
The Rose building we're heading to, with its specialized assessors, always has the most efficient wait times for clearance.
And with that, they proceeded to a much smaller building of exotic cathedral-like construction, topped with a massive dome of bronze and rose-colored glass, Val learning that the rose-colored tint was because of the crystalline structure of the translucent panels, the building predating the very colonization of the planet. The grand airy chambers and unquestionably sturdy construction made it ideal for its current use.
It is sort of poetic, Gregor allowed. What better place to inspect artifacts than within this archaeological wonder?
Val, however, found it more than slightly surreal, finding himself in an ancient dwarven building with scores of humans dressed either in silk breeches and vests or tight-fitting uniforms of darkest blue. Val frowned, feeling like something else was slightly off. The people rushing past with intent looks on their faces could be found in any human metropolis back on Earth, but there was something different about people here. Besides irises of brilliant blue, silver, or gold, green and brown being far less common. It was like Val had poured it into a Hollywood movie set. Everyone's skin was unusually clear, free of any visible blemish. Most everyone looked fit, healthy, and in the prime of their lives. Val turned to Gregor. The man walked with an intense, nervous stride, and Val knew he was always bursting with energy, fit as could be. But with his shock-white hair, he looked to be perhaps the oldest person among them. Val frowned, turning to Sten. Sten, everyone looks so young here. Sten, himself looking a handsome 30, just shrugged. People look the same everywhere once they grow up, Val. When age starts to affect vitality and clarity after a couple of centuries, that's when we make use of rejuvenation vats. Gregor nodded.
Growing feeling 200, come out in the prime of your life, like you only just completed your advanced studies. Some lucky few come out looking even younger, depending on how well their bodies sync with the vats.
Val blinked. So people are effectively immortal? Gregor gave a curt shake of his head as they flowed into one of several lines, this one involving artifacts, others nearby involved with other precious items and collectibles. Val got the sense that the richest and most specialized of traders also made use of this ancient dwarven building before heading off planet.
No, Val. Eventually, the stresses of rejuvenation cause massive traumatic cascades and the abrupt degeneration of all the host cells.
Val grimaced. That sounds awful.
Oh, it is,
Gregor philosophically assured.
But if you survive the procedure, you've regained your youth and at least a couple centuries of perfect health before old age begins to claim you once more. Almost no one fails to survive their first rejuvenation, and most can comfortably survive 3 before things get, dicey.
Val blinked. Dicey? Gregor shrugged.
People grow afraid, it's true. No one wants to push their luck, but as beauty fades and decrepitude sets in, most people feel a quick hot death is far better than years of rotting senility. But the longer you wait, the less vitality your body has, and the more likely you'll suffer abrupt degeneration.
Val nodded. So basically it's a Hail Mary and hope for the best? Sten frowned. An odd turn of phrase, Val, but yes. Most people would rather suffer the risks of the regeneration vats than a slow, ignoble decline. Youth or death, as the expression goes. All of them save Val nodded at that, and then it was their turn. The bored-looking inspector before them, decked in darkest blue, taking a cursory examination of the artifacts Sten presented, nodding slowly several times and punching several keys into what looked to be a computer before taking a single photograph with a camera far bulkier than what Val thought a spacefaring civilization should be using. When Val asked to see the photograph, the inspector frowned and Sten glared, but the man shrugged and showed Val a highly pixelated depiction of their artifacts. Val blinked. It was worse than a fuzzy black and white, and he had seen how the man had focused on taking the picture. Sensing the inspector's growing impatience, Val quickly nodded and stepped back.
The fee will be 972 credits. This includes both your tariff and all docking, takeoff, and maintenance fees. Take this receipt and pay the cashier on the far side of the building. Then you may proceed to your ship.
Sten nodded his thanks, the five proceeding without another word, slipping through the crowd of bustling silks and exotic pressed fabrics, like ships slicing through the waves. A flash of some probing malevolence, then nothing. Val frowned, even as he purposefully pushed away all conscious thought, save to squeeze Elise's hand, his gaze making her pale.
Is it still there?
Val shook his head before slipping into the shadows of his own mind, as much as the bustle and flow of the crowd as the boy walking behind them. Indeed, Val seemed to blend in so well that people's eyes would glaze right over him, Elise herself frowning and rubbing her brow before whispering to Sten. Sten's tight expression said all that needed saying as they picked up their pace without seeming to hurry at all. They were running out of time.
Will that be direct or transferred?
Asked the girl, smiling at them as they handed their receipt. Sten smiled back. Direct, of course. Less of a headache for you, isn't it? She beamed, taking the shimmering coin Sten handed.
It is indeed, sir. And here is your change,
she said, handing him several coppery coins. Val blinked, surprised to see coins in such common usage.
Cards can be hacked easier than coins,
Halvar explained.
And even members of the most rigorous credit consortiums who invest in top security still find that their cards are rarely accepted outside of cosmopolitan hubs. They are very convenient for people who live and work in a single city. For the rest of us, solid credits do the job just fine.
Val frowned. But what about keeping your funds in a treasury or bank or other safe central location so they can't be stolen? What about merchants trading in bulk who need lines of credit and need to be able to pay and honor the same? Sten smiled. All good points, Val, and this is why the black cards favored by merchants and the wealthy have triple layers of security. But as a matter of course, transactions take 1 or more days to settle, so a merchant will come into port, take buy and sell orders on credit, as will his associates and competitors, everyone waiting for the transfers to be finalized before completing their exchanges. Extra security measures are in place, and it is extremely hard to crack or hustle the system. However, for people who don't want to wait several days to purchase a snack or a shirt or a movie, coins are king. Elise nodded.
The first stop a wealthy visitor or patron makes is to his credit union's local branch, where he draws capital from his account. He then spends it locally and enjoys himself, while the local branch bears the burden of balancing his accounts between worlds.
Val nodded, even as their pace quickened, emptying his mind as they left the Ruby building and headed back to their Velimobile, some part of himself smiling as Sten had to look back twice just to make sure Val was there with the rest of them before he took off for the docks proper.
What's the plan?
Halvar's voice, all business. We slide past the designated parking lots. See the trio up ahead? They're obviously maintenance. Nothing special about their car, just the confidence born of long habit. No one gives them a second glance, and we do the same. Halvar nodded.
We've paid our fees. No reason to suspect anything, and this vehicle's a rental. We can always claim idiocy later, just following the vehicle ahead of us if we are stopped.
Val noted how the few Velimobiles nearby had all pulled off at one of the designated massive parking lots, filled with hundreds of such vehicles, the owners then waiting at what Val took to be bus stops, no doubt for a vehicle to pick them up and escort them directly to their spaceships. Sten was following a Velimobile that looked a bit tarnished, 3 individuals in matching white outfits paying Sten, who was tailing them, no mind at all, coasting past an unguarded gate and onto a vast tarmac that must have stretched out for miles. Massive ships mounted on gigantic launch platforms, all aiming for the heavens at various angles, scores of vessels as far as the eye could see.
Most of the people we saw don't own their own ships. They are passengers who purchase tickets to various destinations.
See the ship right there, about to take off? Must be holding close to 1,000 tourists destined for Phoebe.
Val blinked. Even in his present state, he felt something close to awe for the massive ship Halvar was pointing at, getting ready to launch at that very moment. Enormous engines suddenly reverberating, a low hum resonating through Val's very teeth as the ship slowly rose. The vessel bathed in purple light Val could see was being generated by 3 distant structures that towered like mountains, each bigger than the starport hub itself.
In case you were wondering, those structures are generating a counter-resonance field, making it much easier for the passenger ship to achieve liftoff. It's why we all use the spaceport and pay the fees. Otherwise, it would be prohibitive for any but the most specialized ships to land,
Halvar explained. But Val was focused on the means of propulsion itself. It didn't seem to be using thrust, as he understood the term. There was no jet of flame roaring from the engines, only a shimmering blue glow Val was careful not to look at. No scorch marks on the ground, and none of the people or vehicles racing by were fried to crisps. Val noted that everyone still kept a healthy distance, but nowhere near the distance that would be required for an Earth launch. But trying to figure out the incredible physics involved as the massive spaceship straight out of his favorite science fiction flick gained altitude was the least of Val's concerns. He felt that strange surge again. Someone was probing for something. A pressure in the air, like the feel of a predator just inches away in the tall grass. If prey startled and reacted with any kind of alarm, they were as good as dead. Val could taste Elisa's sudden alarm on the ether. Without thinking, he flicked her neck, just as she had more than once in her fruitless attempts to train him, just days ago. She started and turned to glare at Val, blinking in confusion before flashing a rueful smile.
You're right, Val. I should know better.
She began taking deep breaths, closing her eyes and sinking into herself as Sten continued to drive as fast as he dared.
And there she is,
breathed the relieved Halvar as they approached a vehicle looking very much like a cross between a massive fighter jet and an old decommissioned space shuttle. It was larger than any spacecraft ever launched from Earth, though it was dwarfed by the Titanic-sized ships all around them. Val looked around, but he neither saw nor felt anyone approaching their corner of the vast shipyard. Sten gazed at the ship with pride. She's a beauty, worth every credit I put into her. Gregor nodded.
Let's head out. The sooner I'm back on Phoebe, the happier I'll be.
Nods all around at that, and almost before Val knew it, he found himself entering a world wondrous and strange, his heart racing with thoughts of spaceflight as he proceeded up the ramp before being led through compartmentalized rooms and bulkheads that reminded him very much of submarines, his friends quickly showing him where the individual quarters could be found. Complete with bedding, webbing in case artificial gravity was knocked out, old-fashioned-looking monitors that Val was assured could play any audio tale in their library with lifelike sound, and not much else. The floor was covered in surprisingly plush, wool-like carpet that had the added advantage of sticking to the bottoms of ship-approved boots, again as a precaution against artificial gravity going out. They then passed a central lounge area where the crew sometimes watched movies or otherwise socialized. Gregor then pointed to a side door, saying that's where his own lab was kept, requesting that Val accompany him there to set up Ava's masterwork alchemy set. Sten grinned. You do that, Gregor. The rest of us will be in the control room doing a rundown and pre-flight check. Show Val the rest of the ship when you're done. A quick nod and a bemused Val found himself being led by a suddenly impatient Gregor.
Come on, Val. Help me set this equipment up.
Gregor snapped, having no patience for Val acclimatizing himself to a lab far more sophisticated than anything he had ever seen in high school or the military, with everything carefully bolted down to survive the hazards of sudden G-shifts and space travel. Val shrugged and did as Gregor instructed, the pair soon having Ava's remarkable collection of beakers, flasks, and tubing set up just as Val remembered, Gregor then taking out strips of memory alloy, a material which was both highly flexible and moldable, but when exposed to a certain temperature upon being configured in its idealized shape, would set that new shape as its baseline while still maintaining its flexibility, allowing it to safely grip the entire chemistry set when all the wires were set in place and Gregor had finished heating up the memory alloy. Gregor flashed a rare smile, nodding his head in approval.
You're a natural at this, Val. Come on, we can finish your tour later. Let's head over to the bridge and make sure we're ready for takeoff.
Val nodded, feeling his heart race.
He was really doing it. Soon he would be taking off on a high-powered spaceship and jumping between planets in a universe he could never have fathomed. If Gregor thought his grin at all odd, he was prudent enough to say nothing, the smile fading soon enough when Val caught sight of Sten's haunted gaze as they entered the bridge, Elise and Halvar both looking pale-faced and grim. Gregor blanched.
Ancestors' mercy, what happened? Is our engine out of commission?
Sten slowly shook his head. The pre-flight check was fine.
Then what's the problem?
Elise locked gazes with Val. Her hands were like claws, squeezing her seat.
They know.
Know what?
Know what?
Val and Gregor said in unison. Sten grimaced. We've been denied the counter-resonance field boost due to unforeseen irregularities. We were told to stand by for a maintenance inspection. Gregor paled, gazing at a stone-faced Val.
But there's no way they could know Valkyrie's... no way!
They're not after Val. Or contraband.
Elise whispered, violet eyes as grave as Val had ever seen.
They're after me.
Halvar nodded.
We just got the message 10 seconds ago. The only reason why you caught us sitting down. Now we have to decide what our next move will be.
Elise's laughter was brittle, her hand desperately clenching Sten's own.
As if we have any choice in the matter. When a Dark Lord has you in his sights, it's already over.
Bullshit!
Halvar snapped.
We've made it this far without giving a damn.
He turned to Sten.
Tell me your upgrades came through. Tell me we can do at least a short jump, even without assistance.
Sten grimaced, slowly shaking his head. There was a delay. The parts never came through, so I could never get the upgrade. Then we had to jump out of system so fast, I've had zero opportunity to arrange another attempt. The Dominion is clamping down. Even ordering those parts will get you flagged now. Halvar swallowed, nodding.
Then we fight. We fight and we escape, or we take down as many of those bastards as we can. Now let's head down to the Velimobile. They don't know we're onto them yet. We have no time to lose.
Sten dipped his head even as Elise began to sob. He held her close. Be strong for me, love. Be as fierce as you have every day that we have fought against all odds together. I promise you, those bastards are not taking you back.
We never should have come here.
Elise murmured.
Sten, why? Why did we even try this? We should have stuck to the shadows, left the ship and never looked back.
Sten grimaced. The past is already written. All we can do is seize this moment, and if we want any kind of future, we have to move now. With those words, all of them were racing full speed for the exit. Halvar!
Comm shows no patrols or agents in sight yet, Captain.
A curt nod. Good. Sten turned around, taking a deep breath as they came before the rearmost hatch. Cover if we need it. Our trade was successful, we squared our artifacts away, and we're now heading to the main hotel for a celebratory meal before taking off, trusting maintenance to fix whatever is wrong with our ship. Gregor frowned.
But they told us to sit tight.
Sten shrugged. Misunderstanding. Or we can stay here and risk capture or worse. Come on, Gregor. We need to go. Gregor rubbed his brow.
All right, let's just get out of here.
And without further ado, the exit hatch was opened and they began walking down the descending ramp. Sten suddenly paled. Trap, he whispered, struggling to pivot around, but it was already too late. A dozen soldiers armed in reflective plates were suddenly in view, each and every one of them pointing laser carbines at Sten and his crew. A sharp contrast to the silver-white armor was one figure wearing a hooded robe of jet black that seemed to bunch up and disperse the light of the noonday sun.
Captain Sten Kilburton, Elise Highblood. What a distinct pleasure it is to find you both hale and hearty in the flesh, so to speak. I see that rumors of your tragic deaths have been greatly exaggerated.
He lifted his hood, revealing a scarred face and pale, lifeless eyes that pinned a trembling Elise where she stood. Thin lips curled in a twisted parody of a smile.
I am Inquisitor Adolf Mordingi,
and I believe we have a plethora of interesting topics with which to avail ourselves in the time it will take for us to bring your ship back to the dreadnought for a personal inspection. I know Overlord Titus will be most pleased to have his vessel returned."
The Inquisitor's cold smile grew as Elise blanched and stumbled back.
"Though I suspect what our mutual master will relish most is the recovery of his personal property, in remarkably good health, all things considered."
No.
Elise's voice trembled. Adolf chuckled softly, leading the walk up the ramp. A hum suddenly filled the air, cut by a crackling rift of darkness surrounded by crimson light.
"Oh, yes."
Even as Val felt the sudden surge of adrenaline roaring through him, facing what he knew beyond a doubt was a Psyblade, he did notice differences. It did not project quite as far as his own did, and the energy looked somehow more refined, contained. The Inquisitor had pulled out a force shield in the same breath as he catalyzed his blade, his shimmering presence making it clear that the man was more than ready for battle, striding boldly before them.
"Well, Elise," smirked the man, "do you wish to try your family artifact against a true symbol of power?"
Val froze, waiting for Elise to make her move. A panicked look at her friends, caught flat-footed with 12 blasters aimed their way at a mad Inquisitor who could easily slice them to ribbons, even if he had to work to get to Elise, and Val knew exactly what Elise would do.
Give me your word you will spare my friends from death or suffering. And I will surrender.
Her declaration ended in a sob. Adolf sneered.
"And why shouldn't I just cut them down where they stand?"
Then the crackling hum of a second Psyblade could be heard. A quiet chuckle.
"So, you actually managed to find an ancient relic favored by our ancestors, and in working order no less. Savage, brutal, meant to be used in two hands and lacking any sort of refinement, but deadly enough for all that. Well done, Elise."
Adolf gave a considering nod.
"We can strike an understanding that does not require my butchering of all your friends. Your pawns mean nothing to our overlord, after all. It is you he wants. Though your lover might be made to suffer a few years of exquisite torment, I will request that he not be maimed or put in a pain vat. You may expect decades-long sentences for your tools, of course, but they won't be worked to death in the Valoria mines at least. I will, however, take your Psyblades as a prize of battle, and the official records will show your defeat before my superior skill. Do you accept these terms?"
Yes,
Elise whispered, but Val heard no more, for he had already slipped back inside the ship, and no one paid him the slightest mind. Chapter 17. He could hear the hatch slide open as he slid deeper into the shadows. Elise let loose a short, sharp sob as Sten groaned with the crack of metal against bone. The stomp of troopers tearing through the ship quickly followed, gaining on him. So tight were the corridors that to encounter the troopers would leave him only one option. But it wasn't time. Not yet. Faster than the boots stomping behind him, Val made his way through the ship back to Gregor's lab. He had a hunch, knowing just how pedantic and cautious Gregor was. He was more than certain that Gregor wouldn't leave air quality to risk should any of his concoctions backfire. A hurried search with mounting panic ruthlessly quashed into the icy void that was now his psyche. Val found what he was looking for. It only took moments to unfasten the latches to the ventilation. Val blinked, amazed to find it actually spacious enough to fit him. He frowned at serendipity beyond all reasonable expectation, but knew he'd be a fool to complain, with dire peril only feet away. It was nothing to slip inside and press close the grates, for all that they didn't latch. As a pounding fist and curt order caused a fawning, pleading Gregor to open the door, Val got his first close look at one of the dozen men who had effectively captured them through the grate, even as he felt the hum and roar of the engine, realizing that they were taking off at last.
This is where I conduct my experiments, sir. Of course, you are more than welcome to use the facilities to your heart's content.
He flashed an ingratiating smile which earned him a rough shove.
Where's the other member of your crew? We had reports of a fifth man.
Gregor blinked, swallowing, racing for inspiration.
I asked you a question, scub,
said the harsh, tinny voice.
Did you see anyone when you captured us? We have no fifth man. We had hired help who proved woefully inadequate, and we let him go already.
Val grimaced, hoping his friends had been smart enough to coordinate their stories.
If you're lying, traitor, I'll put you in a pain vat myself.
The trooper asked no further questions, merely grabbing Gregor by the back of his collar and forcing him back out the door. Val took a deep breath, centering himself, forced to accept that fear for his friends was pulling him out of the focus he needed. Deep breaths as Val slipped out of the vent, after carefully storing his final gift to his friends. Now it was time to do what needed doing, and damn all consequences. Prudent enough to secure the doors for his one moment of vulnerability, he closed his eyes, breathing deep, imagining himself donning in his mind's eye the exotic dwarven armor given to him by a man for whom he felt fiercest kinship, akin to blood. Aurelius Battleborn, powerful hand clenching his own, Val smiling with gratitude and pride, feeling the weight of that elementium-laced bronze covering his frame, just as it had when the pair of them had faced down the most dire odds together, as a team. For futile minutes Val breathed, slow and steady, whispering soft curses under his breath. His heart began to race, realizing how vulnerable he was. The doors would only hold for seconds, should the armored troopers want entrance into the laboratory once more, and the armor would have already been donned quicker had he put it on, piece by piece. Of course! He forced himself to focus all the more intently, visualizing each individual piece covering his frame, just as if he were, in fact, donning it piece by piece. It was slow going, but much to his muted awe, he could actually feel it working. Val opened his eyes, teeth flashing in a wild grin as he felt the weight of the ancient armor fully upon him once more. With a comforting squeeze of the side blade in his right hand, he looked down at his force shield, sensing just how effective an equalizer it truly was. Yet remembering how very well dwarven armor deflected the laser fire of even half-mad automatons, he stowed away the ancient shield once more, gazing down at the hilt now held in both hands with a smile. Savage, unrefined weapons these older side blades might be, just as that Dark Lord had intimated. Poorly suited for one-handed use, unlike the side blade swung about so fluidly when Adolf had saluted a trembling Elise. Val, however, was more than happy with the ancient tool of destruction that he now held. Meant for use with both hands, the longsword skills he had striven all his adolescence to master were perfect for raining savage death upon all who dared to cross him. And that time would come. For everything was coming together in the darkest of coincidences, and Val thought he finally understood the nature of the battle to come. Sten's captured spaceship quickly freed itself of Jordian orbit, soaring far, far above the upper edges of the atmosphere. Racing through the depths of space to the inconceivably vast dreadnought they approached even now, Jordia having shrunk to the size of a great moon, no larger than Phoebe in the far-off horizon. Val did not let a moment go to waste, embracing the darkest reaches of his gift, ruthlessly suppressing the horror he would otherwise feel. He took a deep breath, gazing at the globe of Valorium he now held, as deep in shadow-mind as he had ever been, recalling Ava's beautiful smile even as he opened her puzzle box, sinking the hideously potent starship core within the small pool of elementium-infused sylbion stored inside. He didn't need to view the prompts to know how successful he had or hadn't been. Now I am become death, destroyer of worlds, risen upon ashes of the fallen phoenix, blazing to life once more, eclipsed by eternal darkness forevermore. Open wide the gates of oblivion, for I have come home. The whisper echoed eerily through the chamber, even as Val made the puzzle box vanish, perfectly suspended between moments in time, taking up just a single hex in his pocket dimension.
Vessel 03X1 Mordinji, you are clear to land. Vessel 03X1 Mordinji, you are clear to land.
The surprisingly clear voice echoed through the ship's speaker system. That and the abrupt lurch were Val's only indication that they had landed. Yet another part of him already knew, his mind's eye opening to a dark vastness transcending the mere confines of their ship. He could feel a terrible weight, an awful presence. Somehow, he could feel the rift between worlds. He felt his heart surge through the darkness, even as he was the darkness itself, one with every shadow within the ship. Here, perfectly juxtaposed between worlds, was where the warp gate was stationed. He could feel its terrible pull, utterly unmistakable, for all that he had no idea what he was sensing the first time he had blindly jumped into a portal. And perhaps, if he wasn't a creature forged of delusion, algorithm, or a bygone era, this was the way home as well. And who knew how many scores of boys and girls, harvested from his world, were held captive in the massive dreadnought whose hangar bay they had just entered? Val grimaced, haunted still by dreams of Julia's tormented gaze, Ava's desperate tears when she thought all hope was lost, her people but a hair's breadth away from oblivion, thanks to the High Lords, even now enslaving the children of Earth, preying upon his friends.
Psi Sense Rank 4 achieved. Immersing yourself in the darkness of your own soul. You are getting better than ever at sensing the interconnections between the forces and fields of reality. For what is entropy but the disruption and decay of highly ordered forces and fields? To be one with Oblivion, you must sense that which you would catalyze change within. Not just sense, but be. You can finally understand just how interconnected even an agent of death is with the ebb and flow of reality, even when one reality bleeds into another. Now you can sense interdimensional rifts, Hyperion Rift sensed. True Artifice Rank 2 achieved. What you did was perilous beyond comprehension. Gambling with the forces and fields of reality itself, converting the potency of a starship core into a device which can only have one function. Even if this works, Val, an entire galaxy will be hunting for your head. But you wouldn't have it any other way, would ya?
Val chuckled softly at the mocking voice ever in his head, knowing he sounded like a madman, yet had never felt saner. More in tune with who he really was. What he really was. It was time. Chapter 18.
Please, you don't have to do that!
Gregor's panicked voice echoing through the corridor as shadows ebbed and flowed strangely in the fluorescent light, crying out as metallic cuffs were clamped upon his delicate wrists. The smaller man whimpered as he was kicked to the ground, shuddering as the armored trooper raised his boot high.
Get up, exile. The next time you dare talk back to me, you'll have a pair of broken wrists for your trouble.
Yes, sir,
Gregor sobbed before turning around, emitting one choked scream as the headless corpse before him toppled for a timeless second, crimson blood smelling of coppery death flooding the corridor as the body collapsed to the ground.
Ancestors, mercy!
There is no mercy in this world, Gregor, whispered darkness itself as the trembling man's cuffs were parted. Now, head to the lab and wait, quietly. Gregor was, if anything, shaking even more violently, speaking only in a whisper.
Val! Oh, heaven's grace, Val. I knew you hadn't abandoned us. Be careful, though. There are a dozen soldiers, and the Scion is as dangerous as a Dark Lord.
He flinched, as if expecting to get hit, but spoke on.
Well, we all know how easily Elise bested you. She's now a terrified mess.
He swallowed, shaking his head.
Ancestors will guide you, boy. You must be careful.
But the shadows had long since flowed past. Gregor blinked in the stark brightness, sobbing in panic as he fled for the alchemy lab, slipping only once on the horror of blood and savagery splayed upon the ground. A pair of guards ahead gloating over an easy victory. How effortless it had been to intimidate the wily captain and his crew. How fine a prize Elise looked, trembling like a virgin taken by her master for the first time. How they envied the overlord the savage delights to come.
Braggadocio cut abruptly with a crackling hiss, a guard stumbling back with a cry, hand desperately reaching for his weapon as his companion collapsed, screaming only once as his body was torn asunder by a crackling remnant of the void itself, his headless corpse crashing to the ground. And Val flew like the wind, sensing all the players as they converged, flowing from shadow to shadow, striking to furious effect moments before his prey stumbled upon the growing number of bodies so they could give no hue and cry. Halvar, to his credit, only grinned with a fierce sort of pride as the trooper leading him down the corridor to the central room abruptly collapsed, run neatly through by a very precise kill. A single deadly hole in back, the front as pristine as armor could be. A few dark whispers, and Halvar donned the very armor the carefully selected guard behind him had worn, the only man his size in the retinue, and thus the perfect one to escort the most dangerous prisoner, or to dress him, as was now the case. A pure professional, Halvar spoke with concise precision as he donned the armor.
Sten and Elise are being held in the central living area. Inquisitor Adolf wants us all neatly together, docile and bowing before him as he leads us out like a pack of dogs on chains, and he our master. Did you free Gregor?
Val nodded, Halvar frowning as he squinted to catch Val's gaze, Val's eyes carefully sliding away. Halvar suddenly grinned.
You're going to face him down, aren't you? Just as you did me during our last match.
Now Val locked gazes with the man, Halvar paling and looking away. Are you ready? Halvar chuckled softly.
Yes, Val. I'm ready. I know the plan. And damn if you couldn't pass for a Dark Lord yourself right now.
The door opened with a hiss, Val keeping his head carefully lowered, his hands behind him. Halvar, utterly trusting that Val would not imperil him, had his hand roughly on Val's armored shoulder.
I found the stowaway!
Halvar roared in as rough a voice as he could manage, the pair of them heading to the center of the room at a fast clip. Val's hooded gaze quickly took in the scene before him, visual impressions of what he had sensed the instant he slipped back into his true self. Elise, stripped of her clothes and dignity, was sobbing over a battered Sten. His knee had been shattered, his leg even now splayed at an unnatural angle, hands tightly bound behind him. Sten's face was covered in blood, eyes near swollen shut, his breath coming out in ragged wheezes.
You monster! You didn't have to do that! We were cooperating!
The Inquisitor's lips curled up in the cruelest of smiles.
Ah, dear Elise, it is not I that did this to him, but you.
You're mad. We answered every question. We've told you everything.
Adolf shook his head with a mocking cluck of his tongue.
Ah, but there's the lie, dearest Elise. I can tell that something was changed. Secrets locked tightly away in dear Captain Sten's mind. He only thinks he tells me the truth. What he tells me are lies.
He snarled his hate, his jet-black boots slamming into Sten's hip. The captain twisted and moaned with pain before slipping into stupor once more.
Please, stop!
Elise begged.
I'm afraid that all depends upon you, dear, sweet Elise.
His voice had slipped into a mocking parody of kindness.
You need merely open your mind fully to me. Let me plumb the depths of your memories, your secrets, your delicious sins that you thought you could hide from your masters. Only then will Sten's punishment be complete. Only when I have all the secrets you would dare to hide from me.
With a furious crack, he snapped his boot into her skull. Elise cried out, collapsing to the ground. Savagely, the panting Inquisitor began raining blows upon Elise's curled, sobbing form. 2 armored guards stood sentinel between the Inquisitor's diversion and the rapidly approaching Val and Halvar. The leftmost one nodded.
Good work. Now have Brimir bring the mercenary and the alchemist. We will be leaving this ship as soon as the master's work is complete.
The other guard frowned, lifting up his reflective visor.
Wait, where is the prisoner?
100 Scion reserved, Psyblade activated. The Inquisitor suddenly hissed, backing away from Elise. Assassin, he whispered, as if he knew what the shadows foretold, his own sideblade coming alive with a crackle, even as choked screams and the stink of offal and death suddenly filled the chamber. The pair of guards cut down in heartbeats. Val but a streak of shadow, his crackling blade of violet energy surrounding a sliver of absolute darkness, the only indication he was there at all. He had no choice but to sacrifice precious moments, racing well past Halvar before whipping around his terrible blade that he had held behind him, time enough for the far too savvy Inquisitor to catalyze his own blade and shield. The man stunk of sweat and sudden fear, wide eyes trying desperately to focus on Val, locking only on his blade.
My name is Inquisitor Adolf Mordingi, disciple of our overlord. State the terms of your challenge.
Val paid the Inquisitor's words no mind, as one with the shadows as his fury allowed, grunting only once as a wave of terrible force washed over him and through him, the slightest taste of pain rippling across his psyche, quickly subsumed. Val won with the shadows once more.
Psionic blast partially resisted. Your emotions almost betrayed you. -10 stamina, -10 psion.
Val eased away deeper into the shadows, even as he heard Stan and Halvar both groaning, collapsing with the force of the blast that had torn through the chamber, a bruised and battered Elise herself shaking and grimacing, eyes wide with terror and desperate fury. Adolf gave a triumphant snarl.
Bested so easily. You don't dare even to give challenge? Fool! State the terms of our engagement if you wish to limit the folly on your own inevitable death, and blades alone will decide the outcome. Or do you fear to face me at all? Are you one of those brittle savants, a single deadly trick to your name and otherwise among the weakest of our kind? Face me, coward, or admit defeat!
Val smiled even through the shadows, tasting the man's uncertainty, that which his bravado could not completely hide. Then he let it fade. His was not the fury of a man, but the inevitability of the storm. Even as the winds roared and howled, his blade was just a projection, an echo of the force and fury of the storm itself. Adolf's arrogant sneers soon turned to panicked uncertainty, his own blade desperately striving to counter a sudden furious assault as Val embraced the first lessons he had ever mastered as a fencer. Always seize the vor. Always force your opponents to respond to you, to react to your blows as you pivot forward, forcing them off balance, winding your own blade effortlessly past a desperate parry, and how strange it felt as one shaft of Oblivion slid against another before the air rocked with the screams of a suddenly desperate Inquisitor as the void kissed flesh in an explosion of blood. Death avoided only by a desperate retreat, hastily raised shield only able to resist part of the force behind the blow. The force and fury of the storm itself. The outcome as inevitable as if the tale had already been told. Panic desperation rang through the chamber.
You have first blood! You have first blood! I concede the duel! I concede! What are your terms? Name your terms!
Val said nothing, eyes carefully focused on his enemy's trembling lips, the shift in balance of his legs, the shield he so desperately raised, inert sideblade falling from his crippled arm, spurting blood still. Only the eyes Val knew were filled with terror did he avoid meeting, even as another wave of psionic force crashed through the room. A desperate final assault, the suddenly drained Inquisitor falling to one knee.
Psionic blast fully resisted! For what use is shouting at shadows? You have not struck me. You must want something. Credits? I have a fortune. Property? I have that as well. Are you with these convicts?
He swallowed desperately.
It is within my power to surrender almost all of them. All of them save the girl are yours. You may take the damn ship if you like. The soldiers are nothing. Your kills will be free of blood debt. I will pay the fines myself.
Adolf's breathing grew harsh, ragged.
You are trapped within a dreadnought. No matter how deeply you have mastered Oblivion's path, you will not get out of here alive. Not unless we come to terms. But give me the lady and I will demand that you be allowed to leave at once. You have achieved victory over me. Even my blade is yours. I will depart with this escaped disciple alone, and you are free to go. My word is the Overlord's chosen upon it.
He said the last as if he expected it to have profound weight. Only then did darkest shadow speak. Elise, bind him.
Probe his mind. Do as you will. Get what truths you need. If he resists, kill him. Elise, her icy violet eyes filled with coldest fury, gave an abrupt nod, suddenly standing tall and proud, fearless, for all that she wore nothing but bruises and iron-hard resolve. Her hand seized the Inquisitor's side-blade before wrenching free the gasping man's force shield and slamming him fully on his stomach with a furious series of kicks Adolf was in no position to counter. The Inquisitor chuckled ruefully.
Ah, Elise, how the tables turn, do they not? And how, by Jordia, did you manage to acquire your own pet assassin? Perhaps there is hope for you yet. All of this, your feigned weakness, it was a trap, yes? And one I fell for brilliantly. I will not deny it. I cannot deny it. You have graduated from slave to true disciple. You have proven your worth by our oldest traditions. I think, dear Lise, that when we inform our master of your accomplishment, he too will see your worth. See that you are ready for better things, ready at last to take your place, not as chattel, but as a worthy piece on the board.
Elise suddenly froze, enigmatic gaze fixed intently on the grimacing Inquisitor. His eyes lit with sudden desperation.
That's right, Elise Highblood. At last worthy of reclaiming your honor. At last worthy of your family name. Rank, title, land of your own. Slaves of your own. Given the opportunity to prove yourself the equal of all our masters chosen, even Selena must pay you respect now.
For all that psionic blast of terror and hate had given the sentience that was as much darkness as flesh no pause, that name alone made Val hesitate, a sudden shiver of apprehension running down his spine.
Selena.
Elise whispered the name like a curse.
Yes!
Adolf hissed.
Our master's right hand! Spearheading the charge! An entire virgin world ripe for the plucking! 2 worlds will be claimed under our overlord, and this realm has no accords forged, no wizards daring to resist us. Filled with rich minds like sweet, succulent fruit, begging to be plucked.
Elise's eyes widened.
Earth,
she whispered. Adolf grew absolutely still. A silent, breathless moment, save for the soft drip of his bleeding wound and the automated hum as the air filters worked to purge the charnel house stench of violent death permeating the room.
You know of Earth. Remarkable. Your tendrils run surprisingly deep.
Adolf flashed an approving smile.
Truly, Elise, you will make a worthy disciple. Together, with your resources in play, we might just overtake Selena in securing our master's favor. But come, first things first. We will present ourselves to the Overlord, where he may take note of my formally declaring you my protege, as I recount the exquisite details of your both glorious and unorthodox victory. And then, my dear, we can engage in matters of true import.
Elise flashed a bleak smile.
crushing all resistance on Jordia.
The Inquisitor's chuckle was as much relief as amusement.
Oh, no, dear Lise. We have Jordia well in hand. Believe me, it is Earth that is now the true prize. We have the tendrils in place. We have enslaved key figures with vice, rapture, and mental domination. We have pawns in every government of consequence, and several hundred prime succulents already bonded to our master.
Hot, fiery eyes glared into Elisa's own.
It is time to begin the invasion. One more world to be broken under our heel. Utterly enslaved. No accords need be forged with chattel so vulnerable. It is a miracle, Elise. A dark miracle. So many are ripe with potential, but their imperfectly formed minds are utterly unable to resist our compulsions. A primitive branch of man, effortless to control. A feast of profit.
Val's heart began to pound, ears roaring with what was not fury, but the growling howl of the storm to come. Adolf shuddered, eyes growing wide. He swallowed and coughed.
Elise, it is not safe here. There is a presence, a dark presence. It is growing.
Elise's gaze was ice.
Don't stop now, Adolf. You are about to tell me how we will master this ripe fruit that so demands to be plucked, and most importantly, how this all secures my rank and status in the eyes of our overlord.
Of course, Lady Highblood, of course. Selena has been coordinating the acquisition of succulents for our master while laying down the foundations of dominion and conquest. A dozen of our masters chosen now hold key positions of influence with all the major powers. When the time is ripe, we will catalyze the fools to destroy themselves, then we will pluck our harvest.
Val's voice was frigid as the depths of space. It did not even register the catalyzation of his blade, only Adolf's screams as the hideous tip caressed the suddenly spasming man's back, blood spurting from the shallow, ugly wound. How will you catalyze them to destroy themselves? Neither magic nor psionics work without an open rift between our worlds. Adolf gasped, haunted eyes gazing around desperately for something, anything to latch onto. All he saw was Elise's cold glare.
Lady Highblood, you have bested me,
he swallowed.
You have earned my unconditional surrender. For your pet to strike me now would violate all our accords.
Elise's granite-hard features were pitiless.
Answer the questions, Adolf. You may assume they came from me. I am not such a fool as to dare plumb your mind. But you and I both know that if you lie, I will sense it. I was always very good at that.
Adolf grimaced.
Of course you were, which is why I had hoped one day the Master would see fit to elevate you, and no one is more surprised than I to find myself so easily bested. Truly, I had despaired of how you could find redemption at this point, and though you might not believe it, I am happily amazed by your triumph.
He sighed.
Truly, Elise, you are a rare prize. My ire wasn't with you personally. Or rather, it was. For the longer you had fled, the less likely it was our master would see fit to put you in my service. So much potential. How it frustrated me to see it go to such waste. But now, my dear Elise, you have redeemed yourself utterly. As to your questions, contrary to various doomsayers, the vacuum theory does not hold. A higher state universe with more forces and fields than that of Earth has not suddenly been catalyzed into a lower energy state reality with a shockwave of oblivion proceeding through all known space at the fastest speeds of light. No. Nor has the universe of our newest prize suffered a catastrophic eruption of free energy that would have destroyed at least the local cluster of galaxies.
The Inquisitor chuckled even as Val trembled. To speak of such things so casually. To know that these monsters had taken such risks with both of their realities.
It would be more accurate to think of adjoining universes as conjoined matrices. Computer programs where one has been injected with the code of another.
Elise paled.
So the simulation hypothesis is correct.
Adolf shrugged.
Irrelevant. Whether we are bits of code in a God-simulated matrix or not has no bearing upon our lives whatsoever. All that matters is that the properties of our conjoined universes have resulted in hybrid fields spontaneously catalyzing upon this planet, with a minimum number of earthquakes and similar disasters as the planet sought equilibrium. Fortunately, its orbit still holds, or it would be worthless to us.
Elise's eyes widened in momentary horror, swallowing a tremble as shadows squeezed her shoulder, demanding she be strong. She shivered but stood straight, suddenly looking every inch the officer.
So our players can manipulate the pieces on the board as we see fit.
The Inquisitor's increasingly pale features lit up in a rictus of a smile.
Exactly, Lady Highblood, exactly. Oh, the sheer joy of dominating minds as vulnerable as the lowest serf. Not that much different than the chattel on any other world, but even their gifted are so utterly and completely vulnerable. Delicious. And best of all, no treaties or accords mean that we can lawfully do whatever we wish. And the High Council will only request steady shipments of slaves void of all rights for the pleasure of all High Lords, which of course we shall deliver, for credits and prestige in turn.
Elise nodded, as cool and regal as any queen,
Quite the prize indeed. So, how shall we entice them to destroy themselves?
Adolf chuckled.
That is the sweetest facet of all. Earth's universe allows for a myriad of exothermic reactions in near all energy states. They have dared forbidden practices we wouldn't dream of. These fools have stocked countless silos with weapons capable of tearing apart entire cities, even poisoning their planet entirely.
He shook his head and smiled.
It is only with the most careful discipline that we shall proceed. Indeed, one could almost say our arrival shall be a mercy of a sort, as they would have no doubt destroyed themselves eventually.
Elise frowned.
Yet enticing them to unleash all those weapons will only succeed in wiping them out, not weakening them.
Adolf nodded.
It will be careful, surgical strikes. Various leaders will be compelled only to release their most powerful bombs upon military outposts and industrial centers. We will cripple them utterly, while leaving the majority of their population, dense cities, and near the entirety of their croplands intact. Our agents, in position of power already, will then initiate coups. Their bands of loyal soldiers and mercenaries, now the largest surviving regiments left.
Elise's brows furrowed.
That's not the end of our preparations, I hope. A mere dozen agents and their hired soldiers, even if they can effortlessly seize the reins of power, will only receive blind submission if the thralls perceive no major imbalance in their lives. It is one thing to call a new Lord Master, quite another for a free race to find their lot one of eternal servitude.
Adolf shook his head, grimacing with pain as he did so.
Of course not! Those are just the beginning preparations. You have been too long out of the loop, dear Elise. It is fortunate indeed that you have chosen to prove yourself at such a propitious time. The Dominion is on the cusp of conquest. We shall invade this virgin world en masse, our own master's dreadnought leading the way. You note that our ship is perfectly positioned between Jordia and Phoebe both, where the barrier between realms is weakest. Even as we speak, our most skilled mechanists are finishing the Hyperion Gate we approach. Within weeks, it will all be fully operational. Once Earth has been crippled, and our pawns control all major power centers of significance, then our ship shall port through and those puppet nations will immediately surrender.
He chuckled softly.
You know quite well the devastating power of this ship, my dear Elise. It will be nothing to strike dead any holdout groups, to burn them to the bedrock with the gentlest caress of our lasers. Their armies destroyed, the remaining governments voluntarily surrendering to entirely reasonable flesh quotas. Only rebellious holdout groups quickly purged will remain. Indeed, Elise, it is our master's plan to accomplish absolute dominion over this world with no ship save his own, with no soldiers save the thousands we have on standby. If we could accomplish that, our prestige would be all the greater, our master's rights to this world suddenly without question.
Elise nodded, pivoting her beautiful features around, smiling sadly into the shadows.
I never thought your world was real, Val. Not in my heart. I hope you can forgive me for that.
A puff of air, silence that spoke. They mean to destroy my home, Elise. Everything I know, everything I love. Elise trembled, bowing her head, tears streaming down her cheeks.
Never since our founding, well over 1,000 years ago, has anyone ever resisted the High Lords. Our dominion has only grown. I'm sorry, Val. I truly am.
Adolf hissed, eyes widening with horror.
Elise Highblood! Do not tell me your pet assassin is an Earthling!
A crackling hum as a sliver of the void formed into being, just inches from the suddenly panicked Inquisitor's face.
Don't kill me! Please! I can be of use to you!
The panicked Inquisitor pled. I know, whispered the darkness. That's why your heart still beats.
What is it you want?
Shadow smiled. I want your oath, Adolf Mordingi, and with it I will bind you. A breathless pause.
You might think, in the instant you sense me, that I'll be an easy target. A second crackling hum as Elise's own blade shimmered to life.
And in that, you couldn't be more wrong,
Elise declared, glaring down at the man trembling before looming shadow. A cold snarl, Adolf shaking himself out of his dread.
Very well, Elise. If this is how you wish to play the game, I will allow it. But I will not be nearly so forgiving in your training if you dare step too far.
Elise smiled.
Believe me, dear Adolf, nothing would sadden me more than for you to find me unworthy as a student.
And then Val saw it. The shimmering rainbow of essence that was Adolf's very soul, or so it seemed in that odd moment, as he whispered words for Adolf to repeat in all earnestness, his defenses down, his intentions made clear. Val's hand gently touching the still bleeding shoulder wound. An agonized flinch their enemy endured, the only warning Val would give as to just how precarious the man's position was, the fatal price he'd pay should he attempt a psionic blast in the brief moments Val was vulnerable. Adolf trembled, forcing himself to say the words.
I swear upon my life that I will not seek directly or indirectly to cause harm or discovery to the beings known as Sten, Val, Elise, Halvar, or Gregor. I will not betray their confidences, my suspicions regarding them or their activities, what I know of their ship, or any other details that I suspect might put them in peril. All I may say about them is that the psionicist known as Valor Hunter bested me, and I am under an oath as good as my life to say no more. Only Elise Highblood or Valor Hunter may release me from this oath.
Val felt a curious elation as Adolf collapsed and shuddered before stilling, the same satisfaction he felt after completing a mission flawlessly, executing sword forms without fail, repairing the psi blades, or, as a small child, impressing his mother with his drawings, which she so adored, never having touched a single brush after her death. That same sense of fulfillment coursed through him upon the forging of that greater oath, knowing it resonated through both of them perfectly.
Damn it, Val. Try not to kill him. He just might be the bargaining piece that gets us out of here.
Halvar grumbled, still in trooper armor, quickly patching up the Inquisitor's savage shoulder and bloody back, Halvar grunting in satisfaction.
Good. He's more than stable. He won't be using that arm without treatment, but he shouldn't die on us, so long as your oath-binding didn't doom him.
Adolf shook his head, gazing at Val strangely.
How odd. I know the touch of a Justicia's oath-binding, and yet I feel no headache at all. One would almost wonder, and you are just a boy.
Underestimate him at your peril,
Elise said, turning to Val.
Are you ready for this?
Val nodded, gazing at the bound, injured Inquisitor, gesturing for his friends to follow him to the far end of the room, keeping a careful eye on the rear of their target. His words as soft as he could make them. I know you want to come, Elise, but you need to trust me. Val swallowed. Once I exit this ship, wait for a signal, any kind of signal giving you the okay to leave. The moment you get it, flee, as if your lives depended upon it. Hit warp speed or whatever it is you do to get as much distance from here as you can. Elise paled.
No.
Don't even think it, Val hissed. Give away nothing. His hot gaze locked upon Sten's own. They have dozens of my people already trapped as their mind slaves. If there is a chance I can find them, if there is a chance I can free them. He swallowed, squeezing his eyes shut, saying what needed to be said. But no matter what, I have to do something. If I can somehow come back alive with a couple dozen kids in tow, I hope you'll give us a lift, Sten. His friend's eyes were bright with unshed tears and pride. You know I will, Val. You know I will. Val swallowed and nodded. Good. But odds are, you'll just get an offer to leave. Take it, and for heaven's sake, don't stick around. Sten's gaze hardened. I don't believe in abandoning my friends, Val, particularly when they just saved the lives of myself and my crew. Val grinned. Don't worry, I left a parting gift. As much elementium as I could safely squirrel away in Gregor's laboratory before Well, I did what had to be done. His hand squeezed the captain's. They declared war on my planet, Stan. All bullshit aside, I'm probably not coming back. Sten nodded solemnly, clapping Val's shoulder. Fortune speed you, lad. Wherever the fates take you. Val smiled. Likewise. He turned to Halvar. The giant wrapped him in a gentle bear hug.
Take care, kid. You're mad as the jacks in any deck and twice as lucky. May that luck continue to hold.
Val smiled.
Sounds like I'm the Joker in the deck, but I can tell by your frown that you don't have that. Strange how similar our worlds almost are.
His gaze turned serious. Do you remember when you told me about Lucy? Halvar frowned and nodded. Do you remember what I told you at the end? Halvar blinked. Val's gaze hardened. When you get the signal, get the hell out of here as fast as you can, and you signal Jordia and Phoebe both that solar flares are imminent. Do you understand? Imminent. I'm guessing they have planetary shields?
Of course, but Val
shook his head. My people, my tribe of apes as it now stands, don't have a chance in hell. These bastards have broken treaty before and committed genocide. They did all they could to make sure any race that was a threat to them was made extinct, and every tribe of primates inferior to them they put to death as well. You and I both know that my people lack the neural clusters that allow you all to touch the stars, as well as forge psionicists who could effortlessly enslave all the leaders of my world. If my race is to have any hope at all, I have to act. I have to be the tool I was forged to be. You, Halvar, of all people, must understand. He saluted Halvar with his once more inert side-blade. Halvar's expression turned grave, his measured nod one of profound respect.
Challenging the Overlord himself, as is your right with that blade. Doomed to failure, but for the sake of your tribe, you will take that mad 1 in a million gamble.
He clapped Val's shoulders, holding him close.
Fortune favor you, my friend.
Val grinned. Exactly the thoughts he wanted his friends to radiate. And if I use my new authority to commandeer the Hyperion Gate, I don't want any power surges to scorch either planet. That is why you must warn them immediately. Do you understand? Solemnly, Halvar nodded.
All Dominion planets have safety protocols in place. Don't worry. On the off chance that your gambit actually works, we'll give a flare warning as we race away.
Thank you, Halvar. Tell Gregor he's not a bad sort. I think I'll miss him, actually.
I will, Val. I will.
Val turned to Elise, careful not to meet her gaze, instead bowing low, student to teacher. Thank you, Elise, for instructing this unworthy student as best you could. A soft hand touched his brow.
Be safe, Val. Even as you embrace this madness, even should you actually dare to challenge Overlord Titus himself, don't forget your own gifts. Perhaps somehow they might save you after all.
Even as she said the words, she handed him the second ancient side-blade they had recovered from the ruins. Val's eyes widened at the gift.
I think I'll keep Adolf's blade,
she said with an arch smile.
It far better suits my style of fencing, just as these older blades clearly suit your own.
Val nodded, head still lowered, safely depositing the prize in his rift. Halvar whistled, the weapon seeming to vanish in thin air. Thank you, Elise. I hope you and Sten can find a place of safety and happiness, and that you never need to draw your blade again. Elise whispered into his ear.
Don't think I don't know what you're really planning, Val.
Val shivered with those words.
Some act of madness, I have no doubt. I note how carefully you avoid my gaze.
She sighed.
In all likelihood, the micro-rift they've been using to steal away children like yourself is still fully operational. If you're smart, you'll trade Adolf's freedom for your own and safe passage home for yourself.
Soft lips kissed his cheek.
Good luck, you mad, foolish boy. And thank you for saving our lives.
She smiled.
Again.
Val nodded. turning away from his companions and their solemn gazes with a final salute, forcing his mind to icy stillness once more. Absolute in intent and purpose, accepting the horror that he knew awaited him, he slipped into shadow mind as deep as he ever had. A predator about to take down the largest prey imaginable.
Chapter 19. Get up. The Inquisitor flinched.
There is no way that you could be a mere earthling. The minds are weak, porous. They are primitives who can only grasp the most basic concepts, lucky not to be cleansed from our new conquest entirely. There is no way you could resist my will if you weren't one of us. No way you could bind me.
His voice turned from outrage to cajoling as Val forced the man to his feet.
Come now, there need be no secrets between us. I will not move against you. You already have my word on that. You're a member of the Doubter Coven, are you not? Hiring out to another of the overlords, your masters found out what a rich prize Earth would be, and you seek to facilitate a generous share of the proceeds to come, yes? There is no need for this, friend. Overlord Titus could use someone with your skills. Those who have mastered Shadow Mind are highly sought after, as I'm sure you know, and my master pays generous wages indeed. You will find that he is not at all above giving rank and status to all those who serve him honorably and well, no matter if born of noble or common stock. Look in your heart. Have you never hungered for rulership or true power? To own vast tracts of land, your own fiefdom, with thousands of slaves who shake and quiver at your slightest frown. Scores of nubile young women desperately eager to please your every whim. Such can be yours, I assure you. But serve my master, but strike an accord, and I can all but promise you that such will be the least of your prizes. All that and more.
Val's response was to tear off the man's cloak, smiling with approval as he inspected it, his arcane perception allowing him to sense the curious play of elementium strands within the fabric that seemed to encourage light to just flow and fade away. He was pleasantly surprised to find it completely undamaged. Sensing no strands of malice or harmful spellwebs in place, he fastened the cloak with a flourish, raising the hood.
You have found Shadow Cloak, +2 to stealth, +1 to Shadow Mind. You will find slipping into the shadows all the easier with this silky garb caressing your frame. Unwanted light just slides away.
So tell me, Adolf Mordingi, where did you find this cloak? The man hissed and swallowed, Val sensing his tells even as he stood behind the man, the crackling hiss of his side-blade hovering just inches from the Inquisitor's ear. So nervous. What possible reason could he have? A ruthless acquisition? Why would he think a member of an obvious clan of assassins would even care? Unless... Val decided to play a wild hunch. He chuckled softly. Did you really think you could get away with it?
Adolf swallowed abruptly. What are you talking about? I have done nothing to concern you. I have broken no code or law.
Really? Val hissed. Did you think my people were stupid? Did you think we would not know that it was you who was responsible for the death of one of our own? Adolf gasped and paled. He abruptly turned, uninjured arm raised in placation.
Please, you must understand. I had no choice. He would not listen to reason.
Val flashed his blade and pivoted, the man instantly stilling, Val sliding behind him once more, giving his foe no chance at all to catch his gaze. Yet his death is still your responsibility, and this cloak? You and I both know how you obtained it, don't we? Adolf's frantic breathing intensified.
It's not what you think. It was self-defense, I swear it. He tried to entice the location of his target from my lieutenant, who then sought to arrest him. He cut my man in half, just as you did my soldiers this day. I had no choice but to face him. He made no offer for terms of surrender, the same as you.
Val remained silent for some moments, letting the tension build, Adolf visibly trembling, crying out every time Val's blade effortlessly sloughed off tufts of his sweat-drenched hair.
I will accept your excuse, Val said at last. The crucible of battle decides all fates in the end. I now claim this cloak as my own.
Yes, of course.
And your life is forfeit at the time and place of my choosing. Adolf stumbled, trembling with panic.
There is no need to kill me. I have given you my oath. I can serve you, Dauda. You will find my guidance extremely useful, and with my oath given, you can trust me like no one else. Dare I say it, I am the only man you could trust once you leave the safety of this ship.
Val nodded. It will have to do. Very well. Let us see your master. He and I have much to speak of, I think.
Inquisition Rank 2 successfully quantized. You remember all too well the feel of your foe's desperation and know just the questions to ask. You have successfully coaxed truths Adolf never meant to reveal, besting the man at his own game. Intimidation Rank 2 successfully quantized. Your time in the service honing skills that would sicken even your father are coming to the fore once more. Congratulations! Inquisitor Adolf Mordingi is now intimidated. He is much more susceptible to domination and will think carefully before attempting to betray you.
Val shivered, slipping deeper into the darkness of his mind, refusing to let ancient guilt affect him now. Val turned to his friends, gazing at him so very strangely at that moment. My clan will not seek retribution for slights suffered. You served my ends perfectly. For that, I thank you. I would recommend, however, that you never share with a single soul the nature of our encounter. Your demise would be regrettable. Elise had stumbled back, Val careful not to meet her gaze, merely nodding as one warrior to another to Halvar before grabbing Adolf's arm and heading towards the exit. But wait, Sten spluttered, even as Elise grabbed his arm so tight Val could sense his flinch. This whole time? You were just playing us? You set all this up? Why? Val allowed soft laughter to permeate the darkness of his soul. And it worked brilliantly. I am exactly where I need to be. Don't you understand yet? I know dear Adolf here understands. The man trembled and cried out as Val's still activated crackling blade caressed his ear in a sudden explosion of blood. Adolf collapsed with a shriek. The Dauda are the true masters of this galaxy. Everyone else, even the High Lords themselves, are but puppets dancing as we direct. Some, it seems, might have forgotten that. Your precious overlord merely needs a reminder. The Dauda are happy to assist our bold friend in his brilliant campaign of conquest, so long as it is understood that we will share in its spoils. The last was said with the finality of a dirge. Before Elise could catch his cold gaze, he pivoted around, yanking the shaking Inquisitor to his feet.
Lord Dauda, why? I swore to serve you faithfully,
Adolf cried. Val nodded. And now I know you will do so without hesitation. Gently, he caressed the sweat-soaked curls on the back of the man's head before clenching tight and jerking his head back. Adolf flinched and sobbed. Shh. It's okay, my puppet. I know you will serve me well. I can all but taste it. Now, straighten your spine. Pretend you're a man once more. You will walk boldly and confidently to your master, and none will dare question your injuries when you threaten them with immediate death for interfering with a matter for the Overlord's ears only. No? To his credit, the Inquisitor immediately stiffened, tilting his head.
Of course, Lord Dauda. Give me a moment to call for my men.
No need, whispered the voice in the darkness. They have already been taken care of. Adolf swallowed, jerking his head once.
Understood. Follow me, sir. I shall lead you to our master at once.
Deception Rank 2 successfully quantized. Old tricks have come to the fore once more, and Adolf actually thinks you're a member of a deadly clan of assassins simply by playing off his own worst fears. Deceiving your friends as well, causing them to doubt the very nature of your friendship and loyalty just to mess with Adolf's mind? Ruthless! Intimidation rank 3 successfully quantized. You have utterly mastered Adolf. Congratulations. Inquisitor Adolf Morndingi is now your bitch. Remember, even the most battered cubs have teeth. Too long in the company of another master might entice him to turn. And he's an Inquisitor. You best play this game carefully, Val, or just kill him once you're done. Like everyone else you ever broke. No hearings for your squad. After all, corpses tell no tales when you're done with them.
Within seconds they had left the ship, Val sparing one final glance for his friends. Their expressions would have twisted Val's heart had he been capable of such, but at that moment he was in so deep his friends' eyes seemed to slide right off of him, frowning and shaking their heads, and Val knew he could never say goodbye. Then the main hatch opened, revealing Val's first glimpse of the massive ship he found himself within, the hangar itself soaring perhaps 100 feet, a complex meshwork of beams and ribbing to be seen overhead, giving strength to the vast structure. There were dozens of other ships, most much smaller, on either side of Sten's own. Val took a deep, shuddering breath, surprise near knocking him out of the icy state that allowed him to walk but a step behind the imperious-sounding Inquisitor, already snapping orders to a pair of troopers to act as his escort among the scores working in the hangar. For the silver-gray ships Val saw all around him looked just like the enemy fighters he had seen in so many movies. Exactly the same. He swallowed, forcing himself to accept this truth. He wasn't in a movie. Rather, the events of this universe must have infected more than one artist's dreams, which is why it all struck him so hard now.
"My lord, do you require medical attention?" asked one of the two soldiers, hurriedly marching up to them.
Did I request medical attention?
The Inquisitor barked.
I have urgent business with the Overlord that must be attended to now, unless you wish to be personally responsible for my delay.
"No, sir," the man quickly assured, a hurried salute given before rapidly stepping forward and himself ordering fellow troopers away as they made their way past the hangar and down massive corridors of chrome. Val noted everything was lit by that same strange, sourceless light Halvar had somehow manifested, catching sight as well of occasional panels flickering in incomprehensible patterns, with automatic doors that hissed open with surprising speed. Despite the lightning, very few noticed Val but a step directly behind the Inquisitor, and even those few looking right at him simply shook their heads and walked on, muttering about faulty illumination crystals. Val noted dozens of people hurrying to and fro in addition to armored soldiers, many looking like busy technicians with the same intent expressions as Val had seen on scores of enlisted at half a dozen bases. But remove the incredibly high-tech surroundings and the silver-gray uniforms, and he would think he was back on base. Val noted that the traffic was decreasing as they continued down the vast corridor. Individuals in dark blue uniforms with a certain degree of self-importance to their gazes were now the norm. At least a few so bold as to nod the Inquisitor's way, one even daring to question Adolf's injuries. Adolf's answering glare soon put the man to rights, however, and they were disturbed no further until they came before the entrance to what Val assumed was the heart of the ship. Two guards in jet-black armor saluted as a jaded-looking man in a blue uniform gazed up from his monitor. Val frowned, sensing a subtle potency about the man.
Inquisitor Adolf Morndingi, our master has not summoned you. How may I be of assistance?
Adolf seemed utterly inured to the man's jaded gaze.
I have immediate business with our master that cannot wait, Estov. If he judges my news unfit, he may do with me as he likes.
The officer known as Estov flashed a pale smile.
Our master is free to do whatever he likes with us at any time. That still does not answer the question, Adolf. I know you entered via an unregistered ship and refused to state your purpose to the officer on duty. Very well. That is your right, and I won't gainsay it. But you will answer to me, as is my right, unless you wish to challenge me.
Estov smiled and stepped back from his monitor, flipping open his blue cloak, four-shield hilt and side-blade clearly in evidence. Not just another officer, but a Dark Lord as well, Val noted. No wonder he seemed so at ease with the Inquisitor before him. Estov frowned, attempting to gaze behind Adolf for a moment before turning back to his target.
Val could taste the intensity of the man's gaze wash over and past him, so very like Elise's own.
Adolf chuckled. So, you wish to challenge me for the Overlord's favor? Jealous of my status? Tired of all your revered talents being reduced to dull man for our master? I can imagine how such a job would wear on one after a while.
Estof's gaze hardened.
It's your choice, Adolf. As an Inquisitor, you already have plenty of experience in ferreting out secrets others would rather keep hidden. No doubt you will find yourself quite suited for this job once I lop off one of your legs.
He flashed a cold smile.
In the time it takes for you to fully regenerate, you will be fully acclimated to your new post, I am sure.
Adolf grimaced and shook his head before a whisper of air caressed his still intact ear. Adolf swallowed.
Very well, Estov. I will tell you. But send the pair of guards away lest you have them killed for no reason.
Estof's brow raised and gave a slow nod.
Intriguing.
He turned to the pair of guards standing at attention, pretending not to be listening in.
Both of you are dismissed. You may return in 30 minutes' time.
But sir, said one before the other abruptly stomped on his foot, saying, Yes, sir, then grabbing his partner and dragging him away. Estof's gray eyes peered intently at Adolf.
Explain.
Adolf swallowed.
The Dauda clan knows.
Estov paled.
They know everything.
Impossible, Estov hissed. Inevitable, Val replied, having flown behind the man in a heartbeat, his crackling sideblade the only warning his distracted opponent had before Val cleaved his hand off.
Ego crush successfully resisted!
Estov shrieked and lurched back. Even Adolf grimaced and stumbled back as the pale-faced Scionist let loose with a panicked blast of Scion energies, a horrid wave of agony and fury washing harmlessly through the space where Val's form would be. The shaking man fell to his knees, caning, one hand desperately staunching the flow of blood streaming from his mangled wrist before being slammed to the ground. A quick tug, and Force Shield and Sideblade both were torn free, Val needing only a heartbeat to send both Valorium-laced artifacts into his pocket dimension, taking up grid spaces close to his second Sideblade and Elementium stores. Val frowned, sensing that the fragile artifacts would be inoperable once he removed them, thus he could not expect to pull Sideblades out of storage and use them immediately. They would have to be reset with his true artifice skill first. It would take precious moments, but Val could feel how the node had been jarred off alignment and how simple the fix would be. And an instant later he was back in the moment, flowing behind a stunned Adolf, gazing down at a screaming Estov once more, sensing the sudden alarm from the chamber beyond. Get moving. Tell Estov he will announce us. Only then do I give him permission to collapse. The Inquisitor gulped.
Yes, Lord Dauda,
he whispered, before turning to Estov, still trembling and staring vacantly at the spurting stump of his wrist.
I told you this was of utmost importance,
Adolf snapped.
This is what you get for your surly obstruction. Now rise like a man and announce us.
He cleaved off my hand.
Desperate eyes pled with a pitiless Adolf.
He cleaved off my hand!
Yes, you fool. We can all plainly see that. Unless you wish the representative to do worse, you will announce us, now.
Voice a sobbing keen, Estov nonetheless forced himself to his feet, left hand clenching tightly upon his spurting wrist, all but racing inside. Adolf followed, standing tall and imperious, but a second behind. Val blinked, taking it all in as he entered. The massive chamber was filled with exotic decoration and ornamentation. Exquisitely cut glass and crystals shimmering with 1,000 lights caught the eyes wherever one looked. Dozens of well-dressed men and women were in the center of the chamber, several individuals playing musical instruments in a haunting melody ensconced in a discreet alcove. And at the center of it all, taking his ease upon a raised throne of rubies and gold, was a giant of a man who could only be Overlord Titus himself. Even cloaked in shadow, Val could sense the raw potency radiating from the figure. He wore a cloak of shimmering blackness, much like Val's own. His skull was shaved bare, crimson eyes taking in everything, the faintest smile upon his lips. His focus instantly locked upon the trembling Estov, his bloody appearance like a bow wave in the festivities, everyone's attention immediately locking upon him and Adolf as the pair made their way into the grand dais before dropping to their knees. Estov took a trembling breath and spoke.
Great and terrible overlord, I bring news of significance. I pray you will grant me private counsel.
The imposing figure he kneeled before flashed a cold grin.
No need.
Titus turned to the crowd, his gaze coldly examining each of his guests, all paling and bowing when they felt the weight of his gaze.
All here are in my confidence, bound by psionic oath to never betray me. And should any dare, they know exactly where they are destined to spend eternity.
His eyes then fastened upon a massive jar filled with bilious fluorescent green fluid set in the farmost corner of the room, dozens of heads floating within. Even cloaked as he was, Val could feel the waves of agony and horror emanating from that vessel, could taste the pain associated with those madly blinking eyes, mouths forever screaming in eternal agony, so very like Selena's own container, save for being far more massive. As if Val's stray thought had been a summons, Selena herself emerged from the crowd, dressed in an elegant evening gown, hugging voluptuous curves as essentially as any man could desire. A slit up her thigh revealed creamy flesh, and assured her garment hindered her movements not at all. She was every inch the seductress and High Lord both. Side-blade and foreshield were fastened to a shimmering belt over curved hips, her hair piled up in a cascade of honey-gold curls, crimson lips curving into a bemused smile as she stood over a trembling Estov, shaking her head in mock pity.
Dear Estov, is manning the door truly so difficult that you lost your hand over it? I knew we were expecting too much of you, seeing as how you botched every other mission of import you were ever assigned.
Estov gasped, his eyes bulging with outrage.
You lying whore! You stole credit for all my work on Earth, stole credit while framing me for your failures!
The sudden hiss of a side-blade being activated hummed through the air, Selena's mocking smile turning to a glare of icy hate.
You will take back those words forevermore, or you will accept challenge this instant.
Estov gazed at her incredulously.
Are you mad? My hand was just cleaved off!
Selena's cold glare became a twisted smile.
You should have thought of that before you gave insult, worm. Accept challenge or forever concede that your words are scurrilous slander, and you have only yourself to blame for your failures on Earth.
Estov's glare was one of ice-cold hate.
You think I don't know what you're doing? That's why you taunt me now, in my moment of weakness!
Selena's blade lashed through the air, stopping but an inch from a suddenly shaking Estov's skull.
Concede or die.
Estov shook his head in frustrated fury.
Fine!
He spat.
Let the record show that my words are scarcely a slander. All earthbound glory is yours, and all folly is mine. I furthermore concede that even the Chicago disaster was absolutely and utterly my fault. For all that, you were the only Psylord present, and my confession has absolutely nothing to do with you giving challenge seconds after my hand was cleaved off!
Selena's blade fizzled out. She leaned back, a smug smile upon her features.
Very good, Worm. I'm glad you're finally able to accept your many failures. Now, tell us what act of idiocy is responsible for you interrupting our celebration. You know where your place is, Estov, and it certainly isn't here, among your betters.
Estov's frustration immediately stilled as dread took its place. He ignored Selena entirely, prostrating himself before the coldly smiling overlord.
A representative from the Dauda clan is here to see you, Your Eminence.
The room grew deathly still, all eyes turning to Estov and Adolf in shock, the overlord's gaze blazing like fire. Val could feel the giant's potency washing over the room entire. He instinctively coalesced his sense of self behind Adolf, even as fierce winds of hyper-alertness tore at his hair and skin, his core remaining undetected.
The Overlord senses that something is amiss. Test of skills, Shadow Mind successful.
The giant of a man glared at a suddenly terrified Estov.
Tell me what you know, then leave.
Yes, Your Eminence. Inquisitor Mardingi approached, demanding entrance. I asked him to explain the nature of his interruption, at which point he mentioned the Dauda clan. Then before I could ascertain the nature of this claim, my hand was cut off, my side blade and shield stolen.
The Overlord's brows furrowed. Explain how your hand was cut off. Estov blinked.
I didn't see the attacker, Your Eminence. Perhaps a momentary dimming, then the flash of his weapon and pain that burns through me even now. No challenge was given. It was no honorable duel.
The giant of a man smirked. He defanged and disarmed you faster than you could react, and you have no clue what the man even looks like. I believe that is proof enough of the Dauda clan. His gaze hardened. You were bested twice in the arenas of mind and body alike this day. Do not fail me again, or I might find that you serve far better as a deterrence to failure than any sort of tool in my arsenal. He glanced meaningfully at the vat of horror and death casually out for display. Now report to the infirmary, and do not return until you are confident that you can do your job, knowing now the true price of failure. Estov blanched and trembled, nodding his head frantically.
Yes, Your Eminence. Right away.
He then hurried as fast as his feet could take him back through the crowd that was all smiles and gossip, as if enjoying the show. Selena turned to Adolf, flashing a brilliant smile.
Well, Adolf, aren't you going to introduce us to our guest? The accords do hold. I'm sure that our master will let disciplining Estov go as an amusing diversion. No breach acknowledged. Our Dauda brother is free to enjoy the festivities and share whatever is on his mind.
The Overlord nodded.
You are correct. Our Dauda friends are more than welcome to join us, accords untainted by frivolity. I would see our guest myself, and I expect you to assure that he is appropriately indulged in all ways, Selena.
She turned and bowed low before the Overlord.
As you wish, my master.
Val shivered, somehow tasting the truth of the statement. So long as he did not strike, and they thought him Dauda, they would not attack, and he needed to reveal himself at least somewhat if he was to do what needed doing. Taking a deep breath in concentration, Val felt his physical self somehow materialize from shadow, even as his mind continued to resonate within the vast emptiness of frigid space just beyond the pressurized hull. More than one guest gasped in shock, the Overlord himself peering at Val with a curious frown, Val still careful to lock eyes with no one, feeling waves of perception wash over and through him. Selena's eyes widened with surprised disbelief, lurching back before a bemused grin caressed her features. She, more than anyone else, tried to meet Val's cold stare with her entrancing gaze. Adolf trembled before a suddenly manifest Val.
This is he, Your Eminence. He wishes to speak to you regarding Earth and his clan's role in providing assistance.
Selena began to laugh.
Is that what you think, Adolf? Even as you shake and tremble like a leaf. Don't tell me dear Valor has disarmed you as well. Oh, sweet serendipity, you are a fool.
The Overlord frowned.
Explain yourself, Selena.
Selena smirked at Val before bowing low, facing her master once more.
His name is Valor Hunter. He is no Dauda assassin. He represents no great power or threat. He's just a boy who escaped from our newest acquisition. Admittedly, a very clever boy, who has done a wonderful job at revealing fools within our midst.
Adolf's gaze widened. Impossible. His potency is undeniable. I could feel it. He oathbound me. How could he possibly be just chattel?
Selena trilled cruel laughter.
Ancestors' mercy. You are a fool, Adolf. Are you sure he bound you? It wasn't panicked fear from a very clever boy, very good at sneaking, who had a knife behind your back before you knew it. What did he say? Poof, you're bound? Did he whisper odd, arcane-sounding words or dire threats that caused you to shit yourself with fear? Are you truly that pathetic? He was a dronehead, even on Earth, a gamer, as they called themselves, losing his mind along with his friends in worlds of fantasy, priming their psyches to be our slaves far more perfectly than we could possibly have hoped. The boy was actually one of our harvests.
Her mocking laughter turned to a cold sneer.
You are an utter fool, Adolf. A pathetic excuse for an inquisitor. This child outbluffed and outfoxed you. Mere chattel bested you at your own game.
Adolf gasped.
No! No! That's impossible!
He turned to Val, snarling with sudden fury.
You vile little imbecile! You think to make a fool out of me? How dare you! How dare you! I will have your head in a vat for this! See if I don't!
He immediately turned to the Overlord, falling to one knee.
Your Eminence, I have excellent news. I have successfully found and captured Elise Highblood. She thought to hide among a band of prospecting outlaws, where this boy was found as well.
Greater oath broken! You are now free to catalyze disharmonization. Proceed!
Val felt a sudden cascade of resonating fields, holding tight to a nexus of ever-increasing oscillations. He sensed that he could squeeze so tight they canceled themselves utterly, or release his hold. In that moment, he had a choice. Gazing at the rapidly gesticulating Adolf, Val made it. A hideous scream cut through the din. Adolf's eyes opened wide, his monologue cut off by a flood of vomit. He began to writhe, clawing desperately at his throat, crimson streamers now trickling from his ears and nose, bleeding from every pore. Collapsing in a pool of his own blood, he twisted around, his face a mask of horrific desperation as he squeezed out a single desperate gurgle, one trembling hand raised toward a pitiless vow. You gave me your word. You broke it. This is the price you pay. A final desperate mew, and Adolf was lost in his death throes, blood now spraying from every orifice. His spasms grew increasingly frantic, back arching hideously before an abrupt crack could be heard. Adolf twisted in a horrific knot that squeezed itself ever tighter, even as bones cracked and muscles ruptured themselves free of ligaments. Bloody sinews laid bare, skin bursting under the pressure as a man in the extremis of unthinkable agony tore himself apart, muscle by muscle. And still he screamed even as his body broke down into a shattered wreck of a man, screamed until he was silent at last, nothing more than a mound of shattered bone and twisted flesh. And the room was now covered in a patina of brilliant crimson, a sharp contrast to the pristine white silks covering so many guests and the buffet table as well, everyone now utterly silent, save for goblets of blood and gore dripping from where they had splattered. Selena chuckled throatily, clapping with warm approval, mad eyes bright with mirth.
Oh, my dear Valor, how you do get around. What delightful tricks you have somehow picked up.
The High Lord frowned.
So, this earthling has mastered both shadow mind and greater oath binding. Explain yourself, Selena.
Selena blinked, growing pale, immediately flowing into an elegant curtsy.
Of course, Your Eminence. Valor Hunter was one of the first prospects we gathered when we began our harvest seasons ago. He was the original anomaly we had reported.
The giant slowly nodded.
The reason why we relocated our Chicago branch.
Selena bowed her head.
As you say, Your Eminence.
My understanding, Selena, was that he dared the rift before it had been fully catalyzed, without collar or psionic link. He should have been reduced to quantum flux. Explain to me how he is somehow before us, with the skills of a Dauda and a Psyblade at his hip.
Selena flashed a sensual smile.
I am intrigued as well, Your Eminence. But don't worry. I am sure I can coax my prize to reveal all his delicious secrets, even as I share my own.
Her voice had fallen to a sensual whisper, cherry-red lips flowing into a teasing smile.
Isn't that right, Valor Hunter? You didn't just come here by chance, did you, my sweet? You could sense your mistress and you hungered for her, just as she hungers for you. You did well, my pet. Now it is time to put away your toys and submit to my will. Submit, Valor, to the eternal rapture you so desperately crave.
Breathy words washed over Val as Selena strutted towards him. Don't look at her eyes. Don't look at her eyes.
Come now, Val. Why do you resist? You know you want me. So take me. There is no false propriety within the halls of High Lords, my sweet. Come. Embrace me. Let me show you rapture never-ending.
She hissed and stepped back, sensual lips twisting in a snarl as the hiss and flash of a Psyblade activated cut through the air.
How dare you? You will sheath that now and submit, or learn what it means to cross a true High Lord, Valor Hunter. And you will not like the lessons I will have to impart when I slice apart your beautiful flesh.
Her declaration broke off in a startled cry as Val's blade streaked through the air, desperately backpedaling with her blade activated only just as Val's vicious barrage of blows forced her back.
Are you mad? Hold! We have declared nothing. You wait for terms, fool!
But Val paid her suddenly panicked tone no mind. He knew that once battle was joined, all niceties of etiquette and formality were just that, tools to codify and defang the sheer brutality of combat, to tame duels into a matter no more serious than sport. Yet he wasn't here to avenge some petty slight. He did not seek some court advantage over her. Knowing his planet and everyone he loved were in peril, even now, he sought only one thing at that moment, and that was Selena's head. And perhaps she could see it in his eyes. For all that he avoided her gaze, he could feel her mind desperately seeking to fasten upon his own, trying to sink her claws deep into the cracks she perceived as weakness. But the only chinks she could find were those worn away by the howling wind, the storm roaring before her. Vast, impersonal, inevitable, just as was the death he would bring.
You are pathetic, savage. You will never be one of us.
She shouted in defiance to the mocking laughter sent her way by the partygoers, even as she furiously retreated, sprinting behind the dais, Val proceeding at a more cautious pace, blade and ox, content to leave the Overlord himself be, focusing on one enemy at a time. The hiss of force shield activated, Selena now girding her courage and approaching cautiously as the Overlord's glare instantly quailed the onlookers to deathly silence, Val all but tasting her fear.
You can't win, Val. This is pointless. You are in the heart of our power. If you are truly too foolish to duel with terms, you will earn nothing, even should you best me.
Val said nothing, simply edging closer as Selena pled her case.
Only mad curs battle freeform, Val. Your blade is over 1,000 years old. It is a first-era relic. It lacks the grace and refinement of a true Psyblade. You cannot even use a shield with it.
She shook her head as if in pity, forcing scorn into her voice.
I have held back up until now, for not wanting to damage such a prize as you have turned out to be. Don't force my hand, Val. Concede to terms, attack with the tip. I will answer in turn, and that way I don't have to butcher you to end your folly.
Ego Whip resisted.
She flashed a triumphant smile, even as Val felt a deadly blast of force roar through the empty void of his soul. She flinched, swallowing, apparently surprised to see him still standing. Yet her alarm faded as soon as Val stopped, head lowered, swaying slightly on his feet.
Ah, not quite so durable as you had thought.
Selena clucked, approaching with far more confidence, and Val felt a second blast howling into the void, rocking only slightly as it slipped away into endless shadow.
Poor Val. I give you credit, boy. For an earthling, you show considerable promise. I would almost consider you worthy of breathing stock. Almost. But your fragile minds, dear, are an unforgivable weakness. Still, it is remarkable how well your mastery of the darker arts allowed you to resist my will for so long. Quite remarkable.
Val had fallen to one knee, trembling as he hunched over his crackling blade, Selena's soft voice crooning, her own blade lowered. Val saw it all out of the corner of his eye.
Selena! A hard word of warning from the Overlord himself. The man was no fool. He knew.
And Val had only a heartbeat to seize the vor. Faster than most of the onlookers could blink, Val had sprung to his feet, slamming toward a flat-footed Selena who let out a startled cry, lashing out with her blade as Val closed. In that heartbeat, Val felt the same furious frisson he had when last dueling Halvar, abruptly pivoting his hips and projecting his weight forward as his blade snapped down with the torque of his entire body. Zornhau displaced Oberhau, his side blade crackling against Selena's as her blade was jerked offline, and only her desperately raised force shield prevented Val from cleaving open her heart. Her look was one of absolute terror as Val's blade all but melted through her barrier, sliding past her collapsing force shield to score a deep gash to her shoulder. She screamed and stumbled back as Val weaved and darted clear, measuring her once more. Selena shook, gasping and hissing furious curses, but unable to lift straight her arm as Val slowly circled. Her bitter laughter washed over the raptly gazing audience as she shook her head in rue.
Ever are you full of surprises, dear Val?
She gasped.
It is a pity you were not born one of us.
Val said nothing, sword raised high as he closed, preparing himself to finish the battle once and for all, yet wary still, lest Selena be feigning weakness, just as he had. And perhaps she could see his ruthless intent. For all that, he refused to meet her gaze. She immediately backed away, and Val could sense her struggling to fully restore the shield raised desperately before her.
No, you've won. I concede the fight, Valor. I concede.
Val squeezed his hilt even tighter. The fury and hatred he felt for the woman who had invaded his world, capturing and enslaving his friends, near blinded Val to every other consideration.
You will hold, Valor Hunter. By sacred right, you have earned your right to speak before the council as one of us. For none without the gift can use the side blade, and victory in battle is the precedent that supersedes all others. Now sheathe your blade. The pawn you face still has use to me.
The Overlord's voice washed over Val, crackling with such potency that it was all Val could do not to be swept away by the tide. For all that, he was firmly planted in dark as shadow. He forced his wrath to stillness, however, realizing how vulnerable it made him. The fury of the storm he would embrace, and no more. As he allowed icy objectivity to take over, he realized that there was indeed value to appeasing the master of this circus, at least for now. Bowing his head the tiniest fraction, he sheathed his will, his crackling blade shrinking and fading away. As one, the audience broke into applause. Selena did not hesitate to step back, sighing with relief as she released her own blade.
It is good that you obey our master's commands. You fought well, Valor. I apologize for underestimating you.
Her gaze had grown soft. Val could feel her measuring him in ways strange and unexpected.
Charisma check made. Critical success. Selena's view of you has changed drastically since you two first met. Your growth as a killer, mastering her in battle, along with your dark point and boosted charisma, have all shaken Selena to her core. Where once she saw challenging prey, she now sees a man worthy of her interest. Perhaps her heart as well.
The Overlord peered consideringly at Val.
You have earned the right to speak and leave unmolested. Now, say your piece.
Val dipped his head. I have come to bargain for my friend's freedom. The giant, who was perhaps the deadliest of all Jordian Dark Lords, chuckled.
Adolf did let choice details slip before he embraced a most fascinating and...
Overlord Titus smirked down at the pile of ruptured, suppurating flesh, each muscle having torn itself completely free of bone and sinew, bursting forth from the skin even now. The stench of ruptured bowels served as a discordant counterpoint to the sense of exotic perfumes and exquisite fare that otherwise wafted through the massive hall.
So, how fares my dear apprentice?
Vel took a measured breath. She fears your might still. She has no designs against you. She wishes only to live in obscurity with her lover, far from all intrigue and games of power. A slow nod.
This is good. And thus she survives her final gauntlet, proving herself through the merit of her disciple. Very well. She and her crew are free to leave. She may consider her continued discretion an ongoing test, her freedom earned for so long as she can keep it, and I shall permit no bounty hunters to actively pursue her.
Titus turned to a uniformed man standing at attention some feet away, presently gazing at the mass of rotting flesh that had so recently been an inquisitor, the officer now paling before Val's sudden regard.
Isodor, inform command that Elise Highblood and her servitors are to be released from custody immediately.
The man snapped a salute.
Yes, sir,
he said, quickly scurrying away. The tyrant gazed down at Val once more.
3 of my pawns have you brought low. A remarkable feat for an earthling. Your friends have their freedom. Now, what is it that you desire, Valor Hunter?
Val paused a moment, letting himself sink even deeper into the icy storm of his heart. Now, more than ever, he needed to cloak himself utterly. Just as the Overlord began to frown, Val spoke. The humans, captured so far, are the prize I wish to claim. Gasps broke from the crowd of bemused spectators, all of them staring with fascination, as if watching the most delightful of plays. Powerful laughter boomed through the chambers.
227 carefully harvested prizes. Ripe fruit I have only begun to squeeze. A year's worth of effort on my agent's part, delivering to my care only the most potent, malleable drones from my pleasure. You are bold indeed to dare such a claim. But you intrigue me, Valor Hunter. And primitive as earthlings are, you do not strike me as a fool. I assume you have a prize you feel worthy of this boon? Your lifelong service, perhaps?
Val blinked, not having expected such an offer, nor how intently the High Lord would search for his gaze. Like fog lights blasting through the darkness, it was all Val could do to remain hidden in the shadow, lurking behind all light. 227 captured slaves, prized for the feast of their potential, portrayed as an incalculable find. And just how valuable a piece was someone with Val's skills? It would explain why the giant upon the throne was trying to gain a measure of Val's soul. Ancient precedent or no, Val didn't delude himself into thinking he would escape unmarked if the Overlord actually gained a grip on his psyche. The pair of them waged a silent, invisible duel in the space of heartbeats, the giant's cold smirk turning to one of dark approval.
You have mastered the shadows well. Very good, Valahunter. Very good. I expect a certain amount of resilience in the pawns that serve me. If you truly seek such a boon, you will have to show your worth to me in ways not insignificant. And a child has unique access to avenues denied most of my pieces.
Selena nodded.
If I may speak, my lord, I think I know what this boy really wants.
The Overlord dipped his head.
Speak.
Selena turned her entrancing gaze towards Val, frowning in sudden confusion. He stood but feet before her, yet so deep had he cloaked the dark secrets of his psyche and shadow mind that her gaze slid helplessly away from his form. Her eyes widened, pricked by sudden apprehension, fear turning to a sensual smile, a part of her exhilarating in the challenge that Val had become.
Out of all the prizes that are ours, all the children we had just begun to harvest, Val alone had come with suspicion, motivated not just to embrace a fantasy world of wonder, but rather to claim that which we had already seized.
Her smile widened as Val hissed, snapping her head towards him at last. Val quickly lowered his gaze.
Julia Petrovsky, perhaps the ripest of all your drones, your eminence. It was for her, and her alone, that our dear young assassin dared the lion in her den. A mere boy thinking to challenge me.
She chuckled softly.
How bitterly he fought. How glorious the blood of the pawns he shed. Delightful, really. He began to show me his true potential even as he aided me in cleaning up the unsavory mess that was Yuri's treacherous unit.
Val could sense her hot eyes burning for his own.
And I claim no blood price for your butchery of my mercenaries. If anything, I should thank you, Val. And what little I saw of your mind. Fascinating. All that blood, all those souls you took to an early grave, your first kill at the ripe age of 17, and of course, it was the man who dared to take your lover that inspired your hot frenzy. Glorious. Oh, simply glorious.
She gave a delighted chuckle.
So, of course, it is this Julia, yet another girl you sought to claim as your mate, who was stolen away under your watch. That you have come so far, fought so hard to rescue her, is a delicious tale all on its own.
She gave a bemused dip of her head.
And you have found her, Val. Found her at last. Congratulations. For might and prowess in battle take precedence over the fates themselves, and by right of your martial skills, you have earned the right to see your beloved.
She turned before her overlord, bowing low, despite the vicious wound to her shoulder.
Perhaps, your eminence, if we were to bring the slaves forth, our newest member would understand better the prizes to be had in unstinting devotion to his overlord.
The giant smiled.
Indeed.
He turned to the uniformed man who had quickly rushed to take the place of the one recently left.
Bring forth the slaves.
The man executed a bow so low his head near brushed the floor.
At once, your eminence.
And within minutes, the first of the captives made their appearance. Dressed in a simple garment so white it shimmered, haunted blue eyes trembled before the court. Her skull was completely shaven, and Val could see several chrome socket ports fused to her skull. Dark shadows could be seen under her lids, and she looked somewhat gaunt.
Please jack me in. Please jack me back in,
she cried, immediately breaking down into sobs. The servitor leading her into the hall shook his head and tutted, yanking her back to her feet, forcing her to stride another dozen steps before twisting her to face the overlord and the audience of guests looking on. She immediately crumpled to the ground once more, shaking as if in palsy. The aide immediately bowed just as low as the officer had.
My sincere and utter apologies, Your Eminence. The drones are being disconnected now. Our first batch has performed exemplarily, but they have been connected since they first arrived.
Val's hands were squeezed so tight he could feel the nails biting into his palm. The storm within him shrieked and howled. Low, honey-laden laughter could be heard from the woman with the shimmering gold hair.
Oh, my dear sweet Val. I almost think I taste your ire, a beacon shining from that blotch of darkness you insist cloaking yourself within. Tut-tut, my sweet, do not fret. We treat our slaves with delightful care. Endless bliss do we provide them, our touch so delicate as we drain away their life force, the sweet potency of their minds. The poor girl shakes before us from simple withdrawal, for she knew no pain while under our care, only the most hideous of delights, roaring through her mind endlessly. And now, for your sake, we have taken that away. Like stepping from heaven's light into endless dark purgatory, you have sentenced her to this fate. Best you hold to your discipline, dearest Val, as we free all the slaves for your perusal. For all that we know, it is but pretense. In truth, there is only one slave you truly seek to claim as your own. Is that not so, dearest Val?
Mocking laughter resonated through the vast chamber.
Do not worry, newest disciple of my master. Your sweet prize that you would devour with your lusts will recover in time, even as you would deny her a lifetime of endless pleasure for your own selfish use. And we do not dispute your right to do that, dearest Val, for prizes won by conquest are by their very nature righteous and absolute in their claimants.
Even as she said the words, yet another girl, trembling in the throes of what seemed the most vicious of withdrawals, was led into the chamber, begging and pleading for surcease even as she collapsed, writhing in unspeakable withdrawal. Every one of the slaves brought forth was the same in their haunted gazes, the desperate hunger for whatever dark pleasures had roared through their minds when hooked to the terrible device that had been draining them dry. Not a one was immune, not even the sweet, beautiful, gaunt face of Julia herself, the last to be brought forth. Deliberate, Val had no doubt, though she at least was not spewing bile or spasming. For all that, her gaunt frame trembled with desperate need. She alone did not beg to be hooked back into whatever device had done this to them, even as her haunted eyes pierced Val to the quick, she alone able to find him in the dark void of his soul. Cracked lips widened in the tiniest of smiles.
I knew you would find me, Val. Somehow, I knew you would come.
Selena trilled with laughter.
Somehow she retains wit sufficient to pierce the veil and sight her savior. How remarkable! No wonder you favor her, Val. She will make a fine prize.
Overlord Titus gazed consideringly at the trembling girl, utterly ignoring the hundreds of slaves weeping and begging for surcease and mercy. Very few have the gift to pierce shadow mind. Very, very few. Perhaps 2 pawns can be forged this day. Val could feel the giant's potent gaze, hungry to catch him once more. Well, Val the Hunter, you see the possible prizes before you, so many ripe souls you could earn for your personal use, in whatever capacity you see fit. Are you ready to swear lifelong fealty to me, to earn the first of your prizes? Val swallowed, forcing down the storm of hideous rage roaring inside him. He was one with the absolute darkest elements of the void they sailed through, vast reaches of space stretching for eternity, just feet away. Val smiled and dipped his head. I'm ready to negotiate. And the prize I offer is, I think you will agree, more precious than even my lifelong servitude. He presented with a flourish the dwarven puzzle box whose contents he had so carefully altered to contain the prize securely fastened in its heart.
Skill check. Stabilization successful. What a dangerous game you play, Val. Just a heartbeat away from oblivion. Do you yearn that badly to return to the primordial soup from which you sprang?
The Overlord blinked and smiled.
That you could carry such an object without it hindering your Psyblade techniques in the least. Utterly cloaked. A useful skill indeed.
He frowned.
How, boy, did you get a hold of dwarven technology?
Val bowed. It is but one of the prizes we discovered. Now, let me show you a secret hidden within that I think you'll agree is more than worth every single slave before us. Slowly, almost ceremoniously, Val opened the puzzle box, feeling the diamond-hard shell of elementium he had willed into being from the infused Sylbion hours ago crack open like a panel, lifting it open to pluck from its heart the dwarven-forged starship core of pure valorium within, presenting it with a flourish. The crowd was absolutely speechless, Selena's eyes widening with awe. Great baritone laughter could be heard reverberating through the chamber, the giant's hand clapping together in fierce approval.
A dwarven-forged valorium core. Well done, Valor Hunter. Well done indeed.
Bonhomie mirth turned instantly to intent regard. Val felt the force of the Overlord's presence howling through the void that cloaked him like never before, a storm of intensity that had most of the assembled crowd of hangers-on visibly gasping or groaning. Even Selena paled and trembled, finally being tended to by the cyborg doctor Val had first met what seemed like a lifetime ago. Yet no matter how much the wind above howled, Val was safe, hidden in the depths of ice just below the surface fury of the giant storm.
You have impressed me, boy. Sufficient that I will let you live, not as a slave or subjugate, but as a High Lord in your own right. This you earned facing down 3 of my pawns, surviving where any lesser would have perished. And for the secrets you will reveal to me, I shall grant you the greatest boon of all, the administrator-run fiefdom of your choice.
The crowd of onlookers, those who had survived the surge unscathed, gazed at the Overlord in shock, as if the non-gifted suddenly realized that their own administrative territories were now up for grabs. Titus winked, as if sharing a confidence. Val did all he could do to remain submerged in darkness, refusing the lure of intimacy strangely offered.
I think, my dear Valor, that any number of administrators in my court will be bending over backwards to please you, knowing that you might make your choice to claim their own domain at any time.
Selena clapped with delight, shoulder now functional, the doctor finishing his work.
Oh, glorious, glorious, your eminence. Our dear Valor now holds all the lick boots in the palm of his hand.
She flashed Val a winning smile.
My sweet boy, how far you have risen, and so quickly. To be loved and feared by our entire court, as you are offered the sweetest of boons, and I, your dear compatriot, shall be happy to assist you in your choice, and assure that all those who wish to stay in your good graces give you appropriate boons to show just how fiercely they value your friendship.
Her sultry laughter caressed Val as she strutted towards him.
Come, dear Val. Your success is my success. Why, when you think about it, you are practically my disciple for all that I forged you with fire. And how fiercely does the steel of your virtue shine.
Soft fingertips brushed his cheek. He did not resist her touch as she approached, Selena fully sensing him at last, seemingly captivated by what she saw. Val still refused to meet her gaze, however, denying her even a glimpse of his soul.
You've changed so much,
she whispered, voice sultry with awe, clasping his free hand before stepping back with a smile.
Come, my fierce, brooding warrior of darkness, but reveal the sight of your prize, and the entire court before us is open to you. The riches of fiefdoms, ours to share, if you wish it.
She squeezed his unresisting hand before twirling inside his grip, wrapping his powerful arm around her as if they would embrace in the most sensual of dances, her hands twining about his back as soft lips caressed his ear.
I was not lying when I said I hungered for you, Valor Hunter, nor the sweet, fiery pleasure we could embrace together. Yet, where once it would have been master and servant, now, dear Valor, now we can commune as equals.
Soft ruby lips tasted his cheek.
Come, Valor Hunter. Embrace me. Claim me. Share the secrets that will make us the mightiest coven of High Lords within the Dominion. And I will share with you the sweetest rapture. And together, we will forge a bloodline fierce and potent, masters of all we survey, favored of the Overlord as we give him the keys to utter supremacy.
Valor did not hesitate even as his heart roared. Selena gasping with surprise, the hint of fear that turned to a low chuckle quickly swallowed, Val twisting to hold her tightly to him, lips locking upon her own, feeling her heart race as their hot kiss roared through his blood, Selena flowing against him, caressing him as best she could, covered in flexible armor as he was still, Val's one hand holding tight the dwarven puzzle box, the other cupping her rear as she moaned and writhed against him. And still, he did not meet her gaze, fiercely locked as their lips were. Yet Val could sense from the stormy seas threatening to rupture and roar forth just how badly she hungered for him, to take him and claim him as her own before the court entire. Gasping, Val broke off their fiery kiss, head bowed, breath hoarse and ragged, as was Selena's. Her laughter was throaty.
I think, Valor Hunter, that I've been waiting for that kiss for an entire year.
Soft fingers brushed his cheek, her voice turning almost tender.
I'm glad I waited. I'm glad you've had a chance to blossom into a being of potency, worthy of me.
She squeezed him tight, lips kissing his ear.
Worthy of my heart.
She spun about then, bowing low before the Overlord, her gently clasping hand caressing Val's own, leading him to do the same.
Your Eminence, I believe my Val is ready to join our ranks.
Val swallowed, carefully avoiding the Overlord's hungry gaze as he held up his offering. I would claim Selena and my proper place, but first, being one who keeps his word, I have a promise of my own to keep. He turned his gaze, locking stares with a terrified Julia, tears of blood leaking even now from one of her eyes. Her look was one of absolute devastation, even as she began to sob and shake, her desperate need overwhelming her, as it had all the others. I promised that girl's father that I would see her safely home. A man is nothing without honor. Before I savor the sweet fruits of dominion, I would see this commitment through. With your permission, Your Eminence, I would bring my prizes back home. Accommodations can be made to assure that none recall anything untoward, and that proper gratitude is extended by those who will one day serve a cause greater than themselves. Val bowed his head. Of course, I would be more than happy for Selena to accompany me back through, while we make the necessary calls and arrangements before returning. For I do indeed have prizes discovered in ancient ruins that could reshape an empire. And to the awe of the court entire, he pulled a second Valorium starship core from his personal rift. The great hall echoed with the Overlord's booming clap as Val made the core disappear with a single flourish through the puzzle box offering he held out still, the altered Valorium core securely inside once more.
Well done, boy. You are indeed a treasure trove of bounties. Perhaps there are yet more prizes in store for you upon your return.
He grinned down at Selena.
You play the game well, girl. Your valor may well find himself the ruler of the largest territory in our history.
Selena's sultry laughter washed over Val as she squeezed herself tightly to him, kissing his cheek.
My dear Valor is just full of surprises, and I can't wait till we can fully savor the fruits of his conquests. Together.
Her kisses traveled from cheek to lips, lingering upon his own. Val closed his eyes and smiled as her touch sent shivers through him. She chuckled throatily.
I will make sure he realizes that before he stands the greatest treasure of all.
She whispered into Val's ear.
Eternal rapture, my love. I can't wait.
Clutching his hand possessively, she snapped at the assistants standing at attention over the trembling slaves.
Well, don't just stand there, fools. Ready my mate's shuttle for the portal.
Squeezing Val's hand, she led him forward, and for all that the giant chuckled and saluted Val with his chalice, Val could sense the Overlord's terrible mind seeking to pin his own still, even as they left the grand hall to an adjoining chamber almost as large as the one they had left. Massive pipes and support beams overhead making it clear that this was a reinforced ship's hull, no matter that it seemed impossible for such vast rooms to be sailing in a dreadnought larger than comprehension, capable of traveling between stars, thanks to a Valorium core much like the one Val had in his puzzle box still. Val blinked, taking in a sight chillingly familiar. The cyborg doctor once more before the flashing lights of a massive computer complete with reels, diodes, and vacuum tubes crackling with strange energies. As primitive as it looked, Val was strangely certain the computations per second being processed was beyond what any computer could hope to match on Earth. For all that, the monitors displayed naught but black and white text, visual graphics seeming to involve an added magnitude of complexity in this universe. Yet what struck him with the most wonder was the crackling portal of elementium and valorium-infused alloy set up in the heart of the chamber, multiple cables running from it to the computer banks the cyborg was currently accessing. Val was somehow able to sense the nuances of the portal's construction in ways he never could back on Earth before he had been reforged, picking up as well the sudden flood of energies catalyzing the portal, now filling with shimmering blue static, somewhat like the static of an old television set. Val felt Selena's soft hand tightly gripping his own.
And now don't go trying to run through, my Val,
she said.
That wondrous act of folly almost killed you when you tried it over a year ago. And how remarkable that you stand before me hale and whole, and save for Titus himself, as potent a man as I have ever seen.
She kissed his cheek.
Perhaps you really are my destiny, and I will not lose you to foolish mischance. You must wait for the portal to fully synergize with our base in Chicago. Then we shall lead the slaves, your prizes, through. Only then will it be time for you and I to depart, whereupon you will leave your quaint little box with the doctor.
The cyborg solemnly bowed towards Val. That's fine, Val said. My property first, the box in return. Only then will I go to Earth and make a few calls. Julia gets home safely while we embrace all that the future has in store for us. Selena's soft laughter shivered through Val. When he seized the moment, squeezing her tightly to him once more, kissing her with fierce abandon, his hunger was not feigned. He lost himself in sweet, passionate kisses as the portal fully synergized itself, the sobbing captives carefully led through one after another. With a fierce act of will, Val's dwarven armor was ported to his rift, far easier to visualize removing than putting on, Val surrendering to his burning needs at last, putting all thought, all awareness into simply caressing and tasting the willing woman before him. Selena crying out with naked hunger of her own as Val twisted her arm, pinning her against him, suckling her neck as she moaned with pleasure. Passion so hot, so fierce, that even the Overlord could sense it in the chamber beyond.
Take me, Val. Take me like a savage beast. Take me now.
And he did just that, losing himself to fiercest need, biting her neck, inhaling the scent of her golden curls, savoring her voluptuous curves, losing himself to sweetest rapture as she cried and bucked against him, sobbing and shaking as she peeked in his arms over and over, Val ruthlessly refusing surcease as the captives jumped through, one by one, The fierce waves of pleasure and euphoria near drowning Val, and it was all he could do not to collapse when he finally surrendered his seed, so utterly was he drained by their savage coupling. And still he held her tightly to him, inhaling the scent of her hair, slamming his mind back into the darkness with thoughts of all the midnight horrors that had been his life as the darkest of soldiers, what now seemed a lifetime ago. And Selena sensed his immediate retreat back into shadow. When she turned around with the desperate need Val knew would be in her eyes, he turned away. Her voice was strangely vulnerable.
Val, please face me. Let me look into your eyes. Let me glimpse your heart. I don't want to dominate you or control you. If anything, I want to protect you.
He could feel her smile upon his back, her hand gently caressing his own.
We are forging an alliance, I think, dearest Val. And I want to keep you safe, for my sake as well as your own. For the sake of the children we might one day have.
She softly kissed his neck.
Who knows? Perhaps fiercest desire will one day turn to love. I would like to savor what love tastes like. To be beside one who I don't have to fear betraying me, someone with whom I was safe. Wouldn't you like that as well, Val? Val?
But Valor had already rolled to his feet, dressed in seconds, shadow cloak slipped on in a heartbeat. Come, Selena. I think the portal is ready for us. He still would not meet her gaze, staring intently at the portal instead, as if hungry to jump through, but he reached down to stroke her cheek before gently clasping her hand, raising her to her feet. Selena radiated an odd vulnerability in the time it took to dress herself, before sighing and nodding.
Very well, Val. I can only imagine how eager you must be to see your home once more.
And then they were before the gate, the doctor once more bowing low before them. Val took a last look at the massive chamber of exotic chrome alloys and strangely futuristic design, searing it forever in his memory.
Val, are you ready?
Selena's soft, tentative voice, and this time Val met her gaze, for a heartbeat entranced by her stunning beauty, wondering what it would have been like if he really could have loved such a wild, deadly girl. Her features paled, able to read him at last.
No! No!
She screamed, too terrified in that instant to react, as he had intended. Yes. A single word, his side-blade cleaving through the woman he had made love to just moments before. His gaze met the doctor's own, the man lurching back in surprise. Catch, Val said, tossing him the dwarven puzzle box filled with elementium-infused sylbion he held stable no longer. The valorium core in its heart forged so that all its energy and potency was channeled not to propel a massive dreadnought through space, but rather inward, the energy to be released many times greater than that of any nuclear bomb ever detonated on Earth. Val felt the fierce, awful storm of the Overlord's panicked cry roaring through the ether in that instant. Fury and desperation unfathomable, promising unspeakable death, yet prizes unending if only Val would snap the bomb back into his rift in the instant he had available. And Val made his choice. He jumped through the gate, his side-blade slashing the portal behind him. An explosion of unfathomable power and potency roared through the ether, caressing him in a hideous cacophony of light. His final thoughts were of Ava's beautiful face, filled with hope for her people, Julia's gaze of horror, having endured unfathomable torment, and his father's proud smile for a soldier willing to die in the coldest reaches of space for countless souls who would never even know his name. Images burning through his mind in that brilliant instant before Oblivion claimed him at last, as he always knew it would.
End of Book 2. The adventure continues in Endless Online, Oblivion's Price. Thank you for giving this series a try. I hope you enjoyed listening to the story as much as I did writing it. If you wouldn't mind leaving a review before you go, I would be extremely grateful. And if you have any feedback you'd like to share with me, you can reach me at
mhbooks@mail.com. That's mhbooks@mail.com. I might not always have a chance to reply, but I read and appreciate every email my readers send me. Thank you. Creating this book was a labor of love, and I am grateful to my readers and all the fantastic game lit and lit RPG authors who have come before me. In particular, I wanted to give a shout out to Tao Wong and Blaze Corvin. Blaze Corvin founded the Facebook group Game Lit Society. He's helped a lot of us newer authors learn the ropes, cares deeply about the genre, and has written some excellent game lit as well. If you haven't already checked out Delvers LLC, Welcome to Ludus, I recommend it highly. The character growth and clever use of powers really make it a treat to read. And if you ever wondered what would happen if our world was suddenly influenced by RPG rules, then check out Tao Wong's System Apocalypse series. It's both a survival story and a great read with heroism, clever tactics, and awesome abilities. Additional links. To learn more about LitRPG, talk to authors including myself, and just have an awesome time, please join the LitRPG group at facebook.com.
This has been Endless Online, Oblivion's Promise, a LitRPG adventure, Book 2.
Written by H.Johnson, narrated by Wayne Mitchell.
With additional voices by Lisa Ost. Proofing by Don Chapman.
Copyright 2018 by H.Johnson. Production copyright by H.Johnson. On behalf of everyone involved, thank you so much for listening.
Audible hopes you have enjoyed this program.